to eat. But if you order a pint in a pub, why will you be able to buy a pint in a sports venue without getting anything to eat? But if you order a pint in a pub, you'll have to have a substantial meal. I'll leave that hanging as the great existential question of the day. Madam Deputy Speaker, suppression in anticipation of vaccination is the reason for these measures before us today. But people have been writing to me for months, terrified that a vaccine will be compulsory. And I've responded by saying, don't be so absolutely ridiculous. It could never possibly happen. We're a conservative government, after all. And now we discover that a vaccination may be a passport to the acquisition of your civil liberties, and without which you will have all sorts of things that you would be able to do denied to you. Can I say that that would be absolutely disproportionate to a virus with a mortality rate of verging on 1%? It would equally be a terrible precedent to set for other vaccines and medicines. So I hope that we can get away from that. The way to persuade people to have a vaccine is, of course, to line up the entire government and its ministers and their loved ones and let them take it first, and then get all the lovies, the icons of popular culture, out on the airwaves singing its praises. To have any kind of suggestion of coercion absolutely feeds the conspiracy theory that we are being cowed and our liberties being taken away.
Very extremely grateful to him for giving way. Will he agree with me that it's not enough for the government merely to refrain from coercing people? The government's also got to pay attention to implicit coercion. That is, if the government turns a blind eye to allowing businesses like airlines and restaurants to refuse to let people in unless they've had the vaccination, the government's got to decide whether it's willing to allow people to discriminate on that basis.
Discrimination. It would be vaccinationism, which we must, of course, resist. The other thing that any kind of coercion would do would be to set the seal on this government's reputation as the most authoritarian since the Commonwealth of the 1650s. But it is as nothing to the enthusiasm that we've seen from the front bench opposite for even more coercive and restrictive measures. Why will you be able to buy a pint in a sports venue without getting anything to eat? But
boom, bam, 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 bam. Get me. Duck, 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 duck. Shots fired. Wagwan. Happy New Day. It's your boy Jedi for Trilluminati. Today I am Dog Luminati live. Old type man like Josh Stone for the PNGs and that. You know what I mean? Looks kind of fly with the little Trilluminati thing in the corner. I like that. Yeah. So yeah, man. Happy New Day and all that good stuff. Ain't really nothing but a fang, man. You know, we back in the building. And it's good to be back, man. You know what I mean? I missed you lot, man. Where you lot been? Fuck a vaccine, people screaming, yeah? Right, big up Heathen, Empress Becca, Music, Jungle Jesus, Western Goddess, C.A. LeVay, King H, Craig Gifford. Who else we got in the building? Nash Lion. Craig Gifford said, happy to feel alive today. Big up Chat and Jeds. And if the baby mum is spying, the kids are doing brilliant at school and laugh at school and laugh without your poisoning influence. Whoa. Yo, Craig. What are you saying? You got custody, yeah? You got custody. I'll take the custody gang, man. You hear me? You got custody. He said his shots in the morning now. Big up your chest, though, man. Much love, blessings. We got all the daddies out there, all the mummies out there, you know? Without you, we'd be fucked. So big up your chesticles, man. Yeah, I've got another one to show. What was this one? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, right. Let me put the link in so we can get some friends and family up on the Ras Clark platform. Hit the like button, family. Look, 27 of you. Show me that you lot are 27 real ones. Let me see 27 likes in the chat. Come on, we got to keep this rate of engagement up and keep it high. It's very important, man. So I can go from strength to strength and I can drag y'all motherfuckers with me. Drag you with me, man. Hey, yeah, so remember, if you're going to jump on, hey, yo, big up Ultra. Ultra, jump on, fam. I ain't spoken to you for a while. Quickly, if you got a minute. Remember, this is Dark Illuminati week, yeah? So it's the animal of the week is a dog. So get your dog avatars and your little dog names ready. This is a bit of fun, man. Just little theme weeks. So it's dog theme. I'd appreciate if most of you tried to... Nash Lion, I see you there, dogging it up. Nash Lion there with the dog. You hear me? Get your dog pictures out, whatever you can do. Play a little game with your name. Put a little dog version of your name in or something. You can change your name like 3 times in 90 days or whatever. So, wow, there's a thick fog out there. You know? And yeah, man, just try to keep that little dog theme running. And one of the members will be getting to choose what the animal is of the next week. So if you're a member, look out for that when I'll be asking you for your choice of animal. And don't say tiger, because that's the most cliche animal. I don't think I'll be doing tiger or lion for a while. You know what I mean? I just feel like they're a bit cliche. I love this fucking picture. This picture is fucking dope. Come on! Yeah, mate. Big up yourself, custody gang. I don't want to say custody gang, because custody just reminds me of police station and that. It's not quite custody gang, but you know what I mean. Right, where's this thing that I was going to show you? Oh, it's here. I got to mute it. I got to do that. I got to share my screen. I got to hit the Chrome tab. I got to share that. I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to unmute it.
The black community shunned her and her brother. Recently, Willow Smith said that the black community shunned her and her brother. And, you know, I was sick and everything, so I didn't say anything about it. But I'm feeling good, and I can't let it go until I address how I feel about this. So, you're the children of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith, the man who won the first rap Grammy ever. I'm talking about, did the show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which shows black people are not a monolith, showed different sides of black culture and how we all can come together and still relate to each other. Your mom was Lena James from A Different World, the show that single-handedly led to the most enrollment into black colleges, the biggest surge in history. And your mama was best friends with Tupac Shakur, whose mother was a Black Panther. I mean, all this, you know, culture, black culture around you, all this, and that you got to receive, and your brother is out here looking like a cast member in the movie The Craft. I just don't, I'm lost. What did you gather through all these years is what I'm trying to understand. It's not like black people were like, nah, we don't fuck with, you know what I mean, Willow and Jaden. Nah, you niggas seem to clearly not fuck with us because nobody told your brother to look like the Wicked Witch of the West. Who told this nigga it was okay to look like that? Who told? We gotta roast you whenever you do shit like that. It's not that we don't like you, but if you shave off half your eyebrows and then dye your hair, what do you think niggas is gonna say? I don't know one black person who ever got to go to school like that and thought, ain't nobody gonna say shit. Smith said that the black community shunned her brother. And
hey, this guy's cracking me up.
What's going on? Morning.
Big up. Why you keep mourning me, bro? Happy New Day, bro.
Happy New Day. Happy New Day.
Of the
Well, you feel like a bit of a dick the first time you say it, yeah. But it gets easier. Don't worry, man. Stick with it.
Man,
Happy New
it sounds good as well. And to be honest with you, if there's
morning
people
don't sound good
listening
no more,
around the
man.
world, it makes
Say that
sense.
again, brother.
If there's people listening around the world, it's a more relevant, you know,
Yeah,
like
fuck
it
the
could be
morning
any
thing.
time. Yeah.
Hey, what going on, man? Becky, what going on, Bex?
Grand Rising.
You got Christmas dog out, yeah? You fucking
Let me. I'm gonna come back and get a dog. Yeah, I'm gonna get a dog
Yeah.
for you. 2 secs.
Yeah. Hey,
It's a Scrooge. It's a Scrooge.
I can see. I can fully see. Fucking hell.
I saw it. I said, "Yep, that's me."
Yes,
Humbug.
yeah.
Bar humbug.
So what you saying to me this Christmas, Becca? Iceland again?
To be honest, I don't really want to do this Christmas bullshit.
Yes, don't. Yes.
Like, I shouldn't be anyway. The only reason I did it is the only reason I really do it is because for the kids, innit? Because I don't want them to feel like left out.
Right. But
truly, I don't
they Israelites, man. They Israelites. They left out anyway. They're no part of this world, man. Jeez, is it? I think this is like your real dog, right?
Yeah, and you'd understand it. He's dead now, but back in the day, yeah, that was my dog.
Was it a Rotty?
Yeah. Do you know how many people this dog is at?
Now I can see.
Do you know how many people this dog is at?
What's wrong with Rotties, though? Like, why are they like that?
I'm telling you now, this dog, yeah, back in the day, obviously I was young. I used to train this dog by just writing off drunk people.
Yeah.
Writing off drunk people. Every drunk person, you fucked up. You're getting a kebab, whole kebab, good boy all the way while you're biting the people. Yeah. Yeah.
I say, good boy the whole time. You're saying good boy.
Good boy. Any sign of violence from a puppy, it was good boy. Doesn't matter if I had to say it in front of the victim. It was always good boy. And then we're off. Yeah, backwards mentality. But still clever. Still a family dog. Like, understands, never, you know, bad energy towards anyone that, like, I am good towards. But if I looked at you wrong, he's gonna go for you without even speaking.
Nah, Rotties are so switchy, man. They're so. I just get that feeling from them. I get the same.
And you know what he does? You know what he used to do? He didn't do none of that. Go for your legs. He used to get up on his back feet and just go for your chest, or just like he was mad. Yeah.
My nan's Rottweiler, when she remarried, she used to be a legal secretary, so she used to go out to work. So my granddad, well, my step granddad, she went to work one day and left him at home with the Rottweiler King. She came home for lunch. The Rottweiler had my granddad pinned to the wall all morning.
That's mad. Yeah. Yeah.
Leave it in.
Do you know another strange thing about them? Like a lot of Rottweilers, some of them don't bark. Like this Rottweiler, he never used to bark. You'd never hear him bark. Never. Like, and I've spoke to other people and they've never heard their dog bark from when it was like a, you know, from when it went to puppy stage. It's never barked. It's the same with this
Jungle
dog.
Jesus, my boy, you're going from dog to dog back to Jungle Jesus. You're coming like Snoop Dogg. Hey, Jungle, you transforming like Snoop in the video.
I'm trying to find a good one, bro.
That last one was the shower.
Which one?
This one.
All right, say that. I'll leave this one. Happy New Day, family. Happy New Day.
Big up, brother. Happy New Day.
Big up, Becca. Big up, Sham.
Grand Rising.
Right, listen,
yeah, can I just say just quickly, because obviously I gave you a little bit negative story. You see this dog as well. Like, I remember coming home, my nephew, he was about maybe 2 or 3 years old, and there was another kid there. They were pulling the dog's ears. They were stamping on the dog's head, pulling his lip, full power. The dog just looked at me like, please tell them to stop. So I want like people to understand this was not a savage. This was a very programmed, capable and intelligent animal, you know? So yeah, just thought I'd add that as well. So you don't think some lunatic just can't bite in anything, because we're not rating that.
Yeah, we're not rating that. Kay says, my friend just had her forehead ripped off from a Rotty trying to save her kids. Mad thing.
Yeah, that's mad.
Mad thing, man. I don't know, man. Like, obviously,
and you know what? He used to take out pit bulls as well. I used to love it when someone thought they could bring a pit bull. Like, the baddest pit bull on the end. But he did that. It was not even, as soon as he came close to it, just grabbed his body. dog was finished. So that's a myth as well.
I'm saying he's got to be a shit pity. He's got to be a shit pit to get had up by a rotty. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like what you're saying right now, I've been with you the whole morning, and now you've just now pissed me off. You get me? You've now
not a myth, I'm telling you.
No, wait, hold on. If I just say, we'll moderate this. Give us 2 minutes each. Yeah. You try to violate the pits. Don't ever talk smack.
I'll tell you what it is.
Like a fucking rotten
as well. No, I'll tell you what it is. Like you'll get this as well. You see, like if you're bigger, like if you're physically bigger, it doesn't matter if you do karate, jiu-jitsu, whatever. If you're bigger, you will just pounce a person down. And I think you can relate to that.
Who's got the echo? Is it you, Fax? I do hear ya, but it got personal, CA. And that's Ian. Come on, family.
I'm not the biggest fan of pit bulls, to be honest.
What?
I'm not.
What? Pit bulls?
They're my favorite dog.
Oh my God.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even like dogs like that.
I think the reason I'm like that is because it was installed in me for a very young age. Because obviously I grew up with dogs. My family always had dogs.
Right.
But it was installed in me for a very young age that these dogs are extremely dangerous. One of my friends actually had a pit bull, but she had to have it locked basically in a cage in the back garden because of the Dangerous Dog Act and all that. This is the time when they were trying to kill the pits because they were dangerous.
Right.
But, so obviously I'm coming from that sort of era. Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously I'm not too keen on the pit bulls, and obviously just because they're very, it's like what you're saying about the Rottweilers, they're very temperamental.
Right, Bex, let me chime in, because these dogs, they're bred, they're meant to be kept in cages. They're meant to be used as god dogs. They're not meant to see human beings. That's what these dogs were bred for.
What are you on about? What?
That's a fact, Jedi. Right, I've just said it in the comments. German Shepherd, Rottweiler, Pit Bull, Dover Pinscherman, they're all German dogs. Go and check the Second World War.
It's not correct.
A pit bull definitely.
Now I got the panel riled.
No. You got your and big up Facts, yeah.
Come on,
have you on board. No, I'm just disagreeing with you that a pit bull is a German dog. I'm definitely gonna disagree with you on that.
It is. They was designed to keep the people that in those concentration camps, because pit bulls can jump really high, so they could if they come to the fence.
Allow it, man. Stop it. So you mean?
That's all bullshit, man. How are you spreading that?
All right.
Hold on.
Because I can.
Are you saying? Wait. Facts. Are you saying that pit bulls were created by the Germans during the World War?
No.
They were created for the Holocaust.
No. Listen, the pit bull comes from an English dog, and then you've got American pits, but the Germans, a German pit, the long-legged pits, they are designed to.
Shut up.
Oh my God! Well, go and do your research on dogs.
There probably is some sort of German pits, but come on, like I don't think it was like one of them ones. But most countries have got their own version of a pit bull.
If you'd have been Argentinian pit, I would have let you get away with it. But German pit,
listen, I'm telling you, I'm not fucking off. I'm going nowhere. Right. No, look, I'm telling you.
Let him talk, man. Let him talk. Please let him talk.
Yeah, let me try and explain myself. Let me try and explain myself. The pit bull, I think, has got some genes of like that Winston Churchill's dog, that big dog that slobbers, that bulldog. So I think the Germans were the first one
to do
it. And then the Americans made I don't know what they bred it with, to make the legs shorter, because you can get all different types of pits. Do we agree on that? We can get all different types of pit bulls.
Yes, we agree on that.
Right. I promise you, the Germans were the first ones to engineer the pit bull. It weren't the Americans. It was the Germans.
Let's get into it. Hold on. Let's quickly sidetrack and just get into that. So I've got it up here, right? This is from lovable.org, yeah? was a pit bull site. The history of the pit bull can be traced back to the early 1800s in the United Kingdom. Pit bulls were originally bred. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold on, bro. You gotta get that work, man.
You
don't get that work, man. Hold on. You've read already, innit? You've read. You can see, yeah. You can see, yeah. Okay. Originally bred from Old English bulldogs. These dogs are similar in appearance to today's American bulldog, who gained their popularity on the British Isles in a cruel blood sport known as bull baiting. 1 to 2 bulldogs were set to harass a bull for hours until the animal collapsed from fatigue, injuries, or both. These matches were held for the entertainment of the struggling classes, a source of relief from the tedium of hardship. However, in 1835, the British Parliament enacted the Cruelty to Animals Act 1835, which prohibited the baiting of some animals, such as the bull and bear. Once bull and bear baiting was outlawed, the public turned their attention to ratting. This practice pitted dogs against rats, in which they were timed to see which dog would kill the most rats in the least amount of time. The pit in pit bull comes from ratting, as the rats were placed into a pit so that they could not escape. Ultimately, the public turned their eyes upon dogfighting as it was more easily hidden from view, and thus the law. Ratting and dogfighting both required more agility and speed on the part of the dog. So bulldogs were crossed with terriers, bull and terriers. That's why it's called a pit bull terrier, right?
Yes, but
pit bull terrier. Despite their tenacity and basically, look, there's no Germany. Like,
there is a lot of different versions of pit bulls. Like, there's pit bulls all over. You get pit bulls in Finland. Obviously, he said Argentina. I think they got a different name for their pit bull. Yeah, but like you do have different pits. But if you're talking about where they originally come from, I think we have to say England is obviously. You know, I haven't heard nothing contrary to that, but
I might have been a little bit off with my geographics, but what I'm saying, I think it's got some depth and weight.
Get out of here, man.
I was wrong. All right, you was correct. I was incorrect. All right. 1-0.
All right, no. You did mention the war, and even though they existed before the war, they are involved.
Shout out to Jets for keeping it 100.
Yeah, they are involved in the war. Like they've been used in war, innit? Like basically, shortly after the Civil War, immigrants from the British Isles came to the United States, but along with them came their pit bulls. It was during this time the pit bull terrier breed was named the American pit bull terrier. Although these dogs had been significantly bred for fighting, they soon became a much larger and invaluable fixture in a developing nation. In early America, these frontier dogs took on all-purpose roles. They were responsible for herding cattle, herding sheep, guarding livestock, and families against thieves and wild animals, helping on the hunts and as hog catchers. Their loyal and loving demeanor with humans, especially children, this is where the nanny dog myth originated from, earned them a prominent place, not only as working dog, but as a companion. Check out, so there you go. That's going against your thing about the whole...
keeping them in cages.
Yeah.
Keeping them in a cage, yeah.
You sound like a Jamaican when you talk like that.
I was surprised to hear an Englishman say about putting them in the cage. I thought English people knew dogs.
Jamaicans say like no dog in the yard and that.
No. Look, I'm not Jedi panel. I'm not denying that the pits have got that loving nature in them, but to get them to do what you want to do, you've got to cage them up and treat them like bricktop.
No. I don't think so. I think you got to train them and be with them and spend time with them. But just locking a dog up does nothing for a dog. You got to train it.
No,
if you want to do that.
Look, my first best friend Lee.
You can't train a pit bull. You can't train a pit bull.
Oh man,
you can't do what?
You can't train a pit bull, man. A pit bull can switch.
What are you talking about, bro? Pit bulls that are
switch.
That's absolutely false. That's absolutely false, bro. Absolutely false.
You sound like someone that's scared of dogs, man. But you can't train a pit bull. What are you talking about?
Yo, that's absolutely false, brother.
Anyway,
all I know is my best friend, his dad had a German Shepherd, and he was the only one allowed to feed it. No one was allowed to go near it. It was only let out and if it saw another human being, it would go for them.
That's the
police dog.
I know, but it's just, oh my God, it's just an example of, we're not talking about pit, well, I'm just talking about dog training now. I'm talking about dog training. So, yes, pits are lovely dogs. Sorry, Carl.
If you're saying pit bulls are not as good for police work as a Alsatian, and I probably agree with you. I'm not really sure why it is. I feel like their temperament.
Pit bulls are mad.
Look, there's a reason. Hold on. There's a reason they don't use. Hold on. There's a reason they don't use pits on the whole as police dogs. I know some police do have like
German police use them, Spanish police use them,
but on the whole, they don't use pits. Why?
Because the German Shepherd snout, the long snout like an alligator, is designed for shredding and doing maximum damage. A bulldog's mouth is designed for holding. Like those old English bulldogs, were used by landowners. Hold on. The old English bulldogs were designed by landowners to be able to arrest a man, to grab a man by his arm and hold him without breaking his arm, because that's the same man that's stealing from you is the same man who's actually going to be working for you as well. So you don't want to fuck him up, yeah? That's what the old English bulldogs could do.
So, Khan, what? The pit bull just rip him to shreds.
Pit bulls are not being as police dogs because one, they've got lockjaw, and that's why they're in the. They've got lockjaw, so that's one of the reasons why the police don't use them as police dogs. Plus, they're pit bull terriers are on the dangerous dogs list.
Yeah, why? They don't want us to have them. That's why. Jen, when I was like,
Jungle, go on.
Yeah, anyone without a dog picture, just kick them off and make them come back again, bro.
Huh?
Anyone without a dog picture, make them go and get one.
No, there's all dog pictures on the. Ain't you looking? There's all dog pictures on the screen. I only see dogs on the screen. Yeah, I only see dog pictures. I know, but I'm saying I only see dog pictures on the screen. Look again. Maybe not looking closely.
To be fair, he is dog. He is dog.
By nature.
That was a good one, too.
Yeah, he's dog.
Well, hold on. I've come on to teach about dogs. The man's are trying to teach me.
Bro, no one wants to hear your teaching, bro.
Look at the back chat.
Right, that's a pug cross Labrador. Check it out.
You like a violin.
And the pug was the male. The Labrador was the bitch when it was made, by the way. This we got the DNA. The DNA dot.
You got too far. I'm not involved in that.
Before you put out the history of people, if you look in the back chat, I already written down everything. Where they originate from, where they come from. Everything, before you even pull it out.
Big up, man. Big up. You smashed it, bro.
Look at the timing. Look at the timing.
No, I'm mad.
Where my dogs at? Where my dogs? That
was just great, man.
Fucking hell.
If you don't know about the
mad motherfucking dogs at?
Check out the Japanese Akitas.
Right now, my dog, he's biting up Dogger right now. You haven't got a dog to represent you, Dogger. Just put a dog up that you like.
You know about Akita?
Yeah, put up a
dog, man. It's all good.
I'm just turning my PlayStation off. Sorry.
Great K and Heathen. Great K and Heathen. Like, you know, I know what you lot think you're doing, but come on, bro.
Do better, man.
I know you.
We can do better. We can do better, Heathen. We can do better.
Yeah, I know Heathen.
Dogger don't have to change his picture, Jets.
And yours looks like a wolf.
Yeah, it is a wolf. It is a wolf.
That's what I'm saying, man. That was last
Khan as well.
So last.
Yeah, Khan. I get why Khan still got his wolf up. He'll change it in time, but like, get me. But Heathen, I don't know what you're trying. This ain't no dog. You look like a coyote. Heathen, why you got coyote up?
Bro, I could change my picture in 2 seconds. I got all the top breeders on Instagram. What you wanna?
Did you see what's happening in your country, Khan?
Let me run, go and get one, quick.
Khan, Carnito, you see what's happening in your country?
What's happening?
Carnito.
Basically, his government's killing people with the COVID thing and hiding it and burying kids and that. It's I swear last night.
Oh, mate.
What country you talking about?
Your country, bro.
What, Turkey?
Which one? Which one?
What country are you from, Con?
I can be from Cyprus. I can be from Turkey. I can be anything. I can be Arab. I can be this.
Do you not see it, Con?
Right.
Ethiopian?
Yeah.
No, Con, seriously, you never saw it, bro.
Can't work out what you're saying, man. Sounds like he's in the toilet.
Yeah, I know. Man, stop calling man from the toilet, man. What's wrong with you, Jungle?
That's Jungle.
Okay, we can hear that toilet echo.
No, I'm in the kitchen. I'm in the
kitchen.
Where can I find this info?
The big kitchen there, yeah. Come on.
Jungle, where can I find this info, bro? I need to double check all this.
That's why I'm asking you, because it's your country, so I'm seeing if it's true or it's just propaganda, bro. Fucking hell. Con, sometimes I don't like talking to you, though, bro. You know that. Sometimes I like you, but another time he acts a bit like feminine. I'm not arguing.
The man always gets into beef. So where he always gets into beef, like he came in with his hairs up. You know what I mean? Like
but
a real
dog, like his back was up. Me, bro.
Yeah, that's why he's always like this.
Like, shut up,
I can tell, like coming in strong. PTSD can't.
Let me calm it down. Let me calm it down.
What the fuck is going on?
Man, say
no, you come in like that. That's how you come in.
All right.
You weren't calm.
Too early, man.
You're not coming to talk about it. It's all mad.
Get that female energy in there, quick, girl.
Yeah, please.
You know what I mean? Let you know.
Who wants it with the fucking?
Yeah.
He could have been at the turkey shop getting his loaf of bread. Like, I don't know where he heard it. I'm asking him.
And that's why everyone thinks you're a bitch. That's why, bro. You're a bitch. You know what? I would never actually talk to you again in a car. You're actually a big pussy gal. You're like a big pussy gal.
What the hell? How is this escalated? Yeah, how is man started getting called bitch now and all that? With his dog.
Because he always does that, Jeds, bro. Man always jokes with him, yeah. And then he comes on the panel like he's on his period all the time, bro. Like, bro, go to trolls in the chat with that. I'm not a fucking troll, bro.
What? Right,
just gay, man. He moves mad gay, bro. And then when he's ready to joke, it's funny now, Jungle. Oh, Jungle, it's funny now. Ha ha ha. You're fucking gay, man. Fuck off
you're
your
in the toilet with a
fucking clean pad on, will ya?
Fucking bumhole right now. Yeah, that's why you stand so fucking gay.
Wait,
Starfish. You see the man's mess. You see his whole mess. He's thinking about my bum hole. You're thinking about my bum hole.
Nah, man, it sounds wrong.
Pause. Several.
Just chill. We don't need to talk about bitch and bummo. We don't need to talk about bummo and bitch. Just chill. Can we be friends? Can we be mates? Can we be pals? Can we be boys? Can we be mates? Can we be pals? Can we be boys? Just chill.
Is it too late? It's Tuesday, so choose, because that's that day.
You don't sing when you see it's gone to 1 second. There's no more singing.
All right, that's why I'm learning.
All right, we have to go again now. Can we be friends? I don't want to beef. I don't want to fight. Here's a spliff. Yo, give me a touch. Yo, let's watch some football. Yeah, let's make some money. Yeah, but we're friends. We don't attack each other.
I wanted to say,
hey,
but you need some fiber in your diet. Oh shit!
What are you doing, bro?
So Carl gets away with it. I get put on blast.
No, you don't get away with it. No, that's a straight violation, and you did it on purpose. You started with like 7 seconds.
You know what?
Why you gonna join me?
They had to have unmuted themselves, you know.
Yeah, he unmuted himself to join me at 7 seconds. You did that on purpose, bro. You know what I mean?
I want to hear Khan spit though. Khan spit. I want to hear him spit though.
Allow it, man.
I wanted to know what the fiber in your diet was about.
I show you that.
Hey, shout out to Heathen. How you doing?
Yo, Khan, Adil wants you to spit for him. Email him.
Then I do. I spit in his eye.
A deal. He said he's spitting your Jap side.
Khan, have you seen your face?
Khan, you can hardly breathe, let alone spit, mate. You're going to struggle there. I've never made a fat joke to this day. No, I love my brother Khan. I can say that.
Don't get with the brother.
Featuring Khan.
Khan has been kind to me, so I like.
Where was you? Rehab?
He tried sliding with the brother thing. Oh, what you hitting him with the rehab jokes here? Let me go mute. Let me mute.
Come on, then, Khan. Hit me with
Where
it.
was you, man? We was looking for you, bro. Where was you? We found your brother.
Yeah, I went missing.
Rehab.
My brother? My brother would have phoned me and told me, no, I don't do rehab, so I just struggle.
I heard they locked you in the bedroom, come like train spotting. That film.
They wanted to.
They locked the man in the room.
But they know my DNA won't co-sign that, and the door will just come off the hinges, so they would never do that to me.
Who went rehab?
What?
Who went rehab?
I did go to rehab about 15 years ago, so you missed, old news, Khan. Yes, it is chip wrapping.
Yes, for everyone else sung about it.
That would have been some mouldy ass chip wrapping still.
Can't take him out for
that man out here in the background.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you know, I came on listening to the show. All I heard was carrying suitcases, and then what did you guys do after that?
I don't know. Tell us
you went
about
to
when
a
you
park,
came on.
I believe it was.
Did you put
Oh yeah, they sex in the park, man. They sex in the park.
Oh
no, you guys were good enough to take that shit down.
And they perceived that was
new day, new me. Listen, girls are allowed to say any day they want. It's a new me. You know what I mean? Come feel new me.
Got the girls,
this is why women are dangerous, you know.
It's mad.
To be fair, I'm also cooking facts a bit of dinner at the same time as jumping on this chat. So I can multitask.
What are you cooking right now?
Wait a minute.
Okay. No, because it's not fucking cordon bleu cooking. I'm doing like.
What are you cooking? What are you making?
Right, pasta, bacon, cheese sauce, and some seasoning.
Because we live by the coast and it's freezing. And we need this energy to.
Last night was chili con carne.
Well,
lovely.
We don't eat a lot of bacon, but I do like bacon.
Yeah, don't worry, don't worry, man. Don't worry. Eat your bacon, man. Do your thing, bro.
That's me, innit? Like, I'm
no way, man.
What the hell? That sounds like prison food, man.
What?
No. We got steaks. We got chicken and bacon pasta.
You like chicken and bacon pasta?
No, the only time I ever had a chili con carne, first time in my life, was fucking.
What did we have last night? Tell me what we had last night.
Okay, last night's menu today, as they say in Spanish, was okay. So for lunch we had crispy potato slices with fresh cooked salmon on top.
Nice.
Thank you. Evening meal. This is what cheered him right up. Was homemade chili con carne with proper nice rice. Not when it's sticky. Not when it's dry, but proper. He ate the fucking
right. And considering your time among rice and watching very closely.
Shut up.
Is it basmati rice? Is it basmati rice?
That's winter food, man. That's like a, you know what I mean? A little bit of warmth in the bowl and that. Yeah, man. Chili con carne.
Tilda rice is the best. Tilda rice.
And we've got to shout out Motivational Monday, because if it wasn't for Motivational Monday, this would have never happened between me and Amanda. So that's what it is.
Fucking day, every morning. Do you know what Fax says to me? Oh, I think we should go now. Like, I think we should go. Then he said to me, oh no, don't go. I'm not very well. Look after me. Later on, after the chili con carne, he goes, oh well, no, I didn't want you to go, but I just I don't need looking after. But no, just stay. Like,
he's got skills, man.
I just like playing with people's minds.
So here's the big question to you. Here's a big question. Since you've got together, you've not really left each other's side, yeah? At what point? At what point are you going to take a break? You have to take at least 24 hours. 24 hours, minimum 24 hours. You have to understand from each other, because I don't want to see you lot burn out. You know, it's not.
That's what I said. But we're so close.
it's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah. So if you truly hear me out. I'll give you a bit of wisdom, right? If you truly enjoy each other's company and value each other's company, the same way that you might like porridge or you might like chili con carne, you're not going to eat it. You're not going to eat it every day. You're going to give yourself breaks so that you can come back and enjoy it. That's the same with humans, especially with people that you love and people that make you really sore. Yeah? Have a bit of...
I don't love...
We want to be together forever.
No, but there's no love involved now, guys.
No, Jed, I'm agreeing. I said, look, like, so it's like 7th day we haven't been apart from each other's company, and I'm like,
I went home for a day.
oh, no, you didn't. You went home for 4 hours and then you turned up again.
Exactly.
Yo, facts. Are you sure it's a puppy?
I do. Right now, I do, man. Yeah, it's
Jedi, you're correct.
Listen to me very carefully, though. I know that you look. I know it might. Like, I'm saying, I think the vibrations between you two is very high. You got good connectivity, and you've proven it by spending 5-6 days together in each other's pockets, enjoying, slurping and burping, licking and sucking, eating and laughing. Great stuff. I'm so happy for you. What I don't want to see you do is annoy her or her annoy you because you've not given each other space. You have to factor that into the relationship too. Space. And 4 hours.
I need my space, Jedi, but I don't want Amanda to think I'm being dread or moody and pushing her away.
Okay. In the last 24 hours, he's called me a dumb idiot.
Yeah, I call you all the names, but I don't mean it. It's just that you just
get on. Say it. No, can I talk to the female?
Facts. Let her talk to you.
Female to female.
No, Jedi's not.
No, I know that. Exactly.
I'm listening, Amanda.
Right.
In fact, could you do it, please? Let her just talk, please, without you editing.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, your voice inside your head, right, is your self-talk.
Right.
People that are idiots don't have that self-talk. Your self-talk is how your parents speak to you, right? So I raise my children in a way that's loving. So they have nothing but love in their mind for themselves. If you hear a man call you shit day after day, and this is what I'm saying to him, I need space too, man. Like, all I'm hearing of him when he's moody is dumb cunt, dumb bitch, lie. I'm a liar. What the and he says to me, oh, don't take it personal. How am I supposed to not take it personal? Like, that shit cuts deep, and I'm already, do you know what I mean? I'm already a little bit broken. That's cool. You know, broken pens still fucking write a little bit. They still scratch the surface, but...
What are you saying? What are you saying that facts has kind of broken you a little bit?
No, not at all, Matt. I'm stronger than that. I've got real grit and determination, but I don't need to hear that every single day.
Okay, yeah.
I don't. I'm not going to stand for that.
Judge Dredd, when did you become Dr. Dredd, man?
Oh, just now we're giving him a doctorate.
Facts, man. Allow it with the abuse, facts, man. Can you go for a walk or something?
I know the game. I know how females roll.
Facts. Let's have a word. Let's have a word. Facts.
Man to man. Come on.
Yeah, man. Family to family, man. What's all the
family to family? Sorry.
What's all the abusive?
Right. Okay, because it's like this, yeah. Like I'm right. So I live on my own for like 10 years, yeah. If I leave something in my house, well, I come back a month later, it'll still be where I left it. Now Amanda here, tidying everything, moving my shit, tidying this, tidying that, and I love it. It looks all real clean. But then when I go to get something, I'm like, where the fuck's that? And then I was sort of like, what the fuck have you just done? I needed that. And then I don't mean to like overreact, but it's just me.
Listen, fact. What you're saying is that a woman has come into your life and is tidying up, and
correct.
How dare she clean my flat?
You know what I mean?
Don't call police.
Hold on. She's tidying up, and you know what it is, facts. Yeah, I'll be real, bro. Like, I think you're doing yourself a disservice by using language like that. Like, I think you know better than that, bro. So you're gonna have to.
I do know, and
listen. Hold on. Look, no one's expecting a miracle from you in like a few days. Or
7 days,
right? Yeah. But at the same time, you know full and well that is not the way to talk. Like, it's not even if you know she can handle that banter and whatever, blah blah blah. If you withhold it, you're gonna be doing yourself a great service. Do you know what I mean? Just as a practice of how. So you don't want to get carried away, and you don't want to start saying things. It gets easy before you know it. It's a laugh, but you kind of mean it, and you're just using words that's gonna put someone down. You don't want to do that.
All right.
Bro.
Jeds, I just want to be. No, hang on one second. Let me just say one thing. And then go on. Sorry, Geese, you chime in. Sorry, you talk. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to give you some advice. Yeah, for a woman, yeah, you know, words can make them or kill them, or break them.
Yeah. The thing is, I want to be the man. It's my church. It's my castle. You're in my space. If you start doing dumb shit or things that I'm not feeling, it don't matter who you are. I'm going to have to pull you up on it because that's just how I am. It's not personal.
Can I ask you a
it's
question?
not personal.
Facsimile, can I ask you a question?
No.
Do you know the difference between a reason and an excuse? Because you're just giving us excuses right now.
No, the reason is I want to be. I am the man, and it's my castle. It's my church, and you've got to respect my shit.
Your dog, do something, mate.
To be honest, like, I get where Fax is coming from. There's no excuse for the behaviour. But no, listen. Because
please. As soon as hold on, Bex. As soon as I noticed this, it's like as soon as a woman starts talking, a man is definitely going to speak at the same time. Like we should try and do the opposite. And just give the ladies a bit more space.
I apologise, Sister Becca. That's my bad.
They feel a bit more comfortable coming on here. Hold on, and interrupting speaking, please. Sorry, go on, Becca.
No, I was just going to say, I hear where Fax is coming from. There's no excuse for the behaviour. I'm not going to make excuses for the behaviour. But being on your own for a long period of time, it doesn't matter who it is that's coming into the home. It's an invasion of their space, isn't it? Do you get what I'm saying? And if you're a person that's been on your own, like me, I've been on my own for it'd be 4 years in January. Right. And anyone coming into my personal space, it could be my brethren that's coming to stay with me for a couple of days. Like, it irritates the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm
saying?
Right. It's not necessarily what they're doing. It's because it's my personal space. And I'm letting someone into my personal space. And it takes a long time for you to get comfortable with that because you're sharing, you're bringing someone into that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Becca, I've been in a loveless marriage for 13 years, so you can't tell me. No, I don't mean you in general. I mean, people can't tell me shit about being alone because I've been in a relationship and still been alone. I've been in a house with 2 children, a husband, untold friends, and yet I'm still in the kitchen crying because I feel alone. So no, I allowed him to come to my house first, to my manor, and do whatever he wanted to do, and I didn't.
Did I disrespect your setting?
No, I didn't bitch at you. I didn't moan at you. I didn't complain.
No.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because you didn't moan or put me on blast.
Okay. Women can hold a space in their mind. Okay, I can hold my tongue. I've been trained, rightly or wrongly, to hold my mouth. Okay, and I'll find the right time to say, listen, Beau, like. You said something like a week ago, and I don't mean to like long it out for a week. I haven't been angry for a week, but you need to know that really affected. And that's what I said to him this morning, walking along the road, nice and casual, going to get some food. Like, don't call me a liar. How do you know my truth? How do you know my experience? You think you know.
How dare you? How dare you?
And the way he wants to talk about use women. Now I object to use women because I'm a female, fact, but I'm not used. The minute you start saying about them and us and others makes you superior, and by virtue of that, what does that make me?
So would you like me to run around the house and you telling me everything to do?
It makes me inferior. I've done both of you. Men, mouse, dogs, but you know.
I'm not what? The latter.
Well, that's my truth. Disagree if you want to disagree. There's people that will feel what I'm saying. There's people that will still be feeling what Fax is saying. Like, he's scared. I get that. Don't come into my house and do stuff if you're not going to do that for life.
Amanda, are you a fan of just going with the flow and following the energies and letting things be what they want to be? You like that,
yeah?
All right. I can tell you like that. I kind of trapped you. Right. I can tell you like that, yeah? And even though that is an admirable quality in an artist, and it's an admirable quality in, I don't know, like a party party pal, right? When we're talking about humans that come into each other's lives, I'm saying a little bit of that could be a bit of fantasy. We do need to take control, especially when we're coming from histories. Hold on. Especially as we're coming from histories of partners and relationships and things we've done in our lives and trauma, right? What we need to do is
trauma.
When you've had trauma in your life, I believe freewheeling is a good feeling, but what you actually need is to take control. So I'm saying in this situation with you and Facts, if this is a guy that you actually quite like and enjoy his company, I'm telling you, just like I would tell my 16-year-old son or daughter when they're in a puppy love and they won't get out of the hostel with their girlfriend or whatever for 2 weeks straight, I'm telling them, listen, it's all fun. Take a fucking breather, yeah? Take a day and then come back. In fact, make it a thing where you meet each other every other day or you spend 2 days on and a day off. But you have to...
This is
Hold
what
on.
I said.
Hold on. Stop talking. You have to implement this in the situation you're in. Otherwise, you're gonna be doomed. You're gonna push each other away because you both got trauma to deal with. Yeah. It's nice to have a companion from time to time, day to day, but not every day. So you're gonna have to take space because I feel Amanda needs space as well. As much as she knows about being lonely, she knows about being in a house, in a lovely marriage. You don't really know a lot for the last 13 years of being on your own. And being on your own is something that Facts is really good at. Facts, you need to learn how to spend time with people. So this is why you can't just do it one way or the other. You can't just do it Amanda's way. You can't just do it Facts' way. You've got to compromise. That's why I say day on, day off. 2 days on, 1 day off.
But Jeds, we're so similar and we gel and it's like we bounce off each other and we don't like we just have a moment where we might argue, but other than that.
How could the next thing you say after I gave you the best advice you're gonna hear this side of 2020 be but Jeds? That shows your unwillingness to accept the truth that you know. Both you and Amanda know I'm telling the truth. So if you don't choose to go with it, hold on. If you don't choose to go with it, this is an indication of your dependent personalities, which is ultimately going to be destructive to the thing that you claim that the very thing you claim is giving you happiness and joy and a distraction and whatever. You're going to destroy it by not letting it, by not letting it rest.
By not letting it breathe, by just giving it air. I've got a business to run. I run a successful business. My next event comes up like tomorrow. I'm trying to get home this afternoon. Right. I'm not being fucking like I'm my own boss, but I am trying to tell him that I've got stuff to do. Like, you come with me if you want to do it with me, but it's Christmas. I've got my kids. I've got 6 days until I'm going to stand up in a family court face to face with a man that wants to abuse me. Like, I need my game face on. I need to have a poker face for that shit. I'm going to fuck this cunt up seriously. My husband's only going to court, right? Facts, because he wants to see me face to face. I spoke to him this morning. He said to me, babe, you can stop all this nonsense and come back home. But I'm not down for that life anymore. Sadly, your man has opened my eyes a little bit, and I've got other stuff to do. I want my kids home, and like that'll change the whole game, because then I'm not available 24/7. Well, I am to my children, but he'll have to slot in where I can fit him in, and he'll either like that, lump that, or jog on. But he's on about, I could have all these women. Well, sweet, go.
No, I didn't say that. I said that most women, because of my lifestyle, and now I'm free of that they would like, it is.
I mean, that shit cuts deep. I could have any other woman. I'm at the right time to have found any
other woman. I said the woman. Hold on. Okay, that's yesterday's news. I don't want to do that.
To be fair, I don't want to turn this into our show. It's not our show. We'll see you in 90 days' time for the wedding, bro. Like, you're all invited. Bring a hat.
90 days in.
We're now 80.
All right. Anyone else got an opinion they want to share? Anyone else got an opinion? Go on.
Yeah, facts. What I want to say is, it depends on what are you looking for? What are you looking for? That's the main thing. What are you looking for?
Right. I'm not looking to have my life taken over. I'm not looking to be, like I keep saying to Amanda, you got to leave that old world at the door, yeah? The way I live my life is different to other people.
What are you looking for? in this relationship? What are you looking for?
Just someone that will meet me halfway. Someone that will like accept that I want to be on my own today, or I don't want you to go today, or
oh, there's a little bit of emotion in that voice there.
you know, like so. What I'm saying is, it's what Jedi's saying, like, but it's so hard to implement those boundaries. So to implement that so that we do get our longevity out of it.
No, you got to think about it like
you need to make it clear. You need to make it clear to her where you stand.
You've gone into JD Sports. You've gone into Cecil G's. You've gone into Probitos. I'm bringing you some old places, right? And you spent £200 on a pair of jeans or some trainers or some luxury item, and it looks the fucking dog's bollocks. You wear it out the shop. Like, it looks so good. You're at the shop, and people are literally reacting, turning around. Before you've got home, you've had 3 people ask you where you got this from. So you go home, you take it off, you look in the mirror, you take some pictures, you take it off, you hang it up, and you're looking at it. You wake up, you go sleep, you wake up in the morning, you think, fuck, shower, boom, 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 add my food, what am I going to put on? Do you know what? I put on that thing that I bought yesterday, and it looks fucking brilliant, and you put it on, and you go out on time, you meet your friends, and you do this, and everyone's like, right, that's fucking sick, yeah? And then you go home, you go sleep, and you hang it up. You wake up in the morning, you think, what am I going to wear today? I'm going to wear that brand new thing I bought 2 days ago. And you carry on like that, and guess what happens after a month?
It ain't brand new anymore.
Right. And not only is it not brand new anymore, you stop getting compliments on how crisp it looks and how shiny.
Yes.
Yeah?
You lose the value of it.
And then it starts making you feel as special when you put it on. Yeah? That's because you've rinsed it out, bruv. Yeah? So if you want to keep telling me about how, oh yeah, well, we get on so well, great. I'm glad you've recognized all the things you like about Amanda and all the things Amanda likes about you. Yeah? But are you at some point going to take the effort it takes to preserve that thing you like? Because if you're not...
But there's one day Amanda doesn't want to go. There's one day Amanda wants to go. And there's one...
Literally last sentence. I know I'm going on a bit, yeah? If you're not, you're literally going into the shop to spend a lot of money and a lot of energy on something that you are ultimately just going to run into the ground. There's not even no point buying it.
Right. So, and it's both of us, Jedi. Like, we're both equally as guilty of it. I want to be with Amanda. Amanda wants to be with me. Amanda wants a day off. I don't want her to go. I want a day off. She doesn't want me to go. So we've got to try and work through this. Someone's phoning.
Yeah. In fact, and I'll say, you see this bunga guy comment? Is that true?
I can't. Oh, now it's mashed up. I'm going to drop back in and drop out because someone phoned and it's messed up all the thing. That's all right, Jeds, please.
Oh, yeah, you're good facts, man. Anytime, man. Yeah. Wagwan, where's everyone else, man? None of you ain't got no advice for facts. You can't. It's like Adil's the only one beside the stage.
I ain't giving him no advice, Jed. He's got a woman. Let him do his thing, man. He's happy, innit?
Yeah, cool, innit? Yeah, for real.
I'm happy for him as well.
I'm happy for him, but I don't want to hear I don't want to hear a whole story at the end of it, though. Like,
what you said was true, so there's nothing more to say, bro. Like, you're together for 5 days, have a little break, come back together again, and just hold your little vibes, innit? Don't fuck it up.
Yeah, hold your vibes, man.
Yeah.
Hold your vibes, you know, but like the everyday thing, it's a childish thing.
You need your personal space, innit? You need your personal space.
Yeah, we do that. We do that when we're dependent.
They just need to find a balance. That's all it is. Trying to find a balance. That's it. Do you know what I'm saying? And in the beginning of relationships, you have what they call a honeymoon period where you want to be with each other all the fucking time. Do you know what I'm saying? So like, it's natural. No one's saying it's not natural to feel the way they do, but it's true. Like, you do need that time apart, especially if obviously Vax is feeling like obviously becoming abusive in a way. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, like I said, I'm the same way.
I had broken
my personal space. It irritates me.
Yeah, your personal space is important, man. It is, and also knowing when to give into that personal space as well. It's just the balance. The balance.
But usually women take that wrong. They think,
women do get it wrong. A lot of the time.
No attention, all that.
Yeah, that's a fact, Adil. I think it's a woman's priority prerogative to take it wrong when you put in space. You know what I mean? I know some women are the ones that want the space, but it's quite rare. I mean, it's not rare actually. Women do want space too, but the thing is, women will ignore the fact that they want space, because they're just like that. They're like, yeah, I want space, and they'll just get a bit bitchy, and then they'll find something to do within that space and distract themselves and get over it. Whereas a man, when a man wants
come out of
doing
nowhere.
all kinds of weird shit. When a woman needs space, she'll start arguing with you and not realize she just wants you to. She'll think that she just wants you to change your behavior, but really, she wants you to go away for a while so she can miss you. Trust me. Trust me.
Yeah,
Trust me. But when you go away, she misses you, and all that goes out the window.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
I think it does, man.
It does. We've got to try and find that balance because it's difficult, right? Especially when you first meet someone. You don't want to think, oh, they're going to go away and think that they don't like me anymore. If it be me to Amanda or Amanda to me. But
some of it is controlled, isn't it? Facts. Like, I just thought that what I was saying it. Like, you know, like, oh, if I go, then maybe things change. Maybe this little bubble changes. And when I come back, it don't feel the same. I know that, but
yeah,
that's what
I've got to take that chance.
That's short holidays for. That's a short holiday. You get me?
And we've both got a past, and we've got a lot of stuff to deal with from that, and that's a lot of strain on when you meet someone and you both find out you've got more baggage than fucking Heathrow Airport put together. You know, it takes a while to work through it.
Yeah, fact. Do you feel like she's clingy? Too clingy, like too fast, too clingy.
Yeah, but that's just how I was 10 years ago, so I get it. I know exactly where the girls.
Well, you're not clingy now, yeah? You're not clingy now, no?
No.
Okay,
Are you sure?
No.
Are you sure? Are you sure, Facts?
I don't believe him.
Are you sure, Facts? You're not clingy?
Maybe I'm fibbing.
All right, let her go home then. Let her go home.
Yeah, let her go home.
No, she's on the phone. She's talking to her parents.
I know. But let her go home if you're not clingy, yeah? If you're not clingy.
I think Facts is insecure.
Test it out.
It's insecurity at the root. Big up, Miriam. Big up, Miriam. Happy New Day. Hope you jump on, Mary. Love to hear from you. And where's Mary Jen? Love to hear from you.
Is a G, man. She's a G.
Western Goddess.
Western Goddess. My big
and there's more ladies I'm trying to draw out. So find out your ladies. But some of you lot are just like, I don't know.
What's that analogy about the bird and the cage?
Why I don't know. Why a bird? Why a caged bird sings? That's what I know. I don't know.
No, that if you cage your bird or something, but if you let it free.
Oh no, you're not gonna go down that cliche. Let it go.
It'll come back to you. A bird, you let a fucking tamed animal out of a cage, it's never coming back.
I fucking hate that. I hate that shit. If it was yours, let it go. It comes.
Especially one that makes sausage and stuff.
Hello, Max, are you there?
It's a different type of bird.
All right.
What's happening?
Wait, hold on. One second. Go on, Afghan.
Yeah, I was just saying facts. You know, you're a wonderful individual. You're doing a great job. You see, you know, like women, they're like canaries, you know. They're very beautiful, but they have to be caged in certain points within the relationship.
This guy.
So
Amanda's not feeling this one. If you could see a man, come on, let's show that look again.
This is Afghan.
What did he say?
Afghan romance.
I'm calling bullshit on birds. I'm not a bird. I'm not a canary. If anything, I'm like a parrot or some sort of eagle. No, man. You don't cage a woman.
Together, though.
Yeah.
They are quite
Look how Facts can't stop smiling, bro.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, look at him. Hair's all
I
spritzed up and everything.
Even though a man doesn't agree, Afghan, I actually agree with you.
Buy yourself a bird at the pet shop then.
No, let Afghan finish, please.
Because Facts is definitely a crow, an albino crow.
Hold on. Afghan, your advice is hitting a sweet spot, and Facts wants to hear it again. Can you reload it for him?
Well, you want me to repeat it again?
Yeah, he wants it again. He loved it.
I was basically saying that women are like canaries. They're very beautiful, but they have to be caged at a certain point. because she would fly away, wouldn't she? But the point is, look, right?
Exactly.
I can tell.
I've got to clip them wings.
No,
you
but
can't be
Facts,
leaving me.
I can
No,
Facts. 1 minute, man. You always do this. Just relax. But the point I was going to make is, Facts. I can sense and assess that she's very loud as well. I think you really need to discipline her a bit as well.
I agree, Amanda.
and
have I been disciplining you on when we was on a live stream earlier about to talk loud? But it's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind the loud talking. But
nah, I'm only joking. I'm only being joking. I'm starting to sound like a woman abuser, man. No, I'm not.
Many
like
a
that.
true word said in jest. You weren't joking, and neither is fact.
But all right.
Said in jest.
Okay, Afghan. That's just one quality, right? But she's got so many other qualities. So I'm not going to put her on blast for just doing one thing that talking loud, like. But there has to be. I keep saying this to people in a relationship. There's two people. Someone's got to lead and someone's got to follow. Or you're a straight team. But being a straight team together, growing together, and doing it together is in the current climate and everything that's gone on in the past and all the roles that women have got to play, men have got to play.
All right. The last thing I say is this, yeah. You lot seem to be very good at playing husband and wives and families. Like, practice doing girlfriends, innit? Friends and girlfriends. Friends, girlfriends and boyfriends. That's what you lot should be
As
classified.
Ludacris said, lovers and friends.
Yeah,
lovers and friends.
Lovers and friends,
yeah.
And just treat it like that. So, like, honestly, you're gonna have to be very strict with each other. Look, you're addicted to each other's company, yeah. But we know that addiction is not a joke. Right. And left unchecked, addiction can ruin lives. Right, something you once enjoyed can become your personal hell. So just take lessons from your marriage, lessons from your life, and apply that to the new thing that is special and nice to you, and give it the tender care and be precious with it and show discipline. Because we know what happens when you don't show discipline, you end up suffering. And I'd hate for you two that's making each other smile to be the reason that you lot are in tears or hurt. There's enough of that in the world. And the way you do that is by taking your time, yeah, and being gentle, yeah, delicate. That means you got to turn the tap off sometimes. Don't let it overflow if you want to control it and enjoy the bath, yeah? All right, that's it. That's enough from Dr. Jedi today.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, Doctor.
Right, switch up the topic
we
now.
Love it. But yeah, no, onto something else now.
Right, let me give you some jokes. Right.
I don't want to ever see you being the next Dr. Phil, though. That's not going to work.
No. It's not Dr. Phil.
Dr. Love. Dr. Love.
Let me play this for you. Let me know. Is this echoing? Let me know if this echoes.
Recently, Willow Smith said that the black community shunned.
No, you're good. You're good. It's on mute now. Jedi.
What's up?
Ever.
That's all right now. It went. It's cool now. Yeah.
Well, could you hear it? Yeah.
I could, and then it went silent for a couple of seconds.
Oh, the sound went. Okay, so that means I have to leave it playing. Okay, cool.
Recently, Willow Smith said that the black community shunned her and her brother. And, I was sick and everything, so I didn't say anything about it. But I'm feeling good, and I can't let it go until I address how I feel about this. So, you're the children of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith, the man who won the first rap Grammy ever. I'm talking about, did the show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which showed black people are not a monolith, showed different sides of black culture and how we all can come together and still relate to each other. Your mom was Lena James from A Different World, the show that single-handedly led to the most enrollment into black colleges, the biggest surge in history. And your mama was best friends with Tupac Shakur, whose mother was a Black Panther. I mean, all this, culture, black culture around you, all this, and that you got to receive, and your brother is out here looking like a cast member in the movie The Craft. I just don't. I'm lost. What did you gather through all these years is what I'm trying to understand. It's not like black people were like, nah, we don't fuck with, you know what I mean, Willow and Jaden. Nah, you niggas seem to clearly not fuck with us because nobody told your brother to look like the Wicked Witch of the West. Who told this nigga it was okay to look like that? Who told? We gotta roast you whenever you do shit like that. It's not that we don't like you, but if you shave off half your eyebrows and then dye your hair pink, what do you think niggas is gonna say? I don't know one black person who ever got to go to school like that and thought, nah, ain't nobody gonna say shit. Niggas is gonna rock with this. That's not how that works. Or what about whenever he went to Kanye West's wedding with a white Batman costume? That's appropriate for a wedding. The closest I've ever seen Jaden to even remotely resembling the culture is when he sometimes dresses like TLC, which is weird, you know what I mean? But at least it's close to the culture. I don't really understand where the influence came from. I didn't know he was a big TLC fan. But it sounds like what you're looking for is privilege. You're looking to be able to do or say anything you want without any criticism from the culture. And that's not of the culture. Every black person on this planet that has ever been around other black people got roasted at some point for a choice that they made or something that they said, because that's part of the culture. And that's also the way we show our love to people at times. So maybe we were showing our love and you just saw it differently. Because if we really didn't fuck with you, we wouldn't even talk about you or even care what you were doing. Also, remember, December 10th through the 13th, I will be performing.
Yeah, big up. There's a little something I found it funny, car. Yeah, they are weird. They're weird. Will and Jada's children. Well, I got no family. What we saying out here? I've seen a lot of mute buttons. So obviously half of you lot weren't just what I'm playing.
Mine just come off mute because how's that the culture? That don't strike me as any.
No, he's talking about where they come from. He's not talking about what they're doing now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So that. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, boy. It's painful, isn't it, to see? What can I say? It's painful. Like I haven't even got any words for it. Like. And they part of all that neutral gender thing as well.
Yeah, I think they are still. I don't know though. I really do.
I swear I heard or saw something or whatever about one of them saying that they are neutral gender. They're not a boy or a girl. They're just neutral. But it's all weird.
You can't, Becca. I get it. If you want to dress like neutral, that's fine. But you naturally you're born as a boy or a girl.
Okay, so truthfully, legally, the definition your sex is assigned to you pre-birth. You are either born a male or a female. Your gender is movable, is fixable. How many? It is. Across the whole of the world, in so many different cultures, there are men that are born with a dick, but for whatever reason, theatrical or whatever. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I'm not going to have a view on someone's sex. I couldn't give a flying fuck what sex somebody is. Like, if you've got a dick, in my mind, you're a man. You've got, females have got, but I don't care if you're a male, female, fucking unicorn, shopping trolley. Like, I hope my kids want to remain in the sex that they were birthed as, i.e. I've got one son, I've got one daughter. No, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, hopefully then there won't come a day where they're going to say to me, Mum, I'm a lesbian.
Wait, who's saying not too much information? You say, yeah, okay, that's you got facts. One side. If your son turns around and says, "Oh, Mum, you know what? I'm a girl. I'm going to remove my testicles I'm going to get breast implants. I'm going to live my life as a woman.
Okay, so privately, I would say to the father, i.e., facts. What the fuck? What the fine? Like, we're not going to support that.
Nah, you live it is.
But between he and I, we might disagree and say, but we'll put a front on in front of the child to say, yeah, no, of course, nothing but love, nothing but unconditional love. And do you know what? Children that have got unconditional love do not feel the need to be a lesbian or a gay or transgender. They're just comfortable in their own skin. That's what love can transform people.
One sec. When I said not too much information, I didn't want Amanda to say how many children she's actually got and so on and so on. I wasn't.
All right. So it's only actually 2.
None of your. Oh my God!
Like, last time I checked, I'd only birthed 2.
Right, just continue.
No.
Truth, honesty is the best policy.
That's how I feel about transgender. And like, you keep calling people out.
So how do you feel like facts? How do you feel about the transgender? Like, especially when it comes to your children, your views.
Well, I've just trying to put Amanda up on game, and now I've broke it all down. It's like, oh my God, this is all new to me. I can't believe, and I'm like, yeah.
If Cardi B has got a dick, that is a boss. However you look at it.
Not to me. It's just a gay man.
And what? If the music's good.
Well, look, we're not talking about that. We were talking about.
We are. We can talk about it. This is why it's important to know your partner. Because if you have fundamentally different views on gender and sexuality, then there's things that should be discussed so you can find where your middle ground is.
Right.
Hold on. Whether there's room for compromise or whether you have to agree to disagree or whatever. So, like, I mean, in terms of
go our separate ways, because I'm not going to compromise, because it's like I'm not. It's like I can't speak for anyone else. It's just like it is what it is. I don't want to listen to transgender singers in the morning. I don't mind if a little bit in the evening when I'm tired and sleepy and whatnot. But no, it's like it's things we don't agree on, but some subjects we just don't talk on. So, but it's not a deal breaker. I've always said this. I've got nothing against the LGBT community. I think my belief system and how they've come to that. So if Amanda's child or we have a child and it wanted to transgender, it would break my heart, but that's still my child, or it's still the woman I love's child. So I'm not gonna. It's not a deal breaker. It's not.
I work with kids in care that come to puberty, and because of the trauma they've experienced, sexual, physical, emotional, or otherwise, that is the catalyst for them to decide that they don't want to have. Okay, so woman to woman, like Becca will feel me on this. How many men on a daily basis try and approach you and touch you? How many men want to think they can give you eye contact and try and fuck you? How many men want to think that I can see why a young woman would want to bind her breasts down, because that is your sexuality. Women that
inappropriate men come at them when they should.
Thank you. And men for the same reasons. Maybe they've been demasculine, whatever the word is, demasculine. They've been made to feel like less of a man, so therefore they identify with a female. That in my mind, that's the reason why people switch over and change over. The heartbreaking thing is, I've worked with kids that their parents have encouraged them, even promoted that sort of stuff, and they come to me at 15 having already had testosterone, and I'm the one saying to them, who are you? What are you about? Don't worry about what your physical appearance. I've walked into a house before, okay, I've looked at the mother's son, and straight away, my female intuition was like, nah, that was born a woman. And fuck me if I don't sit down and the mum goes, oh, I've got something to tell you. Like, I did lie. I don't have, 2 sons. I've got 1 son and 1 daughter. That to me says that how am I going to place children there that are confused? How am I going to place a child that's got trauma? Because that family, sadly, have now got a history of allowing their minors, you are a minor until you're 18, to change sex. Nah, not on my watch. Not when I was working, not when I'm mothering. I could see a stranger in the street and know if they're sad and what they're trying to achieve out of life and where they're, I don't know.
Facts.
He's having a piss at the minute with his dick.
Yeah, no. Okay.
I did check, to be fair.
Did he check?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, but
oh, he's all man. He's all man. It's all right. We're a good match. We're a good fit. This is the problem. Men and women are supposed to fit together like a jigsaw.
Right.
You know, I don't quite know. Well, I do know because I've watched porn, but I don't quite know how men and women fit together. I'm not saying that's wrong. You know, that's not my. But nah. In my world, I'm not religious. I get people's reasons for being religious. I understand. I've got mad respect for that, but I wouldn't be supporting it, encouraging it, just because I want to listen to somebody on the TV that is like, that's a man.
You would support your child. You would support your child though if they made that decision.
Of course, publicly, but privately, we'd be sat there thinking, what have we done?
Okay, but you wouldn't. Hold on, let me just like try and get some logic in this. Yeah. You would support. You wouldn't support. You wouldn't support LGBT publicly, yeah. Like, but if it came to your child, then you'd support your child publicly, which is kind of a contradiction.
No, that's not what I said. No, I agree. That's a contradiction. If I'm a social worker working for a child, that's who I'm working for. I serve no other family member but that child. If that child tells me that they want to transition and I'm the only person that can help them, then I'm going to do that publicly, privately. Like, I'll shout it. And what I'm saying for my own birth children is I'll do the same, but privately. Me and Fax would go, I'm like, what the fuck have we done? We've done something wrong there.
Now, the point I'm saying is though, if you publicly now support your child, yeah, and my child is watching and sees you publicly supporting your child, then you're promoting it to my child too.
I agree, man. I agree. That's why there is such a big push because people that are LGBT feel proper alone in the world, and they reach out with internet and they reach out to connect with other people like them. It happens the world over. Why do you think the dark web exists? It exists for paedophiles and people to push that shit.
Look, Jedi, look, like they like, you know, when children get to a certain age, like, and you can't stop them doing what they're going to do. They're young adults, like. I don't want to push them away. So as much as it would burn me, and like, I ain't going to go to none of the marches or anything. I'm not going to say, take that shit out of your room. Don't wear that. Don't do this, because it's just going to push it further them away. And I wouldn't do that. So it would break my, it would break my heart, but it would just be fucking sod's law that it would probably fucking happen as well. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, so, but no, like, blood is blood, you know, like, your child is your child. Like, it doesn't matter, even if they've done some horrific things, you don't have to, like, you know, they're still your child, so.
No, I don't agree. Like, when they say they're still your child, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, does that mean,
say your child murdered someone? Like, you're not going to say, because my child murdered someone, I'm going to disown them. Or if they want to be gay, I'm going to disown them.
Why not? We disown other people in our family for doing things. Why not? Your child's murdered another child. If your child's grown up and murdered a woman, the fuck are you supporting them for?
Because there is a whole debate about nature or nurture. Some children are going to be, for whatever reason, and that's their purpose in life, to kill. There's the whole debate then about nurture. Yeah. So in some way, when you have a child, right, women don't understand this at the time, and that's why you've got teen pregnancy. You've laid down and made a baby. You've got rights. Okay, but what comes hand in hand with rights is responsibility. It is your responsibility to raise your child right. And it's if you can't do it, you know, allow somebody else, like a family member, to do that. If you can't do it temporarily or permanently, like, I see enough kids placed for adoption because their family cannot and will not help them or support them.
No, what I'm saying, Jedi, we're not going to support it like that, but we're not going to turn our we're not going to kick them out and leave them on the street. But in the same respect, we're going to say, look, that's you've made your choice. We don't agree with it. You've always got a home here. Go and do what you're doing. Like if they're going to do it anyway, so they might as well do it under our roof. But we don't have to agree with it, and we will make that very well known. That's how I see it. With most of the panel have got children. But I know a few. Yeah, they're I don't have any children, but I think a few people on the panel do have. Yeah.
Half an understanding then. You've not got a full understanding. If you've not birthed.
It's Jedi. It's what my little big brother says. He's like he could never leave his son. He could never disown his son. Even for the worstest crimes, he's still I don't know. I just don't know. There's some things that you can't, co-sign and support. But if they haven't, how can I say it? If they haven't committed any paedophilia or rape, right? They're the only two things that you can't come back to the home, and we're not going to come and visit you or give you any money and help you anymore. But anything other than that, murder, transitioning, we can kind of work with that. I'm very open-minded.
I said,
it happens.
If you love a child, you will always forgive. It's that simple. Obviously, that's your opinion. I just don't share that opinion, Matt, man. I think. Yeah,
not if they've raped someone or be a nonce. I can't forgive them for that. But if they want to change sexes or murder, if they've look at my mate. I can say his name, Rob. He got hit once and died. Yeah, the guy didn't mean to do it. He went to jail and everything. He was regretful for it. So he's murdered someone, but his family still support him. And then, there's each case is individual. So, yeah. But there's some things that I wouldn't support. No.
All right. Trill OG's told me to have a look at this. 2 hours and 16 minutes. So I'm going to have a quick look at this and see if there's anything on there. Hit the like button, family tree. Where you at? Come jump on the panel. Speak up. Jump off mute. Jump off mute if you can. Engage in the convo. Kind of need you guys. So yeah. But let me see what this is about.
Yeah, time. Not once. He did it multiple. I lost count. Yeah, time.
That's very good.
Religious festivals like Mellors, isn't it? Then you put it like carnival.
Singing dance and everything.
The way he made it out,
you and me want to sing
like a mosque, like a building. He made it out like he meant it. He said it before to some of his dumb followers and that. Yeah, he made it out like these people were inside the building like a church or something, or like a masjid or mosque or something. But it was not even that. It's an open field. If you go Southall and or West London. Yeah, you see they have it in the middle of a park fun fair. It's like a fun fair. You get it's one of those things. You get fun fair rides and stuff. All of that. Yeah, and people go there from outside. It could be white, black, Asian, anything. People can just walk up there and enjoy going to these rides and stuff, innit? The way Raj made it out, like it's like Muslims go into the building, like anyone do something like that. But see how he twisted it. Trying to make it out, these Muslims are going into some religious building. But the people, anyone will get their head twisted anyway. You try that in a masjid or a church anyway. People do it. You go to
such a liar.
Let me hit up the like button.
Who's that, man?
Tell him come down there. But who the fuck am I? Who the fuck am I? No, wait, hold on. Who am I? Told this fucking guy who I am. Come off the YouTube. Told this guy I'll end his fucking career. You know me, innit? Told this fucking. How much have you paid him? How much have you paid him? How much you paid him? Yo, I did. Yo, he looks pissed, man. What's wrong with him? He looks pissed. He looks pissed.
Yo, that looks like a crackhead, man. That guy looks like a crackhead, man. That's a nitty, man. That's a nitty.
Where the fuck are we?
The guy getting the nitty of the street made him £5.
off the scene, man.
You paid the Nifty £5 to make him look hot.
You know it's fam. Bad boys.
Yo,
you can't tell.
Like, listen,
The guy paid the Nifty. The guy paid the Nifty £5, you know.
No point. You're live on you're live, man. You're not speaking to one person, man. You're live on the show.
Armadillo, no, Armadillo. Who's
you're on the show, bro. Right, listen, go on the show, man.
Adil, you paid the Nifty £5 to make him look like you're hot.
He doesn't even know what to say.
Another guy there, cousin one person that you
Yo, fast. Yo, fast. Zoom into his screen. Yeah, leave it like that. Leave it like that. Now make his screen big. Yeah, make his screen big.
like, cool,
Tell
man.
him,
Yeah,
tell him who am I?
talk, man.
Go on about
Go indoors, man. The cold night. Go indoors,
who am I?
man.
No, fam. Before you go,
Shut up.
you know me for a long
Go on,
time.
shut up.
You know me for a long time. Tell him
He
who
doesn't
the
know.
fuck
He
I
doesn't
am.
know you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know you.
We barge you, fam. My guy, bro. We barge you. That's my but why you barging me for? What do you mean they barging me? No, why you barging me? Why you barging me for?
That's my guy, bro.
Don't fucking barge me, bro.
Yeah, go back. I think go slap him. Slap him, Adil.
Yeah, bro,
Yeah.
don't barge me.
How much
bro,
is he paying you? All right, cool.
Alright. Don't. Yeah, alright.
Oh, somebody else is came on the party.
Go on, do your thing, bro, man. Come on, man.
Adil got buoyed up, you know. Adil got buoyed up.
Don't keep them around, bro. You get me? And make them put it in the mouth, bro.
Yo, Adil, how much did you pay the Nifty? Yo, you got botched. You didn't do shit.
Are you a Muslim,
man?
man?
Botched Nifty you.
You should got the strap out, bro. The 38 you showed that last time. What happened, man? It's just frozen. Screen. What happened? Are you alright, Adil?
I think he got slapped, you know. They just beat him.
Hey, Adil's funny still. Adil's funny. He's absolutely hilarious. And you see, man, entertaining Islamophobes again. You got Raj on your channel. Hey, Dogger, what are you doing, bro? Like, come on and explain. What was that, bruv? Huh? Dogger, now jump on, bro. Like, what was you doing? What was you doing, my brother? Like, you stopping people in the road. I see that you like to harass innocent
Could you not
people.
see
I
he
noticed
was
it's a
high,
trend.
Jet?
You like to get waved. Yeah, you like to get waved. And
And
then
when I
start
say high,
harassing innocent
people, I don't mean he was smoking a spliff. Yeah.
So what is it that makes you get so aggressive at night? Because everyone's saying, come on, yo, jump on, Adil. Yeah, jump on. That wasn't me, that was my twin. Rah. Are you one of them youths? Like, are you one of them guys? Come on, family man. Talk to me. Jump on, Adil. Please. Come and clarify what you're doing. What's your aim in life, bro? Man said, what the fuck madness? That wasn't me, that was a twin. I'm confused, bro. I'm fucking confused. Right. Let me load up something else, man. Let me load something else up. I hope you like hitting up that like button. I'm gonna come and do the check soon, but yeah, please. And you like in the chat, keep reminding people to like up the show for me, please, family. Big up A Raven. I don't know why I go on over there. I really don't know. A deal. Last night madness. LOL. It's all good. I'm good. All right, cool. You stay down there then, since you don't want to jump on when I asked you. Don't try to jump on when I don't. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you want to pick and choose. I'm saying, right, jump on quickly. You don't want to, but cool. Cool. Let me play this video. See what you lot think.
It's I'm 15. I got 15.
You said what?
I'm 15.
You playing, huh?
You said what?
Hold on.
It's I'm 15. I got 15.
You said what?
My meal finished.
You're playing, huh?
You said what?
You're playing with me, right?
Playing with you? Why?
What do you mean out 20? Like, what
You
does
owe-
that
you owe
what does
20.
that mean?
I mean, your meal was
What
20
does that
bucks.
my meal was $20?
Yeah, your meal was 20 bucks.
Okay. So what are you here for?
What do you mean what I'm here for?
What are you here for? That's my question. I didn't ask you to come on a date. You asked me to come on a date.
Yeah, I asked you if you wanted to come eat with me.
And then you're the man.
And you're the woman that ate food. What's funny?
Is that you gotta be joking right now.
No, I'm not joking.
Yes,
what do you mean?
are.
You ate? Did you or did you not eat?
Stop playing with me. Just pay the bill. Stop
I'm not playing.
You are.
I'm not
you
playing.
With me.
No, I'm not.
Stop playing.
I'm not playing.
So I guess the first question is, yeah, if you go on a date, if you approach a woman, if you go and say to a woman, yo, do you want to come out and eat with me? And she says, yeah. You lot sit down.
You're paying.
Is that what it means? Yeah.
Yeah, because you're the person that initiated it. You asked her, do you want to come out on a date? So you must have money to take her out. Like,
nah, I agree.
It can go both ways, but if I ask someone out, Jed, that means I'm paying, innit? I asked you to come out.
When you say to me, yo fam, what man's going to this club tomorrow and are you coming? And I'm like, yeah. And then when I get there and we're at the door, I'm like, yo, you got me here, Jungle. And you're like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, Carl, obviously you told me to come here, innit?
Yeah, I wouldn't have told you to roll, bro, if I didn't have you. Like, come on, fam.
No, don't lie, man. No,
100% on my life, bro. On my life. If I phone you tomorrow and say, Jed, yo, I'm going somewhere in South or whatever, that means I got you, blood. Man's gonna get lunch, whatever. We're gonna buy weed, have a drink. I asked you to roll with me, innit?
All right, but I'll be fair. I don't really treat the man them like that. Still, I'm gonna be honest.
I treat my brethren the same like family. So if we're out, whatever I'm eating, you're eating as well, bro. If I'm smoking, you're smoking, whatever, innit? You get what I mean?
Yeah. I get what you mean, and I do kind of agree. But I feel like as my homie, if I ask you to come somewhere as my brethren, I don't think you can really expect that I'm gonna pay for you to. Like, I don't think.
Yeah, because we roll different, so you would bring your own anyway, Jeds. So we'd be sharing, if anything. You know what I mean? Right. But different people roll different. Some man would just turn up with their bare hands, and if a man ain't got it, I can't really judge him. If you know what I mean.
Facts.
But if you got it and you try to turn up with your bare hand, couldn't even bring me a bottle of vodka or nothing. Come on, bro. Like, roll properly, innit?
Yeah, roll properly. It's true. Jay Khan says that's for females only. Females only
what? To share.
That kind of, if I invite you out, then I'm paying.
Imagine if I tell my friend that we're going raving tomorrow, if he brings his money, cool. But I asked him to roll with me. That means I'm gonna have drinks for us and we're gonna enjoy ourselves. Don't mean you owe me nothing. We're friends.
Yeah.
Or we're family, innit?
Yeah. Empress, Wagwan, you there? Fact,
I'm here.
Yeah, talk to me, Empress. What do you think?
But me personally, like, I don't go out anyway. But when people do say like, "Are you coming out, or do you want to go here or whatever?" Like, if I do go, which is not unlikely because I never got a babysitter anyway. But if I do go, I'll always make sure I've got money on me always. Because me personally, I don't feel comfortable rolling out without nothing on me. Like, I don't think it's right to depend on someone to pay for my taxi to get home. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't. Yeah, man. Yeah. But I mean, in this situation, if he's asked her to come out with her, then I can see what. But then, like, this is the thing. This is the narrative now. Like, with like, a lot of women think this, like, oh yeah, he has to pay kind of thing. But at the end of the day, you should always make sure you got your money on
you. Got yourself.
Like, you've got it. Like, you've always got to make sure you've got your own money in your purse, because if this situation does arrive, then like, fuck it, I'll pay for my money. You're not getting a second date, though.
Yeah, and I'm not rating this still, Jed. I'm not gonna lie. What he's doing right now, I'm not rating that.
You know what? Yeah, I listened to I looked at the title and I kind of thought that I would feel it, but I don't know. It just hasn't worked out in a way that I can't feel this. Like, I don't know why.
That's not right, bro. You asked the lady out, the lady's gone with you. You've ate the food now, and then telling her about you ate this. You need to pay. Wow.
Can I talk?
After they finish. Is it okay if you talk after they finish?
Facts. Please stop talking, Amanda. Like,
sorry,
Amanda, talk anytime you want.
Thank you.
Tell Facts to shut up. Tell him to shut up, man.
Right. Oh, thank you, my brother. Right. Listen. Real speak. I went to meet a guy once online. I met him, spoke for about 6 months, sussed each other out, going to be friends first. I met him at a train station. First off, he said, "Oh, you look nothing like your profile picture." Red flag. To be fair, neither did he. Yeah. We went out. He didn't live on his own, as he said. He lived with his mum and dad, but no judgment. This fella took me out, danced with me, drank with me. I bought my own drinks. Do you know what I wake up in the morning to find him doing?
And
he gets
having a wank in the
fingering
corner.
the fuck out of me.
What, fingering you?
Yeah. I shouted. This is why I've got such a voice.
Wait. Hold on.
No, wait.
Run it again.
Hold on.
I'll run it one more time.
I've heard someone say dumb stuff like that before in real life. How did you woke up to the person fingering you?
Just let her reload it. Reload again, Amanda. Let me hear it again.
Thank you. Thank you. In a nutshell, I don't need to tell the whole story. In a nutshell, despite the fact that I paid my own way, this guy felt entitled to try it on anyway. And clearly, like, alive and conscious, I'm having none of it. And I told him that I'm having none of this shit. Like, I'm here for a night. I'll crash in your bed. Your bed. Like, in the morning, I'm done. Like Becca said, I think it was Becca. One day only. No, to a second day. I shouted so loud.
Wait though, Amanda, because if he didn't tick the boxes when you was out with him, why didn't you
How did you end up
How
at the
am
house?
How am I supposed to get as a female from Hull, because that's where he lived, from Hull to Kent? That's a 5-hour journey. I paid my own fare there. I've got my own return ticket back, but at 2 o'clock in the morning, I just told him straight, stop that shit now. The following morning, we're having a bit of an argument. I'm saying to him, how dare you do that? What gave you that? Like, I wanted to hear his point of view, to be fair.
You think you could touch my vagina? Yeah.
What was his excuse?
Go on. And what did he say?
I thought you were feeling it. I thought we'd had a couple of drinks and you were feeling it, but obviously you're not.
Not when you was asleep.
Right? He told me to calm down and be quiet because his brother could hear. And I was like, I don't care. I don't care if your parents can hear. Don't finger women when they're asleep unless you've wifed that.
Why? I do. I would. Yeah,
it's not on the first date, Jedi. I doubt you do it on the first date.
I've probably been in that situation. Yeah, I probably invited a girl down from far. She's come down, and the difference is we probably didn't go out. She probably came straight to my house, and we was relaxing and doing adult stuff. Yeah, but say for instance, we were out and we came back to mine, drunk, whatever, and I knocked out. When I woke up, I'd be like, oh shit, yeah, and I'd be on it. I'd be on it, trying to motivate you, trying to stir your loins and get you in the mood.
You've both got to be awake for that.
Okay. So we don't call the police in my hood.
If she's asleep, I'd start touching her and trying to wake her and trying to touch her. Yeah, cool. I don't know. Is that weird?
But Jed, if they're not there for that, why did you put yourself in that situation? Like, it's mad. Why do some women do that to themselves? Like,
you can
put yourself in a mad situation. Imagine he was some serial rapist or whatever.
Shut up. I'm keen to hear the fella that wants to tell me that I put myself in that situation, because I don't call the police. I deal with my own shit.
Some women put themselves in some mad situations and you don't know if that's right. It's crazy as fuck.
listen, not me
Like,
and
you're
not that
lucky.
scenario.
You're lucky.
Like,
You're one that could tell the story. If that was some other crazy guy, you might have never left that house or left the room.
But I'd love to say that's the only story I've got, but I've got stories like that for days, and I'm not even I'm not a solid 10. I'm an 8.5 at a push with a bit of contour and some lashes. So no, wake a woman up. Sure, wake a woman and see if she's feeling it. But if she's not, don't carry on that shit.
Give her a cuddle, give her a hug, or even a little bump and a tickle.
Thank you. You don't know on date one. You don't know someone's sexual preferences. You can't go in hard because they will fuck you off home. You cannot. You have to go in.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've been rewarded when I've just said fuck it. I'm gonna try. You know, I'm gonna try because she said she's not really into this, and she said, yeah, you know, we're not gonna have sex in it, but something in my instincts tells me that if I try, she's on it. And you know what, Bob's your uncle. Surprise, surprise. I used to kill myself when I was young. Okay. Let me just quickly say, when I was young, I used to kill myself with the nervousness to make that first move. I shanked myself.
Yeah, and alcohol gives you that confidence to do what you wouldn't normally do. But here's the point I'm going to make. You don't know what that woman has walked away from that experience feeling. If she feels like a slag and if she feels like an easy lay, that's all she's doing from now on. You want to leave a woman feeling more confident, more like you want to wake a woman up sometimes, both like metaphorically and actually, because some women just need that shit, honestly, and they're too timid to say during the day, oh well, do you know, do it like that. So more power to you. You've probably had good experiences, but there could be a minority of women that are walking away feeling used and abused by that.
I get that. I personally, I hear you. Hold on, I hear you, and I'm acknowledging your perspective as a woman, and I'm agreeing with you. I'm also saying, hopefully, I have never left a woman feeling used and abused. Maybe they have kind of felt a bit used, but in the way of, oh, is he trying to put a ring on it? Does he want to be with me still? Not like, oh, I'm just a piece of meat, because I'm gonna make a woman feel great. If you're in my bed, you fucking made it. You've made it.
Yeah.
Hear me? You've
scored.
But you just
all right, one sec. The Jedi, the difference is it's okay snuggling up to a woman and doing that. I would definitely do that. But if she didn't wake up, I wouldn't continue doing that. If she woke up and was responsive, I'll co-sign that. But I'm not going to do that to a sleeping woman.
But I don't know any woman. I'm not sure. We've got the. Is it you, Afghan? Listen, I'm not sure about any woman that can be fingered in her sleep and not know she's. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe it's possible.
Have you got a pussy?
No. We've been
No, I've not had it. Hold on, wait.
No, all right.
No, let Amanda talk. Let Amanda talk, please. No, I don't have a pussy,
I'm just
Amanda.
saying.
Yeah.
No, listen, I wasn't being disrespectful there. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah.
A lot of men find that quite sexual. A woman waking up and like, Fax was awake at 2 o'clock, not feeling well. What is it? I'm going to get on and just like ride for a bit. But that's cool because he's probably down for that. If he weren't, he'd have pushed me off. Right. Like women have not got the same strength. We like I'm drunk in a bed. How quick do you wake up when you're drunk? Come on now. Don't be telling me that I deserve a fingerful just because I let him buy me a drink. No.
Wait.
And to be fair, I'm not saying you're saying that.
No. But let me be clear though. Let me be clear what I am saying. Yeah.
Sure.
So that you know.
Okay.
What I am saying is, if you've met a woman and you've been out with her and drinking, and she's come back to your house and she's staying at your house, and she lays in your bed. And hold on, yo, chill. She lays in your bed with you. I'm not gonna lie. I understand why you might have, as a man and a woman, the expectancy of sex. I can see it. Yeah, I could see that happening with a woman. And look, I've been woken up to blowjobs so much times, like from in a relationship and from a woman just like that I'm laying with, and it's just like, you know what, I'm just going to take a shot. I'm just going to try it. You wake up to lips around you and it's a nice feeling and you're like, yeah, I don't really think I've had where I've woke up. Actually, I've had times where I've woken up and I've not been on it.
Can I tell you the one difference? Can I tell you the one difference as I see it? This man turned up already and put me down. You're not like what you look like on your profile. Well, no shit, Sherlock. So already he's put me below him. Do you know, if your situation is different, because what you're describing is a girl that willingly wants to do that you find sexy and she finds you sexy. He said from the get-go, I don't like you. You're not what I imagined. Well, don't fucking finger me. You know.
All right. So he said from the get-go, when you met him, he said, "I don't like you. You don't look like your Facebook profile."
Yeah.
But then, hold on, and then you proceeded to go back to his house, to go and party, to drink, to go club, go back to his house, and get in his bed. Really? Why did you turn around? Why did you turn around? Hold on.
So,
why there was no hold on. Yo.
A real man.
Fucking hell. If you're talking in the background, I can't hear you. Amanda, why didn't you turn around and just leave straight away from he opened his mouth and said that?
Because no, it's not about the trains facts. It's a very different woman. A woman in her early 20s is very insecure anyway. So do you know what shit works for women? Tell them you don't like them. Tell them you don't fancy them, because they're going to work so hard. So my agenda that night was I suppose to make him think that I am as good as he thought I was. But no, a real man would have slept on the floor. A real man would have gone and knocked his mum up and said, "Mum, like, she's not feeling me. Can she stay on the sofa?" You know, he didn't offer any of those options. The options were shut down.
Meet a real man, are you? You know, like 9 times out of 10, you won't meet that man. Do you get me?
Okay. Can I add something? May I add something? The point is,
hold on, but Heathen's been very quiet and very patient the whole morning.
I agree.
This is the first time he's spoken. So go on, Heathen, say a bit more, man.
Yeah, I can see both sides of it, like the male and the female version of it. Like the male, and I'm sort of with the male side of it. Like, you went all the way there, you lied in the bed. If you were in the knack, that's like another. In a man's head, that's like another, like, nail in the coffin sort of tick box. Even if you're in your underwear, you know, that's another tick box. Do you get?
Yeah.
But he shouldn't have just gone with it. Do you get me? But then I can see the side of, like, you can wake people up in that manner. Do you get me?
Of course.
But obviously, if you were like unresponsive and you were just like, wow, no, you know, there's like
even
like a 5-second
point I'm making
delay there where you can either carry on and try and change your mind or go for it again, innit? Like,
yeah.
Can
I come through after you, whatever, Manda?
One more thing. The point I'm making, okay, the only point I'm making, and I will let you talk because I want to hear you, man. The point I'm making is I walked away from that feeling dirty. He walked away from that. Never mind that I'd called him out and his brother knew that he was fingering, you know, random girls. And he walked away feeling quite smug. Why? That's the unfair thing about it. I get both the points you've made. Yes. I get the point. Yeah, no, absolutely. Lay in a bed, lay in underwear, you know, that's going to be a turn on.
Go on, Fred.
Sorry, Gage, what did you say?
Yeah, big up the whole show, man, and big up everyone on the panel, man.
Yeah, love for the panel.
Good old Tuesday debate.
Yeah, I feel what the sister's saying, man, because she's basically being touched without consent. It doesn't matter, because the light is amber. You haven't had a lip service, you haven't had nothing come out of her mouth for it to turn green. So that's long.
Yeah.
Everything else is wishy-washy. Do you know what I'm saying? Unless she get the co-sign from her, the woman, I've never ever touched a woman without her consent. No matter if she's put it in my face, or no matter, you know what I'm saying? It's 2 millimeters from my hand. Unless she says there, I can't do it.
That is how men get trapped. That is how women fall pregnant. And a man goes, oh, fuck, I've now got a responsibility for 18 years. I'm just trying to give some words from a woman's point of view, because I could have laid down, had a baby, and fucked him over for 18 years of his life. Do you know, instead, I bounced the following day and was like, next. Not
you women,
straight on to the next man, but I'll learn from that. I'm not gonna do that sort of shit anymore. I'm not, like, I don't trust easily. The fact that I brought a fella back that I don't know, that I'd met in a train station, to my house said a lot about the energy and the vibe. Like, I didn't get good energy off people before.
Hold on.
She's talking about me now.
I'm not gonna lie to you, lot, yeah. I gotta be real. I don't see no problem of a girl that I've not had sex with, yeah, but me and her is on that kind of vibe. We're linking. She's coming, she's sleeping in my bed after a night out, and she may be asleep, and then I or whatever, I've woken up and I've moved to her, and I start like for me personally, I hear this non-consent shit, yeah. I think it's non-consent if I try to put my willy in her vagina while she's asleep and we've got no relationship or whatever. But if I start trying to rouse her or wake her up or turn her on while she's asleep,
that's fine.
Personally, yeah, I'm like, hold on. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to do that, and then one of you lot are going to make an allegation that I sexually assaulted you, and you're going to ruin my life, yeah? And all I was thinking in my head is, like, how I grew is this. If a girl's not trying to have sex with you, she ain't coming to your yard. And even if she comes to your yard, she's not coming to your bedroom. And if she comes to your bedroom, she's not getting in your bed. And even if she gets in your bed, she's not sleeping over the night after drinking. Like, come on. There's too many factors. Like, what? So, like,
can I respond to that?
Wait, please, Amanda. My turn now, yeah? For the man then,
I agree.
yeah? Be aware that there are women out here that will come to your yard, will link you off Facebook, come to your yard, drink, smoke, party, come back to your yard, lay in your bed, and when you touch them, they're going to actually look at you like a rapist. You need to know this, yeah? Because this is what the women are letting you know, and the man are letting you know, yeah? For me, it's very dangerous and very important we have this conversation, because I might have been that guy that did that. Yeah, and never in a million years would I have looked at myself, or for anyone would have looked at me and, oh, what? So what? I heard, yeah, Jed, I heard you had some girl in your yard and she was sleeping and you started to try to touch her pussy. You're fucking non-consent. I don't know what kind of beta world you lot come from, but don't come in my bedroom. And that's why, no, yeah, but no.
I'll come in when you're done. I'll come in
when you're done. Not yeah, but no, yeah. Don't, like, real talk, we went clubbing, you come back to my yard, I got in my bed, yeah. Please, like, think about what you're doing before you do it.
Yeah.
Please, because you can ruin
Can I respond?
You can ruin someone else's life in those tables, and you can ruin your own life if a man does something inappropriate to you, and then you're left scarred. Like, oh my God, I feel violated, I feel dirty. But that's how you feel when a strange man you don't know touches you. Don't get in a strange man's bed. Especially man that's rude.
Can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. There's someone else waiting to come in after.
I was going to say, what? Yeah, go on.
Okay.
I'll come in after.
Okay. My response to that would be 10 years ago, we didn't link up. Okay. It wasn't linking up like we do now. 10 years, there weren't Facebook. Okay. I didn't link this guy on Facebook. I didn't bait him out, and I didn't lay there thinking I'm going to look at him in the morning thinking he's a rapist. Okay.
10 years ago, of course it was Facebook.
Well, I wasn't. Okay. I wasn't using Facebook 10 years ago. I didn't start using it.
Okay, cool. I'll just say basically, man, there's no way you're gonna ask for. I've never done this in my life. Have a woman in my bed and ask to touch her leg. I want pussy straight. And if you're not giving it, cut. You get what I'm trying to show you? Like, this is where the fucking
Exactly. He should have told you to come out of his bed.
You need to be up front. If you're not running the pussy, cut. And obviously, if you want pussy from the woman, just ask her straight. Don't be going around.
So what do you say? Do you say you ask to touch the leg? Hold on. Freddie.
See what you started, you little minx.
Hold on, Freddie. So, like, obviously you're in a relationship and whatnot. Hypothetically, how do you initiate sexual contact with somebody that you fancy a bit of sex
Good question.
But and then lay in your bed.
We've been out a couple times.
No, you've been out once. No. You met her today. She met her today. You've been to a club with her. She's back in your house in your bed, probably in her underwear, right? Maybe even
it's naked. A green light.
Like, how is that not a green light, bro? In your eyes until she says no.
But
so what I'm saying, wait, Freddie, let me answer the question. I'm saying, how do you, Freddie, in that hypothetical situation, she's in your yard now, she's in her underwear, I'm gonna say, and you lot have been drinking, you've woken up, she's there, you can feel her like skin against yours. How do you initiate sexual whatever contact?
Bro, listen, I've done this when I was a youth before. You know, like, I just got for 5 hours. Like, it's 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm getting the pussy now. Like, I've done it before, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I use my mouth, I just talk, innit? I don't be doing nothing without conversation, innit?
Right.
I talk first, innit? When we're
I feel like haven't we all done the lying there? Hold on. Ain't we all done the lying there? Put your hand on it. She moves your hand. Start a bit higher. You know, move your hand a little bit. She moves your hand. Ain't we all done that? And haven't most women done that with someone that they fully intend to have sex with? Hold on. Let me ask the question now. Haven't women done that with someone they fully intend to have sex with? That's the second part of the question. So
Amanda said yes as well.
Right. So like sometimes it does get a bit grey. So the best thing for me to tell my daughter is don't get in the bed of a man you have no intentions to do nothing with.
Yeah.
Don't get in his bed.
That's what I was trying to get. I was trying to
Yeah,
say
but
that.
Jedi, sorry, man.
You know what I mean? The women need to be that little bit more headstrong, and I think that's what Amanda was saying as well, isn't it? You need to lay it on the table. Like, we all know men. You know, men will the testosterone. I always say it to me, bird, until you've had testosterone, you don't know what it's like. You know, if there's a bird lying next to you, like as a man, red-blooded, and I know it's not an excuse. Testosterone's a fucking major fucking part of the play. Like, you know what I mean? You just can't let it go, can you? There's a naked female next to you.
You can wake them up, though. You can wake them up.
Twin, a woman can.
Yeah, you can wake them up. Yeah,
hold on a second. Trill twin, a woman. He says a woman can't sleep in your bed without man thinking that's a green light to be trying to grab. That's therefore an amber light for me. Both got to be aware. Okay, amber light. Green light is a woman laying there saying, please have sex with me. That's a fucking green, obvious bait light. Yeah. You got to read body language, you got to read undertones, and you got to be situationally aware. And I think sometimes that takes practice. And unfortunately, with men and women not being clear, like Fred says, with conversation and vocal, and sometimes even the things being said can be a bit misleading. Yeah. So for
especially
me,
if people have been drinking.
This is how women talk me. No. When I hear no, I don't think she's saying maybe. I don't think she's saying later. If she says, nah, I'm kind of allow it, or we should.
It's Shula taxi time.
See? Nah, allow it. We should no, come on. What about your girl? Oh, what about my man? Oh, we've just met. Or you sure? Or what are we even doing? Those things are green. Those things are amber light conversations. No, stop. No, don't.
But Amanda said.
Hold on, bro. I'm just giving my point. No, stop. Don't. Those are red lights. Stop.
Yeah.
No, don't. Yeah.
I don't want to.
Right. I'm not feeling it.
That's red light.
No,
red light.
It could be a thing of, I'm not really in the mood and like rare, or we don't really have the time to do this. Yeah. And then you can kind of be persuasive where she will change her mind. Almost like, no, go on then. Not in a bad way, but fuck it, you've convinced me, I'm on it. You've touched me. Sometimes it's a thing of, if you can get, I'll be real, if you can get to the clip, yeah, and give it a good, a little stimulation.
Yeah. Run round the block, yeah, why not?
You know what, fuck me. Like, you know what? I weren't on it, but now you turned me on, fuck me. Like, so I'm just saying that it's not always as black and white, but definitely a woman lying in your bed, I'm going to take that as an amber light, unless she is a woman I'm not in that type of scenario with. So if, for instance, we're all friends, and it's a friend group, then yeah, I'm going to turn my back. I'm going to lie the other side. I'm going to turn my back, you go sleep. I'm not even entertaining it.
Pillows down the middle sort of thing. Yeah, that's your side, this is my side.
I've done that bare times. I can do that. I can sleep in a bed with
See, me personally, obviously, my baby father lives up north, Blackburn, Manchester sort of way. So when I go see my oldest daughter, as much as he wants me to sleep in the same bed as him, I won't do it.
Right.
I won't do it.
You know, it's long because he's gonna get.
Long, bro. I literally like stay on the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa, like, and then many times he's like, "Oh, come, don't be silly, just get in the bedroom." Like, no, I'm not doing it.
You talk about history, like a man saying, look, like there's no trains. He's saying sleep in the bed, nothing's going to happen, and she wakes up with a finger in her fanny. That's not what he said. That's not cool.
So he said, don't worry, nothing's going to happen.
So, yeah, something along them lines. You've missed your train. You're more than welcome to stay over. Get the first train in the morning. Don't sleep on the sofa because of my mum and dad. Amanda,
I think the last thing I'll explain is I'm not old Bill, but but here's what I do know. I do know the law quite inside out.
Right.
Young men that are listening to this show, take nothing else from this conversation other than you can be charged with statutory rape if you finger a girl. You don't need to put your dick anywhere near her. Do not lay down with a girl.
This is what we're saying, man. It's not fair.
No, fair is irrelevant.
We can't hear.
Sorry.
Fair is irrelevant. The law, sadly, the law some years ago thought it okay to fuck your wife without her consent. Okay, that's a whole different topic. The law has evolved to offer protection not only to women, okay, but to men. Because if you do not get your dick out, if you do not touch her cunt with your fingers, you're safe.
Anyone?
Okay, the minute you do, trust me, young men that are listening, her DNA is all over your fingernails. Okay, I could have gone to the police the next day and said blah 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 blah, and they would have. Okay, I would have been cross-examined in court, and I'm not down for that shit. He'll live with his.
Anyway, but yeah,
stuff.
like he
I'll live with mine.
Though, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's there to try and protect us both. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Therefore, listen, I work with girls that when they're not getting their own way, they cry rape. They go from being
and this is what we're trying to say, Amanda. This is like it's got to be fair.
Yeah. Can you play a video so we can all watch it? Right, it's on YouTube called Cup of Tea, and it's about consent, and it explains it really, really well. If someone says they want your cup of tea and they fall asleep, don't chuck your cup of tea over them. If someone says one morning they want a cup of tea but tomorrow they don't want a cup of tea, don't force your cup of tea on them. And when it's broken down like that, consent is not a dirty word. A woman will give you a look that says, "Yeah, boy."
I'm not gonna lie though.
It doesn't have to be spoken.
Hold on, Amanda. If you said you wanted a cup of tea and then you came to my house and you fell asleep before you got the cup of tea, what I might do?
Oh shit, man!
What I might do? Listen, hold on. I'm
listening.
From you've confirmed you're interested in tea and you like the idea of tea. What I might do?
I'm a coffee drinker, but yeah, carry on.
What I might do is get the coffee and kind of like,
you
know,
waft it under your nose.
And you know what? If she gets the scent of coffee and wakes up, then give her the fucking coffee. But don't throw your cup of coffee all over her when she's clearly not. That's going to get young men in trouble. And can I just be real for a little minute?
Hear me.
The majority of the children that I work with are young black men.
Hear me out. Please hear me.
I've got no view on that, but they will be.
Hello. All right, cool. What I was saying, the question to me about the coffee or the tea is, if you've asked for coffee or you've asked for tea and you've come to my house and we've fallen asleep, oh my God, what's wrong with you lot?
Sorry.
You know, I'm on one today, man. Let me say a sentence without the background noise, please. Right.
I'm listening.
What I would say is, I might try to wake you up to some coffee or put some coffee under your nose, maybe dip my finger in the coffee and put it in your mouth so you get a little taste and you're like, what's that coffee? And you might wake up like, oh yeah, I love waking up to boiling hot, strong, fucking black, dark, premium coffee. Yeah.
But be aware that some people will go to the police and say he made me drink his coffee and I wanted tea. Like, there are girls that will say that.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. At the end of the day,
there's There's boys that do that. They lay down and they don't realise that girls got intent to make babies. And lo and behold, 9 months later, they're being told, well, it could be you. Listen, my own family are girls that lay down, drink coffee, and then complain about the coffee. They go to the police about the coffee. They make a man be convicted about that. That's why I'm speaking from my experience, but also my youngers in my family. It's not right. It's just not right.
Can I say something? Steve?
Yeah.
It's fucking frustrating, isn't it? Because obviously I've had certain gals offer man the wear like on Tuesday, and then when Tuesday comes, you're switching it to Thursday because you want more time with man. But I know what it is. I say either Tuesday, it's not going down. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Because girls can fuck about, man, and it's such a shame on the man them, and men can fuck about, and it's such a shame on the women. So let's stop being cocky.
He's not lying though. That's real talk.
You're speaking truth, man.
What's the word for it? Pussy.
Hungry.
I don't know.
Raven.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, gents, that's beautiful. Let's stop doing all of that and listen to each other. You know.
Can I give one more example, and then I'm done with this conversation, just because it is like too much to share. So about 3 weeks ago, right before facts.
Not too much.
Okay.
Say it without like giving
Okay. So I went to a friend's yard.
Yeah.
And I let a fella know, like I'm at her house and I'm single, and he showed green lights when I was married, and I said, nah, that's disrespectful. So the minute I've gone, green light, he's come up to me. We've fucked that night. We've fucked numerous times. The following morning, he gives me what I call pillow talk. Oh, I really want a girl, but it's been hard, and I'm like, yada yada yada. He lets me leave. My sick ass husband gets his number and starts messaging and blowing up his phone like, oh, you sick fuck, how dare blah 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 blah. Do you know that fella's accused me of?
What?
Rape. I'm not even joking. We fucked about 5 times that night. Like, to be fair, it was a bit like rolling around. It was a bit like fighting, but he was obviously feeling that. How dare he the next day, because he regrets it for whatever reason. Like, that's okay. I'm still, thank you, but I'm still a married woman, and there's rules and there's agreements and blah blah blah. There's a bro code, but how the fuck are you going to call a woman a rapist? How the fuck am I going to get that hard of my own accord? Like, he drank my coffee, I drank his fucking tea. There's no, and I told him that. I was like, mate, don't ever contact me again. How dare you? Like, and do you know what? Because I've gone no contact now. I've gone block, motherfucker. Chat shit, get banged is my saying. Do you know what he wants to do now? Oh man, oh, you're the best. Like, oh, come back. Fuck off, I'm telling him. Fuck off. That's how men sometimes, not all men, but that's how sometimes they behave. Like, they want to play the same game we do. They want to cry rape, and it's not.
Yeah, too right.
It's not.
Too right. I'm saying, I ain't fuck all unless it's hot. If it ain't hot, don't give me no lukewarm tea. Don't give me no fucking lukewarm coffee.
Thank you. It needs to be piping hot, freshly brewed from Italy, or I'm not a bad girl.
That's it.
What I'm saying is,
I like Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee.
Oh, me too. But the point I'm making is I've been on both ends. You fellas jumped straight on me earlier, and I had to hold my own. There are a few girls that maybe agreed. There are a few men that disagreed, but I've been both sides of that. He could have called the police, and I could have been arrested. Like, I've got his cum all over me. Do you know? That could have absolutely sealed the deal for me. That could have been. Can you imagine being okay? Can you imagine being a female, an ex-social worker that's removed about, I don't know, 50 kids? I'm not saying that with pride. Can you imagine my experience in prison? Can you imagine for a moment? And for what? Because he fucking sold me his coffee. You know what I mean? He came to me. He came to my yard. He came to my pussy. Like, all of that shit. And I just had to suck that up and go, yeah, well, move on. So, yeah, poor Fax, bless him. Like, I could be an absolute bitch, couldn't I? I could have a master plan. I could be a real smart girl that's just going to fuck him over. But the difference was when I met his mum and dad and thought, oh, bless them.
No, you didn't meet my mum and dad. They were just talking
Oh, Fax has got some game. Go on.
No, that's the truth.
Right. No, you did meet my mum and dad, but you wasn't. No.
Didn't you? I didn't have to
No,
be
that's not my style. They was just dropping my washing off, and you was
Hey,
here.
Jungle.
So,
Hey, Jungle.
Hey, fact. Hey, fact.
Hey, Jungle.
Yeah.
Yo, bro.
Yo,
Jay.
Online Dunya's got a question for you in the chats, yeah?
For me.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
fact.
definitely for you.
Yeah, go on.
Can you promise to give Trilluminati Live the rights to the wedding?
Of course, yeah, of course I can. It's going to be the first motivational Monday wedding, but we're going to do that with no days off.
On now.
How after them batting wire.
I'd love that. I'd love that, but not yet because I've had to just chill. Like I love the idea of being in love.
And
Who
I
doesn't?
don't do marriage. I said I'll do a civil ceremony, like us on the beach or something, and then we can do all that white wedding shit.
He wants a cup of decaf coffee, and I want rich roast. Like I'm longing it out. Like I did tell my husband, like I'm not trying to hurt you or disrespect you. You know, as a man, there's a level of ego there, and I've hurt him. But
you hear me? I found a new man called Facts, and he's more of a man than you ever be. He's saying stuff like that.
I'm only going to move on with a fella that wants to wife me. I'm sorry. I'm more than just a girlfriend. And
Bad's too.
No, but I'm not.
No, hold on. But wait, can I just say?
Begging.
Wait, can I ask you a question, Amanda? When is it time? When is it? As a mother of a boy, yeah, and your boy's gonna get to the age where he's looking women and blah blah blah. When does a man find out enough about a woman to see that she's decent enough to be a wife and introduce to mum?
So,
think before you answer.
Okay, me and my son have got a real deep connection, right? So I tried to give him the whole sex talk. He's only 9 years old. Do you know what he said to me? Mum, I know it all. I said, boy, son, like A, like fucking how? B, why? Like come to me. And I'll try and inform and educate. I'm not going to be right. Of course, I'm not going to be right all the time. I dated in an era that doesn't exist anymore. It is about linking and side chicks, and it's a whole different ball game. I can't educate him how to play a game that I don't know the rules to. But
I do.
Well, you're not going to educate him either. Like, if my kids turn around and say, I don't like this new fella, no. If my kids turn around and say they don't like my new fella, he's going to bounce until they're 16. Facts. If my daughter doesn't like him at all, then it's not going to happen. So there's a lot riding. I mean, my kids don't know the importance.
Let me remind you of what the question was I asked you.
Oh, did I skirt around it?
Yeah, your boy now is interested in women, and he's saying to you, Mum, like, how do I know when to wifey a woman, or when a woman's like, how long does she have, Mum? How long should I take? Like,
okay, so you can't put a time frame on love. You can't imagine.
Love?
No, because you have to love a woman to be able to wife her.
It's your question.
Can we mute Facts? Has he got a mute button? Because every time I ask you a question, the first voice I hear.
Okay, I'll answer it. You can't put a timeline.
It's
so it's gone outside.
What you're doing? It's annoying, Facts. Like,
it's gone outside. So, in my opinion, you can't put a time frame. Like, I'm not going to be dismissive of a girl that comes in my house as my son's girlfriend, and then they're only together like a week. I'm not going to be rude because that forces it underground. I'm not going to be disrespectful because that makes him love her more than me. But I'm just going to say, be cautious, son. Be cautious. If it feels right, go for it. You can have an engagement now that lasts 10 years. You know, you can have a ring that means a promise. You don't have to do the whole traditional, like, my son's told me straight up, he doesn't want babies. I was like, okay, no worries, son. I'm not looking to have grandchildren. Like, that'd be nice, of course. But equally, I'm 35 years old. Like, I'm just going to raise my kids, give them as much knowledge. And to be fair, my kids would proper adore just this whole chat, just this whole debate. And we have a lot of like we'll have dinner every night, 7 days a week. I'll cook, we'll sit down, they'll chat, I'll listen. So I learn as much from my kids as they do me. And I say to them all the time, break it down, put that into mum speak. You know, mum's an old girl. I'm not. I know exactly what they're saying, but I'm testing. I'm testing their knowledge of that subject, because my son can tell me he knows about sex, but what the fuck do you know? No disrespect to him, at 9 years old. You know, don't listen to the lads on the playgrounds. Don't watch
Are you going to
stuff.
answer the question?
Well, there's no time.
Are you going to answer Jed's question?
I can't put a time frame on it.
Right, yeah, right. That's the answer. You can't put a time frame on it. So
No.
then,
Listen, if I love my son as much as I do, and if he loves me, if he comes to me and tells me he loves this woman, fuck me, I've got a daughter now. Amazing. And if she turns out to be an absolute bitch, well, she needs to watch herself, because I'll kill
my thing is
for
this.
my kids.
My thing
I really would.
My thing is this: if he comes to you and says after a week, "Look, I've met this girl a week ago and I'm wifing her," what's your response?
I best buy a hat. Fuck me, how much do you want for the wedding? That's my response. Because
okay, fair dues.
yeah, but realistically, they're not going to get married in a week. Sometimes you need to have that commitment to know if that girl is committed. You have to put.
Yeah, all right. They might not marry in a week, but what she is going to do, she's going to move in. Yeah, she's going to get her name on the tenancy, right?
Oh no, that's not going down in my world. No.
All right, but hypothetically, let's let Jed on keep talking.
Okay.
Hypothetically.
Okay.
Hypothetically, sorry.
If if you are this.
No, shush. Let Jed on finish.
I'm trying to pay my.
I'll finish. Yo, Facts, it's you. You're not with it, Facts, right? So
if you are. Okay, so
I won't say another word.
Listen, I'm a young girl, really, feeling much younger than her, than 35. I feel like I've just skipped 13 years and I could go back. I respect your opinion, and I can't even imagine how clued up my kids are going to be if I can now take back some of your knowledge. Does that make sense? I can't speak for a man. I never could. I can't talk about cup of tea. If my son might be gay, if I can take back an ounce of this whole conversation, this whole morning, and to be fair, the first conversation we had was quite a wake up. It was a deep conversation, and I've got so much love and respect for the fact that you're like, Facts, talk to your woman. But the facts are, I'm not an idiot. I was trained by social services. I was trained by CEOP. CEOP are the online police. So I'm not bragging, but I'm saying that I'm not stupid. I didn't give any information first time or second time round that tells you who I am, what I do. To be fair, all of this could be blag. It's not, but it could be.
Right.
You're a wise man. I'm listening. Honestly,
true,
and to be fair, all of the callers have got just so many different. Like my view is narrow because it's just my view, but when I have 10 people, 15 people's view, so much more, so much better.
Sorry.
Next question.
I got to run downstairs quickly. Empress, Becca, Jungle Jesus.
There's the video.
Yeah, waiting. I'm waiting.
I'm here.
Yeah, can we watch it and come back?
You lot chat away. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Yeah, you lot chat away.
Yeah, we're gonna chat away.
Got a one strike.
Who's on the panel? I know.
Empress Becca and Jungle Jesus is there.
Okay.
Winston. Sorry if my views have put people off your channel.
No, they haven't.
No one's put off. No one's.
No, but look, let's be honest. None of this stuff is easy in the current climate we're at, and you only have to look at someone wrong, and you could be in trouble for even doing that.
So you're saying, Facts, you're in love?
I mean, it's like I'm as happy as I've ever been. I'm happier than I've ever been.
Yeah, I'm happy for you.
You know when you just meet someone and you just it's like you just bounce off each other, but then you get them moments where you want to kill each other. That's real. So I know that I've met someone that's clued up, that knows where they're going in life, and we don't want anything off each other. We want to do things together and try and build a future together. So that's really refreshing for me, because I just meet girls that are like, well, my mortgage is due, my car payment, And it's just like, okay, this isn't this girl. So yeah, I'm so like, I'm really today. Well, yeah, I'm so, like, I'm always smiling and happy. It's my mate. He's outside. So go on, you got to play.
Sorry, it's just gone to get his friend.
No worries.
If I could have that shit in writing, I'd yeah, that's the rudest he's ever been, guys.
So what is it that you like about that, Amanda?
Bit of swag, bit of style.
Matthew, Amanda, Matthew.
Nice to meet you,
Oh
mate.
shit, Matthew, you've got some fucking explaining to do about the other night. We were on the same panel when we was.
Hang on.
We spoke about tips.
Sweetheart, do you want to just mute?
No. Like, it doesn't matter now. You remember a couple of weeks ago when my friend come round, and my friend was going to talk about the COVID book that his mate wrote, or not, but it all went wrong. But anyway, he's here now, so, and he's not off his head, so maybe it's probably not the right time to go in a big COVID debate. So.
Okay. Someone jump on, man. Where's Sniper?
Yeah, where's Maku, man?
Omar. Is Omar in the chats as well? Jump on, bro, if you're in the chat.
Where's James? He always jumps on occasionally.
Mary Jen's got to wake and bake first.
Oh, yo. I just went outside, yeah?
It's crazy, isn't it?
Cold as fuck.
That shit took
Bro,
my
it's
breath
and that
away,
low fog as well with it. It's making it mad. I'm not going to lie. It's crazy out there.
Yo, that's serious out there today. Shit took the air out of my chest. Maku come to check me real quick. I couldn't even talk to him properly. I'm still in kind of like my pajamas. I mean, like a dickhead, but I could run outside quickly.
Fully winter now, bro. Fully winter.
That's real cold. Took my breath out my chest and everything, man. Nah. Shit. Right. Right, let me play this video. Let me play this video just quickly.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, you know, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea at all. Just don't.
I just want to say, this is not funny, yeah? But obviously, the author of this wasn't raised in an African household.
You're an idiot.
African household. Hey, Mary. Hey, Miriam. How you doing?
I'm good. I hope everyone's good. I hope you don't mind if I bring back the conversation a little bit.
Nah, not at all. But let me just finally say, in the African household, if you get asked if you want something and you say you want something, you're having that thing. Yeah, even if you have it tomorrow. So be careful. Be careful, yeah, cause just all right. Miriam, I'm gonna let you come in after. Let me just play the rest of this video. It's about consent and the analogy of tea and consent, which I think is a good analogy, but my mind just went to like, what do you mean you're not drinking? You asked, did you not ask me for tea?
Why people
I asked you, do you want tea? You said yes. No. All right, cool. That's enough laughter. Cool.
Play the thing, play the thing. Fuck's sake.
You make me the tea and you know what?
If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, you know, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea.
Don't say that, don't say keep your back.
They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Was that a joke about wanking at the end? Or have I got this totally wrong?
I'm not sure, but that was a bit funny, but I'm not sure.
So what do you lot think about that then? I mean, I actually think it was good. I think it's actually very simple and very good. Yeah, I think it's good. This is done by let me say who the authors is of this. It is Thames Valley Police, yeah, from 2015. Yeah, I think that was all right. What do you lot think?
It was simple but effective.
I think it sounds more like Boris Johnson. Go to work, don't go to work. If you want to go to work, you know that kind of rhetoric.
Yeah,
confusing, very confusing.
Right. So yeah, so you're gonna bring the conversation back, Miriam. So what was you gonna say?
Yeah, just in terms of like females saying no, it's a sad truth that unfortunately not all have that confidence to say no, and that could also be to do with violence growing up. Like I'll say this for example, I remember as a teenager going out to a New Year's Eve party, and a guy approached me a lot older than me and then tried to move to me. I said no. After the party, he's now said something to me and turned around and punched me in my face. But this is what I'm saying.
Wow.
And I even have like one of my sisters, when she was like 4 or 5 months pregnant, she was on the train. Man tried to approach her. She said no.
Yeah.
He's saying like, oh, you think you're too nice, and he spat in her face. So when you have regular incidences of speaking in a certain type of way and knowing that physical harm can actually come to you, sometimes you don't know how to act in certain situations when you know deep down you should say no, but it's
you don't want to
fight or flight.
you don't want to aggravate someone or make them switch or something.
Yeah, I mean it's different in every situation, but I mean like the general consensus, and it's the same thing. Like when it happens to older females too, but as a young female, you could go to a place, see it's a nice sunny day, say to yourself, you know what, I feel pretty today, I just want to look nice, put on your dress, go out, and then random man will feel the need to touch your bum. Do you see what I mean?
Right.
So it's not as clear cut as just say no. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And especially depending on the type of family and the background the woman is, or the woman, teenager, young lady has been brought up in as well. That also has an impact. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
No,
and
that's sick. What did you think about the whole scenario of coming to meet a man? He says, "Right, you don't look like what you look like in your Instagram," and then
do you know what I found interesting about that? She said that as soon as he said that, he put her in he put her beneath him, but then she chose to stay beneath him. Like, I'm not judging her, everyone has their own thing, but this is what comes across. It's like, he already said this to you, you already felt a type of way. Obviously, like, I'm assuming that she had enough time at that point to return back to Hull, where she said that Trill, sorry, where she said that she lived, but something inside her said, like, you know, it's that insecurity to say, you know what, I'm going to prove that I'm actually worthy. And it goes back to the show that was yesterday, you know, like, if you know who you are, then it's not necessary for you to say it or to prove that to you. It's not necessary to prove it. Especially,
so she wanted to prove to him that I weren't feeling. To be honest, I weren't feeling that. And if I'm real, I walk a tight line. But in my personal life, if that was my sister or my brethren or me and you was chatting off, I'm gonna be telling you I ain't having that. I don't want to tell. I'm gonna say, nah, this ain't good enough. Don't tell me that, because I don't want to hear that from my sister or from my daughter. Okay, so you had bad vibes from the brother. You had money to turn back round. Why did you not exercise that choice to say, you know what? You don't get to spend time with me.
But then again, it goes back as well to the woman's experience of if she's so used to a certain type of toxicity, then she's seen as, oh, do you know what? This is just the status quo. And then she keeps following those same actions. So it's like you need to do a lot more shadow work within yourself before putting yourself out there, you know? But like I said, I'm not judging her because everyone's life is different. I don't know her background or anything to say it's this type of way. You know what I mean?
I think the sister's got it spot on, man. Because obviously some women like the men to hit them, innit? Like the ones that's gonna fuss up their face and kick them up a night time. You know what I'm saying? They attract them types. Like they don't even, you know what I'm saying? The energy they go for, they attract them type of guys, innit?
It's not even to say that they like it. Sorry to interrupt you. It's not to say that they like being that way. It's that they're so used to it.
I'm saying they're willing to put up with it. So therefore, it's like an attraction or whatever. They're willing to put up with it. So it's like a thing that they don't mind, innit? You get me? Because they got licked down one time already. They don't mind getting licked down a couple times more. You get what I'm trying to show you? So it's like, it depends on what you put up with. You get what I'm saying? That's all what I think, innit? If you're not putting up with certain things, it doesn't matter what anybody does, you're going to stand your ground, innit? Uncle, you know what I'm saying? But it's harder said than done, innit? And I think it's definite attractions, innit? People go for their levels. So if you know you're a piece of shit, you have to go with a piece of shit.
Do you know what? I kind of slightly disagree with that, because at the end of the day, like, say for example, if you see yourself as someone like, just like, say for example, you perceive yourself to be sunlight. Everyone, it's not just other lights that are going to be attracted to you. People with darkness, they're going to see that light and be attracted to you. Do you see what I mean? So it's not the case of you attract this because you are that. It's a case of you might be of a certain type, so you attract a larger spectrum of men to come towards you. It's that you haven't yet fully trained yourself to distinguish between which guy is being red flag and which.
I'm saying like 7 times out of 10, the man normally whacks the person that he's meant to be with. Like, you know, when you see a fucked up woman in a fucked up man and say, yeah, they deserve each other. That's how probably life's meant to work. Something like 7 times out of 10 times out. Unless you're really about improvement, everyday improvement, every year, every whatever, decade improvement. That's when you're going to analyze and go through things like the partner I'm with. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying?
Can you do anything about your microphone? Can you make it louder or clearer?
No, bro. Well, let me take off the Bluetooth, fam, because it's coming through the car.
All right, maybe that. Yeah, but I mean, it's not that bad. But you don't normally sound like this.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
There's a question I was going to ask Miriam, man.
But while you're thinking, I'll just add in another thing. I think a lot of the time, as women, and I put myself included, a lot of the time, it can be hard.
Better Jay.
Much better.
It can be hard in certain situations, like like the women that were on the video yesterday that the guy was talking about, and then this one had a secret fiance that she brought up, and the other one was saying she's looking for X type of caliber and type of man.
Right.
Yeah, I think with that, I found that so intriguing for the sheer fact that he's right in saying that you're taking things too personally. Rather than just taking, like I took it as when I was hearing him, he was just speaking generally. Generally, a person who's earning higher is gonna not look at someone if they have a choice between someone without children and is like an 8 on the Richter scale. Is he gonna be attracted to that, or is he gonna be attracted to a sister who's got 2 kids, broken relationship? Yeah, she's earning 6-figure income, but then there's extra headaches he's going. Do you see what I mean? I feel like a lot of the times we can be unjust.
What happened?
You're
cutting out. You're cutting out a bit. Is it me? Or anyone else? Is it me?
Because it's like
basically, all I would say.
Oh, who me cutting out? I don't know.
Yeah, you was cutting out. But
all I would say is if you lack self-confidence and you lack self-belief and you lack all of these other things, I can't look on any woman in London, England, UK, Australia, anywhere to put all them things into me. I'd have to find all them things first and then go out for the girl that's got similar shit. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you know what I mean?
But you know what I also found interesting is that people's reaction to the 2 different women, one being more attractive than the other. I felt like she was more honest. She was like, yeah, I'm a 5 without makeup, I'm a 6 with makeup on. And then everyone was blasted, like sort of coming at her. And it's a case of there wasn't that same energy with the first woman. And it's like, because attraction gives you, the more attractive you are, the more you are able to get away with it. Because beauty gives you a certain level of privilege. Do you see what I'm saying? Even in the way that people want to dish you. Like you might have someone say something stupid and then start cussing them off. But if a more attractive female said the same thing, it would have been like, haha, or no, just leave her. Do you know what I mean? Sort of thing.
Definitely. We make a lot of allowances because somebody is perceived to be attractive.
More attractive.
Yeah, 100%.
And also, men tend to come to the defense of a more attractive woman than they would do for an average woman, average looking woman, or a less attractive woman. Do you see what I mean? So, like, if a man
is that because a less attractive woman is less valuable? I hate to use this type of language.
This is what society. Yeah, this is what society deems. At the heart of it, it just goes to show how, just as he was saying about children in a relationship, you saying about having children, it's not a small thing to say you have children. And I know it might seem superficial if I'm saying this, but also being attractive is a major part of a relationship, because obviously you have to, everyone has their own criteria of what they find attractive. But realistically, more often than not, you're more likely to take things you wouldn't take from a person who's less attractive. Do you see what I mean? Like, if someone kept cancelling the date, oh, I've got this excuse, I've got that excuse, X, Y, Z. If they're less attractive, it might happen once, twice the max, and you're like, oh, you know what, forget you. You're not even. But if the female is attractive, then she could do it 10 times in a row, and you're still like, no problem. You know what? Let me come to where you are. Let me make it easier for you.
You know what?
That's a weak Donny, because obviously, if you're beautiful, you could look like money. I'm saying if your personality is shit, it's gonna devalue your looks.
Of course, but you don't see personality first. You see looks.
No, of course, I hear you, but I'm saying 2 fuck ups and you're out. It's not really like I'm gonna wait for you to reform.
Man, I agree with you. And in the past, I've had to check myself. Man. Like, yo, like, hold on. I'm allowing a little bit more because I'm kind of eager to meet this gal or whatever, innit? But I'm thinking, you know what? I wouldn't accept this. Yeah, and then once that conversation has started to happen in my head, it will transpire. It will come out into my actions. I'll be like, you know what? Like, even though this is like hurting me to do, even though I'm gonna probably kick myself, I've got to uphold my standard. So then you just do it. You just say, you know what? Nah, like, I do like you and that, but I can't be having this. And you cut your loss, and you walk away, and you feel like you've just done a gym session. The endorphins, you feel so like you've empowered yourself. If you can turn down something that you're fully on because it's going against your principles, that's such an empowering feeling. You get used to that. That can become habit to the point it's like, regardless of what you look like, regardless of what boxes you, if you go against a certain like law that I have, then yeah, that I've got to cut you off. And that's what you call self-worth, man. It's worth practicing.
Yeah, that's facts, man. It's character building, Jake. It just helps me my same thing going, my same momentum, my same good vibes and energy. I ain't making no cunt come and bring me down. Man. No, not even the woman I'm with now. And I love her, you get what I'm saying? But I'm saying if she ever passes her place, she out.
Is it 1984 says, most fit girls have the ugliest personalities. Is this a stereotype or is this true?
I think that's true for both. Because you know what? If you're attractive, you don't have to. Sorry.
No, I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting it.
Who's not accepting it? Schiffer?
Of course it's Schiffer. You know it's Schiffer talking.
When you go in studio? 7?
No, I'll be honest here. I'm going to be there from about 2 o'clock still. If you want to pop down about 7, that's cool. I can wait down there for you.
No,
yeah.
Calm.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to tell him to split the session then. So I'm going to do half a session.
Don't, because I'm not going to come. So don't.
I say nothing.
Yeah, but maybe before you leave London, you can link me though. So I'll give me a shout, innit?
Yeah, I can do that still. What time are you going to be? Well, in fact, you're going to be in Peckham anyway, so you're only up the road, I'm imagining.
Right. So
yeah.
So anyway, you were saying, Schiffer, you were saying you don't agree with that.
Yeah, I think that people with bad personalities just have bad personalities. I don't think looks have anything to do with that. I think looks can make a person a bit what's the word? It can make a person a bit full of themselves. I'm not going to deny that, but I think that's a harsh way to judge a person, because you know I know some very, very attractive people that are very, very nice, very good people. So you know, like that, and myself, I wouldn't say that I'm that type of person. I'm not very shallow.
But would you say that's the exception and not the rule? Because a lot of the times when a person is attractive, they don't necessarily have to, I'm not saying this is for everyone, but most people, when their attractiveness is on a certain level, they don't have to work as hard on their personality because people come to them. Whereas someone who isn't, say, that physically attractive may have to now develop certain things. So they want to be funny, or they want to be, you know, I don't know, business savvy, or, you know, like they have to delve into other parts in order to garnish the attention of the opposite sex.
Yeah, I hate that. When you say it like that a person who's more attractive will get more immediate attention, basically, I can accept that one. And maybe that would give a person a bit of an unfair advantage in certain areas. But like you said, a person could go and learn, you know, how to be more business savvy. You know, a person could dress better, could have a better car, could have loads of things that could put them in a better position. Is everyone still there?
They're still here.
Oh, I thought I cut out there for a second. But I wanted to say something about what you were talking about earlier, because I was a little bit confused by the earlier on conversation still. Yo, are you still there, Jeds? Oh, I think it's me cutting out, you know.
Yeah, and also as well, a lot of the times people don't want to accept the truth because, like the guy said in the video, everyone perceives themselves to be the exception for the rule. Do you see what I mean? But it's not for you to say that you're the exception. It's for you to be that exception. It's other people who sees you as the exception rather than you seeing yourself. That's what I gathered from the video.
Okay, I hear you, and I can agree with you that there's going to be people, you know, sometimes their egos are going to get the better of them. That's basically how I'm reading the conversation. But I wanted to talk about something you that was talking about earlier, man, because I was a little bit disturbed by this conversation. So I heard something about flipping.
What was it? It depends on how backwards it was.
I'm not gonna lie, it was something about flipping if someone's sleeping and rare tear happens when a person's sleeping. It's X, Y, Z. And I'm saying, does that work the same, like in the opposite direction though? Or does it only work for the female gender?
Well, it's both
So
ways.
if I woke up here and a girl was touching my penis, that's statutory rape.
You've got every right to go to the police. You wouldn't, but you've got every right to go to the police if that's the case.
Why do you say I wouldn't? Why do you say I wouldn't?
Okay, I don't believe you've been in the situation where you've woke up and a girl's on your dick and you're like, oh, I don't know, I don't know.
So, but then why does a woman wake up that way? I don't understand. If you lie down with a person, you're in. Go on.
Do you know?
Nah, we feel things differently. Us girls feel with our hearts.
I hear you, but you don't. You still feel things if I touch you.
No, but it's
Of
more to
course,
do
no,
with
absolutely.
physical strength. Because a
Yes,
man
our
can
bodies will
overtake a
respond.
woman. A man,
So what if that?
a man
What
can
if that man is a?
overtake a woman, but a woman.
What if that man
is
is a
unlike
mama man? What if that man is a mama man and he can't physically
We
overpower
don't
nothing?
fuck with them sort of men anyway.
I hear you. That's a good excuse, but I'm saying if that man happens to be a mama man, yeah, if he happens to be a mama man, then technically, would you say that that's not rape then? Because he's a mama man, isn't it? He can't be imposing no physical threat.
Okay, I'm gonna cut a fella some slack if I know their background and experience. But for one date, how am I supposed to understand whether he is or not? You know, I've just got to judge on the facts as I see it, and he has to judge me on the facts as he sees it.
So was this based on a first date premise, or was this based on, like, for instance, say like someone's with a partner, yeah, and you've been with your partner for X amount of time, months, years, however long?
It's very
not based
different.
on
Like
yeah.
My experience was one date. You know, I've had that with fellas in a long-term relationship. Nah, man, that's sexy as fuck. If you're horny in the middle of the night and you've had a wet dream, just no, it's fine. Jump on,
Now
girl.
I'm not confused. Now I'm not confused.
A first date. Don't make me drink your cup of tea if I've sent out all the vibes that I like wine.
But to be fair,
You know,
I agree now. I agree now. Now I get it.
Thank you.
On your first date, you shouldn't like sleep over in a guy's bed. You should go to like a Premier Inn or something. You know what I mean?
How much money do you think I've got as a 20-year-old girl? Like I've strapped the fella 80 quid to travel.
That's all the reason, and Amanda. That's all the reason why you shouldn't have gone there. If you didn't have enough money to put yourself up, that's not real talk. This is what I'm telling my 20-year-old. Hold on. Hold on. It's what I'm telling my 20-year-old daughter and my 20-year-old son. Like, if you've gone out of town, out of your city, and you've gone to meet someone and you don't have enough to put yourself up in the hostel or to get back and forth, then you're maybe not mature enough already to be going on those type of excursions. No, you can't talk the whole time in the background facts. Like, you literally can't. It just makes shit like audio. But yeah, that was my point anyway. That's the point I was making.
Can I respond?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I grew up with an absent father. Okay, that creates for a woman daddy issues if you're not very careful. My mum was very avoidant, very cold. You know, some people are raised like that, and that's their culture. But in a white Western culture, you tell your kids they're special. You tell them that they're, you know, everything. If you don't get that, then you're approaching every single interaction with a whole host of issues. So, 20-year-old me was a dick. I can accept that. 35-year-old me is willing to listen to your perspective.
That, you know,
Because trust me, I was thinking the same thing once I was driving down here. Like, I'm so glad I'm in my daughter's life. Because if she ever gets punched in her face, the judo and the martial arts she'll learn. The next man that ever touches her, I feel so sorry. I feel so sorry for you.
Yeah, this is not.
That you'll never feel intimidated or feel like, you know what I'm saying, somewhat a victim
if
to
your
somebody.
kids are raised,
like,
if your kids are raised to know that,
I would never allow that. I'd rather
The
die
thing
first,
is, right,
innit?
I personally believe you appear really entitled. You know what I mean, with your attitude, because if you went butt naked in your underwear into a man's bed, in my eyes, that's consent. You're asking for it.
Butt naked. Okay, you didn't listen to any of what I said. Fact, I wasn't butt naked. I was fully fucking clothed, actually.
Yeah, but why in his bed?
So no one's got the right to take my trousers off and slip my underwear to one side and slip a finger in. No, I'm sorry. Do you have children? Have you got their back like that? You should have.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be going with random men on the internet 5 hours away. You know what I mean? You were desperate. In my
Yeah, but you know what? Like she said, that different.
Afghan, allow it, man, allow it. Because she'd explained that it's happened already. We're not going over into it, innit? We understand the circumstances regarding the fingering are questionable, but fucking it's happened, innit? So we're just going to be on the side of the young lady that's telling her story, and that's it, innit? Don't bother badger her, bro.
But the problem is women have a tendency to lie as well. I mean, this is the issue I'm seeing here.
Yeah, bro. 1 second, yeah. 1 second, yeah. Can I just say this, yeah? Think how many times you've been to your brethren's yard as a younger person, yeah, and you've been in somebody's room hanging out, not in the front room, in somebody's room, because there's other people in the house.
Hold on. Everyone's audio is very shit. Fact. Either Fact is having a good convo in the back, or the TV's on. Schiffer, you sound like you're inside of the microphone. Fucking, I don't know, man. Everyone's got shit sound, man.
Is mine okay though, Jedi? I've improved it.
Miriam is crystal clear. Afghan, yours is okay, but I think you're something.
Do I sound better now?
Go on. I'm gonna have to mute Fax's one. Amanda, if you get a chance, pop into a quieter section of the room or something if you can. If you can't, it's understandable. Maybe just unmute when you respond and then go back. Yeah, and you sound cool. Yeah, and personally, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm with Freddie on not badgering Amanda, as in, but if you feel that she's to blame, if you feel that it was desperate, then you're entitled to your opinion. So I'm not gonna stop you from making your opinion, but you are aware that you could be walking into an argument or starting some kind of argument.
I am fully aware and I take responsibility. My point is, right, Jedi, is if she is willing to, I personally believe this is all because of not meeting her expectations, because she did say initially on her first statement around about 40 minutes ago that the guy's picture wasn't like, in reality, it differed. Probably she got catfished. So obviously she may have felt uncomfortable, but that should have been a signal for her to like say, I have to go home. I don't like you. Why would you go back to his house and lay in his bed? You could have said, you know what, love, can I take your mum's bed or can I sit on the sofa? Why'd you have to sleep in his bed with him?
He said something about waking up his parents or something like that. Amanda.
Yeah, I heard that, bro.
Amanda, you here?
She's gone to a solicitor, maybe.
Yeah, but I'm saying, can I just say something quickly? Can you hear me properly now?
Yeah.
Is that better? All right. So I'm saying, yeah, you can't really judge a person like that. Because what I'm saying to you is, 9 times out of 10, when we was younger, we went to check our brethren or girlfriend or, you know, a new person we've met at their mum's house, parents' house. 9 times out of 10, we're going to end up hanging out in your room. That's the truth of it. So if one fell asleep on your bed, that's an innocent act. That don't mean nothing. That don't mean I'm consenting to nothing. That don't even mean...
Yeah, but Schiffer, my point is that she just seemed like a very loose cannon. So I think maybe if she had some kind of self-respect, she wouldn't be traveling 5 hours to meet a man. He should be traveling 5 hours to meet her.
Nah, bro, that's wrong as well, man.
And to be fair, in my world, right, if a woman sleeps in my bed, she's gonna get it hard, man. You know what I mean? It's like I've bought you all these drinks. I like
No, you didn't buy her drinks. That's the other thing. She said she had to buy her own drinks the whole night. So,
so she had money on her, though. The drinks are very expensive.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Right. So another problem is that, sorry, Shiva, the other issue I have is that obviously she was aware of being cost efficient because she wouldn't have money knowing that I'm going to be drinking a lot. So why couldn't she just save that money in case, hey, the guy could be rapey or a dickhead? Maybe I could go to a Premier Inn or a...
Can I cut you 1 second, bro?
Wait, Fred, 1 sec, Fred, please, because I wanted to say something. Not being funny, yeah? Like, bro, you have to be careful of how you're making yourself sound. I'm telling you, yeah, you don't have the right to judge a person based on, for instance, I've been out raving and had, you know, people who I may have just met and spent time with on that night dancing and whatever, chatting, and we've all gone back to mine or whatever. And a couple of people may have been left. You know, there's only a few people left in the house. There may have been me and one female in one room, my brother and another female in another room, and we're all just chilling. But just because someone is in the room with you, I may even fall asleep lying down next to you, you don't know that person. You have no idea whether they consent to anything with you. If it's your partner or someone you've been with, there might be a bit of a grey area. But when it's someone who you have not been with like that before, for you to make the comments you said, it makes you sound like a predator. So I'd be careful.
No, not really. I'm not a predator. I've been married for 15 plus years.
Go on, Freddie.
You see, sex, bro.
Freddie, go and then Afghan, yeah? Go on.
Yeah, you see, sex, bro. It's not cost effective, you know. I don't know where you got that from, and I'm saying, especially when you're young, because you have a fucking piece of pussy 5 minutes away from you, and you'd rather go to the one that you haven't fucked yet, that's 4 hours away. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Like when you're young and dumb. So I'm saying, like, everybody, it's a mistake that shit happens when you're young, innit? Like, that's it, man. You get what I'm saying? I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the whys and the why nots and the why, you know what I'm saying? Because the woman's still young. She didn't do it when she was 38, you know what I mean? She done it when she was 19, 20.
The point is that one has to define what young is. In my eyes, young is probably 14, 15, 16 when they're very gullible. But my point is that when I was 20, I was actually paying my tuition fees and working full time at the same time. But secondly,
10-year-olds yeah, that's true. Because I think right now, the way we are, remember the other day, like the man then pretty much said that you're not an adult till you're 26. And I was quite shocked at that. Because even though I understand how immature I was at 19, to take away my adult, I was a fully grown, I was a father, man.
Jedi, can I say something? Sorry to cut you. But when a woman knows that she's having her fanny rubbed, that's an adult. Because if she was really young and dumb, she wouldn't have understood what's happening to her. So secondly, I wanted to make the point.
I'm so
sorry. But bro, what's that got to do with it? I don't understand. What's that got to do with it?
Can I just finish my point, please?
Yeah, but be a bit cleaner with your
don't be. Listen, hold on, Chipper. You don't want Afghan to talk like you because it'd be a boring show. So stop loud trying to get people to talk like how you talk. I appreciate how he talks, and
I appreciate that.
Either get at him, tell him he's a nasty fucker or he's a prick or whatever, or agree with him. But like, let people talk how they talk because it's important we hear how people think and feel. You know what I mean?
Afghan, say your part, man.
No, it's fine, Shifa. I love you still, bro, my black brother. But the point is that what I'm trying to say is that men and women have special pheromones which they release. A man perceives interest in sex very different to women. You understand? Like a woman would see a guy with broad shoulders as very attractive, so she can grab him when she's basically missionary position. While a man would see her, like she must have been in a position where the duvet was open and her fanny was actually exposed through the butt cheeks, you know. So he must have got very turned on, which is understandable.
Whoa. Okay, so let me ask you something. Like, wait. Did you hear the part where she said she was fully dressed?
No, but the point is tristrations of the dress. It must have been very light, so her features would have been shown. She wasn't wearing a burqa, was she?
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? What, like, where did you get that from?
I'm saying, right, Jedi, you've seen women in tight jeans. You can see the features like in yoga pants. I mean, you must be honest,
I don't believe she was sleeping in jeans. I don't think any woman's looking to sleep in jeans.
No, but I
really believe it. I think
mad.
No, but Jedi.
Hold on. Amanda says she was fully clothed, yeah? I think she was in her underwear or she got some of his loose clothes, like he gave her a t-shirt or whatever. Because I don't think if she went clubbing, I don't think she's wearing her club wear. But even if she is, whatever she's wearing, she was clothed. There's no assumptions to say he could see anything. All I'm saying is he had a woman sleeping in his bed that's come down from Kent to see him, and he probably thought after a few drinks as well, he could try a thing. And I don't think he's a predator for trying a thing. I don't think he's a predator for not saying, do you mind if I place my my index finger in your vagina? I don't think he's a pervert or whatever for just trying to touch her. But if he didn't stop, or if he already said prior that, yo, I'm not on this. To be honest, I've said to girls, no, it's cool, man. No, I'm not on nothing. And then I'm trying it. Like, as a young man or whatever, come on, man. Like, and even girls will do that. Oh, no, we're not going to fuck. We're not going to do nothing. And before you know it, she's like zipping your zipper. This shit happens.
Jedi, could I just say one more thing, Jedi? You know, like, I'm married, right? Sometimes, right, what happens is, right, you know, my wife, when she's asleep, I might nudge her and say, you know, you're late for work, and she'll go, yeah. So that may have happened. He may have like asked for consent. She may have not been aware. She could have been half asleep, and he slipped the finger in. There's many aspects one has to rule out before you get accused of being a potential rapist. But my issue is the minute you drink alcohol with him, the minute you go far, far away, and even though you're catfish, you still proceeded to socialize with this individual, even though he disrespected you, it shows you have no morals and no dignity, and you still went to his house. He could have drugged you. He could have drugged you. He could have done anything. So 1 minute, please, 1 minute. Yeah. Control your impulses. The point is that he could have drugged you, and yet you still trusted him. So I don't see any problem with him having the false assumption that a false 1 minute. Excuse me, 1 minute. How he, you know, I do not blame him for having these kind of assumptions that she was ready to be finger banged because she trusted him and spent the night with him in his bed.
All right, Miriam.
Afghan, that wasn't the run-ins. That wasn't the run-ins. It was like
facts, brother. Coming after Miriam, please, Miriam.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What was you saying to Afghan's points?
I just think it. Do you know what? I think it's ridiculous when he was saying that if a woman's drugged and then she trusts the man, if she's drugged, and I'm assuming you mean rape. Right now, how is she supposed to know what's happening? This is the whole point.
Hold on 1 second, Miriam. Yo, facts. Stay on mute when other people are talking, please. It's been quite difficult to conduct a conversation with your background noise and your this and that, and you're interrupting Amanda. Please, brother, like, just stay on mute, and I promise you're next after Miriam. Miriam, sorry to interrupt you. Please carry on.
Yes, and also with the fact that you know, I don't know why he's so focused on, I believe her name's Amanda's situation, when there's so many other situations where a girl, she might, you know, you meet someone once, you meet someone twice, you kind of getting to know them, they invite you around, you're like, okay, cool, you come around, and something could happen just like that. She don't have to say that, oh, because she was lying on the bed, because XYZ, this is what happens. There's plenty of females who've innocently turned up and said, all right, well, he's making lunch or he's making dinner. We've seen each other a couple of times. And said, I'm going to take a chance to get to know this person. And then next thing you know, she's chopped up in a suitcase somewhere. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. I feel like when it comes to these situations, it's very easy for a man to condemn the woman and also I'm not saying that women shouldn't be aware, but a lot of the times I think what tends to happen is we don't realize that promise is a comfort to a fool. And just because someone promises or says they're going to be a type of way, or that they are a type of way, we find comfort in that promise and are not fully aware of the realities that can sometimes come about. And that goes with your culture, it goes with what you've been raised upon. So you don't know what each woman's situation is. You don't know what her situation at the time was. She could have had so many madness happen to her. And she goes, you know what? I'm just going to go out tonight. You know what? I'm just going to think. And then not realizing the time and said, oh, well, now I'm stuck. So I don't have the transportation to get home.
Are we taking away responsibility from her?
No. I'm not taking responsibility. I'm saying it works both ways. I mean, the way he's going on it, he just seems to be focusing on it's the woman's fault. She should have been like this. She should have been like that. But also, he's taking away that the man has a certain level of responsibility. And his level of responsibility is increased more because he has physical... he has a greater physical capability. I'm saying generally, obviously there are exceptions to the rule, but he has a greater physical capability than a woman. So therefore, the bulk of that responsibility is for him, because a woman can jump on a man can say no. Same way, you know, you see what I mean? He should be able to have that certain level of restraint in all situations, personally. But
that's
right.
but
the issue I'm trying to say is that she basically is irresponsible. She's naive and gullible. We can agree on this, but you can't blame the man.
Even if I agree on you on that, the way you're making it out is like every man is set and ready predators. So they're saying, right, I'm going to take advantage.
Biology. This is biology. Every man has some kind of threshold of sexual interest, and if a woman, a slim white woman with red lipstick, is coming into his bed, I'm sure majority of men, unless you've got a testosterone deficiency or if you're estrogen dominant like Raj, you would find that very weird. But any man that sees a beautiful woman in his bed, slim, she has attractive features, he's going to lay with her. He's going to try and touch her. He's going to say, look, love, you could have spent 50 quid in a shitty motel, but you're sleeping warm in my bed. You have to return the favor. You know what I mean? You've come
Afghan, you missed the...
Okay, no. It is actually facts. Hold on, it is actually facts' turn to speak. Go on, facts.
Afghan, you missed the beginning of the conversation. It didn't run like that. It was agreed that the lady couldn't get home on the train, and the gentleman was living at his mother's and offered to sleep in the bed, and it was agreed nothing was going to happen. And then the man woke up, and the man had some fingers where they shouldn't have been.
Why are people so obsessed with whether I had clothes on, whether I didn't wake up or not? Like, why the fuck are you grilling me on aspects of what I'm telling you is my truth? Why are we not concerned about the man's vibe and what the man was doing in that situation? I'm not going to lie, half the men that are chatting now are coming off as predators because you agree with that sort of stuff. And I'm not saying your experience is your experience.
You're allowed to say that. You're allowed to say that. Listen, about the platform, Amanda, you're allowed to say that. And if you feel like that, you can say that. Just like I'm going to back you, I'm going to back Afghan's right to say, oh, you maybe you were desperate or whatever things he's saying. It's opinions, and we need to hear them all. So yeah, you feel like men are sounding a bit predatory. I kind of agree with you. Maybe even if you're talking about me, I still agree though. So carry on anyway.
People are now making assumptions in private chat that I had a red lipstick on. What the fuck difference does that make? I could be the sexiest woman in his bedroom, but if a man says no, you're perfectly safe and makes me feel unsafe, why the fuck are you going to turn on me and make me out to be entitled?
Can I just... Before Afghan responds to you, can I just say, because I'm sure he's going to want to respond. Can I just say, the thing with the clothing thing, I'm not going to lie, I do think it is relevant what you wore when you laid in the bed with the man that you didn't want to have any sexual interaction with. I think it does matter, to be fair. And I don't believe you that you was fully clothed, because you went out. So I think you're going to make yourself at least slightly comfortable. Maybe you asked him for, women that slept in my house or in my bed, have you got some tracksuit bottoms? Have you got some boxers? Have you got a T-shirt I could wear? Did you not do any of that? Honestly.
Yeah, could I also ask one question? Amanda, sorry.
I literally just asked Amanda a question.
Oh, sorry, Jed. I apologize.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jed.
Sorry, Amanda.
There's too many people speaking that I don't know. Like I don't feel attacked because you guys don't threaten my my state of mind.
Yeah.
But what you are coming at me with is stuff. No, you're coming at stuff that's the periphery. The issue is, does a man have a right, just because he might have had a drink with a lady, to finger her while she's sleeping? No, he does not.
Thank you, family. Let me sum this one up, yeah? I get a lot of incoming from females. We can obviously see that, yeah? So I get to have them privileges of sleeping in a lot of female beds. And yeah, I do the nudge over, and I do have a little cheeky squeak of the bum cheek and whatnot. But there's rules to this shit. There's lines, like, you don't, like, the girl's asleep. So like as a man, I'm gonna get no enjoyment out of that whatsoever. So I need the girl to be fully conscious, fully awake, and that's me. That's all I want to say.
And to be fair, one last point. To be fair, the last time I spoke 20 minutes ago, I was like, I'm going to end like my conversation, but I feel like I've got to defend myself now.
Yeah.
It's just got twisted along the way. I don't mean any hard feelings, but don't victim shame. That's what they call it nowadays. When you blame the victim for, oh, well, you had responsibilities and you had rights and you should. I'm talking as a 20-year-old girl, and how many people on this panel have got 20-year-old girls? I'm just telling you to love your kids so they know the difference. I clearly did not know the difference, and clearly should have bounced sooner.
What happened with you? You probably had an excuse for him to do what he done. Yeah, but facts. See what happened with your missus, yeah? She probably had a normal 20-year-old's life, innit? Afghan was probably a sheltered 20-year-old, and he probably started buying pussy from 18.
Stop. Hold on 1 second. You can't ask for respect from one side and then go at Afghan on that side. It's not fair, bro.
Yeah, don't flip-flop.
1 second. Bro, hello.
You won.
Let Afghan speak. Like, he obviously wants more to say, so let Afghan speak.
And you know I've got mad love and respect for my brother Afghan, so
Amanda, can I?
Aware that I'm talking? Is anyone aware that I'm fucking talking right now? Like, it's so fucking annoying, man.
Right, we'll let Jedi talk. Let's mute up.
What I was going to say to you is, all right, you can attack Afghan and say what you want, but you was also caping for Amanda when Afghan just said, well, maybe you seemed a bit desperate to sleep in a man's bed that you didn't know. I think that was a fair thing to say. I don't agree with it. I think it was fair, and I know many men and women that would have that perspective. I want it represented. You've now said, well, Afghan, maybe you was buying prostitutes at 18, but when we listen to Afghan tell his story, Afghan tells us he's been with one woman.
Right, but Afghan, but hang on, let's put it into perspective.
Hold on, whether that's true or not.
When you put it into perspective,
oh, fuck's sake!
sorry, bro.
Let Jedi finish. Sorry, Jedi.
Whether that is true or not, we have to take into consideration. We are talking to a man that at 20 was married to a woman he is still married to now. So
right, but you've got to look at Afghan's culture and his background and where he's grew up and I love Afghan's pieces and he knows I does, and I'm not coming at him like that.
I'm saying we know that Afghan's a madman, yeah, but we're not gonna. I don't think we could just cast him off like he doesn't have.
No, I'm not. No, he's a brother to me. Like, he's so kind and cool.
And the way I've read it, Afghan's been in a relationship longer than all of us. The way I've read it.
He has.
Right.
And he's an honourable man. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I get it, but the cultural differences are different. It's not like back in Afghanistan or whatever. It might have been a bit different. And
I was raised here. I was born and raised here, man. Bloody hell, I'm not illegal. Facts.
But what about all your fighting in the hills and shit that we
I
talked
went
about?
For 3 years. I went for 3 years near my early 20s, man. What's wrong with you, man? I was born here. I was raised by a white.
Okay, all right, fair enough then. So then you know our culture then. So Afghan, you know our culture then. So so you can't have it both ways.
May I speak to Amanda, please?
Yeah.
Hi, Amanda. You could call me Inspector Afghan, but the point is, did this happen during the summer or winter? This incident.
Winter.
Right. So it took you very long to say that. I'm sure it was the summer, wasn't it? You could say like April or May. I mean, the weather must have been very warm. You could have slept on the park bench or anything if you had any dignity. But the point I'm trying to make is that when
would you let your wife sleep on a park bench before you met her? Would you be okay with the fact that your wife slept on a park bench, exposed to God knows how many people? Do you know what? I'd rather suck up the man that I've slept with or I'm in bed with. That is the reality for women that live in this world. You either get fucked by one man or multiple. I made my bed, I laid in it. I'm trying to tell you my experience. Your wife could be the loveliest woman and you've got a good, good English girl with good morals, good values, but there are very few women age 20 with a background like mine that are okay with that stuff. It's not okay.
Right, Afghan. What she's saying is the man made Amanda a promise and the man broke the promise. The man said Amanda wouldn't be troubled in the bedroom. She wakes up with fingers where they shouldn't have been.
Okay,
but that's all it is. That's all it is.
This shit.
Hold on. For Facts and Amanda, since we're asking how you'd feel about your wife doing this and doing that, how would you lot feel about your daughter, 20-year-old, meeting a man, a stranger off the internet, go into his house and sleeping in his bed after being drunk or after being intoxicated? How would you feel about your wife? Your daughter,
we would go and pick them up.
My mum didn't give me the same care as I give my children, so it's not a like-for-like debate. Would I let my daughter do that?
No, we're going to go and pick her up.
Fuck no.
Oh my God, your daughter. Oh
my
God.
Right.
You guys haven't seen my daughter. My daughter is me time.
You get where we're coming from. So where some people, because I think it's kind of 50-50, I'm fully hearing you and I'm agreeing with you. And I know when you're 20, you do dumb stuff. But if we're saying if we're saying it's dumb stuff, then we're gonna mean that if we know the 20-year-old has done something dumb, that means she's got some onus of responsibility on her as well. Then,
of course,
that's a question, Jordan.
That's
all I'm trying to bring into the picture. Now, do you have permission to touch a woman in your bed? No. But does touching go on in a bed? Yeah. Is the woman aware that touching goes on in a bed? Yeah. So my main thing is he promised to not do anything. And I've always clung to the saying, a promise is a comfort to a fool.
Yeah.
You know?
Wow.
And this is now,
sorry,
this is where we now need to take responsibility. How does a stranger promise you your safety? How do we allow a stranger to promise us our safety?
I think it's really bad that I share something personal to me that I don't share with the odd, stranger on the street. There's a level of confidence speaking to people that can't see me, don't know me, and yet straight away,
you're getting judged.
Half of you, judged, blamed, held responsible. Like I've told you, I'm now 35 with 2 kids. I think differently, and I'm allowed to think differently. I'm allowed to change. I'm allowed to do one thing one day, and the next day think, no, that's not what I'm about. I'm allowed to develop my value base over time.
Well, why can't? Hold on, 1 second. No, why do we live in a world where if you tell your story, everyone's got to be like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, bang out of order. Some people are going to be like, well, like I'm trying to explain, there's people listening now that are not from the walk of life where at 20-year-olds they were meeting strangers 5 miles away without enough money to get themselves home, buy drinks and get in the bed with the man. Hold on. So this is not no one. Hold on. Please hold on. You're saying that we're judging you, but what we're doing is assessing the facts that you have presented. That's it. It's not judging. It's just like wait. The same way people see things. People see things in loads of different ways. I don't want you to feel attacked. There's enough people here agreeing with you. Don't know if you read in the comments. People are agreeing with you too. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna lie. There's a naivety to not seeing that as you literally took yourself from your house 5 miles away and jumped and was in another man's bed at the end of the night. That don't happen by accident. So you don't end up in them situations with someone trying to touch you in any way or thinking they've got any right to touch you in any way. You don't just teleport into that scenario. So each step you took and choice you made, even if they're a bad choice or immature choices or whatever, we're not gonna go on.
I hold 99.9% of that responsibility because I was on a different level from this man. Clearly, I was different then. I was different now. Yeah, I'm not saying that you don't deserve to critique my experience. What I'm saying, however, is it's not right to victim blame. If I feel I'm a victim, I'm a victim. End of. You guys can disagree and say I perpetrated that stuff.
Wait. Hold on. If you think you're a victim, you don't just automatically become a victim in everyone else's eyes. It don't work like that. If you think you're a victim, you see yourself as a victim, and no one can tell you not to see yourself as a victim. I'm like, what? Like, I don't know why you're not getting this part, but everyone's just hearing the part of like. There's so many women that just if you don't drink and go out with a man, meet a man, and go and lay in his bed and not expect him to try it. So obviously you've made it clear, and you woke up with him violating you, and we're like, yo, that man is a fucker for doing that. He promised. He said he's not going to. He's wrong for doing that. Yeah, he's wrong for going against your wishes when you said you didn't want that. We're going to say that.
That's all we wanted to hear, Jedi. That's
I'm going to say. A woman to be able to walk naked into a men's club, a men's working club, and sit there and not be touched, not be abused or whatever. But guess what? If we heard that a naked woman went in there, was dancing and gyrating, and then men tried it on her and she went on it and they raped her, we're going to condemn the men, or we're also going to say, what the fuck was that woman doing? We're not going to excuse rape. We're not going to say she's not a victim of rape. She is. But we're not going to ignore the fact she walked into a men's only club naked and was gyrating. Because that's not something you do if you don't want to understand. I'm just saying.
Right, Jedi, you know, when you said you slept at friends' beds and it was just friends and you turned over, so when does that boundary get blurred? Like the girl said she just wants to sleep, she's missed the train, the man said she can sleep in the bed, the same thing as a friends thing. So just because you ain't friends and known each other like that, that could have been a beautiful friendship.
You didn't meet up to be friends, though. You didn't meet up to be friends, though. You went for the intentional sexual interaction.
Well, that's what
Afghan, I believe you missed the whole start of the conversation. I didn't meet a fellow off the internet and go and date him day one. Facts. I was chatting to this guy for 6 months. In 6 months' time, how long did you court your wife for, just out of interest?
Oh, the point is, we should discuss your issue.
His mum introduced him to her.
Yeah, but Freddie, stop talking, Freddie. You're becoming a little chuckhole. Listen, Amanda, the point I'm trying to make is that, can I ask you one very important question, Amanda? I'm just asking your permission, my lady.
Don't hold back, Afghan. Put her on blast, man. Put her on blast, brother.
Amanda, was you a virgin when you met him?
Is that relevant?
Can I say, everyone's going so deep into this, and
I'm just.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to ask this question: is that if a woman has a history?
Right, answer the question.
Hold on. Answer the question, Afghan, and then Amanda, and then I'll let Miriam come in after.
Do you want to tell them if you was or wasn't?
One minute. The point I'm trying to help her here. I'm trying to tell her the reasoning of my question. Right. I have to go anyway in 5 minutes, so I'll be very quick. The point is that if you were not a virgin, then you must have a history of understanding male intentions, and due to your naive nature, and I think you are lying about the man promising you, because I knew a girl, right? She was a really close friend of mine, and her name was Jezebel, and she used to do this kind of shit as well with me.
Jezebel.
So the point is that I think you're lying. I think you've made a mistake. He wasn't your expectation. You trusted him to sleep in his bed. I mean, you should never trust a man to allow you to sleep in his lion's lair. That's
really. You should never trust a man,
especially when you've never.
So if I was a virgin,
you know why?
It's different.
Because you said about the physical. I think it was Miriam that said about the physical. A man's physically so much. So therefore, never trust a man. Don't trust a man. You're a woman, a young woman. Yeah, you don't trust a man to say, "Don't worry. After we drink and we club and we gyrate and I watch you dance and I watch and I smell all the pheromones in the air. We're gonna go home. You're gonna get in my bed and don't worry. I'm not gonna be sexually Do you know what I mean? Come on, like, you don't trust a man to say that.
I've got 3 words to say before I end it. I don't need to go into whether I'm a virgin or that. That is irrelevant to the conversation. Whether I've got experience of men, whether you men have schooled me, is irrelevant. No means no. End of.
Sister was
end of.
Amanda was given
if some man comes and rapes Afghan's wife, am I going to sit here and say she had red lipstick on? No, I'm going to sit here and say woman to woman, no means no. End of.
And you went to sleep thinking, being told that you was going to sleep and wake up.
Hang on, what have you got to come back on that? No means no. What are you going to say? Yes means yes, maybe means maybe.
No one's going to say anything. No means no, and that's facts. Even, but like when a man's,
but that was agreed before they went to sleep.
Hold on. I'd say to a woman, yeah, you say no means no. That means your no means no, and you want a man to know that. I'm glad. Just know it doesn't work the other way. Yeah, when you're a sexy woman, yeah, and you've been chatting to a man for 6 months, and you've come and linked me, and then you've come to the you've come and linked me, then we've gone.
So hang on.
Hold on.
I'm going to say no means no, but you're going to hear yes means yes. That's the problem. I say no, and you men say yes over and over and over again. It's not right. Not right.
I'm not saying that. So
if your wife says no to rape, it's a no. It's not a maybe. It's not a, okay, get your dick out. It's not I fancy a cup of tea. I stand. No. Hear me now. I stand for all men and women. If they say
you don't stand. You stand for you, Amanda, and you're not even hearing other men and women's perspective. No. So let me tell you something now. Yeah, you as a woman can say your no means no. Not every woman's no means no. But I say to other men, if a woman says no, take it as a no. You know how many times a woman might say no to you, then when you take her no as a no, she's like, why didn't you try it? Why didn't you do the day? I'm like, well, you said it wasn't. You said you weren't on it. You said we ain't going to have sex today. You said that, so I'm being respectful. So then there's supposed to be some, hold on, no, don't unmute to cut up what I'm saying. No one do that. Please. Yeah? So people like, oh yeah, your no means no. Cool. I will teach my sons no means no. I will teach my daughters, if you're not on it, say no. But one thing I'm trying to teach you women, which you're not hearing me, is a man's no might not mean no. Right? We don't have the same campaign. Yeah? A man's no might not be. So if a man says, no, I'm not going to try it on you, come and lay in my bed. Take your clothes off. I ain't gonna try it. I'm a big man. What if you get a girl laying in my bed before? I ain't gonna try it. You can take your clothes off if you're uncomfortable. It's hot. Like, I ain't gonna try it. If you're a wise woman, you won't believe him. You won't trust him, or you won't put him in that position where his weakness will be manifested. Yeah? You're not trying to test the man and see if he can lie next to you and not get a boner. If you truly don't want any sexual interaction, your best bet is not to sleep in a single man's bed. That's your best bet. And I feel as mothers and fathers, this is what we arm daughters with. Not the whole story of, oh yeah, link him and chat to him for 6 months and then come down to Hull and meet him and then go to the club and then drink and then get in his bed and then tell him. And then when he says no, believe him means no. And then when you wake up with a finger in your fanny, be surprised. Nah, let's safeguard our children from listening, because a man is going to probably say anything he can to get you in his bed. Because like what another man tried to tell you, another married man tried to tell you earlier, from you're in his bed, he's already thinking the battle is won. The best bet. I don't think no rape services or abuse services are going to promote the actions that you took on that night. They're not going to demonize you, and neither am I. And I am going to point the finger at the man and be like, well, boy, that was dodgy. Like she said, nah, Would I convict him of rape? No. Would I convict him of sexual assault? Probably not. If you said to stop while he was doing it and he stopped, then I'm going to be like, yeah, bro, that was sketchy. The girl weren't really feeling you. That was kind of long. I don't know. Rare. It's a mad move. It's not something that I would do personally. I would try to wake a woman. I would try to wake a woman with the sexual touching. And hopefully she wakes to wanting to have sex with me. That's me, innit? I'm probably drawing from experiences of being with long-term girlfriends or long-term sexual partners where, you know, Like, gal might even say, if you wake up in the middle of the night, I've had that. So if you wake up in the middle of the night, wake me up. Fuck me. Like, fuck me. I want another round, innit? Like, I don't care. And then I've got many fond memories of waking up 3, 4, 5, 6 hours, 6 o'clock in the morning and doing my thing and it being cool. But obviously that's in a relationship. I'm just saying, I am not going to pretend like it's just normal to do what was done and we're just going to ignore that. No, we're not. I'm not victim blaming the woman, but I'm also getting the woman to have accountability so that when we're teaching this lesson to the young, we can see where everyone went wrong. Not just what the man did wrong, but where the woman went wrong as well. Please, daughters, wives, sisters, moms, aunties, cousins, don't get in the bed with a man you don't want to have sex with. Please. That's not to say if you do and he tries something, then you deserve to be raped. No way at all. Fire upon rapists. I'm on burning rapists and killing them. But then we have to... I just feel like there's I've never had a rape allegation or anything because I just know how to behave. I like the grayness, all this grey. I'm like, I try to touch a girl, come back to my yard. I had a situation, 2 girls. One of them was on it. The other one was like, nah, I'm not really on it. Nah. When the other girl started touching the other girl, she was like, nah, don't touch me. I'm not really on it. But these times we're all naked laying in the bed. This is an old experience, yeah? Then it's like, well, okay. Then it's like, oh, but then if I touch it, you're kind of on it. But then, and then it just clicked to my head. This girl has said out of her own mouth, nah, I'm not really on it. Allow it. I just said to the other girl that was, let's draw a line here. Let's end this now. Because this could lead to somebody saying, well, you know, like, Jedi kept touching me and I was saying stop it and he wouldn't stop and blah, 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 blah. And before you know it, you're signing some register in that. So, like, yeah. When a woman says allow it, innit? Like,
and I think the whole point with her...
Can I just come in, though? Because I tried to come in before.
When a man says he's not going to try it, yeah. When a man says he's not going to try it, don't believe him. Facts. Go on, Freddie.
Yeah, family. All I was going to say, fam, is do you think a woman's actions overrides the man's actions, or is it equal settings? Or because I agree with everything you said about any circumstances that can lead you into an unwanted man's bed. I agree with you totally there. We need to really, but I'm saying, is that paramount then over the man's behavior, or is what I can't, just for clarity. Do you know what I'm saying? What are you saying? Did you saying the buck stops at the man? Or
no? Listen, guys, I'm sat here saying I take 99% of the responsibility because I've obviously recognised my part in that incident. What the point that the previous man just made, was it Schiffer?
Yeah.
Freddie, there was a distinction.
Sorry, Freddie.
No, it wasn't Freddie. The one before that. There was a distinction, Jedi, between the way you speak to your daughter and the way you speak to your son. And what I'm purely simply saying is raise both your children with both the same views. Don't tell the girl that she deserves it because you practically said that I deserve to be raped. And don't tell your son something different. Tell both your children, because they are equal. No man has got any place over a woman. You know, there's equality, there's one love. Raise both your children to know that if you lay down in that bed, him or I, there's going to be consequences, long-term consequences. He walked away probably with a clear conscience because that's his level. I've reached a higher level now where I'm just trying to give my experience so you can understand. A lot of people are coming with the male perspective. Thank you for that. Thank you, because that tells me that maybe there was a lot more wrong that I did and a lot more right I could have done, but I can't change then. I can only change now. And people are listening and they need to know that you can't do that to a man or a woman or a person. We are all human beings with the same rights, responsibilities, and we do not deserve to be fingered, fucked, or otherwise.
Into roles like a man,
I think the main thing is
do that. A real man's not going to do that.
The younger men and women out there, Because yes, like I hear you when you're saying you was 20 and you was naive, and it all as well stems back to the background that you come from and how you was raised. If you haven't had that supportiveness or that guardianship,
you heard that.
It's easier for someone who has had that support and had some older person say to them, look, don't go to no man's house, or don't do this or don't do that. But then when you are young and you don't have that guidance, sometimes you can be naive. Now it's
like I don't know about you, girl, but I raised myself. I raised myself, and I was born into a life of crime, of drugs, of abuse. So therefore that's my norm. Like I'm saying, at that point when I laid down, that was my norm. It's not my norm no more. And I'm just trying to help people understand that doesn't need to be your norm either, to be on the giving or the receiving ends of that. Like allow it. Just
sorry, I was going to say I definitely got the man's action in higher than anything you've done.
To flip it on its head,
you fucked up big time, but where the man fucked up even more if he touched you without consent.
Yeah, the consequences for the man are much worse. However, hear me.
Flip it on its head.
I'm listening.
I was going to say, just to flip it on its head, you're lying there. Yeah, turning on you then, Amanda. You're lying there, and you think, oh yeah, I'll get him turned on here. I'll stick my finger up his bum.
What?
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I'll guarantee you'd see a flipping different side. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. See, what I think the problem mainly is, obviously there's loads of little problems and like there's other little lying things. It's the fact that he entered you. Do you get me? He went into your body. So I'm saying, for us to sort of see it from your perspective, it's like lying there, you're fast asleep, and then a girl just like sticking a finger up your ass. Do you get me? Without no
how many fannies? Sorry. How many scouts?
Heathen. His name's Heathen.
No, I'm just
how many
saying,
fannies have you got?
So people can sort of see like how, like, I know how violated I'd feel as a man if I was lying there in the bed.
Yeah, but hold on.
Thank you, but it's not the same.
Big up Reggae. Let me know how to say your name, but thank you so much for the donation. The first person to donate today to the super chat.
Yeah.
Let's keep these super chats up because it's going to be another good day of conversation. What I wanted to say in response to Heathen, and please hit the like button if you haven't already. Please, please, please. I was going to say to Heathen is, Heathen, you don't normally get fingered to get turned on, though, do you?
Indeed.
Right.
It's an invasion,
I'm just talking hypothetical. Like, I've never,
I get it.
I've never even been battery tested.
But wait. This is the whole point I'm making. If you're going to make a comparison like that, then you've got to take into consideration that it is natural to touch a woman's vagina and insert fingers.
We don't live in that era anymore.
Fucking you lot are slightly taking the piss a little bit. Right. It's natural to insert fingers and touch a vagina in order to try and turn a woman on. I don't think it's normal to try and insert your fingers into a man's bum. For a woman to insert her fingers into a man's bum while he's sleeping to turn him on, I feel like that's quite niche. And I don't think every man is up for that. I'm definitely not. So I think it's a shit example. It's like saying, if I woke up to a hand job, I'd say that's the same example. Who gives you the right to touch my dick? We only went out. We've only been chatting for a month. We've only been chatting for 6 months. I bought all my own drinks. I bought you drinks. I fall asleep in your yard. And you say that we're not going to have sex. You promised me. And then when I'm sleeping, you touch my dick. Oh my God. What the fuck? It's like, you know what? I don't know. You wouldn't want your wife sleeping in a bed with any other man because men and women in a bed is sexual. Right? You don't sleep in a bed with your children when you get past a certain age because men and children in a bed, past a certain age is a bit weird. Like, you're not going to sleep in bed with your 13-year-old daughter. I don't care how close you are. Like, she might sleep on the edge and you sleep on that bit, or you sleep on the sofa, but you're not going to be spooning with your 13-year-old daughter in bed, or your 14-year-old or your 15-year-old. Come on. You're not going to catch me spooning with my 15-year-old son in bed. So there's obviously a clear dynamic about adults being in bed together. And I'm saying, yeah, you should have just... Like, okay, let me answer the question, because I see Oba Sexa ask the question too. When you woke up to him messing around in the middle of the night, how did you rectify that? What did you do? Did you stay? Did you move over to the edge? Did you sit on the edge of the bed? Did you send him downstairs? Did you get your clothes on and walk out? What did you do? Did you call a cab to the train station? Like, what did you do? That's what I want to know. Do you know what I mean? If you told him off and went back to sleep.
She said it already, you know, Jay. I think she said she fell back.
She went back to sleep?
Yeah, she just fell back. She just said, yo, allow it. I'm going to fall back until the night. And I'm not too sure. I don't want to speak for her still. But I swear I heard her say, I'm going to fall back until the morning and escape. But I don't know.
Yeah, man. Tell me if you lot think I'm in the wrong, man. Because I listen to you lot, man. Like, you know, tell me if you think I'm wrong. I'm just saying, I hear all sides of it.
No, you're right, man. See, what I think, maybe what I'm seeing then, Jedi, is maybe I'm probably going on to about the entering part. Do you know what I mean? If you were there just grabbing her tits and that, trying to warm her up and trying to show her that way, I don't think it's the same. I think it's the entering.
Heathen,
do you get me?
Can I ask Jedi a question when you finish?
Yeah, well, you can do. But why didn't you let him finish? Hold on, man. Why does everyone keep doing this? Why are you interrupting him to say, can I ask you a question when you're finished? Why are we doing this?
Because someone else is going to jump in after Heathen.
Oh, man. Like, honestly, it's annoying.
All right.
But yeah, Heathen, you finished, right? Basically, innit? Right, yeah. So
my question to Jedi is this, right? Yeah. You said sorry, Heathen, have you finished? I didn't mean to cut you. You know, I'm not that. Sorry, Heathen, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think that's what my. No, yeah, like, that's all I was saying. Right. I think it's the entering part which takes it to that extra level. Do you get me?
I was all over the place. She was in the toilet. I was talking to my mate and outside, but so I missed half of what you said. But what I wanted to ask the panel and Jedi, Jedi said that he slept in a bed with a woman that's a friend, the same as I have. Yeah, me and Jedi have both turned over, knowing nothing's going to happen. Yeah, because we're friends. Yeah, so like just because you've spoke to someone for 6 months, not met them, and you go out on a date with them, and someone said to you, I don't think this is going to work out. We're just going to be friends. And the man or the woman said, you can stay at my house. And then you wake up and that bullshit's happening. Like what? So how long do you have to be friends with someone to not think that you, because you're laying in the same bed as them, that you can do that? Like I
don't work like that. Even,
I don't get it. If a girl says no and you're friends, it's no.
Bro. All right, so you asked the question, yeah. If you sleep in a bed with a friend, like I said, even when I've done it, a girl's bed.
Now the phone's died. Now
I can hear you still. Your phone ain't died. Facts. Anyway, I'll wait for you to jump back on because you probably just put your charger in. But nah, man, I don't think I don't even know about the laying next to your female friend thing. I think you're better off not doing that. I think you're better off not laying next to your female friend in bed if you can help it. Yeah, I think you're better off not doing it. That is a last ditch. That's a last ditch thing. And anybody doing that, I think eventually you can expect something to happen. I don't think you're going to be surprised. And I've heard of women like, oh my God, can you believe it? He actually tried it. And I'm like, yeah, he's a man, you're a woman. Yeah, but we've been friends from primary school. Like, does that stop you being a man and him being a woman? But you have to understand that there's a dynamic between males and females that we're designed in a certain way, man. And we have to accept that as well and stop being naive. So I guess what I'm trying to do is appeal to her to not promote that naivety to other women, because I feel like I'm being way more realistic and honest and way more trying to protect a woman by telling her, don't believe the man. Furthermore, you ain't got no business sleeping in his bed if you're not trying to fuck him. I'd rather stick to them rules. We can go to the fairy tale of, but shouldn't a woman being able to sleep in a man's bed without something going? We can do all of that, but I think we're just chatting shit. Like the best bet
I
is.
reckon you're right there, lad.
Yeah.
Do you know it's
You're
the
right
point
there,
that
lad, 'cause
everyone keeps
I'd
thinking
say
that they're the exception to the
7
rule?
times out of 10,
Right.
the man's gonna try something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's my belief, innit? Yeah.
But then
I always say to women, lad, don't trust men. We know men, lad. You know what I mean? That's like when women say, don't trust women. I'd take the women's side on it. You know, I'd be like, oh yeah, go ahead. I'll keep that one in the back of my memory. But
yeah,
go on. Sorry, Miriam. Go on.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was going to say it just comes to a point where you have to really ask yourself. It's a big question. Can men and women truly be friends, or can they only really and truly be friendly with one another? And that's like, because at the end of the day, it's a case of a woman is consistently having to be on guard. It's a sad reality, but that's the reality of it. Do you see what I'm saying? And personally speaking, I don't think a man and a woman can be friends. I feel like they can be friendly to one another. The only time when you can be quote unquote friends is if you are not physically attracted to the other person. Do you know what I mean?
But wait, does that stop the other person not being physically attracted to you? Right. Or
no. But this is what I'm saying about the person who is not physically attracted to you can truly say, like, I only see you as a friend. Does that make sense?
Right.
No, look, Jedi, my other phone died. I didn't. I wasn't.
Yeah, we know.
That wasn't that. So that, like, I missed the answer to the question. It's just like, is it like how long? Like, I don't care if I know someone for 2 years or I've met them for like 2 days, and I sleep in their beds. No means no. Like, and yes, I'm going to go in for the cheeky fiddle. Yes, I'm going to go in for the little bum slap and the tickle. But if the girl doesn't wake up and she doesn't respond to me, I'm going to leave it.
Okay, so you're still going to test your friend then? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm a man.
So there you go. I rest my case. I rest my case. Right. Man seen the girl as his friend and he's still trying to test her. Why? Because he's in a bed with her and he's horny. And
I wouldn't stick my fingers up her thingy. It's not. I'm not going to go that far.
Regardless, that in itself, what you said you're going to do would get you a charge of sexual assault.
What? Me waking? I'm sleeping in the same bed as someone, and I'm like leaning over, going, "I'm morning. You're awake. Give you a little peck on the cheek and like try and spoon you or whatever. I don't know. I'm not really used to this weird shit. That's not my style."
Bro, pressing up against her, touching her in an intimate way, touching her in intimate places without express permission. If she makes a complaint and you admit to it, yes, you will be convicted. Yes.
Well, I guess that makes me a fucking. I don't know. Like, that's weird, man. Because that's not. I haven't done anything. I'm literally. Like, if the girl just nudged me back and was like, I'm just going to get up, make a cup of coffee and leave.
If she's your friend, why have you touched her inappropriately?
No, I'm talking about like friend zone. So if I've known girls like
your friend, she said,
years and sleep in the same bed.
Hold on, she says she's not into you, she's not attracted to you, she just wants to be friends. You're laying in bed and you've still gone in to violate her personal space and yes.
Well, no, because it's too like I mean, I'm not going to kiss a male like that because I would, but like sleep in the same bed as a male, so I wouldn't. I'd sleep on the floor, but.
Why is that?
No, we've got to bring all this into the conversation. We have to. I've top and toweled with some of my friends, but we're not going to do any weird shit like wake up and bumping.
Are you listening as well?
Yes, I'm listening.
If sleeping in a bed with your friend is platonic, and you can do it, why does it make a difference if it's a man or a woman you're in the bed with?
Oh, I missed.
You don't.
It wasn't cutting out. It's maybe I'm outside of my house. Let me just come back in a second.
Yeah, men and
it's noisy on the outside. I'll go in the bathroom. That'll be better.
Man and woman, man and woman sleeping in a bed together as friends is okay, but man and man sleeping in a bed together as friends isn't. Explain.
No, right. Like I've slept top and tail when I've come home raving with my friends, and we're young, and like I'm not about to start spooning my mate or leaning over to give it but if a woman,
you will if she's female. You will if your mate is female though.
Yes, of course you do. I'm not going to take it. I'm only going to lean over and say, good morning, did you have a good night's sleep? Give you a peck on the cheek and try and gyrate a little bit against you.
Right.
And if you push back on me, then I'm going to get a signal and I'm going to let it go from there. But what I'm not going to do is start inserting things where they shouldn't be inserted. That's going too far.
You're missing the point though. In fact, the point is that's supposed to be a friend. You're not supposed to gyrate. You're not supposed to lean in. You're not supposed to do nothing. It's your friend, just like your male friend is. So clearly, what you're telling me is between men and women and a bed, there's a secret fucking thing, which means
it's natural. We're male and female. It's natural.
Slow down. It's natural to get sexual urges and feelings laying next to the opposite sex. Funny that,
yes.
Right? So what I'm saying is, if you've been talking to a woman for 6 months, and judging from the way that the sister talks now, she's probably been quite happy to have sexual conversations. He probably might have felt he was on a promise.
Yeah, but no means no, but look, all I'm saying is it's like a 30-second thing. I wake up, I lean over, give you a little cuddle, peck on the cheek, and say, "Oh, did you have a good night's sleep? Do you want a cup of coffee or tea?" And then if she pushes back into me, and then I come up with the coffee and teas, then we can take it from there. But what I'm not going to do is, while she's asleep, invade her body, or I'm not going to do that.
I respect it. You know what? I agree with you. And let me just add something else here. I don't really know too many women that have been fingered in their sleep. Just leave it at that, yeah? You ever tried it before?
You can't because they're not wet and it's not that. You can't do it. It's impossible.
So
no, I'm in a long-term relationship.
So when you wake up with a stranger that you've just physically met yesterday, fingering the fuck out of you, exactly what's going on in there, Fat? Speak to me.
I mean, we're talking. I don't know, man. You need to talk to Amanda about that. I don't know. I can't answer. But I ain't got a fannies. But I've touched a few. So and I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, it's going to be. This is what I'm saying. That's probably why she felt some type of way, because she's woke up all tight and horrible and thinking, what the fuck's going on? And it was like, well, we didn't agree to, you just come on. Like she's saying she can't get the train home. The guy's got a mum and dad there, so she feels half safe. She's come back to the bedroom and, I don't know, slept in the bed. I don't know if she was dressed or undressed. I know Amanda, she would have probably been half undressed. But it doesn't give any geezer carte blanche to start doing that when a woman's asleep.
I agree. I do kind of agree with you. I think from hearing women talk, I don't think it'd be something I'd be attempting to do with a woman that I just met that day. And pick up the sisters that let man know, and even the brothers that let man know, don't, because, you know what I mean? I'm glad I know that. I'd never really done it before, but I get it, man. I get it.
I mean,
yeah, exactly, but not everyone's like us, are they?
Right.
So you'll have that lad in town, you've always seen that lad in town who'll go and get the girl who can't walk, do you get me? And he'll be like, I'll take her home. I'll make sure she gets home all right.
Oh my God, I hate that guy. I'm in Liverpool. You Scousers are showing your true colours today, even. I'm just teasing.
You lot just making noise. You lot just noisy, man. You lot just making noise. I hate that guy, Heathen. He's disgusting. Oh man, I fucking hate him. Yeah. I hate that guy. So disgusting. Because it's like there's all these sober women or all these women that are coherent and you want the one that's vomiting or can hardly stand up, and you're proper trying it. I fucking hate shit like that. But yeah, I mean, consciousness. Let me just say, consciousness does matter to me. You know, it does matter.
Yes, that's where I was gonna go. Consciousness, lad. Yeah.
I want to be conscious and aware before we're having sex. But I might do something sexual to awaken her and to arouse her, is what I'm saying. Because I have in the past, but it's never been with a stranger. But I don't think I didn't do it just because I don't really know this woman. If you're in my bed,
They get a lot of incoming off women.
Yeah.
But Jeds, you're talking about you, yeah? Enough of these men know that the woman is not on it and they're still doing it. That's the difference. Because you can tell when she wants you to basically make the move or whatever, innit?
Nah, but Jungle.
Because they give off a certain energy.
I'm honest
So, but if you're waiting till a woman's asleep to finger her,
sometimes I'm a bit confused. Or I'm now a youth. I'm teenage Jeds or whatever. Yeah. Sometimes I'm confused of whether she's on it, but wants me to like work for it, so I can't go away and it was an easy.
I can agree with you on that, fam. Because I've missed out on many girls because they said I never made the move, but I never saw. I saw it as you wasn't on it, so I just left you alone.
Right. When you're laying next to a woman, and you're not sure whether you just circumstantially are laying next to her or whether she wants you to move, there's that tenseness, and like I've like as a youngster, I've talked myself out of making that move bare times.
Because you don't want to get your name called in the wrong way.
Right. But when I start to say, cha, like if she's not on it, she gonna let me know, then I take that plunge. But it was a bit of a risk taking that plunge. And guess what? I heard Freddie talking about being vocal, but you can't always vocally say it, because sometimes if you get a woman, you're trying to get a woman to vocally admit wagwan, she's gonna say no. Sometimes,
but that's why I say when the woman says no, I don't want to, or something like that, stop.
Done.
It's done. Even if she means she wants to, babes, you're gonna have to stick it on me now. I'm done because you said no. That's it. But I can't blame a man for trying, because I would be gay if I say I've never tried. But I'm just not in the pedophile way.
Yeah.
If she says no, it's no. If she wants me to, then obviously I'll get the thing. But yeah,
you know, I think sorry. I think a lot of power, what people overlook is that for the most part, a woman would fall in love with a man through his words, and what we're taught is that men will fall in love with a woman through sex. So men speak words in order to get sex, and women give sex in order to
hear the kind
words of love.
That's bad.
I've heard that a few times. I've actually heard that a few times.
That's bad. But you believe this though? It's said, but is this what you believe?
That must be tell us.
Yeah, because I don't know.
But this is the
thing. Do you believe that?
Men are more. No, I'll say, like, I'm just saying this as a general rule. Obviously, every rules there are exceptions, and your life experiences play a part, and how you've been raised also plays a part in your understanding of how you view men. Like, I was always taught by my mom, never love a man more than you love yourself. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Same as I wouldn't love a woman unless I love myself. I gotta love myself as well. Like, come on.
Yeah,
I rate
exactly.
myself.
But this is again, it goes down to the guidance that you're given. I mean, another thing that my mum would always say is not everything's necessary to be said, so don't say it. And that's to teach, like, only when you get a bit older, you finally understanding certain sayings.
Yeah.
And I took it as, okay, yeah, you know what, I actually need to really listen more. So like, I will hear what people are saying to me, and I will listen what their actions show me. Do you see what I mean? Whereas, like I said earlier, promise is a comfort to a fool. Some people are not taught to discern between the two factors, and then they just go on the word and say, I'm hearing what he's saying, or I'm hearing what she's saying, but they're not actually listening to what's coming out. And then that's what can put men and women in dangerous situations. Do you see what I'm saying? Or
yeah, I want to say something to that. Yeah, see, women fall in love with the words. Men fall in love with the.
Nah, we're not gonna do that.
Are you a woman? Are you a woman?
No, wait, stop. We're not gonna do that. A deal. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not gonna jump on and say what the sister just said. Like, stop that. Stop that. That's silly.
He's got problems, bro.
That's silly.
Now, big up Mariam though. That boy, I love that. I love that.
Yeah. That's real talk. Still, I mean, it's understandable, man. It's understandable. So a woman's gonna listen to a man when he says, "I ain't gonna try it." Nah, I feel like most women, look, I can't speak for most women. I'm lying. Plus, I came from a specific corner of the globe. I've raised in a specific corner of the globe, and I've dealt with women from a specific corner of the fucking globe, i.e., being London. Yeah, London, innit? So I'm sure attitudes change and are different in all different types of places. In London, I think young women are armed, with the fact of don't listen to no man's foolishness. Don't let a man twang you up. Don't let a man tell you he's not on it, because he is. Every man's on it. Don't let a man tell you that he's just your friend, because at any chance he will try it on you. Like, these are unfortunate things that people say about men, and I'm gonna have to back up some of these things. Another thing they might say is, don't expect a man to control himself. And this is cautionary tales that you give to a woman so that she's ready for the extreme of a man. Right?
Yes, lad. Yes.
Don't say that this is how men should be. I will just arm you with like the worst scenario of what a man could do. I would be like, yo, you don't go to no strange man's yard like that, because a man could just rape you.
Yeah, well, obviously. Come on, why would you go
It's better to
there?
be cautious, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, it's about teaching them to protect them. And I think this, maybe I'll just have to say it. That's why I think men are probably the best teachers for other men and other women, or should I say girls and boys, because they are, I think someone said a woman can't rape. Well, if the man's the only person that can rape, then surely a man should teach children or girls or boys to protect.
How to protect against it. Right. You know what? That's a bad boy point. You cut out though, S, but we heard that part. Dogger.
Jedi, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I want to say something, yeah. Like, just say, yeah. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Hold on, let me remember. Just say, yeah. A woman is cheating, yeah, and she gets caught cheating, and then she says it was rape.
Bro.
All right, yeah, go on, carry on.
There's bare women like that, Like, she got caught cheating, she got caught. She goes, no. Next man try rape, man, like rape and shit. Then what? I'm just trying to add something to that, because that happens as well a lot.
You know what? I'm gonna jump off. Just let this bro chat with that shit.
That's just individual, though, lad. Innit? You, that's like a proper individual story, and I know what happens a lot, like, but.
No, that happens a lot, especially raves.
I'm proper fucked up. I'm proper fucked up. He probably fucking came in me. He's fucking Nigerian. Terry's gonna fucking go nuts. He's gonna fucking hit the roof. What am I gonna do? Do you know what? I'll say he fucking raped me.
You mean something like that, Adil, yeah?
Yeah. You see what them adverts are doing subconsciously to people. They're just controlling their mind. But I think on the whole subject,
naive, man. You're not going on. I don't know.
No, we know that happens. We know that happens. No one's denying it. Yeah, but on that whole subject of obviously consent, I've always, because in my group, unfortunately, two close friends ended up doing the madness. So, and I've always, complete mad. So, I've always thought to myself, hang on a minute.
The madness.
Yeah, the madness. So, I've always said to myself, I'm talking stringing women up, punching them over, holding them down, horrific rape, all of this, all of that. So I was thinking, okay, when we were growing up, like, what was different with you? And if I've
S, jump back in when you can, bro. I know you're driving. I think you were saying something about 2 people that you grew up with did some horrific crimes. Yeah, man, jump back on, man, because you need to finish that point. Still, you need to finish that.
But another thing, could you blame intoxications if you
For what?
abused it? If you
For
abused
what?
it in that same scenario, like rape without all this consent and stuff.
No.
Yeah, alcohol is a big impairment of judgment. Yeah, it's definitely a big factor. Yeah, it's
an impairment, lad. Yeah, but you can't be an excuse and just say, "Oh, she was drunk."
Hey, 1 second. What if the woman's too drunk as well? Then what?
Well, you should stay away from a lad, innit? Because there's always that chance she's going to wake up and go, "You're a rapist."
You're not in control.
It's the same
You're not in
it's
control
the
how
same
much
with
you
the
drink.
cheating one you were talking about. If you're cheating, you're playing with fire anyway. So you've all already engaged in the lies. So don't be surprised that the girl might lie and say he raped me.
What would you be doing with a drunk woman? She doesn't know that you're fucking her. She doesn't know what's happening. So what would you be doing with a drunk woman apart from put her in a fucking bed and make her go
You're
sleep?
both drunk. You're both drunk. You're both drunk. I'm saying you're both drinking together.
Yeah.
And then what? We're both drunk. So what?
Yeah, go on.
Are you not hearing what I'm saying?
No,
I just asked you. Yeah, we're drunk. We're both drunk. So what?
So if the woman doesn't remember, if the woman don't remember she consented or not, then what? The man's still gonna get blamed.
Yeah.
Well, you should be a man and know that the woman's drunk. You're taking advantage. You could have waited till the morning and fucked her out.
Yourself. Wait, hold on. You're drunk yourself as well. You're both drunk. You're both.
But then how would you both remember? How would you remember, but she don't remember? If you're both drunk.
These are the risks of laying with people that you don't know, innit?
Right.
You don't get to know. You know,
That's
if you don't know
that's the risk of seeing a lady that's half drunk, swaggering, and then because you're a man that don't get vagina, you pick on that lady to go get her.
Yeah,
instead of all the other ladies that are standing, winding their waist and looking a man to dance with.
Then again, I don't know how many women like mans have been. I'm just talking about past experience, past innit? Now, just say you done her right all night, yeah. Now, yeah, she done all right. She's willing to whatever consent and all of that stuff goes. That's all gone. If she's drunk, yeah. If she's too drunk, now, just say the man couldn't do what she wanted, yeah. The next day, if she says I didn't consent, is that a different scenario or not?
You know, like, this is why I was trying to explain it. I don't know where I got cut off.
I'm trying to make you not think.
Cool, bro.
I'm trying to make you not think outside the box. Like,
I'll tell you where you got cut off, bro.
Go on, bro.
You got cut off when you said your friends done some heinous crimes. You explained what the heinous crimes were, rape and some sadistic shit to women, and then you said you tried to look and say when we were all growing up, what was different about them, and then you cut off. S, you cut again. It's your reception, man. It's your reception. You cut again.
No. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, basically, what I'm trying to say is that, so where they done this, it was a shock to the system, because first, when I was told, I was like, no, that could never be true. And I know this person so close, and I said that could never be true. You know, like, fully back the person, and then I'm starting to realize, no, this might be true. So I'm thinking, what is so different about this person? If we more or less like grew together, we done the same shit, how can I know what's okay and you don't know what's okay? So people are complicating this issue, but if it was your daughter in that situation, would you know what's okay or what's not okay? It's all about respect. It comes down to respect for that person. And if you're choosing to violate that person, then you might catch a case. But if you show them respect, then you'll never have a problem, will you? So all of this looking too deep into it, I've never had that issue. Never had it. I've had different scenarios. I remember I met one girl, like Tinder days, way back in the day. And I remember I left the first night, and then she was like, why did you leave? And I was like, oh, I just thought, you know.
Did you
like,
say Tinder days?
Yeah, I said Tinder days, bro.
That's
like,
mad.
You never been on Tinder?
Just make your point.
So it's kind of like, and the girl was a little bit like, Like, why did you leave? And I was like, I thought, you know, like I didn't know anything was happening. Do you get what I'm saying? So I've had both situations. I've been aired in the bed, and I've never read the signals that she might have wanted it. But this is what I'm trying to say. You got to kind of, like, you got to have that kind of balance, because you can't jump down someone else's, you know, start jumping on them.
I remember as being a youngster, you get aired in the bed, like, the best thing for you to do is jump out of it. Yeah. Honestly, after if you've got self-esteem and you rate yourself to a certain degree, maybe even your ability in bed or whatever, and then you're getting this air thing, or you've had a night where it was like you just thought it was all gonna happen, and then you literally felt the experience of being toyed with, and you know, or being like teased. That is such a bad feeling that, for me personally, I made sure that I set up parameters where that was definitely not likely. So even if it meant me and you not getting together until I know that we're definitely having sex. So less of the not being sure, less of the trying to have sex with a woman that you're not sure is into you. Less of them type of moves. And I feel like as an adult, that's just normal. I don't really, do you know what I mean? That's why when it does happen as an adult, it can be a bit of the shock to the system, but you've already trained yourself. You know how to take rejection, man. And I feel like some of these men they don't know how to take rejection. Maybe they never got turned down before. It's part of the. This is another thing about having experience.
Jed, if they ain't been turned down, that means they don't know how to beg for vagina. Because how can you not have been turned down? Like, come on, bro.
Right.
No, that's a joke, man.
You have these lads as well, don't you? Who are like,
one, big up yourself. She says, like up the show, people. Listen, like up the show. Yeah, please hit the like button. We should be over 100 likes by now, because we've been going for 4 hours.
Unfortunately, manners and respect, my brother. No, we are not, because people don't wipe their damn feet when they come in the house.
What
the hell? Their feet.
What the hell?
Yeah, and what you said as well, Jeds, I see some people do write in the chats, like and share, but it's only me that does it the most, bro. Come on, some of you can write it as well. Sometimes it's like I'm overdoing it. Sometimes I don't want to write it. But come on, you lot.
We are overdo it.
Yeah, overdo it, my brother. I see you, and I see Mary Jen. I see enough of you lot are jumping on it now, and just thank you, man. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Just a good reminder, just to hit that like button, man, and sometimes just stop.
We appreciate the streams, bro. That's what.
Just stop there. Just be like, yo, Jed, stop. Make them hit the like you do, Jungle.
Yeah, straight, because we love the streams. If they don't want to like, they can go away, bro.
Come on.
People, to the 100 and whoever people that are listening right now, this has become like daytime TV for us, yeah? Let this keep growing, please.
Groupie, I don't watch TV, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even watch TV, bro. No lie.
What?
Hey, scripture. Wait, 1 second, Adil, please, bro. All right, you know what? What we do? You got a question, right, Adil? You want to ask a question?
No, I just wanted to say, you know, like all this rape.
Whatever you say, I'm gonna make scripture reply to it. Go on.
If man are so hungry and that, if they're out, they're willing to book a hotel and like they can't handle rejection. Why won't they just, if they're that hungry for like pussy, why don't they just go to an escort?
I knew he was gonna say that. Scripture.
Because you lot's meds is different. Why would I get an escort? I'll get a nice girl, I'll take her out, I'll wine and dine her, and she'll give it to me. You man just need to be men.
About the people that are getting rejected, that you're saying that.
Did you hear what I just said? Did you hear what I said? Them men just need to be men. Just be men about it. There's no excuse to be a paedophile, rapist, none of that. Just stop being nasty. That's it.
No, but if they're getting to like, if they're gonna move like that, what I'm trying to say is, on a safe side, why don't they just pay for it and get some nice escort?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really agree. I'm not into that, but I do think that I think there's a place for that. And I feel like if there's a woman there's a woman that wants to take money for entrance to her vagina, and there's a man that wants to pay for that, then I do think that should be allowed to happen. And if there's men who don't know how to get gal to the extent where they want to rape gal, then please, my brother, borrow a tenner off me and go buy some pum pum, please. If you come to me and say, "Yo, Jeds, I think I might rape a woman," if I can't, I ain't got the money for a prostitute, I'm gonna give you the fucking money. I promise you, if it's gonna save a woman being raped.
Yeah, say me
You know what I
too.
mean?
I'll lend it to the man.
Get me?
Enough people ain't talking the effects of these rapers, Jeds. Like the truth is, a lot of them are not getting vagina. Like they're not used to women. They don't know how to talk to women, how to be around women. This is why they're doing all these funny man things as well.
I'm gonna disagree.
Go on.
I'm gonna say, well, no, I mean, I'm gonna agree with you, and I'm gonna say, and the other type is the one that gets so much vagina, so much gal, they don't respect them. Because enough of these supposed galists and these man that they're gal, they're the ones raping gal down.
Look, all it, you got football.
Because the minute that a girl says no, the minute a girl says no to them, that's when the raping side comes out.
Because they're not used to being said no to. Yeah, that one's real as well, bro. That one's real as well.
Yeah, no gal can't say no to them. And like, look at this. Here's the top scenario as a youngster. What? You fucked Jungle Jesus, you fucked Jedi, or you sucked his dick and you did this. What? You think you could turn me down? And they take it as a personal attack. This is where
still. I've even heard man say that to girl in the street. That
you can't not give me pum pum and give that.
You gave my man uckers. Like what? Am I not on the level? I was like, oh shit. But that's just how they are still. You know?
Right. Scripture. Yo, King, I don't know if you've heard in the background. I think you might have heard some of what we've been talking about. But the scenario is the girl. All right, here's the scenario. A woman, a girl, a 20-year-old girl, has been talking for 6 months on Facebook to a brother. She's arranged to link him. She's linked him. I don't know if they've gone to the house first, whatever, chilled or whatever. They've gone to a club. They've been drinking, regardless of who was buying the drinks. They've been drinking. They've gone back to the crib. Well, they've gone back to the crib. The brother said that he's not really too feeling the gal. Yeah. He's not really, because she don't look like what she looked like on her Facebook. That's the one, the first thing he said to her from the beginning. She wasn't feeling that comment from when they linked, maybe at the train station. He said, "You don't look like your Facebook." She thought he was trying to put her lower than him, right? Anyway, she linked him. She did this. They went to the club. Then he's like, "Yo, boom." Obviously, like, yeah, you can, the tubes ain't working. The trains ain't working. Come back to my crib. I ain't really too feeling you like that. So, nothing. I ain't gonna try it. Nothing ain't gonna go on. So cool. Come back to my crib. She went back to the crib. She slept in his bed, and somewhere in that period of time, he touched her. He fingered her. Right? So now we're just discussing this. So what do you think about that scenario off bat?
Everything's a bit booky still. Like the whole, like, where you, from when he's saying, you're not what you look like.
She's in a different city.
She's what?
She's in a different city. She's
in a different city.
She's from Kent and she's now in Hull. I don't know why I said 5 miles. That's way more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, it's way more, but still, let's just say for the sake. You know what I'm saying? All right, cool. So with that being said, there's so many questions, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, so one of the first things I would be like, why is she continuing to go out with this guy if that's what she feels the man's trying to do by, you know what I mean, like slightly like putting her down? Oh, you know what you look like on your Facebook. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that so what, you're still gonna continue to go out with this guy?
Deception. Doesn't that come under deception?
Maybe not. Yeah, it does. In a way, yeah.
It could, maybe not though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, so we need to understand though, what was her intention of, I mean, we can kind of know the intention of what she was trying to do by going to meet this guy, right? Yeah. Right. You're going to meet this guy. Yeah. You're potentially trying to find someone to quote unquote either have sex with or to have a good night with. Yeah. Right. So now you're at this club, you're drinking, you know, and he's like, well, you know, time to leave now and all that, but you know, I'm trying to.
Let me give you an added piece of information. True, you did mention it.
All right.
The added information is she bought her own drinks
the whole night.
Don't know if that's relevant or not, but yeah, she bought her own drinks. She was screwing at the fact she bought her own drinks.
She was screwing, like upset, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know if she vocalized it, but yeah.
Yeah, see, this is another thing that I was going to ask still.
She told us the story, put it that way.
Say that again, sorry?
She vocalized her upsetness at paying for her own drinks when she told us the story.
Okay,
basically, based on the fact that she was like, yo, basically, a brother that blah, 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 blah. I bought my own drinks, gone back to his yard, I woken up to him fingering the fuck out of me. And that was based on the fact of what gives you the right to finger me and you ain't bought me no drinks. That's like, that was initially how it was dropped.
Okay. See, this kind of changes things now. You know what I'm saying? Because not that she bought her drinks the whole night and she was pissed about it necessarily, but it's more at the fact that if you was pissed, all right, the trains wasn't running, so you know you need somewhere to go, you sleep, whatever. But why you getting in a man's bed then?
He said
you got a sofa or something.
Said
like,
you can't sleep on a sofa because something to do with his mum and dad or something.
Something to do with his mum and dad?
Yeah, like the mum and dad would wake up early and come. I don't know. I'm not sure whether the mum and dad was in the house or they'd turn up or something to do with the mum and dad. Like, why?
Yeah, but see now, this is where it falls down on my man now, because like I would if I'm saying, oh yeah, I'm not really feeling you like that, but you can come to back to my house and stay, or you can sleep in my bed. And then, like, do you know what I'm saying? In the morning, I'm fingering the shit at you. I've already told you, like, these things, like, oh, yeah, you're not what you look like on your Facebook profile. I'm not bought you no drinks the whole night. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, as the woman, like, all right, cool. You need somewhere because you can't get home. You're not going to sleep on the fucking road somewhere. Yeah?
But she had money for drink. So, as a woman, Scrippy, why didn't she cut from there?
Yeah, but bro, like, let's be real. How much is a couple drinks? A young lady, how many drinks she drink? They say she bought 4 drinks.
Depends where she is. It could be quite expensive still.
She was in Hull and she's trying to get back to Kent. I don't know. I don't exactly. I don't know. You get me? I'm not sure whether another factor for you scripture was that I'm adding little layers. Another layer is that it was 15 years ago. So the woman is now 35. Tell them the story.
Can I just say, how scripture, how you broke that down there, would say to me, she's not game, is she? She's bought her own drinks all night. You insulted her as soon as you got there. When did he?
Yeah, but she did. Wait. No. But hold on, Heathen. Heathen. Is it a thing where I've gone out of my way to not pay? This guy has gone out of his way to not pay for this woman's drinks the whole night, or is it a thing where she's just gone out of her own way to buy her drinks the whole night?
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, like an independent woman thing. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like
you know what I'm saying? We don't know. So yeah. You know what I'm saying? That kind of changes things again, if that is the case. Either way, you know what I'm saying? But then there's also another element to kind of add into it. It's not a fact that he didn't want to. He might not have had enough money to fucking even buy a fucking drink.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what it is with women sometimes. I think they don't see that, like, the males. I'm not saying you've got to see it from the male side, but the male side is, listen, hang on, I've put time into this. I've spent a night with you. You know, that's how men do think, lad. We know that
sometimes, that is certain men, yes.
I put the fucking effort in here, you know what I mean? And then they think it's deserved at the end of it. Yeah. That's how men think, like.
Yeah. But now she's
let me ask you a question. She's woken up laying with him in the bed or whatever. She woken up, and in her words, he's fingering the fuck out of her. Yeah, I don't know how seriously she meant like that. Whether she would redress it or but she said, yeah. Get me? She woke up, he was fingering the fuck out of me, right? So now I'm saying, if this has happened, yeah, put yourself in the guy's shoes. You've been chatting for 6 months. You've linked the girl. She don't really look like what you thought she would. You've gone to the club. You're back in the crib now. You said to her, "I ain't gonna try it, man. I ain't gonna try it." Like, you get me? She's laying in the bed with you, and then you finger her, or you start trying to touch her, and you're inserting your fingers. Are you sexually assaulting her?
Yeah, of course.
I'd say yeah.
What do you mean?
Trespassing,
Like, yeah, like,
you trespassing.
Even you.
get me? That's what it is. Isn't it? I like the way he puts these things.
Okay, let me ask a question. If you're laying next to her in the bed and you start trying to like rub her nipple while she's sleeping, you're laying next to her, you start rubbing her nipple, are you sexually assaulting her?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, check this now. One more question now. You're laying next to her. The whole scenario is you said you're not going to do nothing. You're laying next to her and you start fingering her and she rolls over and kisses you and gets your dick out. When you were fingering her, were you sexually assaulting her?
Yeah.
You were?
Yeah.
Until she kissed you sexually. Really? All right, well, that's your opinion. Like, what's your opinion?
Yeah.
Can you give me a breakdown of your opinion. Why?
All right, cool. So this is me now. Yeah, I can't go out of my way if I've said, yeah, I'm not gonna do this, to then be going straight to your nanny or even your breast. Like, that's mad. Like, do you get what I'm saying? I can't lie, that's mad, bro. Do you know what I'm saying? You need to move.
Big up Raw Beats for the donation. Much love, much love. He says,
come on,
he says, got a bit of blessing today, so it's only right I share some of it with my boy REDPILLTRILL. Hit that like button, everyone. Big show as usual. Yes.
Come on.
Thank you so much for the donation, Raw Beats, man. Much love, man. Much love. Yeah. Scrippy. Yeah, go.
Yeah. So I'm saying now, yeah, I can't be in the bed now. Yeah. Before I've told you, before we've got in the bed, like, I'm not gonna try anything, whatever, and then I've just gone straight to your nanny and your breasts. Like, that's mad, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can't lie. Still, that's mad. After I've told you that, like you have to move different after that. If it's a thing where you're gonna try something after that, you can't be going straight for nanny and breasts. You're gonna have to try and stroke her neck or something, an arm or something. Try and wake her up, man. Like, what the fuck? You're just gonna be nah, bro.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Yeah, you're right.
You can't just. Do you get what I'm saying? That's mad, bro.
She's
That's nuts.
because
now, you know what I'm saying? She's just gonna you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what are you doing?
What if that was a ploy to wake her up? Because you know what? Yeah, I kind of disagree as well. And the reason why I'm going to disagree is because I could think of an instance when I was very young, when like a kind of similar scenario to the fact that I'm not on it or like whatever was going in. And then like as the sleeping's going on, like I'm maneuvering and it's like she's still asleep, but somehow she's kind of rolled on her back.
She ain't sleeping.
Kind of lifted her leg.
She's sleeping.
Yeah, no, but she's sleeping. And at any moment in time, she could like quote unquote wake up and be like, what you doing? What's going on? Or she could just have sex with you.
Yeah, but before that happened though, Jeds, yeah, was you saying to her like, I'm not really gonna like get me, like, you're cool, man, it's all right still?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. I feel like them days a man would probably say anything to get the girl.
But you knew that it was gonna be all right though. You understand?
No, you didn't.
You knew that.
You don't know that because you could get blasted. The fuck you doing, man?
You could get blasted. You could, but that would have happened. That would have happened long before, like, you get into that stage. You get what I'm saying?
Nah, man. Nah.
this, bro.
No.
Trust me, when you think back to the time, you lot took all your time, like, to kind of get into the, you know what I'm saying? It was all like, a little slow and shit.
I didn't take my time. I was just on a long thing to try and initiate. You get me? Moving, like, just
see, there was already things during the night then, bro. There was already little 1-2 eye contact and this and that and all that. Even though you said da-da-da-da-da. Like,
so you telling me that this guy that's been chatting to the girl for 6 months, they ain't been talking sex talk, and when they meet
they've been
up,
talking all. You know what, bro? I can't say what somebody how they are, how they conduct their normal everyday conversation. They could have, they couldn't have. I'm not sure. I would say more than likely they have. Do you know what I'm saying? Because people are adults and whatever. But we don't know, innit? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then she's gone all the way to Hull to link him. So
that's another thing. That's another indication that would say to me, like, you know what I'm saying?
Like, really?
To have a drink.
Really? You went all that way.
But even then, hold on. Even then, you would leave at a decent time to know that you're gonna get home.
Thank you. So she knew what she was going for, really and truly, innit?
She got cut.
And he read it. Hold on.
Do you know what? I think it's the fact.
Have you never gone to meet a girl in the past and it's been like nothing's not going in it, and you're like, yeah, man. And, right?
Yeah.
You never had that.
Hold on.
You never come to see you. You know we're not fucking in it. You know you're not. You know
I've heard that bare times. Too much. Too much times.
Come on. So you never heard it. Scrippers never heard it. But that's fair dues, though. That's fair dues. That's fair dues. But I'm just saying, this shit happens, man. This shit happens.
Yeah, no, I don't. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe it's an education, isn't it? Yeah, but like, I think you could find girls from my teens and my early 20s that said, like, we did end up in the bed and he tried it, but nothing actually happened. You know what I mean? But what they're not saying is, I slapped his hand away. Like, I had to slap his hand away and tell him allow it and make
yeah.
You tell that story, you're gonna look crazy. But let's be real. That doesn't this happen when men and it's just like, I feel like what the difference between a rapist and a sexual assaulter or whatever and a red-blooded man that's trying the thing is he will understand the cutoff point. And I feel like if she was super staunch from the get-go, then he's not going to try it. If her staunchness was like, if her no was like a bit, I'm not really, or we shouldn't, or then he may try words and he may actually try to physically activate her arousal by trying to touch her. But at the same time, he might have been told that it's not going to go on.
Do you know what though, Jens, you know what though, Jens, Like, I'm not hearing, that people be quote unquote passing out. People be going back to people's house and actively going sleep and then waking up to fingers in nannies, innit? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like it's real though, innit? This is what we're talking about here. You know what I'm saying? So how come she didn't wake up with like at the point of insertion of fingers in nani?
I don't know. I feel like that's a tough question to ask because it is. The reason why it's a tough question to ask is because I think it's unfair because we can't assume that every woman who is touched in that way after drinking and traveling and whatever is gonna wake up. I don't know. I kind of made
being conscious to
fair point.
A little hint towards my thought process questioning, because I asked another brother, so what, have you ever fully got your fingers in a woman's vagina while she's actually been asleep? Do you think that's possible? Because I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it's not possible. Like I said, when the woman,
you're not putting them inside, bro.
When
that's not what you're doing.
And you're touching her and she's moving her leg, but still keeping up that sleep thing. It's like a sly little game, like Because I'll be honest with you, because I'm trying to be frank. Sometimes a woman can't actively say is embarrassed to say yes or like so would rather it began in a way where it was kind of like, like I'm on it, but I weren't fully aware of what I go on, and now I'm aware and I'm loving it. Kind of, it's for me. But like, that's how you relate with an individual, and it's very personal. And I would never.
Another thing though, yeah. How did this scenario end?
Let me quickly seal this one off. Yeah.
All right.
I wouldn't want anybody to say that's a working practice of how you engage with women, and that's a man. I personally wouldn't engage with a woman like that. But I think a lot of the time, what you do is take a gamble and make that initial contact at some point in time. And if it's while you are both laying in bed sleeping, I kind of quote unquote sleeping, I kind of understand. But my thing is, if she was fully asleep and he inserted his fingers into her, I think that was wrong. But if he was arousing her by doing this and waking her, and that kind of, I don't know, it's a thin line. So you should probably stay away from it with someone that you're not already in a sexual relationship with. That's my
If you say that especially if you be saying that you're not trying to actively do anything with her, that's peak. Like, and then all of a sudden you got your fingers in her.
But like basically, what the sister said is she claims that she basically was in the bed and whatever under the premise that he weren't really, that nothing weren't gonna go on. But like I said, many a baby have come from that premise.
True that.
Many a relationship and a marriage have come from that premise. You know, I don't really and then you got someone's mum telling you about how she never really liked the dad when they first met, but he just kept being persistent and
you hear that all the time.
You hear these things all the time. I'm just saying, isn't it? It's easy to demonize the man, and I think that we can clearly see the man's wrongdoing. But I felt like the woman was unable to see when we were pointing out places where she could have better safeguarded herself.
Do you know what the problem is? She wasn't having sex with him because it was more about collecting points. So he didn't pay for drinks and blah blah blah. So she might have done it had things been different. Like, had he paid for everything,
that's a fair point as well.
had he set it up in a different way, she would have had sex. But he felt like, where you've slept in my bed all night, now you kind of owe me again. So that's why he went to start to touch it in the morning.
Saved your life, bitch.
Yeah.
Take these fingers.
So it's kind of like, it's a bit of give and take. But if he didn't even feel to buy her a few drinks, then it's a bit like, okay, then you've sort of made your own bed sort of.
And I remember it started with him saying, "You don't look like your Facebook profile."
Yeah, but that could have been his self-confidence. That could have been the fact that he knew he didn't look like the picture, and he thought, I'll say it before someone else says it. Like, it could have been
and that's why ladies
kind of
and young girls, if you're listening, don't put yourself in these dumb situations where man could end up killing you, raping you, or whatever.
Yeah,
go your yard.
Like, make some good choices for yourself. Like, come on.
Yeah, and I'd say for the man, them, if we're gonna roll out a mandate, I'd say first begin. If you want to move to a girl, if you're wondering how, begin by trying to kiss her, then try touch her tits, then try slide your hand down. And then you see where the rejection comes in.
Because
if you're getting aired from a kiss, so be it.
Wait, I hear you, but a lot of brothers ain't trying to kiss that girl that they met on Facebook.
Yeah, then touch the tits, then go to step 2. This is why we got the steps. Try to touch her tits and then go down.
So you say, Sam, try to touch her tits. Scripture says that's sexual assault.
Yeah.
Okay, it depends. You have to have them in a situation where it's leading up to this. You can't just go on the street. We have to use common sense now. You know, it's like, we have to be sensible about
what? The common sense is, the common sense is though, bro, like you've told her to come back to your yard because there's no more trains running for her to get home, but you told her also, I'm not gonna try anything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then now you're just fingering her, fam. You're not even touching breast, like kissing, nothing. You just fingers in the nani, bro.
Yeah, that's something else.
Yeah,
but then,
to be honest, right, she must have been very dry though. He stuck it in, so it must have hurt her as well, you know, to be honest.
Maybe that's what woke her up.
Yeah, that's sad, that, to be honest. I'm not trolling now, I was before, but a woman has to be like lubricant. She has to have an arousal before her thing gets.
They're always fucking wet, man. You're always gonna find
but still, though,
some moisture there.
That guy's finger you could have a dirty, sharp nail that's half cut, could have cut her up and shit. You know what I mean? It's not nice. It's mad. But to be fair, she shouldn't have wasted her train money on alcohol.
No, but
that might not have been the case. It might have just been too much for a cab ride back home. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like we gotta understand at the same time, yeah, like although she bought her drinks or whatever, it's just that she wasted a lot of time there because she could have gone home.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
There was the option from long time, from 11 o'clock when the final call for the bar was being called. Okay, cool. Yeah, I can get home now, type of thing. But she stayed until after hours. Now you can't get home.
To be fair, right, I might be naive and not updated. Don't they have like a cut-off time with train tickets?
Yeah, certain pubs and all these things, they have last call for the bar, so it would be like 11, 12, whatever.
Itself, like when we have trams in Manchester, and it has a cut-off time on the ticket.
But these are 15 years
yeah, trains will stop at like 11:30 or whatever, but it depends, like, even like when you get out to them kind of places there, if there's a train to get back to London. So a train back to London might stop at 10:30, 11 o'clock for we know.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying? But she had more than enough time. Let's say she arrived at 7:30, maybe 8:30. She still had enough time for her. She could have spent 2 hours. All right, cool. I think I should leave now because I need to get home. But she didn't do that.
But did she mention, I think she did mention that he didn't say that he lived with his parents. So she was expecting to go to maybe a house that might have had a living room and a bedroom. And
boy, that's your business, bro, because you still could have gone home before that too.
I think she mentioned
you know what I'm saying?
She mentioned that. So if that was her mentality,
the opportunity to go home before that.
Of course, but if that was her mentality and then she thought, okay, I'm going to a house where he lives. I'm not expecting a whole family house where I know I'm going to be stuck in a little room with you. She might have thought there's a bit more room for me to maneuver, whatever. Or she might have been expecting a good night, or actually a night of banging. You don't know what subconsciously she was thinking.
I think.
And then she went to her parents' house.
Listen, because let me remember what she said. Yeah, this is why I keep going back to the initial statement. The first thing he said to her was that she thought, once he said that to her, you don't look like rare. She thought this brother's trying to put me in a lower position to her. To her. So then I said, if you thought this brother's trying to put you in a lower position, why didn't you just turn back round and wait for the train going backwards and go home? Yeah? Why did you go out with him? She said, I wanted to show him how good I was, basically make him feel me, to know that I'm not lower than him. She said, like, obviously when she was young, she was stupid, affected by certain things that had happened in her life and whatnot. She's young, innit? So I'm like, cool. But you just have to like understand that was what her mentality was. Then he's not buying her drinks or whatever. So she's like, so he's moving like he's got some entitlement to touch me. These times, my man weren't even buying me drinks. So I'm saying,
I don't know. These are things that might come into the play, gents, bro. Yeah, like when you was there and you was having these drinks, was you guys dancing together and shit? Like, was you guys conversations flowing and that? Was there eye contact? There was little flirting things and stuff. Do you get what I'm saying, bro? Like, what's going on here? Like, we're talking about two people that have essentially been talking for 6 months on Facebook, then have gone out of their way to meet up. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And have drinks.
Right.
Yeah. So come on, man. We're all adults. We shouldn't even have to say what should be transpiring here.
Yeah, but if you're not paying for the girl, you're cutting all them ties. If a woman looks for a provider, a man, and all of these things, like we say we want all of these characteristics in a woman to be nurturing, motherly, and feminine, and all of this. If she wants the opposite, a provider, a man, and you're not showing that, it's a bit like you've kind of said goodbye to that pussy. You've given it up. That shit don't work. That's gonna be your ticket to not getting anything that night. So why he did that, I don't understand.
That's what I'm trying to say. It could have been a thing where, like, because I just took this point. I just took this point into account. Yeah, what you just said a second ago, bro. Do you know what I'm saying about her wanting to show him, like, make him feel her, like, yeah, that you're not beneath me, type of thing. Hence, why she could have just been buying her own drinks and not wanted him to buy her drinks.
He wasn't feeling her. He weren't feeling her, man. He said it from the get-go. He didn't mind saying it. Rah, like, you know what I mean? Rah. You know what I mean?
You're not really like...
Hold on. She must have looked that different. He didn't care. He went to the club with it and whatever. Didn't buy no drinks. He wasn't trying to spend no peas on her. I could see myself in all of these kind of roles, yeah? Got to the yard. And I said, yeah, I'm not going to try it. Woke up, felt a bit horny. Was like, you know what? She'll probably have it. Let me just try it. No respect. Obviously, from the way he treated her, you can see he didn't have respect. So it was just like, yeah, I'm going to try it. Even though I weren't feeling her, she might just have it. It's the middle of the night. We've been drinking. Might just decide to just have it. You know, people can say a lot of shit. You can talk a lot of shit. But once you're lying on the bed with a person from the opposite sex, do you know what I'm trying to say? That's why most people would not want to be in that position if sex was not on the cards. Because it's just like, you can't really get any more intimate than laying on the bed together. So, like, I don't know. There's not too many other things to do in a bed with a woman, in it. Not too many other things. I'm just thinking, like, it's the first thing that any man or any woman's mind goes to. Man and woman in bed. This is why you don't get in bed with certain people. It's just bait. It's why. Yeah. And I dropped a really good gem, yeah, where like, obviously another guy was saying something like, well, if you've said you're not on it, then and there's no sex on the card, then it shouldn't be no problem. Both laying in the bed. I'm like, cool. So I'm like, so you lay in the bed with your male friends then, yeah? No, but funny that, isn't it? It's funny how, yeah, this is what I'm gonna say. So if your brethren says to you, I ain't gonna try it on you, nothing now, go on, are you gonna lay in bed with him? No. Why? Exactly. So then I want us to stop pretending that whatever that silent part of it is, that don't exist. Let's stop pretending, and that's why we have to advise women and men not to get in that situation, because we know what it is: bed and two humans. Come on, let's not fuck around, man. Not fuck around. Get me? Yeah. One time, me and all my brethren went to Birmingham, and there was bare of us, and we shared 2 hotel rooms.
Don't you remember that story in Manchester of that fella? He was like
long braids across the bed. Another man was lying this way. Another man was leaned up against the wall. You get me? Man was fighting for the bed. Like, nah, I'm laying on the bed. Like, rare. Man didn't even want to. Man's like, rah, I beg you, lay to the side so your toes ain't facing, like, ain't aiming towards my head. I'm gonna. Yeah, come on. So imagine just you and your brethren laying on the bed. Like, what the fuck is that? No one does that. So. And at 20 years old, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I'm sure some people would do it, but not me. So I feel like that's when we got to realize that there's more to it, and we got to take responsibility for ourselves as well. Because even though you've said no and all of that, cool, I think the best bet would be is just don't ever listen to a man when he says, oh, yeah, no, I ain't going to try it. No, man. You're right. And then you go and lay on the bed with him after drinking and clubbing. Come on, fam.
You go home, man. Take yourself home.
Come on, allow it. Even him, he might do a thing with you. He might do a thing with you. Wake up and be like, "What the fuck did I do? Like, what? I really went there."
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, did you ever hear of that story of the fella from Manchester? And he lived in the gay quarter. Right, and what he used to do is he used to go outside of a night and pick up like the stragglers.
We covered it. We covered it.
I'll give you somewhere to stay.
He's the biggest rapist of England now. The biggest male rapist of England now. Yeah,
that's him. That's him.
The Malaysian dude.
That's him. And
even
people didn't know they'd been raped by him. Like lads, because he date raped them. Some like woke up and didn't get onto it. I don't know how you didn't. But
yeah, I know.
some people woke up and didn't know until it was on the news, and they were like, "Fucking hell, I stayed in his apartment."
Yeah.
He put me up.
I know, no. You know how some of them got told? They didn't even know. When the police caught him, for one, they found his phone and found all the video evidence of all the people he'd abused. He'd taken videos of them.
That was it.
But then he's phoning man saying, "Yo, Steve, this is Steve Barkley, yeah? Yeah, I'm DCI from the rape squad in Manchester, and I got some serious shit to talk to you about." "All right, yeah, what's going on? Like, I ain't raped no one. What are you talking about?" "Yeah, you know the night, October the 6th, when you went to club and you stayed with a Malaysian man." "Oh, yeah, nice guy, yeah. Yeah, well, he filmed himself raping me." No, the heartbreak.
What?
No
Real life
way.
story.
Shouldn't laugh, lad, but it really happened, didn't it? Like, it's like, fucking hell.
Yeah, it must have been wearing protection though, because he must have been a leaky ass, and you know what I mean.
Sorry?
I'm saying he must have wore protection when he raped his victims. Otherwise, they would have a leaky ass, wouldn't they? I mean, how can you not tell that you were raped by a man?
What are you saying? You're just gonna go like you know, I don't know, like what you're gonna take a shit
I don't
and
know, lad, you
realize it
might
just
put a bottle of Rush in the corner.
drops out the oblivion of your ass or something. Like, what do you mean? Like what?
Afghan, you saying that if you got raped in the arse, the only clue you would have would be if something was leaking out?
Well, it's common sense though, isn't it? Like, fucking, if that guy had like a massive penis, he would have like jizzed in him so far up his intestine.
Free
In
from
the
this Kalas.
Come on, let's do a biology fucking lesson.
Yo, Wagwan, man. Wagwan, I just come in, man. What's the conversation about?
Hi, Jedi.
We're talking about quantum physics, Jedi.
All right. Yeah, that old quantum stuff. Right, man, I got a video that I was playing a bit earlier.
I'm joking right now.
It started the conversation and it literally went into hours of this scenario, which I think was really good. And it was good to hear different people's perspectives. And yeah, man, let me wrap that conversation up with just saying, always get consent, respect when somebody says no. If in doubt, leave it out. Be careful when online dating and meeting people. Protect yourself. Always make sure you carry enough money and means to get yourself home safely and not to be reliant on anyone, because you never know what could happen. You don't want to be stranded in a strange environment or whatever, yeah? So, like, literally protect yourselves, man. Yeah, man. That's it. Right there. Where did thingy go?
To eat and you
Where
ate
did Con go,
$20.
man? Come back, Con. All right, let me play this.
Am I right or am I wrong?
Okay, what you want?
I'm 15. I got 15.
You said what?
My meal finished.
You playing, huh?
You said what?
You playing with me, right?
Playing with you? Why?
What do you mean out 20? Like, what
You owe
does
20.
that mean?
I mean, your meal was $20.
What does that come? My meal was $20.
Yeah, your meal was $20.
Okay, so what are you here for?
What do you mean? What I'm here for?
What are you here for? That's my question. I didn't ask you to come on a date. You asked me to come on a date.
Yeah, I asked you if you wanted to come eat with me.
And then you're the man.
And you're the woman that ate food. What's funny?
Who's that? You gotta be joking right now.
No, I'm not joking.
Yes,
what do you mean? You ate? Did you or did you not eat?
Stop playing with me. Just pay the bill.
I'm not playing.
You are. I'm not playing with me.
No, I'm not.
Stop playing with me. You think you're funny. It's not even funny.
I'm not joking right now. You came out to eat and you ate $20 worth of food. Am I right or am I wrong?
Okay. Well, you want me to order
did you or did you not?
I didn't even order dessert.
You ordered the bowl and you ordered the hash browns, and that's $18.75. Look it. $18.75 with taxes. It was $3.86. So I'm just breaking it down. Split that up. $3.86. Half of that is almost $2. I'm thinking like $1.80 or something like that. So you owe $20.
It doesn't even matter what I order. Why I didn't order. What I'm saying, why would I have to pay even half of it when you're here? That's what you're here for.
I'm here. I asked you, did you want to go out to eat with me? I didn't say I was gonna pay.
Oh, okay.
Is that common sense? Do you just go and sit down at restaurants and just figure that they're gonna pay for you?
You just want to be put in the friend zone, right? Not even that. If you know what? Here, whatever. I don't care.
What are you acting all? Why are you acting all weird like that?
I'm not acting weird. Just
no, you got a little stank attitude.
Yes, of course I'm gonna have an attitude.
See, I'm gonna tell you where I was a gentleman at, because all them little bites that you ate off my French toast. No, hear me out. No. All them little bites, them bites you got off my plate. You know what I'm saying? That was technically like $5 off of my meal. I only ate like 66% of that French toast. You
offered me to grab some of your food.
No, you asked. You asked. You said, "Can I get a bite?"
No, you.
Okay, so if the waiter comes around, so you tell me if the waiter comes around, if the waiter comes around and be like, "Hey, would you like some dessert with that?" Do you think she's just gonna give that to you for free? Exactly, it's a price that comes behind that, right?
Say yes or no, and then
exactly.
Okay,
and did you say yes when I offered you some French toast?
Yeah.
If I did, but I don't think I did.
You did.
Exactly. So you gotta pay, but I wasn't even on that. I was gonna waive that. I was gonna waive that. I was being a gentleman. I was being a gentleman, and I was gonna waive that.
Matter of fact, this is the first and last time you take me on a date. Don't ever ask me again. Don't ever slide on my DMs. And you know what? Take your card. Take your card. I'll pay for all of it. Matter of fact, yeah, I'll pay for all of it.
Cool. So you're gonna pay for the whole thing?
Yep. That's how I am. I'm a boss. I don't need no nigga. Never. Y'all females, don't let a broke nigga take you on a date. Yeah, never let a broke nigga take you on a date.
That's what you on? Like, that's why your edge is bogus. Your edges is bogus. Oh, that's what you want. I'm gone. You cool though? Yep, thank you for the food. I'm gone.
All right, bye home.
I'm 15.
Talk to me.
Yeah, I think he's a narcissist.
She's a G. The woman's a gangster.
Yeah, to be fair, I personally
fuck
think
you. I'll pay for the whole thing, man. Fuck off.
Yeah, I personally believe.
My man is a fucking general. You lot are stupid. You lot dumb. Are you lot dumb? My man's a bad man, bruv.
Explain it.
Yeah,
How
are
come?
you lot dumb?
Explain it.
My
Maybe
man
I'm
is
dumb,
a
go on.
bad man, bruv. Yeah, I'm
For
gonna
what
break
reason?
it down for you
Go on.
slow motherfuckers. Yeah.
I'm having
Yeah,
a slow
like,
day, bruv. I'm having a slow day.
yeah. He's basically said to her, yo, you wanna come out to eat? He didn't say nothing about paying for a date, this, that, nothing. She talking about sliding in DMs, this, that, whatever, bringing up all of this stuff. All of this stuff had nothing to do with nothing when you lot was sitting down and yamming food, innit? Yeah. Now you lot are sitting down and yamming food. Automatically, off the bat of him asking her, "Do you want to come out for something to eat?" She's already thinking that he's paying her. Why didn't you say that? Truth or am I right or wrong?
If I'm inviting you out, whether you're a man or a woman, if I'm inviting you out, I'm paying. I'm saying to you, brother, what are you doing today? You busy? Nah.
What?
Come link, man, innit?
What?
Like, I'm going Nando's. You're coming. I'm paying, innit? Like, what do you mean? I've invited you out. When you invite me out, then you pay, innit? Simple things,
that's true.
innit? Like,
Yeah,
there's no expectation. There's no expectation of sex anywhere along the lines. Sex
See,
is
this
not
is
something
what people's problem is now. This is what people's problem is now, though, Khan. You understand what I'm saying? Because we've seen these things for so long. We're under the perception that everyone should just be like this.
No, how it is though, bro. Yeah, let's say for example, I said to
See,
Afghan.
look, you're telling me how
Let's
it
say I
is.
said to
Tell me
brother
how it
Afghan.
is.
Yeah, hold on. Let's say I said to brother Afghan. Yeah, I'm going out for kebabs. Yeah, I'm coming to pick you up. That's it. You're on me, innit? I'm coming to pick you up from your yard. I'm taking you out. I'm feeding you. We're having bare jokes and banter, and I'm dropping you back to your yard. Now, if you don't phone me up next week and say, bro, it's my turn to take you out, then next time I'm not phoning Afghan. I'm phoning Mustafa. Or I'm phoning Halil. You get me? Like, if I take you out, then you got to take me out, innit?
Yeah, 100%. If you invite someone out for lunch, you are responsible. You have to chip in.
You're dragging that person out their yard, bruv. They're
But
getting
the
all
worst
dressed
thing
up to
is,
come out with you, keep you company on your little mission to get something to eat.
and it's a
They're
woman as
providing you
well.
with banter, jokes, entertainment.
And it's a woman as well. So it's even worse.
Yeah, exactly.
You should never make a woman pay, man. That's like, yeah, man, I've been there. Trust me. The worst thing, you should always pay for the woman, man. Unless she's a feminist.
Yo, now this is what I'm trying to say, innit? Yeah? Wouldn't it make her somewhat a feminist if she's expecting him to pay off rip.
The majority of feminists believe that no man should pay for them. Trust me, I've followed them for many years.
So
But,
him having quote unquote like the females have millennial fucking women now. Yeah, he's coming with millennial man mentality. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So the fact that he's invited her out don't mean shit. That means I gotta pay for your meal. See, no, this is what I'm trying to say, bro. Like, hear what I'm saying to you. Yeah, me and this woman's been chatting. Yeah, however we've been chatting, because we don't know the ins and outs of these people here, right? We're just judging it based off this, right? Right.
Yeah.
So this is the first of them two meeting up like this, so far as I'm concerned. Because you understand what I'm saying? Yeah? So he's just come with his mentality of, yo, I've invited her out for something to eat, but she's probably going to be under the assumption that I'm going to pay for everything. But what if I don't want to pay for everything? I just want to pay for my thing. I'm going to pay for my thing. She can pay for her thing. And what was the problem?
I don't know, bro.
He's saying he's being a gentleman. He's saying he's being a gentleman at the point of she's asking for what's on his plate. And he's like, yeah, you can have a bite of this. Oh, yeah, you can try that. Do you get me?
It's a cultural thing, isn't it? Like, I think with English or with people that go on dates a lot, this going Dutch thing, like paying half, that's a standard thing, isn't it? But obviously, with like Mediterranean, Middle Eastern type people, we got our own culture, innit? And our culture is if I'm inviting you out, I'm paying. Because you could
We
be my
fight for the
brethren, you
bill.
could be at home, Brock pocket, thinking, shit, man, I got nothing to do. And I'm phoning you up, going, listen, bro, get ready, man. I'm coming to get you, innit? And I'm paying for I'm hosting you, innit? I'm paying for the pleasure of your company. And you're going to feel good. You're going to feel like, you know what? My brethren loves me, innit? I'm giving him banter. I'm giving him jokes. He's paying to take me out, innit? Like, whether it's a man or a
Hey,
woman, it's
listen, I'm just saying what my man's thinking, innit? This is not like me, like, do you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, from where he could be coming
the thing
from.
is,
Do you get what
bro,
I'm
she come
saying?
with a killer point. Her point killed it, though. He can't argue with her point. She's saying, you asked me out. I was sitting in my yard all cool with food to eat. You're asking me out.
Yeah, but you weren't
That's the
doing
point.
nothing though. I just asked you to come out to just eat a food, didn't it? Like that didn't mean that I was gonna pay for you. This is what my man's saying. Do you get it? Like, do you understand what I'm saying to you, fam? Like, yeah, I just called, you know what I'm saying? I was in the area. I thought, like, let me just holler at you, see if you're about, you weren't doing nothing. Let's go and eat something. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I didn't mean I was gonna pay for you. Like fuck.
He should have just like made that clear in it. He should have just said to her, look, like I'm
Yeah,
thinking
but
of
nobody
going out.
discussed this prior. Nobody discussed this
Yeah,
prior. No one
that
discussed this.
discussion.
She didn't ask, and he didn't say.
What I'm saying is, there's code words in it. Like I had a girl come and stay at mine once, yeah, and she didn't want to do nothing, and she just kept her bar on. She was like, listen, like my mum always told me, like if you're not gonna fuck, don't take your bar off. And I was like, so why aren't you taking your bar off? She goes, no, I'm sleeping with it on. So she's basically showing me, like, not so many words, that she don't want to fuck. So, you know, she drank her drink, we had a laugh, fell asleep in the bed, woke up in the morning, dropped her to her gates. No biggie in it. She's not feeling it. She's not feeling it.
I'm here, but I
There's
gotta
no
listen in the background. I
expectation.
gotta do something.
There's no expectation. Like what I'm saying is, there's no expectation in it. Like even if you've got your dick inside the woman and she's like, take it out, you have to take it out. And what's this like? She's waking up with fingers inside her. What happened to neck biting and kissing and like, you know what I'm saying? What happened to that? What happened to romance? Man's like already got his fingers in there. Like this is.
I would say because he's not romantic doesn't make him guilty, but I think we're all in agreement with you, but we got to be careful of not acting like everybody's sex is the same or everyone's.
No, but Jodo, what my point is, this is our generation, innit? We're the fucked up ones, innit? Before us, there was romance. You get me? Like we're the fucked up ones, innit?
Yeah.
We took it to an extreme level. That's what we did, innit? So we have to undo that now, innit? We have to show youngsters that, you know, have a little bit of self-esteem.
So whenever you take a woman on a date, yeah, you must pay for it. Whenever you suggest to a woman to go somewhere, you should pay for it.
No, like if I ask a woman that, yeah, and she's like, yeah, cool, and we go on a date, next time she can ask me that, innit? Like she could say to me, like, yeah, that I really enjoyed it, man. Like, can we do that again? And I'm like, look, man, I'm broke. Maybe I'll take you out when I get my wages. And she'll be like, no, fuck that. I'll pay, innit? Come we go. And I'll be like, all right, come, cool, come we go. But it has to be verbalized, innit? You have to have that verbal.
Yeah, make
go
that.
ahead.
Make that. Okay. Yeah.
Everything, like there's code words for everything, innit? Like a woman will let you know if you listen. She'll tell you anyway.
What are you lot saying though? The rest of you, couple people on the panel still. Jungle, Afghan,
Yes.
River. Big up Amu. How are
Yes,
you?
brother.
I
I'm good, man.
remember
How
I
are you?
already
Yeah, I think
answered
it's
this.
a cultural
Yeah.
thing, bro. If I was to take anyone out, even if it's to Carnito's point, if it's a girl or a boy, if I invite you out, I'm paying. Do you know what I mean? It gets to a point in our cultures where
Even
we
if
have
it's a
to
cup of
fight
tea,
over the
innit?
bill.
Even if
Yeah,
it's a tea.
even if it's anything, we'll fight for the bill. Like literally, it's a matter of pride.
Yeah.
I will pay the bill. Like I'll make sure I've got you. Do you know what I mean? So especially if it's a woman, I feel embarrassed if I've got them to pay for it.
We this is our culture though, isn't it, Amu? Like,
I'd say it's individual rather than cultural. Cultural
No, but
has a
what I'm
big
saying is,
part to play, but
even
it
with
depends how
us,
your
it's a
mum and your
standard
dad have
thing.
done and things as well, doesn't it?
With us, it's a standard thing.
Yeah.
If you come to my house, yeah, I'll make you feel like a millionaire. I will host you. I'll put on the whole shebang for you. And then next week you invite me to your house, and then you do the same, innit? Like we're trying to show off on how good we can treat each other. That's the culture, innit?
Like the guest is king. Like that's how we sort
Yeah.
of been brought up, innit? The guest is your sort of the person you have to impress, and when you're taking them out, they're your guest. That's the way we look at it. I don't know. I guess it's individual as well.
I don't think sex should be something expected. Shouldn't expect it, bro. Do you know what I'm saying?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yo, are you speaking, Afghan?
I'm not
I think
speaking.
he's cutting in and out, isn't he? Kanda.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, was you speaking?
Yeah, my signal was really bad, but I wanted to just reiterate that you should never make a woman pay for anything because you got on this fucking signal, man.
Well, even if you paid for 10 dates with a girl, you know you're going to get your money back. Good girl will never like, you know what I'm saying? A good girl will never do that.
Why can't you lot just string a conversation together? Fuck's sake, man. Why is everyone on mute and you've jumped on the panel? Like, why is everyone on mute? Like, you're on a live stream, innit? Like, come on. It's a talk show. Nowhere on earth would, like, I have fucking...
We're having their convergence, man.
Nah, they're not. It's silent.
He keeps cutting in and out, Jed, bro.
Yeah,
He said
so
he's got bad
when it goes
signal.
quiet, Unofit pipe up, please, because I feel like I can't even take a phone call, like, and make it go silent for like, just go silent, bruv. It's not all the time, but still, when you lot hear that silence, come off mute, man, and say something. Alright, cool. Fuck.
What's the consensus on this subject then? Let me ask.
Huh?
Let me ask the question, innit? Like, so someone does want to speak. What's the consensus on this subject so far? Like, what are the different views and what's the prevailing kind of attitude towards this?
You got to pay, innit? If you ask someone to go out, you got to pay.
That's it.
Even Jungle said, even if he asks his brethren to like go somewhere with him, I say, oh yeah, I'm going to this thing. You want to roll? Jungle's prepared to like basically pay for that guy to come out, his friend to come out with him. So that would apply obviously to a woman, innit?
Yeah, that's a higher level of decency. I like that. That's class.
Yeah, but if you're friends, what is a bit of change between friends? That's nothing.
Exactly, because we've all been skint, innit, and everyone's going out. Everyone's going out without you, and you're at home skint. Like, all you sitting there thinking is, I just needed one of my brethren to say, "Come, man, I got you, man. I got you covered, innit? Come."
Like how you would do
We've all
for
been
them,
that
innit?
person, innit? We've all been
Yeah.
that person.
But
You know what
like
I'm
Mary
saying?
Jen said, if a woman asks me now to go out, she must be willing to pay because she asked me on the date, Mary Jen. Obviously, I would bring money, but if she's asking me out, she must be asking to take me on the date, innit?
Yeah. Standard.
Yeah.
So when
I'd
do you
probably still pay there, lad.
still
I'd probably
pay?
still pay there.
Say no matter
Yeah,
what
So
you
what,
say.
you lot have never had women pay for you or something? Do you think there's something wrong with that? If I can take a woman on 10 dates, she can't take me on 5.
Exactly.
No,
There's
lad, no,
nothing
it's
wrong with
each to their own, innit? Each
Okay.
to their own, lad. I just personally would pay for it, and then maybe like you've all been in relationships when you get to that level, lad, and then it does sort of like when you've got a joint bank account or whatever, and then you just go, well, do you know what, we
Yeah.
will go down the middle, or
Good point.
you know what I mean, or one uses skint, and they go, oh, do you know what, I'll pick this up for once. You get to a
Yeah.
certain level, don't you, where you can start being like not unromantic, but not as stick to your guns sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, you're not watching each other.
And London, that's true. If you're going on the first date as a man, I think you have to pay. I don't think that like it's unwritten. I think you must pay on the first date.
Saying that,
On the first date,
I've had girls that were into me that wanted to take me out and offered to pay, and I obviously offered to pay, but they're like, no, I got this, innit? And there's women like that. That you got to
yeah, no,
remember, this is
I can't. I know you're
2020.
not
That
talking.
some girls are on like 30, 40K. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they're on good money. Get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna feel sorry for you if you're on 40K money. Get me? And you're saying, listen, I want it, innit? I want you. I'm gonna take you back to mine. You know what time it is, innit? But why not? Let her pay, innit?
The point is, right, is that even instinctively, right, women always want to be like, is there background noise?
Yeah, I can hear children. Babe, do you think that it's okay for women to pay on a date?
What?
Towards a date?
What?
Towards a date?
To pay towards the day?
Yeah.
Carnito.
This is what I'm saying.
So, you know,
She's in a
Yeah, what I
she's
was
in a bad
saying
mood.
is
She's in
that
a bad mood.
basically women have
Oh, did
this
you not think
natural.
I forgot to thing? I put it on mute. I was
Oh my God, man. Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. We got your credit card details, man. The point is that women have this instinct, right, naturally, where they see men as the providers, right? This has been since the days of the caveman, where we would collect wood. Never ever give your woman or wife or anyone this assumption that she should pay for you, because they will bite your backside in the future. When you get in an argument, they'll say, I did this for you. I paid this for you. I bought you clothes. Never put yourself in that position, and never make your wife or girlfriend feel independent. You understand?
But that's not really a relationship then.
Yeah, I think that's extreme.
Because it's supposed to be, my wife should be able to help me as much as I can help her.
I absolutely agree.
That
But
sounds mad to me. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, no, I
That
absolutely
sounds
agree with
crazy to me,
you,
Afghan.
jungle. But the point is that you got to understand, men and women have their roles, and women are to be provided and protected. And when women are doing the man's job, and I'm not talking about just paying for your cigarettes or they paid for a meal. I mean, when it's consistently like that for a long time, the woman can lose interest and she'll look down on you. I've seen it happen to many people. Thank you.
Look, sorry, I had to
I'm
run
not
away. I
saying
had to
you're
deal
lying.
with my little miss and that, yeah. Sorry, I had to run away quickly. I had to go and deal with my little miss and that, yeah. But I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. For one, I'm playing devil's advocate with what my man was saying, yeah. Like, but people seem to not be able to get in the mind of somebody like this. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Yeah. Like, this guy might not even be feeling her like that. Who knows? He's just called her to come out for something to eat. Now, normally in the States, it's like, oh yeah, it's a date. Oh yeah, it's a date. Like, oh, so this is a date. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There might not have been talk of, oh yeah, it's a date. Oh yeah, it's a date. Oh, it's a date. So come up with something to eat. Oh yeah, I ain't doing nothing. Oh, where do you want to meet? All right, oh yeah, I'll go over here. Oh, boom, okay, safe. Now everyone's still under the assumption and the expectation of my man paying. But that might not be his mindset. Like clearly, it's not his mindset.
And to be honest, her argument wasn't.
Is he wrong? I'm just saying, is he
you
wrong?
were going to pay. It was like she expected to be paid for. It
Do
wasn't
you
like
understand what I'm saying to you?
You said you were going to pay for tonight and all that, was it?
But even didn't you get the vibe off him? Like at first he was willing to pay, but it looked like he realized he wasn't getting none, and that's when he didn't want to pay.
Exactly, he was put in the friend zone, so he's thinking to himself, I'm gonna save face and save my ego and my wallet, and then just disguise it and play on his words by saying, no, I just said if you wanted to come out to eat, as like you would say to a normal friend, but obviously it appears that that's not the case, and he just wanted to save his ego. That's why he got so vexed when the camera was on.
Because he could have just paid for the food and took the L, Miriam, and just gone about his business, innit? It didn't work out. It didn't work out.
Exactly. But again, it's a case of ego, because he's not having because there are women like that. They will just use the man for the free meal. Do you see what I mean? To say,
but
okay,
who's to say that that's not what her mentality was?
That could have been her mentality, but at the same time,
so hold on, sorry. With that being said, how are we just grilling my man?
No one's just grilling. We're just giving a flip side to the story.
Nah, we're grilling my man. You lot sound like you're grilling my man still. I can't lie to you still. You lot
I'm not gonna lie to you.
You lot got the snake side and that right now. Like, you get me? You're ready to crucify man and put man up like and thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, but he invited the woman out.
There's nothing. No, but this is what I'm trying to say. Even though
you gotta roll a certain way, like be a man. That's not very manly to invite the woman out for dinner and then telling the woman about pay.
Do you think he gives a shit about what you can? Do you think he gives a shit, Jesus, about what you consider to be manly, fam?
No, obviously not.
Bruv. He's saving his pennies, bruv. What are you talking about?
We're saying that's wrong. We're saying that's wrong, bro. Because I've got daughters, and if some little faggot try to do that to my daughter, like, come on, what disrespect like that after you invited the girl out?
No brother's gonna be doing that. Hopefully to yours or mine.
No, that's what I'm saying. But I'm looking at
the way I'm showing mine is like, yo, if my man says that this is not a date, then take it for what it is. But I don't want to hear this that
from the get go. Shouldn't he say that? Like, oh, let's come out. Oh.
So you're cutting out there, Miriam. Yo, Miriam.
I think it's her internet, bro.
Yeah, internet. But like we're just. You know what I'm saying, he's definitely not thinking to himself like, yo, do you get what I'm saying? I'm gonna.
But he shouldn't have invited.
I've just invited you out to eat. Do you know what I'm saying? He's like, I've just invited you out to eat. Like this. I'm saying, I ain't say this is a date and shit. Like, you get me? She's like, oh yeah, so you're gonna be in the friend zone. Like, she's like, that's why he's screwing up his face. Like, what? I don't give a fuck about that shit. What the fuck you do?
Yeah, but he could have been placed in the friend zone for something that he said. So initially she could have been feeling it, and then he said something, and then something triggered in her head saying red flag. Oh gosh, no, I'm not even gonna take it any further with this man. It was a nice meal. Thank you for the experience. And everyone go about their business. Whereas it's more than likely to be an ego thing where it's like, what? I'm a good looking man. I've come to take you out. You're rejecting me. No, allow that. And then you're paying for your own meal. And it's a case of pretending that his intention wasn't to take her out, on a day when in actual fact that was. Do you see what I mean?
I see exactly what you're saying. But if we're looking at things like that, we've also got to look at things on a flip side. Do you get what I'm saying to you? We can't look at it one way and not be able to look at it the other way is basically what I'm trying to say. And I see enough people in the comments being ignorant as hell. You lot are bad, you know. You lot are bad. Like, literally, you lot need to reevaluate on how people are. We expect people to be one way, but not everyone's like this, you know. Everybody is not like this.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
yeah, and we keep kicking ourselves in the Ross Clark toe. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So you think the moral of the story is for everyone not to meet anyone or speak to anyone with any expectations, and just communicate from the get-go.
Yeah. Why can't people communicate? This is what I'm saying. Why couldn't it have been disclosed from her side that she expected a date? Because then she would have been like, oh, so it's a date. So you try and take me out. That's why he's like, oh, you're courting me. You're courting me, yeah? Like, you get me? Yeah?
His ego was hurt, though. His ego.
Of course it was, man. Of course it was, man. Because she expected my man to pay. He wasn't on it. From her, I think from how she was moving, he could probably see, like, yeah. And she's probably recorded my man to, like, kind of, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, name and shame. Like, oh, yeah, don't go out on no date with this guy. He's going to make you pay.
With this fuck
like,
boy or whatever.
Do you know what I'm saying? And this could kind of backfire here.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying, man. We got to, you know what I'm saying? We got to, you know what I'm saying? Because there's dudes out here that are just like.
As well, a message to the women out there is like, obviously, if you've got sons, you wouldn't want a female to use your son for his, like, you know, just to get that free meal. You know, if we're flipping on the other side as well. Just to put that
Yeah, but that don't mean that that's what my daughter's gonna end up doing. Like, she's gonna do what the fuck she wants to do. If she's hungry.
Alright, Scrippy, can I say it in another way too, yeah? It's like, obviously, you know, man's born in Jamaica, yeah? So a couple of my Jamaican friends, they'll see a pretty girl, yeah? And they're like, baby, what go on, babes? And then the girl's like, or something. And then the man's like, you're dirty stinking, you look ugly and you look like dog. But 2 seconds ago, he wanted to.
But that happens here, fam. What do you mean? That happens here, fam.
From the rejection.
That happens here, fam. I've seen it. Summertime gone, bruv. I've seen
and
it.
That's what me and Miriam is trying to say. It's like they were on the date. He was willing to pay my G because he thought he was getting some vagina or whatever, innit? But once he realized that the woman had like turned on him, man started saying, "Nah, man, pay for your own food," kind of thing.
And that's probably a message that the men can teach other men. It's like, you know, are you really prepared for rejection? And if you are, like, you know, how to hold yourself. Do you see what I mean? Because even with the talk before about the whole refraining yourself and this and that, so much effort is put on the woman not to be naive.
Do you know what though? There's a lot of things that could come. So I'm sorry to cut you, Marianne, but there's a lot of things that could come into the factor of this. Like, this brother could be a top tier man. You understand? Yeah, he could be a top tier man. Yeah, saying no to this bullshit and conception that he's been under for so long. Like, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do things differently now. Yeah, I'm a millennial man. Yeah, I don't need this shit.
Yeah, but it took him to be on the date to realize that, Scrippy.
Thank you.
Listen. You know
I don't know, man.
Give me 1 second. I'm just getting a drink. Scrippy, I'm not gone. I'm trying to.
Yeah. I'm trying to help my man by playing devil's advocate still, but you lot have got good points. I'm not saying that I disagree with what you lot are saying, innit? I don't disagree at all still, but I think that we do have to look at things slightly differently, or maybe even reevaluate how we're looking at this from his point of view. He ain't trying to get tricked and scammed and all this shit. Yeah, you invited her out to dinner. Let's say she ate 50 pounds of food. Wait, hold on. Let's say she ate 50 pounds of food. Was he, let's say $100 of food. Was he expected to pay for that?
Let me kind of ask you a question. Who chose the place to eat? Was it him or her?
Well, this is it. We don't know.
And listen, see the story you lot talk about. Is it even true, or is it just made up?
Do you know what? Yeah, funny that you say that, because I see my man the other day. Yeah, on a different video where he kind of set his brethren up. He dropped some. Anyway, he kind of set his brethren up. I don't want to expose it just in case Jez might want to review it or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I see him in the next video. This brother that we just looked at on this video. he done something else where he basically set up a brethren, innit? So just in case you might want to review that or whatever, because I didn't know nothing about this brother, and then I see this video that you showed me a while ago, and then I see it recently, see him in another video recently doing this next thing. But it was him, his own phone and all these things. This woman's recording this brother on this video. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not sure if he's trying to make a name for himself or what type of thing.
It seems a bit dodgy. Seems dodgy.
Yeah. But like, I don't really care about that though. Whether it's
we're just talking about the scenario, innit? Yeah,
it was just like the issue. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
So we saying the deal?
Chilling.
Pretty quiet.
It's gonna hit the roads in a bit. It's gonna hit the roads.
Oh yeah, you're hitting the roads.
But then I think the general rule is if a man asks a woman, he should pay, and if a woman invites the man, then it's on her to pay.
Yeah, but there was once a time where, like, even if the woman did ask the man still expected to pay.
I didn't really.
But that's his choice. It was his choice to pay. Same way as if a man invites a woman and she turns around and says, "Do you know what? I'm good. I'm gonna pay." Some women would just pay for their half. The man has the intention to pay, but because she herself don't see it going nowhere, she's, "You know what? I'm good," and she don't want to have that feeling of feeling like I now owe you something. She's like, "No, I'm good. I'm gonna pay for my own meal," and they go.
Yeah, but all he's trying to say is like, pay for your own shit. Like, yeah, I told you to come out to eat, but like, what? Like, what? You can't pay for your own shit. You should be able to pay. It shouldn't be a problem that you pay for your own shit. That's what he's basically saying. This is what he's saying.
No, but what we're saying is don't have expectation. The moral of the story from all these things that I'm seeing is that no one should have any expectation of anybody because you still don't know the person and anything can truly happen or pan out.
Unless things are clear cut. Yeah, 100%. Unless things are clear cut, like in the conversation, we've discussed this and that, and we said we've agreed to these things.
So let me ask, if you was to invite a woman out, are you going to tell her and say to her, "Look,
yeah, but I don't want to involve me
and I'm paying for it"? No. I'm asking as an example from a man's perspective. All right, someone you know.
Go on.
Or anyone else on the panel, if they want to answer it, they feel free.
No, go on.
I didn't hear the question.
What's the question?
Yeah.
Say again. What's the question?
If you as a man say to yourself, call a woman, invite her out, say, "Look, I want to take you out on a date to XYZ place," yeah. Are you also gonna, with that same breath that you're inviting her out in, telling her, if it ain't gonna go further, then you know what, you need to pay for your own meal because I'm not paying?
No.
It depends how much you're feeling though, isn't it? Like,
can I answer first, Miriam? Please. Even if I'm on the date and I realize maybe we don't have nothing in common, she's pretty, whatever, but it's not going nowhere, I'm still going to pay for the food, and then you go about your business, I go about business. I might never phone you again, but that's it. I invited you out, so I'm still going to pay.
Yeah, that would be my exact approach.
What? Nah, Jungle Jesus moving, yeah?
Bro, come off the panel, man. Yo, come off the panel, you know, bro.
No, is that how you're moving?
Big man thing, bro. Big man thing.
Big man thing, yeah?
Bro,
No, that's not me, man. That's you, innit? That's you.
I do.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, like just we got a sister on the panel and there's other brothers on the panel. You don't have to focus on anyone that you might clash with. You don't have to address anyone. Like, don't have to be antagonistic. Like, let's just have a conversation without you being a dick, bro. Like, please, innit?
Come on, man. Who's being a dick?
I'm just saying, innit? Like,
everyone else can say what they want to say. So when I say something, like,
no, man, I'm just letting you know, innit? Like Jungle Jesus don't really want you around him, innit? So if you're gonna be around when he's around, which I don't mind personally, just try to leave him out of it and don't mention him, innit? I'm just saying that's what would be conducive. Like, I can't stop you from saying what you say.
Me and him don't engage. Me and him don't engage with it.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Yeah,
that's
thank you. I like women. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, cool. Sorry, so the question was asked, and did people start answering it? Because I just got a bit sidetracked.
No.
Right. I think we need the question again. Sorry.
Please, Marianne.
Marianne.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I think we need the question again because we've got...
If you as a man invite a woman out on a date, you made it clear this is a date, are you then with the same breath that you're asking to go out with her, to meet her, whether that's for lunch, dinner, coffee, gonna say, if this interaction between me and you don't transpire into XYZ, then I'm not paying for that meal, that tea, that coffee, that XYZ. That's on the table. He would be honest and upfront in this.
Can I have my view?
So then, can you then blame a woman for expecting a man to pay if he's said to her, "Let's go to this place XYZ"?
I think I do. I'm on your side, so yeah. No, the answer would be no. But at the same time, I think there is an arena where it's like, just because I said let's go somewhere, is that really an automatic that I'm paying for it? Like, because Jungle Jesus has got this thought going around in my head, because he said even if he said to his brethren let's go somewhere, he's paying for them. So it's like, I realize now that there's people that if they say come somewhere, they're saying I'm going to pay for everything, and I don't know if I'm like that.
But bedrooms are bedrooms.
Yeah, because you know why I say it like that, Jed? Because it's not like we was chilling and we're like, you know what? There's a rave in 2 weeks. All the man then roll out, innit? That's different. Right. I've said, Jed, bro, you know what? Saturday, man, let's go here. Bro, I must have enough change for us, bro. Even if you bring your change, I'll make sure I bring a change to buy you a drink and whatever, innit? Because I asked you to be my guest, basically. I've asked you to be my guest, bro.
And you know what seals it, Jungle? You know what seals it is? Let's say me and you's at the bar. I've asked you, innit, Jungle, let's go out for a drink. When we get there, I'm saying to you, so what you having then, bro? Then you know I'm paying,
straight away. Straight away. It's not what I'm drinking, it's what are we drinking? Like, straight away.
Friend, or whether you're a girl, maybe because I ain't always been like the most, the richest man. I don't know. But I like thinking about it, I'd feel a way to say, yo, what are you doing on Monday? What are you doing on Tuesday? It's Tuesday today. We're doing Tuesday. Can we go to Trilluminati Club? Yeah. And then I pick you up. I pay for you to get into Trilluminati Club, and then I'm buying you drinks. Yeah. And you're just skinning teeth. Hey, yeah. And that's all cool. But when I look on it, I'm like, so what? At no point in time was you gonna put your hand in a what is that? What is that anyway? Where you're not putting your hand in your pocket at all? Like, not saying that you have to, but is that? I thought women didn't.
That's not friendship. That's not friendship, bro. Because you would feel away, Jed.
I thought women didn't want to be on that no more.
Yeah, Jedi.
Didn't want to be on that. Like,
well, we're gonna have to let Miriam answer that one.
Yeah,
Miriam.
Oh,
Mary Jen, jump on the panel.
My battery's just about to cut out. Yeah, all the sisters come onto the show, innit? It'll be nice to
hear
other
that's what I'm saying. Come
on.
Western Goddess, all of you lot, jump on. Why not?
Hey, Jedi, I want to say something.
Battery cut. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I'll say like, see my circle. Yeah, when we're going out to eat or whatnot, everyone's beefing to pay first. That's just my people, like the way we are. Like, to pay first is standard. When it comes to a girl,
or even the women, do the women beef as well?
I'm talking about my bedrooms, mate.
They don't go nowhere with women, man.
Yeah. When it comes to a woman, listen, Jedi, same. Come on, man. Like, tell my man allow it.
It was actually funny though.
What happened?
Because
man, why do you keep engaging? Man, don't want to engage in it. Man, don't want to engage.
I didn't, bro. I didn't. I was talking to Card, bro. He's just stay what you're saying. Stay your piece, bro.
I'm saying when I'm with the mandem, when we arrange to go out, everyone's beefing to pay first. Yeah, I've always just been like that, and I always pay first. I always pay for my bedrooms anyway. That's just standard. Now, when it comes to this woman dating thing, yeah. Now, when you're taking her out, you're getting to know her first, innit? Yeah? Like, your bedrooms are your bedrooms. You know each other. So if you're going out on a date, that's a different situation. with a girl, you're getting to know her, innit?
Yeah.
So for
don't
to
get
even
with
get to
me.
the date, to even get to the date, yeah, before the date, obviously you're feeling her to take her out in the first place. So I'm just talking about for me, example from before. If I'm taking her on a date, of course I'm paying for her because she's made to come on a date with me. Like she's made that step. Do you get it? So of course I'm gonna pay for her.
Okay. Yeah, I mean.
Are you feeling what I'm trying to say or not?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
You
for
want
me
me
to
to do
take
that?
her out on it, she has to be happening. She has to be like obviously something special for me to take on a date in the first place.
I agree as well. I agree. It's just
You're not just gonna take any girl out, are you? You're not gonna take every girl you see out, innit? Any girl, but she has to be something, innit? Special to take out.
Well, that's a good point. This culture, we got a culture of like what they call it, dating. So there's lots of dating in that. So what's that mean? Does that mean that every date you go on, you're paying everything?
No, I'm talking about personally, for myself personally. Everyone's different, isn't it?
Say that again?
I said everyone's different. I'm talking about personally, myself.
Ah, man. It'd be nice. Yeah, it's nice. I think a lot of men are teaching their daughters and whatnot to be like independent and maybe not even let a man pay everything for you. That's
Yeah,
something.
but then again, the way I see it
That's
is, the way I
something I've
see it is,
heard
like,
hold on. That's something I've heard from men saying, like, rah, to their daughter or whatever. Don't even let a man pay everything for you. Let him know you got your money. You don't need him. Like, get me, pay for things. Don't do that. Don't let him.
One thing.
Well, I can agree with that, but maybe not fully, Jez. Like, I could tell my daughters, get your own, so that when you find a man now, it's not no man that you need him because he has money. It's a man that you want because you got your own.
Right.
So yeah, I do agree with you, bro.
One thing that's sort of like inferred in this whole thing, is that the sex on the first date thing. It seems that that's the way now, is that the man's saying, I'm paying, but then afterwards we're doing what I want to do, innit? So like then like that's what's mixing it up. Like I don't really deal with girls who fuck on the first date anyway. Get me? Like that's not really what I'm looking for. It seems that this guy in the video was kind of like, it's just, it's hard to say it in words, man. But like a lot of it is like signals and signs and code words, and you know what I mean. Nothing's taken for granted. But with the equation of I'm gonna pay for dinner, then we're gonna fuck. It's like it's a bit seedy for me. It's a little bit like if we're gonna go that road, then why am I even buying you dinner, innit? You might as well just come around. You know what I'm saying? We might as well get straight to it, innit?
Do you know what it is? Yeah, some dudes, like especially what I've kind of noticed in the States are like they will actively date a woman they consider to be a future potential partner, wife, whatever, like for a lengthy time because they want to be sure, kind of thing. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So it will start off as
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, they will start off as friends, kind of thing. They try and get them as friends and this, that. Yeah, they might talk a little freaky stuff, this, that, whatever, but that's besides the point. This friends, this going Dutch stuff and all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? If she's cool with that, then man might move on to the next phase. He starts paying for her, this, that, whatever. Do you get what I'm saying to you? So
you don't want to waste time or money. You don't want to waste time or money.
You understand what I'm saying? So this is what it is with certain brothers over there, especially that I've seen personally. Do you get me? I've seen this before. I've seen this. It's not like I haven't seen this before. I've seen this before. Some of y'all are still living under a rock. Do you get me? But I've seen this before.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
But
It's like
fun,
you wanna know wait, hold on. It's like
get
you
the car
one
valeted,
second, let me say something.
car's looking crisp. You pull up outside, she steps out, she's looking the bomb. You're like, oh shit, my jaw's gonna hit the floor, but I just don't want to look like I don't want to let her know, innit? You're just playing it cool. Like dating's fun, man. Come on, man. It's not about just like slamming. It's a different buzz, isn't it? Like slamming's a different thing, isn't it? It's like when it comes down to slamming, like I ain't paying for that. Like, that's an insult to me, isn't it? If I have to pay to fuck you, then you're you're
No,
a
but it's
prostitute,
like,
and then I'm a fool, innit?
Can't. When you want to spend that, like see me, when I want to spend things, I'll buy the best things, yeah, and I make sure, like, you know, I like the nicest things. So you want to make sure she's gonna be the one, like she's gonna be the wife, not just a pending wifey.
No,
You know?
I might like your sense of humor. I might like your banter. I might just want to get to know you. Like, I might just
You
like
don't
your
want to keep
company,
them
innit?
pending
Like,
though, innit? You don't want to have a pending wifey, innit? You just don't want to have
I
a
like
pending.
I like classy women, man. I like women that like can hold a conversation. You know what I'm saying?
No, but usually, look, I'd never go for jobless ones, yeah. Like, I'm talking about like from back in the day, like jobless. They have to have a profession. Not that I need
That's a
their
good point.
dough, but
That
they
is a
have to
good
have a
point from
profession.
Adil, I have to
They
say.
have to have a profession.
I like
Because the
my
ones that
independent
don't,
women.
because the ones that don't, like, bruv, like wherever you pick them up from the bus stop, or they're all doled up and whatnot, bruv. Like, you know,
They're just
that's not
uncouth
good look. That's not good look. Because if you tell them
and
later,
uncoiffed.
they're back to the bus stop, innit? For next man.
I'm saying. Them days are done, innit? Long time ago.
Cause look, we all want to make money. Like everyone wants to make money. Don't think women though. Don't think they take the shortcut. You know the shortcut. Find a rich man. Not all of them. The ones that are doled up with no professions.
Yeah, well, like, yeah, you got to understand from their point of view at the same time, bro. Like, certain times it's not just about the money, but they want to make sure that they've got their shit taken care of if they're gonna have children for X, Y, and Z and blah 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 and to raise and blah blah blah. Do you get what I'm saying? They got to make sure that they're all right, you know, bro.
Yeah, I hear you, scripture. But I'm saying to be born in this country, yeah, and not have a goal or objective or a life, you know, like a future.
Yeah, that's
what you
down
want
to
to
choice, man. That's down to choice, though, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No,
I think
because
that's very
education's
much down to
free,
choice
innit?
because
No,
everyone's got
scripture,
everyone's
listen.
got the opportunity in this country here, fam. You understand what I'm saying?
Education's free. No, you don't have to pay for education here. Like my
That's what
country
I'm
back
saying.
home,
So
you
everyone's got
gotta
the
pay. You gotta
opportunity,
pay.
innit?
Yeah, you gotta pay back on my country. You gotta pay, man. That's all. It's all madness.
It doesn't matter if you got to pay back. You still got the opportunity to go out there and get it.
Yeah,
You
but here
understand?
it's free. You're free, and even when you go uni, you get student finance. What more do you want? Now, what I'm trying to look at a different point of view. I'm looking at the bigger picture. Now, as for your daughters, or for them to grow up,
It's horses for courses, man. Some girls you're taking them Nando's, some girls you're taking them Markup Your White. You get me? It's horses for courses. That's all.
No, I'll tell you a restaurant to go. Man. It's in Perryville. Go to Nawab's restaurant. Nawab's in Perryville. You've heard of it?
No.
Perryville Nawab's. Google it. That's banging.
Must be
That's
at my
happening.
price range.
No.
No, I can't. If it was nice,
It's a buffet. It's a buffet.
Sounds like a chip shop.
Last time I went,
You
yeah,
get it?
it's a
Sounds
buffet,
like
man.
a chip shop. Fuck's sake.
No. It's got every, bruv. It's a Google it, innit?
You Google it.
Man said a buffet, you know. Nah.
Bruv, you got, do you know, hey, Khan, you will love it, yeah? Khan, do you know why you will love it? Trust me, there's a difference. There's like different.
Bro, you can't be talking about people with careers
Wait,
that are gonna clearly have degrees and that, yeah, go into a buffet, fam. Talking about what are you talking about, fam?
It's a famous restaurant, man. No what, bruv? To Google it, then you'll know what I'm saying, innit?
All right.
Khan, you will love it. Do you know why? There's like 100 different types of ice cream and jellies.
Yeah, we got one.
So many different types. You'll lose.
What? Man said what?
That's what Khan.
Man's eyeballs open wide, you know. Khan said what?
Leo, you will love that part. You will love that section. I'm telling you, innit? Every flavor of ice cream, every flavor, name it.
Yeah. Anyway. So when it comes down to it, what are we saying? That my man is wrong for having this, you know, ideology, whatever. Like, are we saying he's wrong to be this way because he apparently told the woman, "Let's go out for something to eat"?
No, he's not wrong. He's in his right, isn't it? But once again, women need to know what situations they're putting themselves in. That's it.
I think if I was a bystander and I was watching that incident, I would still be thinking that whether he's right or wrong, I'll be thinking that man's a dick. Because he's
I'll be
raising his
clowning
voice,
him on
speaking
Snapchat.
loud,
I would be
fighting with
videoing
a
him.
woman in public. Like he just made himself like a knob.
I'm not gonna lie, I have to agree with you. I would be laughing at him, Script. I might be videoing too and say, "Look at this clown." I'm just saying, I don't know.
Yeah, and then you find out, and and then you find out that this woman has been doing this to about 25 other men, and the other 25 men prior to this brother, yeah, just paid.
Boy.
Yeah, without no question. But they're not suckers, though. They're not suckers. Do you know what I'm saying? They just paid because they're men, innit?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I know you mean.
You hear what I'm saying to you now, fam?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So we gotta be careful, you know, bro. Like this is what I'm saying. We're still kind of, and I get it as well, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like certain things I understand and I get, and certain things I would even probably be more inclined to not do what my man did. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because of the way I've been shown and grow and them things there. You know what I'm saying? So my man now, he don't care. Like, so what? Listen, you're making it a problem that you gotta pay for your own food. This is how my man's seeing it. This is what we need to understand, you know. You're making it a problem that I'm telling you to pay for your own food because you expected me to pay for your food, and I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, if you look at it like that, it sounds mad. Nah, it sounds mad.
Yeah. So there's, you know what I'm saying? I know there's plenty of women like probably listening silently right now, silently stoning a brother. You get me? Silent. Shut up, scripture. Don't go like that. No, you're wrong. Shut up. Yeah, but I'm sorry. I gotta try and, you know what I'm saying? We gotta kind of level the playing field a bit, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there's independent women out there that don't mind paying for a brother and whatever and da. So why didn't she just be like, oh, cool, don't worry, I'll pay for everything in the first place, and just, she didn't want to do that. She didn't want to do that. She could have done that. She pulled out a card just like he pulled out a card.
Sorry, do you know what? Okay, if you're broke, if you have a budget, limited amount to spend, and there's a female you like and you want to go out with her, do you have to say to her, I want to go out with you, but I don't have the money to pay for like you, but if you could pay for yourself, I could pay for me, or if you could pay for half, I could pay for half, or if you can contribute, that'd be do you really want to be saying that?
I would rather style it, Jed, and invite her for dinner. I'd rather style it. Cook
It depends how dire your situation is.
For dinner instead. So I would have to pretend, I'd have to pretend, just try to change the plan. Instead of me going out and spending money I know I don't have, I could, because I can cook, I can rustle up something and you can come over for dinner. I'd have to try style it out a different way, innit? Because that's the first impressions do matter sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time.
Yeah, but Jungle, let's say, like you don't have the money to do this thing. You got peace, but you don't have the full bill. Let's say it costs a bill and you don't have the full bill. Let's say you got £35, and now you've called mumsy, bros, sisters, whatever, cousins, whatever, to try and hustle that P. Yeah, and then you still end up coming out with £65. Yeah, depends how dire your situation is, if you're gonna have to say this to this woman or not, how much you like her or not, how you think she's gonna view you after telling her this.
Yeah.
Do you get me?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because like she could just be like most other women and gonna be like laughing at man, like, hey, you're asking me to do what? And you want what? You get me?
Yeah.
Truth be told,
especially on like the first day as well.
Yeah. I'll put it on the private chat, man. Check out this place at Royal Nawabs when you're free.
Alright, we'll check that out still. But you know what I'm saying though? Yeah? Like, we need to understand, like, you get me? We need to, like, you know what I'm saying? Just kind of look at things a little bit, you know what I mean? A little bit differently, man. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're expecting my man to do this, that, blah. She could have just squashed the whole argument and not even made everything all awkward and shit and just paid for it. But she weren't, clearly she weren't feeling him like that.
That's the thing. That's the whole point. You just said it, bro.
Broke people can't go on dates. If you can't pay for you and your woman, then you can't go on a date. This is what I'm hearing. So if you ain't got,
mad, isn't it?
so you might be financially like forced into being single and shit. You might be financially like you're too broke to be in love. You're too broke to have a partner. Too broke to enjoy a woman's company. This is what I'm hearing subconsciously from everyone out there. This is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, let's be honest.
So you can't even really, if you want to have children in the right way, you can't even have you can't, like, literally, if you don't have money, you cannot fulfill half of what it takes to be human.
Jeddah, what about this one then? Just say a woman falls in love with you, yeah? Just say a woman falls in love with you and she's already rich. She don't need your money.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Go on, yeah. She falls in love with
don't
you.
Need your money.
She don't leave your money. Cool.
She's a rich. She's got everything. She's got, wait, hold on.
Wait.
Yeah, let's listen to what Adil's saying.
Wait. Because the woman's rich, that's gonna change whether the man should be paying for shit or not. Mad thing.
No, because if she's rich, she could just. And I'm gonna give you an example. Like, just say she comes from a very rich family, and she's got a freehold house, everything. She gets you. She buys you a business. She sets you up. How about that?
Well, I don't think so. I don't know. It just sounds weird because
it don't sound weird because I'm talking about it's happening. It's happening, innit?
It sounds like we're shapeshifting
from experience.
No. Wait, let me make myself clear. It sounds like we're shapeshifting because the woman's rich. Now the woman's rich. It's changing all the expectations of a man, and I'm like, whoa, hold on. So this is about who's got the most money. So we're assuming that the man has got more money than the woman. And what would make you think that? Looking inside.
Come on, Jeds, man.
What would make you think that a woman and a man?
He's my question.
Hold on.
Question.
Go on.
Has a woman ever come to you and said, "Look, I really like you. I'm feeling you. Can we do this, innit? Can we go like start dating?" And you're like, "Do you know what? I just don't want to be with anyone right now." But you don't want to say, "I'm broke."
Hold on. Women do chops, man, though. Canito, women.
Yeah. But not in the way that Khan's talking about. You get me? Yeah. Not in the way that Khan's talking about, like, yo, I like you, this, that, whatever. Don't worry about money. I've got you. Like, we're gonna go here. We're gonna have a good time and shit. You understand?
They don't do it like that. They're doing riddles. They're doing riddles and hints.
The way I'm set up, yeah. I swear to God, please. Nah. I can't go out with you. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I'm sorry. Blue and Red. Big up for the donation. Much love for supporting the channel. Big up your chest. It says, if you take a woman out and she turns out to be a transsexual, are you being a gentleman and covering the bill? What the fuck? No.
Shit.
No, you're not. No. Because you've been like.
If you take a woman out and she turns out to be a transsexual, what?
Are you still covering the bill?
Are you still being a gentleman? Are you still being a gentleman covering the bill?
I'm covering the bill for the next 20 years because I'll be banged up for murder.
Nah, I think
I don't mind paying.
I'm not even thinking about paying the bill. I've just felt like we're having dinner, and I've looked up, and then you say, "Yeah, I've got something to tell you about." I've been meaning.
Listen, you see, bail of them, on Jerry Springer show, bail of them.
Yeah, Jerry Springer's.
Show, I'm telling you, there's bail of them, like mad.
That's.
I got excited to tell you on live TV. I was excited to tell you live TV for the world to know.
That is a definite dine and dash. That's definite dine and forget Jerry Springer, bro. Yeah, that's a definite. Yeah, it's like I have to say it for a man to just let it go. You know what I mean? They're not Jerry Springer, bro. Like, yeah, that's a definite dine and dash, bro. I'm out, man. The fuck? In Nando's, Stacey's trying to tell you she was Steven. Yo,
gonna end up with a chicken bone in your neck, nigga. Shit.
Perry bottle with that. No, that's harsh. You hear me? I only got that comment on the screen because you donated. I want it off the screen now. You better pay the bill before he makes the
But
date.
listen though, Jeds, yeah? We can tell.
Snapchatting. He starts Snapchatting at the table. Mad thing. It's out of my boo. You don't even know what hit you. Nah, your phone. You know, like, bang.
For real. Imagine that this could actually be a transsexual, fam. That's recorded by.
See the dates thing. All right, let me tell you something now. See the dates thing, yeah? How about this, Jungle, yeah? Like, that is actually a good point. The dates thing, yeah. Like, remember, every man's a gentleman. No one's looking no sex on the first date. You're just looking to go for dinner and talk. Yeah, pay for dinner. Yeah, this is why I'm saying, man must want to fuck you first before he pays for dinner. Yeah, he was, or no, like what my man, someone said earlier, Crocodile Dundee, check, you get me? Check. Like, you're definitely what you say you are. In 2020, it's like man might need some confirmation before he even goes on any dates.
What do you mean?
I start pulling
that tune.
I start pulling out the Monzo card and that for the
You know when he pulls it out, yeah? You know when he pulls that, when he pulls out that card, yeah, there's a theme tune that goes with that. Come on, chameleon.
Some boy George thing. Boy George Nah. But I said, Chill OG said it happened to my Arab mate, blind date. Yeah, someone somewhere didn't rate you. Like if you met the chick, if you set up the blind date yourself, then cool. But if people set you up and said, "Oh yeah, I got a lovely person that you could," you know, you got person. They said person.
No rating.
You gotta let them know, man. Nah, I'm looking for a girlfriend, not a life partner. Now that you get me, so I said about getting set up with partners and that. I'll tell you, that would be so. No data footprints, you're not blocked. Nah, man, you're not blocked. Come on, man. But you keep writing tantric, like just randomly, just writing tantric data footprints. Do you know what I mean? You're not blocked though. We all looking for.
As far as I'm concerned, bro, yeah, my man is a top tier man to be wearing a peach tracksuit. You know what I'm saying? Fly ass. You know what I'm saying?
As a top tier man, you know.
Top tier, brother. Get me? He ain't gonna be dealing with this shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna be dealing with putting up with all this shit. You talking about? You pay for your. You ain't gonna pay for your. Fuck it, cool, safe. Get me? Go find another woman that wants to pay for her shit. You know what I mean?
Hit the like button, family tree. Hit the like button. Let me play you a little video. Most of you probably seen it or whatever, but let's a little video, little Insta thing. But yeah, like up the show, family. Please.
See if you can find the other one with my man.
Yeah, you gotta find it for me and give me the link, bro.
I did not. Okay.
Okay. So,
but let's.
Yeah,
rewind. Yeah.
Now, do you have a search warrant to be on my property?
Okay. I do not. Okay.
Okay. So,
but listen to me. All right. If you can just provide this information for me, your IDs. If you live here,
I'm not providing you nothing, man. Matter of fact, get off my property right now if you don't have a search warrant.
Sir, I'm
asking you nice.
And I was asking you nicely as well.
Hey, sir, all I'm saying, if you don't have a search warrant, paperwork to be on my property, what crime do you suspect?
Okay, the only crime that I have right now is y'all failure to identify.
Okay, 38.02, failure to identify. One must already be under arrest for a crime that he has committed. What crime have I committed?
Failure to identify.
No, that's not a crime. That only becomes a crime once one has already lawfully. Be quiet. Let me educate this one. You hear me? Let me educate him. 38.02, failure to identify only becomes a crime when one has already been lawfully arrested for a crime. Let me give you an example, sir, since I don't know who you is.
What about detained?
Huh?
What about detained?
What am I being detained for?
You were detained because you were suspicious activity.
No. What penal code? You got to name a penal code that I've committed. That is the crime. Name a crime that I committed. You hear me? Name a crime that I committed other than being black and walking down this driveway.
You were detained for suspicious behavior.
Walking out. Hey, Shoemaker. Shoemaker, don't do that, brother. Don't do that. Hey, listen.
Why do you think he's here?
Because I'm black and he wants to. You guys got it out for me and wanted to see what was going on. That's what I think. I've done nothing wrong, Shoemaker. You know what I'm saying? Me and you never had no words or nothing. I see you pass by, nothing. But what you're doing right now is you're upholding something unlawful and illegal. If you don't know your job, do not continue to, because you're going to be on the next video. And what I'm telling you is 38.02. Baby, come here. Can I Google and show you guys? Okay, I'm going to show you guys because you're dealing with the wrong one. That's why you guys mad at me, because you won't be able to handle me like you handle the other ones. Because I'm on top of my game. I know you see the gold teeth and tattoos and immediately think I'm another plain, normal, regular black guy. No, player, wrong one. But let me educate you guys today. You hear me? Because that shit don't, y'all time of running things, it has came to a closure, bro. Let me show you. 38.02. Okay. Texas Penal Code, 38.02. Let me read it to you so you can be educated. Do you want to purchase data? No, I do not. Not now. Texas Penal Code, failure to identify. A person commits an offense if he intentionally refused to give his name, residence, address, or date of birth to a peace officer who has lawfully arrested the person. I am not under arrest.
Correct.
You have to. For what?
Continue reading.
No, listen. Let me explain to you. I have the books in the house. I'll go and get you.
Continue reading.
Okay. Lawful arrest for a person who has requested that information. A person commit an offense if he intentionally give false or fictitious name or resident address. None of those which I am going to do. You hear me? Once you show me that you have a legitimate reason to believe that I have committed a crime or I'm in the act of committing a crime, you got to name a penal code. What penal code do you suspect me of breaking in order for
reading?
No, for real though.
I
just continue reading. If you're going to read part of it, read the whole thing.
I read it.
Read the rest of it. There's more.
Sir, I'm explaining. It's not, and apparently you don't read because you don't even know about it. Why was I able to even recite 38.02 failure to identify if I hadn't done my homework on it? Let me explain to you. This lady go to HEB and she steals something. She get caught stealing. And then they call you guys there. And then you come to the scene. You hear me? This person has already been in trouble for stealing. You hear me? And then y'all pull the meat out of their pockets and you grab the meat out of them. We know for sure they is stealing. That's the penal code they have broke. Now you ask them for their ID and they don't give it to you then. Only then can they be charged with failure to identify. They must already be lawfully arrested for a crime that they committed. What crime have I committed? You be in my yard and to be fucking with me. You hear me?
Suspicious.
Okay, here.
I have suspicion.
Well, you know what?
What's your name and date of birth?
I'm under arrest. Am I under arrest?
You're not under arrest.
Okay, well, am I free to leave?
You're detained right now.
Detained is anonymous arrest, sir. Okay. Detainment is anonymous arrest.
And what have you done to be
arrested? And I have the dictionary, the law dictionary, that I'm going to use in the courtroom to state my case once I have to go to court. Because other than that, if I'm being detained, that means I am not free to leave. If I'm not free to leave, that means I'm under arrest. Mm-hmm. If I'm under arrest, I like to exercise my Fifth Amendment.
Are you behind handcuffs up?
Am I free to leave?
Exactly. I just wanted to know.
I don't have to answer none of your questions. I don't answer questions. See, that's the difference between someone who knows and someone who don't know. We can play this game all day, unless you want to just kidnap me right now. You hear me? Because that's going to be the charges found. Because I've done nothing. I haven't breached the peace. I'm not getting disturbance. I'm on my own property, which you don't have permission to be here right now, and it's posted. You hear me? And it's all being recorded. You hear me?
What's your name and date of birth?
I do not consent. I like to exercise my Fifth Amendment right.
All right.
You hear me? I just want to exercise my right. Now, one can't go to jail for exercising right. You hear me? I just want to exercise my right, freedom of speech. Right to remain silent. Yeah, right to remain silent. Yeah, having your business, man. This officer told me I look suspicious, man. I look suspicious. Walking in my own, I'm just walking down the back. I'm walking down the driveway right here, down to the backyard, right? When the officer right here was passing by. This officer right here was passing by. And when he seen me, he turned around and came back. And I looked up, he already in my backyard You know what I'm saying? I got signs. He immediately stated that he's seen the no trespassing sign.
That's correct.
He's agreeing with me. He's seen the no trespassing sign and took it upon his business because he's seen a black guy, I guess it's such a nice looking house that we weren't supposed to be there. You hear me? You hear me? So this Hispanic guy right here acting as the police officer, you hear me? But right now he's a pirate. You know what I'm saying? He's trespassing. He's looking to try to take something from me. You hear me? I violated no law. I haven't breached the peace. I've done nothing wrong. And he's here asking me for my information.
Yeah, that's all I need.
I don't have to give that to you if I've done nothing wrong, sir.
For a suspicion that?
Suspicious of what?
For being at this property. I saw the no trespassing sign, and I saw 2 people walking back here. That was it.
That don't give you no right, brother. That don't give you no.
Give me the right.
No, it does not. No, it does not. And you're gonna be excused. You're gonna be schooled. You're gonna be taught better. You hear me? Because this is proof right here, Marlon, of what we're dealing with. This is proof what we're dealing with. We got people in charge of us who don't even know the laws themselves. But I quote them for them. You hear me? I quote them for them and let them read them. You hear me?
Yeah, bounce.
Yes, look at them. Look at them. Straight tire tyranny. And the dope. He'll mess with me.
Oh, he's coming back.
Yeah. Did you have a search warrant to come on my land?
I'll take it.
Sir, what's your name again?
Am I free or am I being detained?
Well, I just want to know your name.
Am I being detained or am I free to go?
You're free to go.
Well, I don't answer questions.
Okay.
You have a nice day. Yeah. And you see how you see? But I thought he was coming over here because I was suspicious though. You hear me? I thought it was suspicious. Now look at it. Now I don't want to give him a name. He just gonna leave. I thought I was doing something wrong. If I was doing something wrong, why are you leaving away so quick? Huh? Yes. Why am I leaving away so quick? What's your name again, sir?
I'm Officer Ortiz.
Officer Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is what we're dealing with, Marlon. You hear me? We got people like you who don't even know the law themselves. You hear me? But they ready to pull you over for something and they don't even know what they sell. That's why you graduate the police academy in 6 months. But it takes 2 years to get your cosmetology license. I think you guys need to be in school for 2 years because you don't know your rights. You don't know your laws.
Yeah, facts. I definitely think that officers should be in training for way longer. Way longer.
They need much more
What
paperwork.
We got family G.
Yes.
What's good?
Yeah, man. We there.
What we doing? Police brutality, yeah? Do you know what? Do you know what's funny about this? Yeah, there was I think there was a study where they got like 10 people. 5 people were like 10 random people, normal people from society, and 5 of them they made prison guards, and then 5 of them they made as inmates. And then they had to cut the show halfway short because the people who were the prison guards were taking it way too basically abusing their power. So even if the police officers do know,
and then they swapped over.
Say that again?
I said then they swapped over as well. I don't know if your sound is all right. Check. You good? Good?
Yeah.
Then they swapped over, man. They swapped over. The prison guard.
Yeah, I see that still.
They swapped back over, I'm saying to you. And it was the same again. Yeah.
And it was the same again.
Right. So I have to say absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Definitely, especially if the system isn't helped to rehab anyone. It's just another stream of income for the system, for the government. And it's not even going to the government, really, it's privatized.
Jedi, why are you grooming away? You are clearly declining to address the accusations against you, and you don't want to jump on. Henceforth, it declares you're a gay man who grooms men. Why are you afraid? You're shook. What is up with these lot? I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Like I said, straight away, man, start talking about gay. Like I noticed the fascination. I noticed who is engaging in it. Notice who is entertaining it. Yeah, black men are gay. Black men are gay. Black men are gay. Black men are gay. I'm starting to see that this is certain people's policy, how they want to address man, because it's never on manly terms. I can't be bothered. I really can't be bothered, man. You want my energy, you need my energy, and you get me, just to use my likeness, my image, or my words, or my voice, and like talk about me. That's enough energy, man. You can see how you feel charged up. You lot over there feel gassed and charged up. Get me, numbers up, you feel good, but the realness, you can't evade the realness. And the problem with the realness is, even no matter how hard you try, man amongst your own ranks know what the realness is. So you can try and pretend and lie, and they might even lie for you. But when they go to bed at night and they have to face their creator in their mind's eye, or during prayer or meditation or reflection, they know that what they're doing is wrong, innit? So I'm happy with that. I'm cool with that, man. I can force you to go. I'll force you to go against your own creator by slandering me. Yeah? I'll force you to go against your own iman, your own faith, your own belief. Yeah, just to score a point. You're gonna go against the very things that you think you promised to be defended and to be about. Just because you're getting criticized. I just said, look, this is the thing. Why don't you go about against the people that are calling you a cokehead, or people that have got a real delay on you and that? I don't care anymore. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, so where you been though, Mills, man? What's been going on?
I've been grafting. I've got my chalkboard in place. Let me show you. Let me turn this in. Boom. Look, chalkboard. Boom.
Okay, so what, you just painted it black?
Yeah, but no, it's chalkboard. It's basically the texture of a chalkboard.
But it's the paint that comes out like that, yeah?
No, yeah, basically, yeah. It's chalkboard paint, yeah.
Yeah.
Sick. I'm not gonna lie. When I bought some chalk as well, so I was just thinking like, what should I put on my board? I was thinking like things what I want to do.
How does it wipe off?
I'm literally with a towel, man. Literally with cloth.
A wet cloth?
Literally. Yeah, wet cloth.
Yeah. Kemo said this video is a perfect example of what happens to a black person on a daily. This guy is one of the few who knows the law. The average person would have went to jail for a crime they didn't do, or got themselves shot. You know, really could have got themselves really hurt because you start making sudden moves or like get panic and feel like I'm gonna run to the yard, and then they're taking jurisdiction. Like they will kill you in front of your wife on your lawn and that, man. No questions asked, mate.
Remorse. The way they're looking at it is like they're doing a job, and this is the thing. If you look at their training, not only is their training short, what are they learning to do? You understand? And it's usually using force how to exercise their power.
Right.
So it's not like they're sitting there doing it. They're like trying to engage with the community. Do you know what I mean? Trying other avenues. No, they're not. They're doing, especially in America, they've got guns out there, but that's not even.
Okay. Just a random video. Mostly about COVID nowadays, man. Do you want to hear Russell Brand talking about COVID? Huh? Question. What was the question?
I used to rate that guy at one time still, man, and then shit just went downhill.
When he was on drugs, don't tell me.
Yeah, when he was on his stuff.
To go to the shops and be with loved ones and have physical contact once again, whereas other people will have all manner of suspicions. Obviously, I'm not here to tell you what to think or how to think. In fact, my spiritual practice.
Mean I'm actually able to float
COVID vaccine. Some people will be regarding the new COVID vaccine as a return to everyday life, the ability to go to the shops and be with loved ones and have physical contact once again, whereas other people will have all manner of suspicions. Obviously, I'm not here to tell you what to think or how to think. In fact, my new spiritual practices mean I'm actually able to float through life sometimes without having an opinion at all for as long as 25 minutes. So let's have a look at what people are saying in the media and try and understand the benefits and costs of a COVID vaccine.
Here in downtown Brussels, locals are wary.
J'attends d'abord que tout le monde le fait, après je vais le faire. They are wary in downtown Brussels, aren't they? That lady's wearing every single imaginable garment on her head.
Just a few months ago, the polls looked really good. 85% of people said that they would be willing to take the vaccine. And actually, interestingly, it's got worse since then, as we've got closer to actually having vaccines.
It's interesting, isn't it, that regardless of the emergence of this vaccine, we are living in a time defined somewhat by oppositionism, particularly in the political sphere, the Trump era, and indeed the Brexit era are defined by these kind of nearly matched opposing forces defined by a single issue. Also, we have perhaps unseen levels of cynicism towards government power.
So there are some countries that do...
Did you nearly say companies there?
So there are some countries that do either compulsory vaccination or, stop you getting your full government benefits. I think we can use incentives, that are carrots rather than sticks.
Oh, tell us about these carrots.
How would we nudge people with a carrot?
I don't want to be nudged with a carrot. This is going in a strange direction.
And perhaps with a stick.
I don't want to be nudged with a carrot or a stick.
Most obvious one is simply to pay people to take it.
Good. For a vaccine. What do you think? Look at him smiling. He's quite a young man. I think he's trying to get himself a little score, trying to get himself a little pony out of the vaccine, people. I recall when that app came out, the track and trace app, when it was marketed as NHS track and trace. I thought, NHS is not a tech company. Who is really running track and trace? It's interesting because if you are a person that is unable to go out, then this vaccine, of course, is lifeblood. Here's some basic stats on the matter. 58% of Americans are willing to take it. 40% of the Dutch, 59% of Indians are skeptical. 32% of the UK will probably take it. And 21% of the French say they will take it.
Je sais pas, non, c'est juste que j'aurais pas confiance. Ce serait le premier vaccin, on ne sait pas quel effet secondaire il y aura.
I suppose what it shows you, a lot of the cynicism of those people spoken to, is that we've been encouraged for so long to think as individuals. There's no such thing as society. Take care of yourself. You're on your own. The welfare state's a waste of time. Now with a vaccine, it requires that we immediately adopt the mentality, hey, we're all in this together. The mentality that was engendered at the beginning of this pandemic that cannot be backed up because the protection that workers and ordinary people will require as the financial consequences of this pandemic are felt will not be underwritten by supportive governments or a supportive corporate sector. Those people will be cast aside.
Plus tard, parce que je ferai tester par les autres.
That's why people have a general attitude of, well, let other people try the vaccine first. We'll see if it's successful. I might take it down the line. Only the desperate and most needy are the people that will be willing to get in line straight away, would be my suspicion. Here are some stats on the vaccine from CNN. It's 95% effective in preventing infections, caused no serious safety concerns. I think I heard yesterday that the pharmaceutical companies demanded indemnity from future lawsuits if there were any consequences. COVID has killed almost 1.5 million people worldwide. A mate of mine's in Los Angeles, and he's saying, still like thousands of people are dying every day. He's saying if that was happening as a result of an earthquake, you'd think this is a national emergency. This sort of fatalistic acceptance of a kind of glum new world. So it's not straightforward. I'm certainly by no means saying don't take a vaccine. Neither am I saying do take a vaccine. Do you remember that there was that story about enlisting sensible celebrities to promote taking the vaccine? I thought, well, when am I going to get the call? When's old Russ, as a sensible celeb, going to get the phone call to show me banging myself up with the, you can do it yourself. You can do it at home. And that's why I didn't get that phone call.
So let me ask a more fundamental question. is it really just out of the question in a democracy to make the vaccine mandatory?
Well, it's not out of the question in some democracies. So some democracies nearby, for instance, France has several vaccines that are mandatory.
That sounds like preparation for mandating vaccines, doesn't it? Like become used to it. We've already heard that you won't be able to go to gigs, you won't be able to do this, that, you know. Do you want more government authority, or are you cynical about it? That's one of the questions that I would put to you. Do you feel a great deal of faith and trust in governments, or do you feel uncertain about granting governments more authority and power? Do you feel comforted by the idea that other people will be forced to take a vaccine, or does it make you feel uncertain? Now, here's a word of wisdom. Any of you that want to have unshakable faith in the emergence of this vaccine, do not Google Pfizer controversy or Pfizer bribery or Pfizer scandal, or your faith may be shaken. And I suppose that's one of the things we accept, that like these kind of megalith industries, such as the pharmaceutical industry, do operate in a rarefied space. If that indemnity thing proves to be true, that's an interesting aspect. And certainly it's true that with pharmaceutical companies, you kind of accept, oh yeah, no, they had to lobby to get that through. Oh, they had to bribe someone because of that particular thing happened with that particular drug. And we accept that that's just the way the world is run, that there is a layer of commerce that is added to political decisions and is necessary for political efficacy. So perhaps this cynicism and mistrust that is, in a sense, endemic at the moment is because of the justifiable suspicions people have about the relationships between government and big business, which have been proven again and again to be dubious. And in a sense, the government should have no agenda other than aiding, assisting, taking care of the people that they are elected to serve. Whenever you sense that there is an additional ingredient, particularly one that opposes that basic premise, it's necessary to become suspicious.
Yeah, absolutely. There's private incentives as well. So we saw the CEO of Qantas saying that he's going to, I think he hasn't officially said, but he's thinking about it. They're considering having some kind of, so you have to show your passport for an international flight. You might also have to show your immunity passport for an international flight.
Well, that's very curious, that the private sector will be leveraging and incentivizing and mandating vaccines and immunity as a sort of form of control. I said it's the same as having a passport. I goes, maybe it's just the same as having a passport. You have to have a passport to travel. But then Jen said, well, you don't have to inject a passport into your body. I don't have to, but I sometimes do. I mean, yes, that's interesting, isn't it? Is this a condition of the new world? I suppose, as I say, I have no view on whether or not you should take a vaccine or not take a vaccine. But certainly we're in a new environment where new ideas are being leveraged on the basis of public health and safety that certainly seem to have another component due to some of the partners that are involved, notably Pfizer. And at a time where people are concerned as well as about their health, about individual liberty and the impediment on individual liberty imposed by government organizations, aided and abetted by corporations, it seems it's concerning. I hope that a viable vaccine emerges. I hope not for a return to normal, to be absolutely honest, because of course, you know, I live in relative comfort. I hope for a return to something far better. I hope for a move towards a fairer, more just world where power and the decisions that affect people are moved much closer to the people affected by them, where there is much less cynicism and suspicion and much less cause for cynicism.
Mad thing.
Yeah, you know they say even a broke clock can be right twice a day. I don't trust Russell Brand. I'll tell you that from now, I don't trust him. I don't look to him for advice or information, but he's clearly reiterating stuff that some of us know and think. Yeah, man. I mean, this shit ain't going away. I know it might be a boring subject to some people, but it keeps popping up because it's serious. It is serious.
The worst thing is, yeah, I've been asking around about people like, yo, would you take the vaccine? I've heard a lot of no's. And I was like, so what if it means you have to take the vaccine to get out of the country? And then that's when people were like, ooh, like now you put it like that. I do want to go on holiday. And how badly do I want to go on holiday? To the point where they're even contemplating taking the vaccine.
Yo, give peace a chance. Russell Brand, what I don't trust about Russell Brand is his previous connections to the establishment, his high profile position in entertainment.
Even the way you just said just there about, I was expecting a phone call. Even that looked booky.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know.
Because I'm a sensible mish celebrity mish. You know what I'm saying?
I felt for a while that we've been waiting for, like, I've been waiting for Russell Brand to be kind of prepared for this role of being this anti-establishment guy. And we're going to be encouraged to forget about his very deep establishment ties. I mean, who is Russell Brand and what does he stand for? It's very murky, man. Very murky. He's been attached to the Fabian Society and other things like that. Oh man, he's a fucking character, man. He's a character.
And he's another gatekeeper.
For me personally, yeah, definitely set up to be some form of, spokesman for somebody somewhere, for the woke, for the I don't know, what are they? The middle class, white woke, the work. I don't know, working class. I'm a bit confused still, but there's something about him I don't buy it. I think he was joking. And
what do you think about the information that he's saying? All right. Jed, what do you think about the information that he's saying?
Depends where. What information? The information you just said just now?
Yeah, about all the vaccines and how.
I mean, like doing the usual soft whistle blowing, telling you stuff that most of you have heard or stuff you wouldn't be blown away with. He's helping to create mistrust. And if I look at this thing, I'm like, mate, they like, like what controlled opposition is, yeah? It's like someone's gonna call you a slag. You invent the person to call you a slag. You invent and control the person that's deemed as your biggest threat. You control that. That means that your biggest threat is never really a threat, because it's always you. So you stop people from attacking you by saying, "Oh, look, he's already getting beaten up." Well, you're not getting beaten up. You've created that to look like that to buy you. You understand? And I feel like a lot of these people, they do that because they you can listen to that and be like, "Yeah, don't trust the government," but there's not really, there's he's not done
heard already.
Yeah, nothing you ain't heard already. He's not really putting his neck on the line, and it just helps. On the other side, you're gonna have someone else. Like on the other side, you're gonna have Idris Elba telling you, "Yeah, I've got the COVID, gutted." Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? So you got one man, a black man, telling you, "Yeah, I got the COVID, the thing's real, gutted. Be careful for everyone else." Boom, boom, boom. Then you've got Russell Brand saying, well, "I'm not saying don't, I'm not saying do." I think the main reason why he's saying don't, I'm not saying don't, is he's trying to make it seem as if he's deliberately being ambiguous as to not be censored. But I think he is being ambiguous anyway. Does that make sense? Double bluff ambiguity. I'm not gonna get me, nudge.
Agreed.
Oh, like, you get me? But really, he's really doing that though. Even if he's saying he's joking about it, he is actually telling you, I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yeah. But he's making it seem like he's doing that because of the climate. Because like, I wouldn't tell, like, you know, because obviously, if you really like hell bent on taking the vaccine or whatever, I wouldn't tell you to research It's like all this silliness, bro. Like when it's serious shit, can you be real? Just be real and straight up. So we know what's what. Double talk and I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving him a hard time. I just don't trust Russell Brand. Yeah, I don't. You hear me? I don't.
Trust what he says anyway. Do you know what I mean? You should make up your own thoughts in the first place. You shouldn't be fucking sitting here and following anyone and letting anyone guide you, subconsciously or not consciously. These, like you said, there's going to be certain levels. You're going to have some people that are going to be like, I'm not on it. Then you're going to have some people that are going to try and sway the people in between. I'm telling you, they're going to try so many different tactics. From kids, they're going to start with kids. Yeah, school kids. That's number one. They said they're going to go for the elderly, but they're going to start. Yeah, they're going to start with the elderly, but they're going to definitely do the schools. Once they do the schools, then they're going to do the people who want to go on holiday. And then once you do the people on holiday, then you're going to see the people that want chess or want to use any of the services. So that's already covered most of the things. Now, what if they say you can't go on public transport unless you got the card? So now you can't even use public transport.
I don't know what this is. I just a bit of writing, but I thought I'd read it. Proving Russell Brand as a shill would be more than difficult, but if you're aware of the who's who in the real world of politics and who pulls the strings, then you will see Russell Brand's intentions are far from honourable. He dates Jemima Khan. Oh, this is from 2013, so like to be fair,
yeah, things might have changed.
He dates Jemima Khan, who's also known as Jemima Goldsmith. Her father was James Goldsmith, the French billionaire entrepreneur who later in his life became majority active in British politics. Jemima herself is the associated editor of the socialist magazine New Statesman. She has two brothers called Zach and Ben Goldsmith. Zach is a Tory MP. He's married to Alice Rothschild, whose family owns the Federal Reserve, which controls the entire monetary system, creating fake money out of thin air while holding us perpetually in debt to them who cradled from the cradle to the grave. Then up until just last year was married to Kate Rothschild. So hold on. So that's the other brother. 1 second. Yo. My shit's frozen. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
My shit's frozen, man. I don't know why this keeps happening. Yeah, you have to talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a minute.
Yo, that is actually mad. How fucking I wasn't expecting him to be. I was expecting him to be tied to certain entities, but I didn't know it was that close to home.
It should be. What's his talent though, Mills? Because I see this bro on TV a lot. But what is his real talent? What is he? A presenter? What?
He's supposed to be a comedian,
no?
Yes.
He's a comedian.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a sarcastic comedian.
Oh boy, I never knew that, bro. I just see him on loads of programs, but he has to work with them. That's what they do. They send out their little puppets to do what they want, man.
Like a few years ago, he had a kind of like a breakdown kind of thing. And he was kind of like really kind of banging against the system kind of thing. And then they kind of caught him by the balls with something. And
he stopped taking heroin.
Yeah,
it's mad because he was going on a mad one. He was doing some bare mad shit. And then all of a sudden he was like, look, it's like he got the call like, look, yo, you better calm down if you don't calm down.
Yeah.
You know the ones there. And then
he started kind of getting back into.
Do you think they don't have to reinvent his image, go good, go rogue, go on like you're against the system? Do you know what I mean? Get everyone back on your side, and then we use.
No, he was really about that shit before, and when he got the call, it's like, all right, cool. You can kind of still have your personality about you and that, but don't be making no hasty decisions talking about people shouldn't or should do this or that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
That's my stance on it still. I don't know.
When it comes to this sort of shit, do you know what I mean? You have to separate yourself, and you have to sit down and say, why am I even watching this? Why am I even looking at what this guy is saying? Like, do I even take in what he's saying is credible? Do you know what I mean? Are there seriously people behind Russell Brand and listening to everything that he says? Like, and accepting what he's saying is credible? Do you know what I mean? Russell Brand told you to, I don't know, stop wearing, I don't know, stop wearing hoodies. Are you going to stop wearing hoodies?
Depends if I consider Russell Brand to be like a flipping idol of mine or not, and how far I'm willing to follow this person. You know what I'm saying? Because he, like, these people that we're talking about.
Okay, go on. Sorry, bro.
These people. I was just gonna say, these people that we're talking about, like they're household names, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? Like, people look up to these people, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a guy that enabled the people that are like him to be the way they are. You get what I'm saying? So the tight jeans wearing, kind of rocky type of, long hair wearing type of, you know what I'm saying? Outspoken type of, you know what I'm saying? The man are able to be like this. You know what I'm saying? So now he's seen as somewhat of a, you know what I'm saying, a savior for these people that didn't have a voice before. You know what I'm saying?
It's a massacre. It's a massacre. And now he's got their back in the scene.
Boy, let's see how far he's willing to churn the milk from the cow. Get me? Because that's what it seems like. Because that's why you can't be making no, you know what I mean, proper judgments as to telling people to do this or that. Get me?
This is what I mean. You know what? It's like more and more I'm thinking about it, more and more I feel like it's what Jedi said. You know, it's the thing. He's going to be one of those guys at the start that was saying no, and then eventually he's going to be one of them guys that gets the jab, and do you know what I mean? He's going to be that example.
Yeah.
The more and more I think about it looks like it's going to be more and more.
That's what I can see too. I can't lie. Yeah.
And like, do you actually think that people will not be happy if they made vaccines mandatory? Like, you have to.
Yeah, people will not be happy with that. 100%. There's going to be a lot of people that's not happy with that. 100%. You know what I'm saying? But some people will get roped in via the things that we was just talking about a little while ago, holidays and these type of things. You know what I'm saying? Because ultimately, like, there's industries that are they're gonna make a requirement that you have to have vaccination to do what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely gonna try and make it mandatory. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to come into House of Parliament and these kind of places, these are proper establishments, and that you're gonna need these. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at even the flu shot. Like, I don't know, he's not taking the fucking piss with the flu shot. Did you see? Was it Sadiq Khan and some MPs where they were meant to get the shot, and then you can clearly see that they weren't taking the shot. Is that a fucking that's a setup in itself?
That is as deliberate as Boris Johnson in the classroom when the cameraman showed the kids in the corner. That's deliberate, man. That can't be an accident, man. I want to believe it's not an accident anyway, because if it's an accident, that means that these guys are fallible and not as smart as we think, and that means that we stand a better chance. I'm not going to lie. But that's why I don't want to believe it, because I don't want to ever be rocked to sleep with that false confidence. There's no way it can be. If you ever believe that the ones that run this world are as dumb as Boris Johnson and George Bush Jr., to give you an example, or as of dumb like presidents or prime ministers, we'd be lost if we think that's the apex of our leadership, and that's how the world is governed. It's like no way, no way.
Some people are definitely under the assumption of this, though.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately, get me.
Yeah, they're the same people that think Ronald McDonald owns McDonald's.
True that. And the Colonel made Kentucky and all these things.
You know, like Fido Dido owns 7-Up. Yeah. Like
Yeah. The Colonel really made the chicken from
Kentucky.
That's
how they feel.
Yeah.
But that's the purpose of a figurehead.
Right.
That's why we have them, so that psychologically we can kind of, assess where the orders, where the power is coming from. It helps us shape our worldview. It helps us.
Mental plateau.
Now they're currently in the process of breaking that down in the minds of the generations, so that the newest generation coming out are going to be used to either there being weak leaders or no general leader or one leader. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I feel like they're changing the way the power structure looks. They're making all the monarchies younger or going to do away with them, and obviously they're bringing in the women and the men and the women and the black people. Obviously there's going to be some openly trans president or prime minister somewhere at some point. You get me? I don't know what country that's going to be. It might be a way off or whatever, but that'll be happening at some point. And I said openly. Remember, I said openly, because not to say we've not had one already.
True.
Yeah. But yeah, I feel like they're giving us these dickheads that we can't really, like these Trumps and these funny people that we can't really trust, so that we stop trusting. I think they want the masses to wake up and stop trusting the current setup of how shit is running. And then now what you're going to do, you're going to ask for a new setup, and then they're going to deliver what they had. I just don't know what that's going to look like.
Illusion of choice. Another one there.
Awaiting wisdom. Big up yourself. Big up Ridgeway dog as well, man. How you doing, guys?
It's mad, cuz.
Great, so.
It's mad. I'm trying to. The more and more I think about it, yeah.
Big up Awaiting wisdom. 1 second. Big up Awaiting wisdom. You right? You might be cutting in and out. Okay, you got. I think you got
jump on listening to the topic,
brother.
I think I've got a bad connection, bro. Let me come. I'll come out and jump in.
Thank you. Ridgeway, what are you saying, bro? Quiet over there on your hill. Ridgeway, what is that? A duck? Well, he's probably gone away from his screen or whatever. Be back. Yeah. So, Mills, what was you saying, bro?
I was saying that this is going to be done in stages.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, they don't need everyone to take the vaccine at the start. They just need them to sell enough to make a profit. So, and already I had a few friends say to me, like, oh, it's cool. It's not like they're giving it to us. They're giving it to the older lot first. And I said, that's exactly their plan. They're making you think like this so you don't give a fuck. So when it is your turn, it's too late now. Do you know what I mean? You fucked up the elders. You fucked up the youngers. Do you know what I mean? And you're the only ones left.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is going to be our downfall, man. Is that all this is happening in front of our eyes, and it's just like you can see all the cogs turning in front of your eyes one by one. Do you know what I mean? Or even if you don't call them cogs, pieces of the puzzle, you know what I mean? As they're just showing it on your TV screen, they're like, yeah, this is next. This is what's coming up. This is what's next. And mandatory vaccines. But then again, this is what I think, yeah? So there's going to be a lot of people. If you're going to have lots of people stand up to vaccines, then are you going to have, if you have people standing up to vaccines, then you're going to have the people that want the vaccine fighting against the people that don't. Do you know what I mean? And as long as there's that, the government can play with them, that sort of person, play on their mind and now use them to gang up against the people who don't want it.
Did
Do you see where I'm going with this?
Did they say France have got 21 mandatory vaccines already?
Wow, 21.
Yeah, I think they said it in that video. I can't believe it.
That's fucked, and they're part of an EU country.
Yeah,
that's shocking. That's shocking, man. That's shocking. What about the UK? The UK, you should have 36 shots to a kid before they're 18 months.
I think in America it's even worse than that, mate. In the US, probably near 100.
In the US, nearly 100.
What are they going to start doing?
That's
what are they going to
fucking
start
crazy.
doing?
This is
Giving
even
them
here.
the
I've had people say to me they've had the doctor ring them up and keep hounding them. And then I've had to say, like, yo, once I've done research, I found out that GPs actually profit from giving out vaccines.
Yeah, definitely. Don't you go to the chemist and they offer it to you sometimes?
Yeah, come get your free.
Yeah. Do you want a jab? I'm like, no, thanks. I'm all right.
Have you been jabbed?
Me, no.
Hey, Mills.
No.
Mills, are you up for some screen sharing?
Yeah, why not? What's going on?
I sent you something, man. I just go to the toilet, innit? But I sent you something. Maybe you could open this and have a read with the fam. It's sent to me by Mary Jen. It's the COVID rollout. Something. There might be something in there. It's very new. 2nd of December.
Prior to
in the private chat, yeah?
Yeah. Let's go.
Big up, Khan.
All right.
Hello?
Yo, Khan, wagwan.
What's happening, brother? Everything good?
Yeah.
Come
on. See my cousin Mills on, so I thought I'd jump on and see how he's doing. How you doing, cousin?
Yeah, cool. Come, get into this. Read this and get into that.
Come.
What are we reading? Let me get my reading glasses.
Get your reading glasses, go.
Old man, innit?
That's it. We're reading the immunization advice on priority groups.
What does he mean, priority groups, Mills?
Here we go.
Here we go.
This advice is provided to facilitate the development of policy on COVID-19 vaccinations in the UK. JSVI advises that the first priorities for any COVID-19 vaccination program should be the prevention of COVID-19 mortality and the protection of health and social care staff and systems. Secondary, okay, so the first is going to go to social care staff and systems. So, but whoa. Wait a second, hold on. Yo, fucking hell, my phone keeps going off.
I'll tell you what, yeah. Scripture, Jungle Jesus, Ridgway, Rob, and Khan. While Mills is on the phone, feel free to chat. I don't fancy doing a shit and talking, so yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, family. Oh my gosh, what is going on?
Who's been watching the telly today? The news and that? Some old granny's got jabbed about 50,000 times. They keep showing the same thing. Some old granny getting jabbed. Yeah. Every channel, every hour, we see the same old granny getting jabbed in her arm. They reckon that you need 2 jabs, same jab, right? They reckon to get the maximum immunity out of it, you've got to take the same jab twice. So if they're getting paid for it, that just doubled their profit fucking 50%.
So
I'm
that's
saying.
That's $400
All
for
right.
Bill Gates right
Now
there.
hear what they're saying now, Rob. Hear what they're saying. Oh, to get the best immunity, you got to have both versions of the jab. Thinking man for idiot.
And then next year there'll be another version and another version.
Yeah, they're saying they're going to combine both the jabs together to make like a super jab. But in the meantime, you're better off taking both.
But see, isn't this the problem when you put more than one together? But it's the same drug, right? Though, isn't it? Because in America, they were saying that the problems came from vaccinations is when they threw them all together. When they got like a triple hit in one, or even up to 6 in one. And this is where they were saying the kids were getting autism and such things.
Shit. Sorry. Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, family. Sorry about that, man. I just had fucking phone just went mad, bro. It's like a fucking radio show or something. Every time I was trying to fucking, someone was trying to call me. Yo, did everyone just hear what I just read to you? Like, I couldn't believe it, bro. I couldn't even talk properly when I was talking on the phone, man. The first people that they want, so they're trying to say our first priority is to prevent the mortality and the protection of health and social care staff and systems. So
did you just realize what you said?
No. What I'm trying to, it just hit me. Like I was just like, are you serious?
You
So basically, you're gonna inject a virus that you're trying to prevent to everyone in the hospitals where people are gonna come in to try and get themselves better.
When a Turkish person adds mish onto the end of a word, it means as if. In other words, skeptical. Did you realize you said that, Mills? That's funny. You went mish.
But do you understand what they're trying to do, though? Do you understand what they're trying to do?
Go on, read it again. I was laughing at you said mish.
It's still there,
Go
bro.
on, bro.
Are you not? Can you not see past that? They're literally every time you go to the hospital now, every single person there is going to be injected with a vaccine, which basically means they've got COVID-19 injected into them. Whether it's small dosage, whether it's large dosage, whether it's fucking little bit, small bit, big bit, you're getting fucking injected with COVID-19 in you.
Yeah, giving you the COVID. This is what I'm seeing, Mills. I was waiting. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I don't think people understand, when they're saying vaccination, usually that contains the disease and then some.
Thank you. And not just that. Like the flu shot that we're talking about has been going for like how many years? And this is a 6-month-old vaccine.
But bro, ain't they saying the whole point of it?
You want to use the NHS staff as a guinea pig? This is fuck. They're literally trying to kill off the NHS, bro. They're literally using NHS as guinea pigs, bro.
Bro, can you hear me?
Right, tell me otherwise. Tell me otherwise, Khan. Convince me otherwise, bro.
I'm not getting it, bro. I'm not getting it. Like, I thought the whole thing was that we ain't got immunity to this illness, right? So obviously, if they inject you with the illness, what's gonna happen? Don't make sense. Am I not getting it?
Like what would can you follow through with what you're saying? I don't know. I'm looking at it two ways with what you're saying.
With most illnesses, if you give someone like a tiny little bit of the illness, like which is not strong enough to make them ill, the body develops immunity against it by creating an antibody for the invading pathogen, the illness. But they're saying the reason why COVID
while having severe side effects, right?
Yeah. But what they're saying with COVID is that we don't have an immunity.
Which have side effects on the body, right?
Yeah. But what they're saying with COVID is that we ain't got a natural immunity to it. So, you get me? They're developing this this jab. But what's the point of them giving us a jab with COVID in it? It don't make sense to me. If we ain't got a natural immunity to it, you injecting me with COVID, then what's gonna happen then? Am I not gonna fucking die? Am I not gonna die from it? How can the injection to COVID have COVID in it? That's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not getting it. Like maybe I got out the wrong side of the bed today. I don't know. But how are they injecting you with COVID? How's that a good thing? I don't get it. Confusing, man.
Wrong on all levels.
Don't make sense, does it, cuz? There's something dodgy going on.
Wrong on all levels. Like, put that aside, like, just putting a needle inside you has an adverse effect on your body. Let alone, we don't even know what the ingredients are. And even if we do know what the ingredients are, do we know what the ingredients are? Wait, let's keep going. Let's keep reading, yeah? Because we already know that they're trying to attack the NHS and the staff system. So they're telling you plain and simply that we're going to go for the elderly and the sickly. Why? Because they are the health and social care staff. So let's think about it right now. Who are the health and social care staff systems? So we're talking
people that work in the residential care homes and that.
Care homes.
Yeah.
What we're talking?
And home care.
Mental institutes. What else we talking?
No, old people's homes.
NHS staff. We're talking NHS
yeah,
staff.
NHS staff.
Then you got the ones, the carers, the people that go to their homes, that the carers in the houses, and the nurses in the houses that come to your houses. What about ambulance staff? Then you're gonna have people that actually go in. Then on top of that, now you got people who are actually going into the hospital. Average people contracting it again, and this is just the primary. This is the primary source. They're saying this is what we're to basically. They're saying we're to prevent mortality and the protection Do you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. It's all a bit fucking.
It's lies. Basically, they're saying we need to be able to exceed COVID-19's mortality rates and the destruction of health and social care staff and systems. We are going to inject COVID-19 vaccinations first into these people. Secondary priorities could include, so they're not even conclusive, could include vaccination of those at increased risk of hospitalization and at increased risk of exposure to maintain resilience in essential public services. That's fuckery. Then what? Oh, bro, I can't believe I'm even lying. This is fucked. Because did I just read right? They're basically trying to say the next people that we're going to vaccinate are people that are going to restrict our public services. So we need to get rid of them.
They're calling it, Mills, they're calling it occupational exposure.
What the fuck does that mean?
So what he says, look, this advice has been developed based on a review of UK epidemiological data on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic so far, data on hospitalization, where's it gone? We moved it. On mortality and hospitalization from COVID-19, data on occupational exposure. Yeah, bro. No, maybe later. A review on inequalities associated with COVID-19, phase 1, 2, 3. They got phases we didn't even know about. Vaccine results on phase 1. See, they're talking about phases, man. What's all these phases? They got to break it down.
He's all on the picture. Oh, here we go. All right, considerations. Pfizer BioNTech vaccine. The committee has reviewed unpublished phase 1, 2, and 3 safety and efficiency data for the Pfizer BioNTech mRNA vaccine. The vaccine appears to be safe and well tolerated, and there were no clinical concerning safety observations. The data indicate highly efficient effect. What's that? The data indicate indicate high efficacy. Efficacy? Isn't that meant to say efficiency?
No, efficacy.
Efficacy. Oh.
Yeah, efficacy. It
Data
means that
indicate high
how well it
efficacy.
works. How well it works.
16 years and over, including encouraging results in older adults. The committee advises. Who is this committee? What, the Pfizer committee?
Yeah, looks like it. But Pfizer is what? Pfizer's one of them. BioNTech is the other one.
This vaccine be used in the first phase of the program, according to the priority order set out below. While there is some evidence to indicate high levels of short-term protection from a single dose of vaccine, a 2-dose vaccine schedule is currently advised in accordance with regulatory approval. This statement will be updated.
Read that again.
You know, as I'm reading this, do you not remember there was a fucking game back in the... I remember kids playing the game where they would basically infect people and they can see how fast they can kill off.
Yeah.
You don't even remember that? And it's mad
I
how...
remember that game.
I even remember speaking about that online and we were like, yo, they're going to try and do something, man. They're literally going to
I like to say something. You know, the flu jab, it has an inactivated, disabled and dead virus in. So what happens is, when the season comes, scientists collect flu strains from animals, right, and other areas, and they predict the 3 most strongest dangerous strains that will affect us in the season, and they put it into a vaccine. But that virus in the vaccine is dead. So what happens is, it takes 14 days for the body to build an immunity to it, because after time the body's immunity declines, right? So what it does is it replicates the kind of structure of that dead virus. So next time it comes in your body, it will know how to fight it. So you're not being infected with COVID or the influenza. You're just getting a cold.
Yeah, but that's not how this one works, though, Afghan.
Sorry to
This
butt
one's
in,
called
yeah.
the mRNA.
This one's chemicals.
Vaccine.
This one's chemicals.
Yeah, this one's different.
I've just been working in a pharmacist's house, and I've just been asking him, lad, and he told me. Go on, sorry.
Go on.
What is literally, lad, I've literally just walked out of his house, and I thought, right man to ask on all this, dad, with what's going on. And he said the old flu, because he wouldn't get the old flu jab, and he used to advise against it. He done it because he's a bit tight, and he didn't want any time off work, and he used to see people come in and they'd still have the flu basically 6 months after getting the jab. But he said this one, so what they used to do, they used to give you like a diluted version of the flu strain, whichever flu strain is prominent that year. But the way this one works, he didn't go too much into it, but the way he described this one was, this one's chemicals. This is like instead of giving
what I'm looking at, even mRNA vaccines are apparently a new era in vaccinology. Recent improvements in RNA vaccines act to increase protein translation, modulation, innate and adaptive immunicity, and improve delivery. So this is basically changing your DNA.
Fuck's sake.
That's what I'm saying.
Lads, yeah. One thing he did say is that he would get this one. And he said, I would even go as far, and he surprised me, because I've known this fella for years, lad, ever since he was an apprentice. And he said he'd go as far as to stand out of the queue, because he's old now. He's like in his 80s. He was like, I'd go as far as standing out the way so someone younger could get it. That's like, and that's coming from a pharmacist, lad. I don't know, lad. I'm just putting it out there just because it's so.
Yeah, but you got to remember as well that the same pharmacist is giving out these flu jabs as well. So as much as he might be trying to be honest with you, he doesn't want to get himself in trouble as well.
Oh,
he doesn't want to turn on the sleepy. And what would be nice?
We've just been having a laugh because he doesn't reckon he'll survive another 5 years, this fella. And he was laughing like...
Ask him if you speak to him next time, say to him, does he make commission?
Do you know how much he used to make? He was just telling me. Do you know how much he used to make on each flu jab sold?
Oh my God.
He'd buy it for £11 and he'd make 79p on each shot.
Would you say 79p? Did I hear 79p or 79k?
That's how much he'd make on prescriptions, including the flu jabs off the government. 79p profit, lad, profit. And that's why he was telling me, that's why like these Lloyd's pharmacies who used to come and try and buy him out all the time, that's why they run off the middlemen, because you can't have two pharmacies within a mile radius of each other. And what these Lloyd's pharmacies and Boots can do, they can go to the suppliers like Chemcare and places like that and turn around and say, right, I'll buy 100,000 units off you because it's profitable then. Whereas because he was like a single one-man band, it was in his, like, his dad was a pharmacist and his granddad was.
Yeah.
He couldn't, he managed to keep on going and his one's still going, but he can't, he used to have to pay a lot more for all his like tablets and things like that because he bought them in small
quantities.
And that,
you listening, Heathen? Are you listening?
Bruv, you heard him coming in and out, and you're asking if he's listening, bruv. Even if it's,
I don't know if it's me coming in and out or him.
Nah, he's breaking up.
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen. I'm gonna read it to you.
That's why you see.
Heathen,
you give me choke, but man's still going.
Yeah, man. You can't hear. You can't hear. Oh, can you man hear me?
Yeah.
Listen to this, yeah. Don't get scared. It's not a horror film, yeah. But listen. Over the past decade, major technological innovation and research investment have enabled mRNA to become a promising therapeutic tool in the fields of vaccine development and protein replacement therapy. The use of mRNA has several beneficial features over the subunit killed and live-attended viruses. It kills viruses as well as DNA-based vaccines. They outperform DNA. Wait, I'm not. Wait a minute. He's confused.
Still going.
Yeah, I know. That's what's confusing me.
Pharmacist on
the
Jesus, man, heathen.
It's like a robot, man.
I did a little skim through that whole Pfizer vaccine thing. Actually, this seems to be much more safer because you've got a control.
You're on a wind up, mate.
You got a more synthetic version instead of the exact dangerous virus in its natural form.
Afghan, explain the mechanism. Explain the mechanism explain the mechanism of how it works, because it replaces a protein in your mRNA, which obviously is
so it's
the
embedding
mitochondria where the DNA is produced. So it's changing your DNA basically.
I'm not sure about that, but what it's doing is creating a synthetic response from your immune system. So it's kind of like bypassing your body from being infected by kind of deceiving it through this kind of through your lipids, because he was saying something about lipids and shit like that. I can't really explain that. I'm not a microbiologist, so it'd be unfair to give this information.
But then again, you're sitting here on a panel trying to justify what they're trying to say. So you don't even know. So you're trying to say they're safe while not being able to explain how they are safe.
Because I'm not a pharmacist, and I haven't even said it's safe. First of all, my friend, I'm just trying to read what's written, so please don't panic. I'm not a drug
I'm telling you what you just said. You said it's perfectly safe. It's safe than the other vaccine you said.
I said they have said that on the damn thing, man, for heaven's sake. That is safe.
1 minute, man. We can all work it out together. Don't worry.
No, what I'm saying is comments. All right, forget it, man. Go on.
Listen. Basic mRNA vaccine pharmacology. Yeah. mRNA is the intermediate step between the translation of protein encoding DNA and the production of proteins by ribosomes in the cytoplasm. Yeah? Are you getting this, Afghan? I know you understand what I'm saying. Are you there? He's fucked off. Hey, Kandak.
Yeah, go on.
All right, cool. Two major types of RNA are currently studied as vaccines, non-replicating RMNA and virally derived self-amplifying RNA. So this is explaining the mechanism of how this works. Yeah. Let me just scroll.
Yeah,
Recent
I agree.
advances.
What it's trying to say is that it basically is injecting this synthetic DNA, isn't it, into your body?
Right.
Am I right or
Thank
wrong?
you.
Right.
Right. You're 100% right.
It's
But I'm asking Mills, you understanding this now? Synthetic DNA. You getting it?
into your human
And where
cells.
are you getting this synthetic DNA from?
They're making it in the lab.
What happens when your body takes in synthetic DNA? Can we find that out? Hey, let me go on.
It's making
What
you
are the side
immune to the
effects of your
illness.
body taking?
It's making you immune to the illness, but what's the side effects though?
Side effects of what am I writing? What are the side effects of RNA, mRNA?
Things like Morgellons disease, things like that. That's what happens when you synthetically.
What it's saying is that it's basically preventing. It's basically preventing the foreign protein, which is the virus, from reprogramming your cells. You understand? So it's basically acting like a deterrent.
It's to do with your
what
innate
one?
immune sensing. Yeah, we're just looking at this whole mRNA technology.
Right.
So it's
Is that
basically to do with your DNA.
the RNA thing? Yeah, the mRNA.
Yeah. So like,
Someone
what's
was
this last
explaining
bit?
it yesterday, right? Wasn't somebody talking about saying it's a totally new way of vaccinating, and it's gonna reprogram your DNA, I guess, your cells.
Jedi, basically, right, they've been trying to develop a vaccine like this for a long time, right, because they want to make one for cancer.
Well, they're saying
So
since 1992.
from 1 minute, from my understanding is what this virus, this vaccine does is it alters it enters it's a synthetic, right, so it's man-made, and it enters the human cells, and it basically prevents the virus or whatever, or cancer or whatever, from reprogramming your cells in a negative way. So it acts like a deterrent. So they're trying to say now that this is much safer than injecting the person with the virus and waiting for the body to build immunity like you see with the flu jab. But that's debatable. I don't know, man. I don't think, we'll have to see when masses of people.
But 1 minute, let me read this bit. Let me read this bit.
Ain't that gonna stop other things entering your
Right.
cells?
So this study saying, depending on the therapeutic application, this feature of mRNA could be beneficial or detrimental. Do you understand? They don't know, innit?
Plus, also, they're saying that it's much faster, so you'd get immunity within days compared to a biological vaccine. Yeah.
What is
not just this? What about this? This
creating?
is the best bit. You ready? Yeah. The committee advises that this vaccine be used in the first phase of the program according to the priority order set below. While there is some evidence to indicate high levels of short-term protection from a single dose of vaccine, a 2-dose vaccine schedule is currently advised in accordance with regulatory approval. So wait a second.
They said that on the news. You got to have the jab twice, and they're combining the 2 jabs into 1 jab.
Well, basically, they found out, that they're like, oh shit, not everyone's going to take the vaccine. So they're like, how are we going to do it? So basically, we need to double our numbers. So we've got to have them take it at least twice. Now, after you take it twice, then you've got to have it every year. A new vaccine will come out every year to better the last one. And do you know what I mean? That's how we're going to move forward.
Right.
See what they're doing, They're not giving you an acquired immune response. They're fucking with your innate response, which means the response that you're born with, that comes from your DNA. That's what they're fucking with that.
I've just sorry, Carney, so I do apologize.
Sorry, bro. Sorry.
Basically, I found a fact-fighting kind of website, right? And someone put the question in that the COVID vaccine is an RNA vaccine. and this will change your DNA. What they're saying now, is that it doesn't change your DNA. So when it goes into your cell, it's not changing or altering your DNA. It's just guiding your body on how to fight this virus through the cells. So I could post that at the back for you. So just have a look. If you check at the back, yeah? I don't want to read this whole out. It'll be a monologue, yeah? But basically, that's what it's summing up here. So it uses copies of this thing, of these proteins, to which the immune system would respond naturally by producing antibodies. So it's kind of helping the immune system fight it through a different means, which is much quicker than a traditional vaccine. I mean, that's the whole point. That's what they're trying to promote, the benefits. That you'll get immunity within days rather than 14 days. That's it, really. I posted it at the back. Everyone wants to read.
Yeah, cool. Mills, you there?
I was just about to go to the toilet, cuz.
Okay, I was wondering if you were still reading this. There's still more.
You want to carry on with this, yeah?
Yeah, because that was initially what we was reading. Just see if there's any more, if you find anything else in there. Or Mary Jen, was there any other parts that you wanted to highlight? Because I've not obviously taken a read of it yet.
They're saying that they're gonna do one for HIV. They're gonna do one for herpes as well. Like, there's a whole list of things that they're gonna try and do.
Wow.
Yeah, I think main one was cancer. They traditionally wanted it for.
Do you honestly think that they're doing this to help it? Because how many times we can find evidence now of planes crashing when cancer doctors are within the plane, and apparently they've got the cure for cancer, and then suddenly the plane crashes. You know, we've had examples of this, and now all of a sudden,
that's conspiracy.
Mary Jen says page 5, 6, 7, 8 have good info.
Basically, what they're doing, they're turning everyone into guinea pigs for this whole new technology that they've been working on since 1992. That's what they've done.
If you believe, hold on, that's if you believe that they've just come up with this technology and they don't have prior data to say, you know, what the effects are going to be. That's if you believe
they don't know what the effects are going to be.
Say that again.
They don't know what the effects are going to be.
That's what I'm saying. That's what they say. They don't know the effects because they say it's new.
Yeah, because the point is, Jedi, it takes approximately 5 years for like a vaccine to be trialed and tested and then approved for human kind of administration.
I got the suspicion. What's that for? What's the wasteman thing for? What's that for?
I can't eat. Get off the panel, man. Don't share the panel with Afghan.
You get off, man.
Yeah, I am. I will get off.
The fuck are you talking about, man? Dick.
You know how dumb you sound coming on a panel to tell someone to come off a panel for coming on a panel? You sound dumb, bro.
Go ahead, lad, whoever that was.
Fucking hell, man.
I think he's sobered up.
I understand that people have their issues with Afghan and like they're entitled to it and they can come on and refute him or whatever. And when he annoys me, I kick him off. I don't know what more you want me to do. Like, this is the open panel for all of you to come on. This is an open panel for you to come on and diss Afghan. Do you know what I mean? Come and say Afghan's married his cousin and all sorts. You can do whatever. Do you know what I mean? And when Afghan starts going too far with his offense, I mute him or tell him to stop or whatever. So I don't know what you want me to do. Fuck you, man. You can't control me, man. Do you know what I mean? I'm not one of your little sheep that you can oppress into speaking the way you want them to speak or having who you want. Like, fuck off, man. It's a big internet, innit? It's a very big internet. And you can just go and do your own thing. And I guarantee you I won't be troubling you. Right, boom. Where are we? Page what? What pages are these?
Judge is like, no, you motherfuckers gonna talk to me. I'm gonna go get me fucking motherfucker. You motherfucker. I'm saying? Yeah, don't talk to me. You control me, motherfucker.
What the hell?
Nothing. Hey, I'll just read this thing, yeah? Look at this, phase 1. So vaccine priority grid advice on the 2nd of December, phase 1. Direct preventive mortality and supporting the NHS and social care system. So look, we were saying that they're going to do this. So they're basically saying that they want to do it based on age. So from March to June. So according to the data from March to June, this is how they're going to roll it out. So first, they're going to have residents in care homes for older adults in their carers.
This is how they're rolling out the vaccine, yeah?
Yeah. This is phase 1.
Okay. And when is it? Phase 1 is when?
It said here. This is the advice starting from
December.
2nd of December.
Okay.
So starting from now. So first is residents in the care home for older adults and their carers. So exactly like I said, that's mad. We were just literally saying this as we were reading it. All those 80 years of ages and over, frontline health and social care workers.
Pause. Frontline health and social care workers. Yeah. So that's not just the health workers and social workers that work with kids. I mean, that work with old people, elderly. It's all frontline health and social care workers.
Yep. Like midwives, district nurses.
Massive. Social care, that's massive.
And not just that, they said we're going to roll it out on age, and now it's
when they say social care workers, yeah, does that include youth workers, nursery workers? What's a social care worker?
Anyone. Sorry, Jenna, I was going to say anyone who has to visit a patient or visit someone or have to discuss things that are related to their health. So, like when my mum broke her leg last month, you had the nurses come over to help her exercise.
Yeah, that's a health worker. What's a social care worker?
Social care worker is probably that. Is that like social workers, exactly youth workers, or mental health workers that have to, do home visits and meet patients.
Everyone under the NHS and its extended parts. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That is a lot.
You know how many people? Sorry, you know how many people work for the NHS? I checked the stat last night, and it was, I think, it's about a few months out of date, but it's like 1.2 million people work for the NHS in total. That's clinical and non-clinical.
There's going to be lots of people who, even if they don't work with patients or work with the public, because they work in the building with people that work with the public, they also have to get vaccinated because they're working under the NHS. All our staff are getting it. You get me? Mad thing for people, bruv. Maybe it's not that, but this is what I see anyway. But yeah, go on then. Next. All those 75 years and over, all those 70 years of age and over, clinically extremely vulnerable individuals. Then all those 65 years old older. Then all individuals aged 16 to 64. That's stage 6. Stage 6. All individuals aged 16 to 64 with underlying health conditions which put them at higher risk of serious disease and mortality. And that's a massive amount of people.
So wait a second. So they're leaving out 50, 55, and 60 years old. So basically people who are getting close to their pension. And
they're not leaving them out. They're not leaving them out. They're coming. Look, that's stage 7.
Not leaving out, but
stage 8. Stage 9, they're there, man, they're there. But what I'm saying is, with the whole stage 6, that is a lot of people. And when I'm looking at this, I'm like, so far we have like 9 stages that we can see, You got 9 stages of vulnerable people. In the beginning, why did you not just isolate these 9 stages of people?
Exactly.
Because it's not suiting the narrative. It's not suiting the narrative. Their aim ain't to what they're saying it is. It can't be.
I'm gonna make there isolate them. and his wife goes to work and his 2 kids go to work and come home. What's he meant to do? Just stay in a fucking bedroom for 6 months?
Yeah, that don't make no sense.
It's just, when I'd rather them just all be off. That family can just be off, isolated, paid for. You know, everyone else can go into work. Doesn't make sense, lad.
It's mad because we're sitting here talking about something that's been man-made or that can be prevented in other ways, but instead we're sitting here discussing how this vaccine is gonna be handed out to us.
Mary Jen, I don't mean to bother you. You're probably busy, but if you could jump on, because you seem to have gone through it and you got some good points. So she says, for point 6, go back a page or 2 to see the breakdown.
Like I said then, lad, I was shocked when he said then. But lad, he didn't even think about it. I just went, would you have it? And he went, yeah. And he went, I'd go as far to say as I'd give it to someone younger before they give it to me. Like, what? Here we go. He went, what did he call those old people?
Yeah, no, that's it. Go up. Yeah, that's it. Underlying health conditions. There is good evidence that certain underlying health conditions increase the risk of morbidity and mortality from COVID-19 when compared to persons without underlying health conditions. The absolute increased risk in those with underlying health risk is considered generally to be lower than the increased risk in persons over the age of 65, with the exception of the clinically extremely vulnerable, see above. The committee's advised, so let's go. This is the risk groups identified by the committee. Yeah. Chronic respiratory disease, including chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, cystic fibrosis, severe asthma, chronic heart disease, vascular disease, chronic kidney disease, liver disease, neurological disease, including epilepsy, Down syndrome, profound learning disability, diabetes. Whoop, this is now, you get me? Solid organ, bone marrow, and stem cell transplant recipients, people with specific cancers, immune suppression due to disease or treatment. So that might be people with sickle cell or what's the other one? Lupus. Aspirina and splenic dysfunction.
Even people with like arthritis and that, they're on like immune suppressors, aren't they? They have like immunity suppressors, so
right,
steroids.
Right. Morbid,
you know what I mean? So some people are actually on tablets to suppress their immune system. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Morbid obesity and severe mental illness.
Oh, who have they not named? What do you think? There's a lot of people ill out there, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
A lot of people. But yeah, it's still okay. It's still quite contained to people that do have severe issues. Go down a little bit. Individuals with these risks, mitigating inequalities, most social. There is a clear evidence that certain Black, Asian, and minority BAME groups have higher rates of infection and higher rates of serious disease, morbidity, and mortality. There is no strong evidence that ethnicity by itself or genetics is the sole explanation for observed differences in rates of severe illness and death. What is clear is that certain health conditions are associated with increased risk of serious disease, and these health conditions are often overrepresented in certain Black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups. It is also clear that societal factors such as occupation, household size, deprivation, and access to healthcare can increase susceptibility to COVID-19 and worsen outcomes following infection. These factors are played a large role in the inequalities being seen with COVID-19. So what they're saying is people might not be getting more affected and dying more of COVID-19 because they're Black. It might be just because they're poor or you know what I mean, or have one of these other factors, basically. Good vaccine coverage.
They even said that it's not the soul, but I'm still telling you
they're still putting it in there.
It's mad. It's mad. They're literally playing with words as you speak.
We go. Yeah. Good vaccine coverage in Black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups will be the most important factor within a vaccine program in reducing inequalities for this group. So there we go. So we didn't need to go backwards. You get me, fam? They've stated it here for us, just in case. That was their intro, and this is the delivery. This is the sandwich. This is the filling. All that nice words to give you this filling. Yeah. Good vaccine coverage in Black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups will be the most important factor within a vaccine program in reducing inequalities for this group. Prioritization of persons with underlying health conditions will also provide for greater vaccination of BAME communities who are disproportionately affected by such health conditions.
Whoa, that sounds like an attack, bro.
There you
that
have
sounds
it.
like an attack, like, yo, let me help you, let me stab you, let me help you out, let me stab you just with this vaccine.
Just because you're the most vulnerable. Yeah, you're the most vulnerable, man. Get me? Yeah.
Yeah, we helping you, man. Like, look, at the end of the day, it's an inequality, and in 2021, we stamping out inequality, as you well know.
Oh my gosh, is that how they're gonna bring Black Lives Matter?
And you babe, guys. Yeah, you deserve it. So we gotta fast track you, and make sure you got good coverage. Get me? Because that's our duty, a duty of care. Duty of care.
Is that what they're going to turn around and do? Actually, if you think Black Lives Matter, take the vaccine. Is that what they're going to try and do?
Inject the vaccine. Inject the vaccine. Now, Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua making more sense now. Inject the vaccine. Madness!
Madness, guys! This is literally a show, literally a circus show right in front of our eyes.
Crazy.
It's not even a fucking joke, bro. We saw it months ago and now it's the same.
Right, boom. The committee advice is for the NHS England and improvement. The Department of Health and Social Care, Public Health England, and the devolved administrations to work together to ensure that inequalities are identified and addressed in implementation. This could be through culturally competent and tailored communications and flexible models of delivery. All right, let me read that again. This could be through culturally competent and tailored communications and flexible models of delivery, aimed at ensuring everything possible is done to promote good uptake in Black, Asian, and minority ethnic groups, and in groups who may experience inequalities in access to or engagement with healthcare services. Sorry, that's a very big mouthful of words. But what they're saying is we have to get the propaganda out. We have to get the rappers and the grime stars and the Muslim spokesman and the Sikh spokesman and the Christian spokesman and all these people that tap into our communities. We have to structure it so that it's desirable to them. So we have to market this thing right, is what they're saying. We have to make sure we market this to these communities so that they get full coverage. Right. And like they said, good uptake. Yeah, that's what they want. Good uptake. They're using words like good. Yeah. Go on, family.
Don't this go back to them two scientists that were arguing on Twitter about testing on Africans?
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. Facts,
and then they had to apologize because they got exposed.
Yeah.
I'm saying? Shady, innit?
They're so lovely. They're going to offer it. Sorry?
What you're on about there? What was the argument?
Yeah, I do. There was a time when it was coming out saying that we should be testing the vaccine in Africa, and because for this same reason, like because they're impoverished, they're underdeveloped, their healthcare systems can't take it. there was all kinds of I don't know if you remember on TV and shit, there was like adverts coming up saying, can you imagine the impact of the coronavirus on a country with poor sanitation and poor where they can't wash their hands every 20 minutes and they can't can you imagine? And it was like, yeah, give money so that we can start the ball rolling in Africa. And yeah, that was a movement.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Right. Yeah, so there was also calling for the vaccine a couple of months before, like about 4 months ago, calling for the vaccine to be tested in Africa. And you know, we had a couple politicians backing that rhetoric. And obviously people were like, what? What's going on? What? No. You test it on yourselves first or whatever. But we all know they're going to test it on them anyway. It's out. Anyway, it's out.
It's done.
Was that not the test kit though? Was that not only the test kit and not? It wasn't like a vaccination. It was the test kit.
No. It was before the vaccination was created. They're saying once we get these prototypes, these like it's an emergency, innit? Remember? Wait! Don't go past that bit. It's a pandemic, innit? At these times, it's mad scary. It's on the news. People are feeling psychosomatic symptoms because it's everywhere, and like that's when it was at its peak. So they're saying everyone was scrambling for a fucking vaccine, and they were saying, yeah, when we get this vaccine, we need to test it in Africa because they're gonna need it first. They're gonna need it the most. Get me? And people was like, don't try that. Get me? Don't try it. But yeah, occupational vaccine other than frontline health and social workers. The committee considered evidence on the risk of exposure and risk of morality by occupation. Under the priority groups advised below, those over 50 years of age and all those 16 years of age and over in a risk group could be eligible for vaccination within the first phase of the program.
Wait a second, Jim. Wait a second. Your first sentence was that we are considered the evidence on the risk of exposure on mortality by occupation. Then you go on to start talking about age. So this is mad.
Under the priority group advised below, those over 50 years of age and all those 16 years of age and over in a risk group would be eligible for vaccination within the first stage of the program. This prioritization captures almost all preventable deaths from COVID-19, including those associated with occupational exposure and infections such as JCVI. Does not advise further prioritization by occupation during the first phase. So they're saying, obviously, with that first phase of the 80s and over, people that could be exposed because of their job, they get as well. So that's doubling up the health workers, doubling up on all the social, what they call it, civil servants, doubling up on school workers, that's doubling up on transport, all them people that's going to be in close proximity to others. Yeah, you are going to be basically if you fall into another bracket that isn't phase one, you could still get pushed up to phase one. Yeah. I know
it's mad. And it said even JPVI does not advise further prioritization, but then they still are.
So no, they're not advising. So what they're saying is this is the level of prioritization they're going to give for occupational, for frontline health and social workers. No, for people that are occupationally vulnerable because of the job they do, but they are not frontline health and social care workers. Like I said, I mentioned all them people that fall into that bracket. So they're not working in a hospital. They might not be a social worker or whatever, but you know what I mean? Because of their job, nursery workers, because your job, you're around kids, you're around the teachers, transport staff. You know what I mean? A lot of these type of people, when you're forcibly coming into close contact with others, you're gonna get banded up. You're gonna get upgraded, starred up in priority wise. Yeah, if you fall over 50 years of age and you're over 16 years of age and you're over in a risk group. Yeah. So they're saying if you're not, then you wouldn't be promoted to be vaccinated under phase one. Doesn't mean you couldn't come under phase 6. Yeah, which is still before this, which is still before the unemployed man and woman with no children that have no health risks. Do you know what I mean? Which is going to be loads of people, healthy people that are just not in don't do a vulnerable job and don't have any vulnerabilities themselves. So you're going to be above them if you work in certain sectors. So it's just basically just promoting everyone fucking getting it, man. Come on, man. It definitely blows away the whole, only if you're most, if you're in a certain age and you're most at risk. That's long gone out of the way. If you're doing a certain job. And we know as well, man, it's going to be peak.
If the devil's advocate, lad. Sorry, go on.
Go on.
I was going to say, to be the devil's advocate, lad.
Yeah.
I could beat me on anything, lad. Why would they want to kill off the nurses?
They don't.
Do you get me? And the doctors.
That's not devil's advocate. I'm not saying. Listen. I'm not saying that the virus is going to kill you. The vaccine is going to kill you. I've never really heard that argument.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the vaccine is going to help it to spread. I'm not even saying that it's going to help the virus to spread. I'm saying they're going to be injecting you with some shit that's going to be messing with your molecular structure, your cellular composition. And they've got all kinds of ingredients in there that I don't particularly want in my body. Plus, it seems to be, for me, very convenient that at a wave where we're expecting something that you're going to make mandatory for us to be able to trade and move and you're introducing this. I'm already suspicious of the natures, the origins, and the validity of the COVID-19 in itself, let alone then taking some kind of vaccine. Why am I going to take a vaccine for something I'm not fully sold on anyway?
Well, I'm going to take a vaccine with something that I could be asymptomatic for anyway. If I toss it up, the pros and cons, you're better off not taking it.
It's 97. Look, if I told you I want to shoot you, and there's a 90% chance that I want to miss, would you take it?
Sorry, lad, I missed what you said.
I said, if I got a gun and I'm pointed, I don't know, 100 meters away, and I say to you, look, there's a 97% chance I'll miss. Yeah, and there's a 3% chance I'll hit you. Would you let me shoot at you? I'm asking. It's a genuine question. It's a genuine.
Depends, right? No, it depends what state of mind I am. Probably no.
Nah. He even would. He was nuts. I reckon he was the kind of guy that goes, "All right, then, lad, crack on." You know what I mean? Be a buzz.
Do an Irish jig or something, lad. Yeah. Yeah.
My mate, UK Rider says, my mate, big up UK Rider, by the way, he says, my mate works in care home. They said if she don't take the vaccine, she will get a disciplinary.
No, bruv.
That's moody, that like.
Fuck's sake, man. Like, how do you fight against that, bruv? Like, literally, people, you have to change your occupation.
Yep.
Like, you tell me, Jez, like, what? You're a nurse now. You're that person that UK Rider just said. Talk to me, bro. You're taking the disciplinary. What if it's your last disciplinary? And, like, you were doing good then, do you know what I mean? And then now... Fuck's sake, man.
Do you know what? You could compare it then to taking an oath, like an oath of allegiance, isn't it? So you can only work for us now if you swear an oath and swear your allegiance and bend your knee and take the vaccine, innit?
It's fucked. Literally fucked.
Because lad, you're already, lad, I have a problem anyway. You already got to put your name on things when you go into places. That's weird.
Yeah, bro, it's putting me off. I didn't know. Now you have to fucking, you have to wear it. They're trying to make you wear a mask as you walk in to go and eat. I was like, nah, I'm not involved in that, man.
I've walked out of places, lad. And, like, even it's coming to my work now, lad. I'm going into places and they're like, "Oh, you got to sign this register. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do this." I just say, you know, ring my place. Like, if you need any of my details, you've got my name, you've got my address, you've got everything. You know, I don't need to write it down because I put my initials on it the other day because I thought it's open to the public. I thought I'm not putting my name in here and all that. And she called me back and all that. And it was in a dentist, and she was like, "No, you need to put your name down." I was like, "I'm working here. If you need to know who I am, ring me work. Do you get me? I'm not a customer. I'm not here as a customer." You know, I got away with it in the end. She calmed down, but they are trying to. And there's people who are out there who are policing it. They're going to get you to police it. They're going to get people to police it, aren't they, lad?
Exactly.
Like, I know there who's got a theatre. He owns a
It's already
theatre.
happening.
Yeah.
That's what they ever do.
Security. They're going to have to police it, aren't they? They're going to check you when you come in. It's weird. And people are making money off this, don't forget. Whatever legislation gets passed.
Yeah.
You know, like, I don't know, these new scanners. You know, someone will be making money off these new scanners. All this stuff that they're gonna get bringing. Well, they're gonna bring it through, aren't they?
Yeah, Sire says all they got to do is make it company policies. Most people will go for it that way in fear of mortgages and other major payouts. Wages cater for being on a knife's edge. I'm not sure what that meant. Carter for being, I'm not sure. But yeah, they make it company policy. Then that's it. This is the real shit.
Exactly that. And what they'll do is say my boss is he thinks like us, you know what I mean? So he'll drag his feet as long as he can until the insurance come for him, and the insurance will say to him, "Well, your lads aren't insured unless they have this." Do you get me? Because you can't have your lads going to work here, and here, because if they ever take it in, we're not going to cover you under your liability. Do you know what I mean? For spreading a disease that there's a vaccine for. Because that's what they say. They'll say, "Well, there's a vaccine there that your lads can take for free. So there's no justification for your lads not taking it." It's all the insurance and that will get involved, lad, and force people's hands. And yeah, it's just fuck, lad. It's horrible trying to make sense of it, isn't it, in your head?
Yeah. All right. Why is it not showing them? Okay. Boom. You lot all there, yeah? Everyone there? Khan, you there? What's going on? Where are you, man?
Me there.
Yeah. Scripture, Wagwan. And Jungle, I know you're there.
Yo, just sorting out
Island,
some food for the family still, man.
Yeah. Taking this little video. Mills, are you there? I know I definitely want Mills to see this. Yo, Mills. Hit the like button, family tree, if you're still with me. You get me? Let me know you're dead there.
Afternoon, everyone. Conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn coming up December 21st, 2020 in the solstice. A shifting of the ages not seen since 1226 AD.
Aquarius, yeah.
Moving signs in astrology from Earth into air, a once in a 700-year plus cycle. At the same time, this brings us into the true dawning of the age of Aquarius, the first minute in the first degree, moving through the procession of the equinoxes into a new sign, Aquarius, at the same time descending into the grand solar minimum, an overlapping of 3 cycles. The media coming out with super bolts detected above, lightning 100x more intense than what we see from the ground level. And maybe you'll understand that the Great Reset in the World Economic Forum is not because they care about us, but to set up the power structure in air so they still remain in power after the changes. As Americans seek economic protection after the most controversial election in U.S. history, year to date in 2020 alone, gold is up 30% and silver rising more than 50%. And now we're entering a new year facing economic realities of a global economic crisis caused by COVID and political reactions. Patriot Gold Group has the no fee for life IRA, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold or physical silver. And the knowledge that Patriot Gold Group is Consumer Affairs top-rated gold IRA dealer 5 years in a row from 2016 to present. To find more information, the link's in the description box below. And now on with the video. And if you're feeling a little bit energetically strange, things are unwinding around us, I can explain it the best of my ability in this video. Jupiter and Saturn are going to align. Conjunction. It happens every 20 years, which is a cycle in itself of 20 years. But in multiple cycles of those, they bring in the change of an age in the elements, a mutation from earth into air. Now, the last time the mutation or the change of the element took place was the Middle Ages. 1226 is where we need to go back to, with the closeness of Jupiter and Saturn in this conjunction, along with the shift of an element. So rare is this that it would bring on a changing of an age on our Earth anyway, a denser medium being replaced by a lighter, faster medium, cryptocurrency, decentralized economy, work from home. All these things are being forced upon us. We're not chosen to do this, but the power brokers across the planet, if you look at Earth,
Yo, you lot with me? Let me just double check. Who's with me? Who's watching?
Yeah, man. Check.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Yo, hey Mills, you back yet?
I thought my battery died when you paused it, you know. I can't lie, bruv.
Alright, cool. Yeah, you lot. Let me see a 7 in the chats if you're here, if you're watching, if you're tuned in. Let me see you there. Big up Accent Queen, I see you. All right. I'm gonna reel it up a little bit.
The mistletoe's out.
Earth into air. Now, the last time the mutation or the change of the element took place was the Middle Ages. 1226 is where we need to go back to, with the closeness of Jupiter and Saturn in this conjunction, along with the shift of an element. So rare is this that it would bring on a changing of an age on our Earth anyway, a denser medium being replaced by a lighter, faster medium, cryptocurrency, decentralized economy, work from home. All these things are being forced upon us. We're not chosen to do this, but the power brokers across the planet, if you look at Earth, it looks like a pyramid. It's a mountain. That was the traditional structure of control, top down. This will no longer function in these new energies we're moving into: air, creativity, a different kind of power for the individual. And these elitists know they cannot retain power with the same structure, so they're forcing the change to create the new foundation for themselves to stay in power. The Great Reset. Do you think that all this is a coincidence that it's happening right now? You're being forced into this whether you want to or not. As I heard it put, millionaires, they don't look at astrology, but billionaires do. We're ending a uniting of the Earth's signs. We're moving in. The lightning bolts of Jupiter will not only bring about a destruction of old societal structures, but will impel us to release personal dreams and drama we've been attached to. Beginning of a new era. We will need to make space in our lives. Do you notice how they're trying to take away, remove things from our lives, set up the foundation for the new things coming into our lives, where these elitists will still try to retain power? And interestingly, super bolts are now in the news on the 24th here, just a few days back. Headlines about electrical activity 100x brighter than what we can see as normal lightning bolts. With the energetic changes sweeping across our solar system, this supercharged electrical connections back to the sun, front and center here. Why are they telling us about the super bolts? This is one bolt lasting nearly 7 seconds, covering hundreds of miles across the southeast U.S., but now there's thousands of these. 1 in every 300 lightning strikes is turning into this right now. What is it about the change in electroplasma around us, around our planet, discharging back to the sun as it steps down in its 400-year cycle as well? And another cycle lapping on top of this is the biggest one, the dawning of the age of Aquarius. We've heard this since what, 1960s? We heard it again in the year 2000, the age of Aquarius. But here it is, truly coming into the very first minute of the first degree out of the circle of 360 degrees, transiting through the precession of the equinoxes. We are literally changing the sign on the 21st. This is going to bring us into a new energetic frequency as well. This conjunction is the first minute of the first degree, taking us across the 26,000-year cycle through the heavens that the Mayans were so famous in referencing on how the energies would change across the planet. As the pole stars would also change through this 26,000-year cycle, and the grand solar minimum diving into its low cycle, all on top of this, the regular 20-year Jupiter-Saturn conjunction overlapping on the grand solar minimum 400-year cycle, on top of the change of the elements on a 700-year cycle, intertwined with a 2,120-year cycle. All happening, all beginning on the 21st of December 2020. This is the most important time for us as a human on this planet. The pro-human future is in front of us. Energies we can harness and use as a united human front and kick the darkness back and say, no, thank you. And in the cycle of energetic change, kick the darkness back for another 12,000 years.
Yeah, what do you lot think? 12, 1, 20. That's a mad, it's a mad little date though, look.
Yeah.
12, 21, 2020, or 21, 12, 2020. Wherever you want to put it. 21, 12 would look even madder.
Yeah, Americans do it the other way around, don't it? They put I think they put the month first.
You know that this time has already like come about just in another way. Just change the year.
12.
So look, in 2002 would have looked kind of just as mad as this.
So yeah, 12 minutes past 12 would be peak. Yeah, big up, Snipes.
Big up.
What are you saying?
Big up,
you good?
Yeah, man. You're not talking about vaccine, yeah?
We was. Yeah, kind of still involved there. But it's kind of gone into a little bit of the reset.
Okay.
This reset or whatever, or like the age of Aquarius, they're saying actually begins on the 21st of December 2020.
Right.
It's the first minute of the first degree or whatever. What do you lot think?
I don't even know. That sounds like winter solstice to me.
It is, but they're saying it all fall like this year. All bare things are falling on this one day, is what they're saying. Yeah, so yeah, it is falling on the winter solstice. Another thing. What was the other thing that was popping to mind? Oh man, I've lost it.
Is Aquarius a water sign?
Yeah.
Mad. Yeah, man. Pouring out the diseases and stuff. Get me? Mad at it. It's the vaccine thing though. It's long, man. I heard the news on this morning, yeah, and I saw the first woman to get it in Britain. Mad. Woman in the hospital, man.
Oh, the old lady.
All right, what the hell is this? Beginning of the end, boy. Full control. Free you on one angle and then vaccinate you with the other arm. You got me? Your left hand don't know what the right hand's doing. Bollocks.
All right, look, I've got something else for you then. See how you feel about this. I'm just running through things, man. You know what I mean? It's like the lazy hour, man. Where's all the hype youths gone? Is Mill still on thingy? These half a shift, man.
Yeah, man. Well, that early discussion was serious, bro.
2013, a killing spree would unfold in California.
Uh-oh.
Shot multiple times.
That would grip the United States.
Deputies say the killer could be anywhere.
And grab headlines across the globe.
The man who did this was a monster.
Targeting his former employers at the LAPD.
He was willing to do anything to kill police officers and their families and to get away.
Ex-cop Christopher Dorner would embark on a vigilante mission for vengeance.
He held a pistol out the window and fired multiple shots.
As the clock ticked, the body count rose.
The back at it, window down, put my foot out of it, and start shooting.
Another officer down.
And with it the question, what could have provoked Christopher Dorner to commit his killing spree?
He was going to get even through the barrel of a gun.
That gives you look like a fat Albert Einstein.
Surrounded by the vast wilderness of the San Bernardino National Forest, the tranquil mountain town of Big Bear is one of Southern California's most popular tourist destinations.
Big Bear is a great little mountain town.
Big Bear and its environs, its neighbors, are a huge pine forest, essentially.
We're out in the wilderness, kind of, you know. I mean, so that's what people like here.
Yet on February the 12th, 2013, at the height of the normally bustling ski season, the atmosphere and peace of this picturesque resort was shattered.
A manhunt underway right now for a former Los Angeles police officer accused of murdering 3 people.
Law enforcement authorities from across the state had descended on the tranquil area as they sought a spree killer on the run.
We were all on edge. You know, we're all keeping weapons by the door. People were taking precautions.
The lone gunman had left a trail of carnage across California's cityscape before hiding out in the mountains. Christopher Dorner was now the most wanted man in America.
There is a possibility that he's out here, and that's why we're out here searching.
The search involved every level of law enforcement in the United States.
I would say thousands of police officers were involved.
You know, this was one of the largest deployments of policing agencies in my memory.
The threat posed by Dorner was palpable.
Any police officer that tried to arrest him or contact him would be a target.
And apprehending him would be a challenge for detectives that had little precedent.
Mr. Dorner's military training, his police training, the type and nature of weapons that we knew that he had in his possession heightened our concerns. We didn't get much sleep during that period of time.
After several days spent scouring the mountains, It was believed that the elusive killer may have slipped the net.
He went to ground. Didn't leave any, what we call a heat signature. You couldn't find him.
Rambo, innit?
However,
Man's on a
in
Rambo
the early
thing.
afternoon of the 12th of February,
Real life Rambo
Dorner
thing.
broke cover and was reported to police, sparking fresh life into the sprawling search efforts.
Lock down the mountain.
We heard the broadcast over the radio that Dorner had been sighted.
Threw our raid vests on and we just headed out.
We knew that he had already killed multiple people. The first thing that was going through my mind is, if we do find him, we were going to be involved in a shooting with him.
Dorner was not rational. He was unpredictable, willing to do anything to get away. There was no question, at least in my mind, that this was going to end in more killing.
Much.
Local.
This is my brother
on the mountain that
Week's
day,
page.
Unaware of the drama.
Yeah, good guy, man, good guy.
Yeah, man.
I came down the road. I'm just checking the perimeter, as I call it. All this, right as you see, is all my property. All this stuff. So I'm checking to make sure nobody's down here, no snow players, no vehicles, basically just doing a security check. So I'm driving up here, just minding my own business. A day like any other day. Roughly about in here someplace, I see movement up here on the left. I don't know what it is. And right about in here, I see a crashed car.
At around 12:45 p.m., Rick would lay eyes on the man who was the subject of one of the nation's largest ever manhunts.
Within a split second or so, seemingly, I came up and Christopher Dorner came out of the snowbank at me with a rifle pointed at me.
In 1979,
Imagine him coming at you with that smile as well.
Christopher Dorner and his family moved
had
from
it.
New York to the middle-class neighborhood of Norwalk in Southern California.
He was raised in a middle-income society, not a ghetto. His family wasn't tremendously
This guy's a
poor.
fucking hero.
Despite his tranquil suburban surroundings, from an early age, Dorner would develop the sense that the world was against him.
I remember him telling me that he was the only African-American child in his class or in his neighborhood. He would regularly get beat up after school. There were, other bullies in the neighborhood who would give him a hard time. To hear him tell it, it was racially motivated.
At college, friends recall Dorner as outgoing and well-educated.
I met Chris Dorner in college. He and I played football together. He was clean-cut, articulate, pretty easy to get along with. He was approachable, good sense of humor. He wasn't somebody who was serious all the time. He'd laugh and smile, and was normal. I mean, he was a normal 19-year-old, 20-year-old guy.
However, Dorner's habit of painting himself as a victim of prejudice would continue.
He was very conscious of how people treated him. I don't think that he was all that thrilled about our coaches on the football team. He commented to me that he thought that particular coach was racist.
Dorner's problems with authority would continue after college. Having spent time enlisted in the Navy Reserves, his tendency to blame others was again noted when he joined the LAPD.
In his short time at the LAPD, Christopher Dorner was the center of a lot of controversy. He made several complaints against other officers. He saw everything that happened to him that wasn't to his liking as a consequence of his race or of some overall scheme against him. He was a troubled man.
Christopher Dorner's festering resentment would eventually overwhelm him, and extreme violence would be the tragic consequence. In 2013, Christopher Dorner would perpetrate a killing spree that would leave California paralyzed by fear.
Law enforcement throughout Southern California is heightened and aware and concerned and scared because any one of them could have been his next target.
The former LAPD man would turn fugitive and orchestrate a campaign of murder that would draw international attention and spark a massive manhunt.
I think at one point in time, the rewards throughout Southern California for his apprehension amounted to over $1.5 million.
The extraordinary spree would begin in puzzling circumstances. The 3rd of February 2013, 7:30 p.m. The city of Irvine, 40 miles southeast of Los Angeles. 27-year-old Monica Kwan and her fiancé Keith Lawrence were found slain in the parking lot at their apartment building.
She was a coach in the school system and a very well respected individual in the community. She was engaged to Keith Lawrence. The man who did this was a monster.
Initially, the motivation for this predatory crime seemed difficult to determine.
Irvine Police Department were stunned by the randomness of the selection of victims in this crime. They are young people with no enemies, no connection to crime, no history of violence. And so detectives were at a loss.
With police on tactical alert across this region tonight, men and women in uniform as well as the community are remembering Monica Kwan, a heartbreaking day as police search for a killer.
However, in the early hours of the 4th of February, Christopher Dorner would not only claim responsibility for the killings, but announce his plans to continue his spree by targeting police officers. Holed up in an unassuming motel, Dorner posted a multi-page manifesto online. Upon discovery of the sprawling document, police began their investigation.
Today, we have identified Christopher Jordan Dorner as a suspect in this double homicide.
The manifesto outlined Dorner's motives.
In this rambling manifesto posted on Dorner's Facebook page, he details everything.
And made clear his grievances with the LAPD.
Christopher Dorner had a troubled history with Los Angeles Police Department. On his probationary period, his training officer counseled him about his performance. Soon after that, he made allegations of excessive force against her during an arrest. Those allegations were not supported by witnesses or fact, and because of that, Dorner charges were soon applied against Dorner, and he was terminated from the Los Angeles Police Department for being untruthful.
He felt that because of his race in law enforcement, that affected his professional career in a detrimental way.
He was an injustice collector. He was a person that believed that nothing that ever happened to him was as a result of his own doing.
The worst thing about these setbacks for him were, because he was a narcissist, it was stripping him of everything that he held true. His identity, his service record. You take that away from a narcissist, the outer trappings of success, then there's nothing left for him to have.
Vengeance is a very powerful motivation in spree killing. We see their victims, they see villains. And so they want to get even through the barrel of a gun.
Further reading of the sprawling document would uncover Dorner's twisted logic behind classifying Monica Kwan as a legitimate target for his vengeance.
Monica Kwan is the daughter of Randy Kwan, an LAPD captain, the individual who had represented him, not prosecuted him, represented him at his administrative hearing during which he was terminated, fired from the Los Angeles Police Department. Dorner decided to pick them as his avenue for revenge.
The circumstances of the young couple's deaths would give investigators a chilling insight into the cold-blooded mind of Christopher Dorner.
It appears that it was an ambush. Multiple rounds were fired. I doubt that either of them had any time to know what or who was happening.
They were caught very off guard and basically slaughtered, executed.
Victims had no opportunity to escape or respond, that it was calculated.
Mad thing. Yeah. So yeah. Just thought I'd share some random information about this dude. I thought you guys might find it interesting. I know a lot of people have got mixed feelings about him. I don't really know nothing about his so-called manifesto. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'd expect all you lot to be off mute, raring to go, but no one ain't got nothing to say.
I wanna know, like,
I wanna know.
like it was just a lot of character assassination, like, because he was the only black child. Where, like, is that the only reason they could dream up? Like, they didn't even try to pin it on mental issues or anything. Like, oh, it's just like a normal kid that had a rough life and then he spazzed. Is that it? I think it wasn't convincing for me. It wasn't convincing. It's like something must have happened. Like they fucked with him and he clapped back and that was it. Like they're trying to make it out like some lifelong gripe he had. Like,
Crap, yeah.
you know what I'm saying? You fuck with the wrong guy. Get me? He's armed and dangerous. He's trained. You're fucking with him. Get me? Like, whose fault is it?
I don't know. It's a mad thing. Absolutely. How many officers did he kill? Is it?
5.
No. What, 5?
Well, it was 5 to start with. I don't know if there was more after. Apparently he said he was going to do some more after. I don't know if he got around to doing that.
It says it was random. It was random
But
and they
this
couldn't find him.
can happen in real life. This could easily happen. That's it. Damn.
Yeah. I wonder what his reasons were.
That's what I'm saying. Why are they mentioning that he's black? I don't understand. It's just a guy going about his life. He's not looking at the police as anything special. He's trained to the same level they're trained. He's armed to the same level they're armed. They fuck with him, and he was like, right, well, let's have it then. You know what I'm saying?
R.I.P. to all the people that died, man. I don't know the ins and outs of it.
They shouldn't have fucked with him.
I thought some of you lot would know about it. Like what, Maku, you were saying
Real
something
life
about Sniper. Yeah, I don't think Sniper's here. Mills, you there? Mills is there. Yo, Jungle Jesus.
Yeah, bro.
How come it sounds so quiet, bro?
Oh no, I had bit of noise in the background, but they just stopped being quiet now. They've gone to their room.
Hold on. Yo, Sonic. Sonic. Oh, that was the man. Come on, name Sonic, you know. Anyway. Yo, Scripture, you there? No, Scripture's there.
Yo.
Yeah, he's here. Everyone's here. All right, cool, man. Interesting. All right.
Man, don't talk with man's mouth and all that. You get me?
What do you mean when you're eating?
Yeah.
Gentle. Oh man. everyone's just gonna cut and leave me by myself. Yeah. Say that. Boy, Rich, jump on, bro. Jump on and chat to me, fam. Jed's cut and left me. Them man are doing something.
Yo, walk on.
Wagwan, fam.
Walk on.
What you saying?
Just got off work.
Huh?
I just got off work.
Yeah.
Today.
So you work from home, Shay?
Huh?
So you work from home?
Yeah, I work from home 9 till 5.
Yeah. So you be listening to the stream all day then, yeah?
Yeah. No, I've been listening to the streams though.
Okay.
I like having my background or something.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on though? What's happening, man?
No, and we're just having a few talks. It's like everyone's all talked out now. I don't know. Everyone's gone quiet, man. Need some energy from the chat. It's like someone jump on, man.
Yeah, where is everyone, man? I'm just tired, fam.
I'm hungry.
What, you haven't had lunch or something?
I ate it. I'm not gonna lie. I need to cook.
Someone says Shahid gonna get promotion to police the vaccines. Are you mad? Nah, man. Nah, man. Allow me, man. No, free
Yeah,
from
they're
that.
rolling it out now, though, Shahid. Well, I don't know. Well, you work for the NHS?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you might have to roll it out, innit? Because they're getting the vaccine.
Nah, man. I'm gonna stay from that stuff.
Yeah, you might
Can't
have
be
to
out
phone
for
up
that.
people and offer it to them, innit?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Why is everyone quiet for, man? What's
I
like?
don't know. Obviously, I get why
Quran's quiet, scripture's quiet.
Jeds is doing what they do, isn't it? So if they want to come on the panel and be quiet, he's going to do the same thing.
Alright.
Jedi said he ain't coming back on the panel until he hits 200 likes.
What?
They best press like then, boy, or they got no more show.
No, man, saying cut patrol allow you in it. Whoever said that, yeah, you're a dickhead. Hey,
Who said it?
I don't smoke, bro. What are you talking about? A vape? Only a vape, fam. Nah, but I'll not be smoking today.
I actually need some groceries, boy. Not gonna lie. But it's so cold, I can't bother to go nowhere right
Oh, Raj. Wait,
Yo, Raj, what's going on?
I'm a bit of a regular here, man. Feel a bit odd. I'm not gonna lie. Weird. Yeah, I actually
Yeah,
wanted
what's
to speak to
happening? You
Khan,
right?
but he seems to have run off as I've jumped on.
Bro, Khan, come back, Khan.
come back, Khan, man.
When did he leave?
Yeah,
Just
literally
now.
just now.
Yeah, just now.
Yo,
I had
Khan.
that kind of effect on him for some reason. I don't know why.
Well, he didn't. I don't think he saw you then.
Oh well, he's probably got like 6th sense now. He can sense me. He saw me coming in the chat or something. Yeah, I want to
What's good
ask him.
though?
Khan saw him walking through the front door, yeah, and exited through the garden door, mate.
Legged
Yeah.
it. No, the only thing I wanted to say is that I didn't actually explain one other aspect of why I thought, because when I first met Khan on the internet, he turned up and he was talking crazy. You know, he talks crazy. Like he'll say stuff and then like I don't think he even realized what he's saying. So he was talking about like, you know, forcibly converting Shias under an Islamic under Sharia. And obviously that sounds like ISIS and stuff like that. And also he was talking about showing his guns, or actually the word was weapons, on a private chat. And then he said that, oh, he was talking about like stripping and stuff like that. Bob was stripping for him and dancing, all that. But the one thing that I thought really, really made me turn my head and think, okay, Khan was a bit off. He said that Abu Talha, who to me, there's around 3 people I've
Yo,
met.
hamster.
Who's that?
Hamster. Hamster.
Jeds, I'm not cutting. I'm just getting a call quick, yeah?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So what you
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, so-
Abu
so, yeah.
Talha, yada, yada.
Yeah. I know. You probably don't want me to, but I'm just telling you why it was, because he made the claim that I said he was an extremist. I'm trying to explain why it sounds ridiculous now, like a year later, because he can't even do the basics of his religion. But at the time, he was calling Abu Talha a humanitarian. And to me, he's not a humanitarian. Like he hates kuffar, so you can't be a humanitarian. He only loves his Muslim brothers. So that's kind of what I wanted to explain to him, that he needs to be careful when he says something, especially online, and people don't know who he is in the beginning. So I did make a prejudgment about him, that he was an extremist. I'll take that back wholeheartedly. I would say he's not even a Muslim. He's barely. I don't know what he is, to be honest with you. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say, man. If he comes back, then I can chat to him. Otherwise, I'll come back later on. The other thing is, does Full Fizz come onto this panel still?
Now and again.
All right, so he's on another channel. I won't say the name, calling me out to have a debate.
Tell him to come in. Tell him to come
Yeah,
in.
I told him to come here, and he's now saying, "Oh, you know, it can only be done on the other panel." Now I don't go on the other panel.
I tell him he comes on there all the time.
All right, so when he's in the chat, tell him to jump on, and then I'll come on.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's going to be in the chat, but he definitely comes on. If people are talking about Islam, then he'll float about, innit? Like,
When's the last time?
Certain people telling people don't jump on the panel anymore, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
but that's
I'm
up
not
to
even
them, man, 'cause
mentioning them man's name.
they cuss each other, then they do this, and they do that, and like whatever, man. But the wheels keep rolling. Like this, my thing is this. This is why I kind of groan and roll my eyes.
Mm.
The Raj comes on and he speaks about, you know, we're gonna go backwards and keep talking about these guys. And I'm a fan of, the more you encourage them, the more you speak about them, the more you give them attention and you act every time they have something to say, then the more power you give them, and the more like it's long. I just can't be bothered.
Yeah, but some people, look, sometimes, look, if someone makes a claim against me, says, "Rod, you called me an extremist," elaborate as to why I believed he was, because of the people he was hanging around with. Do you understand? Like he was with these people at the time. Now I can't prove my case as to why I thought that unless I mention certain people's names who I know have views that I find abhorrent and stuff like that. And so the reason I want to talk to Phil Full Fizz is just because of the fact that he was talking about my mother and sister. He was talking about them being attacked and stuff. So I want to understand where his point of view was. So if he comes on, it's more of a family thing about what you said about my family and stuff like that. So I'd like to understand.
Defending your family, yeah, of course.
No, he made a statement about my mother and sister getting attacked and put on video and stuff like that. So I want to understand what he's talking about. Anyway, I'll come back unless there's a conversation going on.
Yeah, man, you lot can have a conversation. I'll be back in a second. Mohib, what's good, bro?
I'm G, cool.
Yeah,
big
man.
Up the panel, man.
Big up.
What's good, Mohib, man?
Do you like my little icon, bruv? I thought I'll
Yeah,
tune
man.
in.
Sick, man.
What's going on?
It kind of looks like you in a way.
Yeah, going for the
Reminds you of you.
aggressive look. The aggressive look, you get me?
Yeah. It's like when I'm getting chased out the park, you turn into that in the background.
Yeah, you used to call me the Rockweiler, innit?
Yeah, because what happened is that you're always nice, and then I remember the time when I was getting escorted at the park, and you looked like that behind me, growling.
No, what I did is like similarly with Tan, I tried to put my arm around you, innit? Like and say, yeah, don't worry, bro, we'll be alright.
What I'm hearing is quiet. Shall I tell you what's happening in the Punjab and what the protest was about?
Yes.
Do you want me to tell you that?
I would actually like to hear that.
I don't want people to sound boring, so I'm gonna get I need to get like the go ahead from like the host of the show, because it's gonna take a couple of minutes. So
what are you looking to kind of explain here?
So in London on Sunday there was a massive protest where the Sikhs closed down London, and they did a drive-through, not a drive-through like that, and they were protesting outside the the Indian embassy, Boo to India. And so yeah,
the Khalistan thing.
What's that?
It's just to do with like Khalistan and
No, it's nothing to do with Khalistan. It's to do with the farmers. So yeah, I mean, until Jedi comes back, I'm it's a silent thingy anyway, so I might as well promote it. So if you look at my screen, it says "Big Up the Punjab Farmers." Now I couldn't go obviously because I got COVID and still got the symptoms. But the Sikhs, it's not about a Sikh issue though. So just to clarify, it's not a Sikh issue. It just happens to be a lot of Sikhs are in the UK that are protesting against it. In India, it affects all farmers, whether you're from Gujarat, whether you're from South, whether you're from the West, whether you're from this area, whether you're from Delhi. Everybody is affected by the new laws that the Indian government has passed over the last couple of months that has affected the Punjab, the Indian farmers. Now, the reason why it looks like the Sikhs are, it's a Sikh protest is because a lot of Sikhs are farmers in India. So the Punjab is a fertile land, it's a flat land. And so the Sikhs make up the majority in the Punjab in India, and the other side in Pakistan, the majority is actually Muslim. And so Delhi, where they're protesting in India, is very close to the Punjab. So it just looks like that, but in reality, it's not a Sikh issue, it's not a Khalistan issue. It's basically just the rights of the farmers. Kind of like, let's just say they're violating the farmers' rights, and that's what's going on at the moment. If you want to go more in depth,
so is it related to Kashmir?
No, I don't want to go too in depth.
All right, thank you.
You don't want to go too in
Is
depth.
it related to Kashmir anyway? Because I know with Kashmir there was a lot of blockades and stuff happening.
No.
So
I mean, no. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with independence. It's nothing to do with Kashmir. Everybody's trying to mix the kind of like what's going on there with dependence movement. It's nothing to do with independence movements. It's to do with what they're doing to the farmers. They passed through some bills which are going to negatively affect small farmers, and so they're protesting about it. So I think in India it's been going on for 2 months, but on Sunday in London, if you see the what's it called, the protest and stuff, you'll see they're closed off half London. So yeah, some people will ask.
Someone said in the chat, Modi will perform the Indian domination of Punjab. What do you think of that?
Shut up! You can't even freaking go for a poo. Anybody take over the Punjab?
So Raj, give us an example of one of these bills that have been passed that affect.
All right, so but I mean the main thing is they passed the bills without consulting the farmers. I mean this is the biggest problem. So if you're going to pass a bill that is going to affect like millions of people in a negative or positive way, you should be consulting them before you pass it. So you know what India's like here. They just passed the bill. Literally just like under the carpet, they just passed it. So the main three things is right now the farmers the small farmers have bargaining power with these vendors, like vendors that buy their food and stuff like that. What the Indian government's doing is that they've now taken the vendors out of the equation to a certain degree, and they're bringing in big corporations. I'm talking about corporations like Tata and all of these things. So for a little vendor like with like 5 acres of land, to negotiate with a massive corporation is going to be almost impossible. So basically,
what you're saying is like the vendors are forced to basically sell at a lower rate, probably to these kind of.
So basically, what they're trying to do is in my opinion, they're trying to force out the small farmers. So right now, there's lots of small farms with like 5 acres, and they want to force them out of business. And the way they're going to do that is to get these big corporations to squeeze them out. The second,
Raj, how does that differ to like? Using that first point, how does that differ to like here in this country, like how small businesses are like a lot of them are kind of going under because they can't compete because of like COVID and stuff? How does that differ? So
I mean they're trying to do an American style model where you have these massive corporations controlling the farms and stuff. And for as long as I remember that the Punjabis, I remember you have to understand there's people in the Punjab that are making a living, barely surviving on a little farm. And if they then go in to negotiate prices with, say, Tata, who's a massive corporation who don't give a shit. I mean, you're talking about billions and billions. Like, they can't negotiate someone with a 5-acre farm. Now, if you've got 1,000 acres, now you might have a bit.
I agree with you. I agree with you because like these rural areas and places like even like for example back in Africa and Asia, these rural areas, they're more important, aren't they? For in many ways because they're the kind of the source of a lot of our resources, bargaining power as people. So you're
Yeah,
right.
I
I
mean,
think
no. Think about Modi. Yeah, obviously, I'm anti-Modi. I'm a pro Punjab. Yeah, Punjab independence. The problem with Modi, he passes through kind of legislation, and some of the ideas are good. Like, I think what he's trying to do in the long term might have benefit, but the way he does it is like brutal. Like, I don't know if you remember with the money situation. Do you remember the money situation?
well, I mean, what
I
me and
remember that, yeah.
COE, I went with COE to the Khalistan thing, and I understand like there is a dominance, but as you're saying that surely that like in his mind or what he's trying to kind of portray to the people is actually this is for India's benefit in the bigger scheme in the grander scheme. So
Yeah, but he did the same thing with the 500 rupee. So there was like billions of rupees in 500s floating about, like in people's mattresses and freaking like, under people's floorboards. And he discontinued the 500 rupee overnight. You understand? And so everybody had to like, it caused a massive mess. The banks couldn't handle it. You had to either give your money in that you had to exchange it for a new 500 rupee. I think they gave them 5 days, or the money is invalid. So you can imagine some people had thousands of rupees hidden and stuff like that. And so it caused a kind of meltdown in India for like months and months. And this is the
So
same thing.
what do you think that what was that their tactic to do then? What do you think that was a tactic to do?
Oh, it was a good idea. That's what I'm saying about Modi. Sometimes he has good ideas. In India, they don't. I'm sorry if this is becoming an India show, but in India, they don't pay tax in the way that we do in here. So you're looking at in India, 1.3 billion people, and I think only 8% pay tax. So you can think, and most of the people that are not paying tax are keeping it in their house, not putting them in banks because they don't want to declare it. And so what he was trying to do is to take the money out the black market, and the idea was good. But the way he implemented it was so brutal, like he just done it overnight. And this is the same with the farmer situation. Like some of the ideas in there are good, but bringing in big corporations to take over the vendors and stuff is only going to hurt the little farmers. And a lot of the little farmers are now protesting right now in
Yeah,
India.
I think Raj, I think it's good. You're obviously playing both sides and you're kind of appreciating and understanding because there are people who might counter your opinion and kind of give you what you're saying as well. But like specifically the farmers, like I don't see the problem different anywhere in the world. Like globalization, modernity, these are problems everyone's facing. So like, what else is like at the what's causing people to uprise?
Hey, got a deep. Hold on, can I just say, got a deep sound system. Yeah, obviously a Sikh. Yeah, if you don't like the way I'm representing Puddida, why don't you grow some balls and jump on? I'm sick of these people in the chat here that think they know everything, and then they're moaning that I'm not a news reporter, I'm not a scientist. I'm just giving my own personal opinion about what's going on. Yeah. Now, if you don't
you're being fair though. I think you're being fair, bro, because I think you're also giving the reasons.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is black. The problem is nothing is black and white. Like nothing is black and white. Like there's some good parts of what they were trying to do. I'll give you an example. One of the good parts is that right now the food could only be sold, the wheat and stuff, in a designated area allocated to the farmer. So say if you was in, say if it was London, they could only sell in London. What they're doing now, what they want to do is to open it so you can sell around the whole UK, or say the whole of India. A bit like, you can say you can sell around the whole of the UK. Do you understand?
I think my question is that what has got people in the UK uprising about something that's happening in India? Is it because like a lot of the Punjabi community or Sikh community have people that are living kind of rural lives back home?
Yeah. I mean, most people. I've got to ask my mum, have we got any farmers in the family? Yeah, we got farmers. I didn't know, but we got farmers, distant relatives. So obviously, although we're here, we're going to have relatives phoning and stuff like that, or we're going to hear stories about like our aunts and stuff like that. So anyone saying that okay, why are we protesting over here? Well, we have the right to protest over here, and if our relatives who are blood are hurting over in the Punjab because of what the Indian government's doing, then I think the least we can do is protest. So the next protest, I think, is next month. I'll be going to that one as long as I'm okay. So yeah, as long as you do it peacefully and stuff like that, I don't think there's an issue with it. But it's not, just to clarify, it's not, everyone's saying it's a Sikh protest. It's not a Sikh protest. It's no offense to everybody else, but
but this is a situation you're saying that
protesting.
affects a lot of Sikhs. It affects a lot of Sikhs.
No, it affects
So,
all farmers in India, every farmer, whether you're from the Gujarat, whether you're from the South, everybody is protesting. But for some reason, everyone's kind of made it into a Sikh thing.
but when you say farmers and you look at the Indian caste system,
I was going to ask what the video
Yeah,
in front
I'm gonna just change it a little bit.
Yeah, go.
Let's see what you lot think about this, innit? Like, keep an open mind. Let me know what you think. Yeah?
Secret behind the numbers 3, 6. Secret behind the numbers 3, 6, and 9. Finally revealed. Nikola Tesla did countless mysterious experiments, and he was a whole other mystery on his own. Almost all genius minds have a certain obsession. Nikola Tesla had a pretty big one. Tesla had some interesting habits that he would do. For example, he would walk around the block repeatedly 3 times before entering a building. He would clean his plates with 18 napkins. He lived in hotel rooms, only with the number divisible by 3. He would make calculations about things in his immediate environment to make sure the result is divisible by 3. He would do everything in sets of 3. Some say he had OCD, and others say he was very superstitious. However, the truth is a lot deeper. If you knew the magnificence of 3, 6, and 9, you would have the keys to the universe. Nikola Tesla. His obsession was not simply with numbers, but especially these numbers, 3, 6, and 9. Tesla claimed that these numbers were extremely important, and nobody listened. But why these numbers? What did Nikola Tesla try to make the world understand? First, we must understand that we did not create math, we discovered it. It's the universal language and law. No matter where you are in the universe, 1 plus 2 will always equal to 3. Everything in the universe obeys this law. There are patterns that naturally occur in the universe, patterns that we've discovered in life, galaxies, star formations, evolution, and almost all natural systems. Some of these patterns are the golden ratio and sacred geometry. One really important system that nature seems to obey is the power of 2 binary system, in which the patterns start from 1 and continues doubling the numbers. Cells and embryos develop following this sacred pattern: 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, etc. Some call these patterns the blueprint of God. Math by this analogy would be God's thumbprint, leaving all religion aside. In vortex math, the science of torus anatomy, there is a pattern that repeats itself: 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, and 5, and so on. As you can see, 3, 6, and 9 are not in this pattern. Scientist Marco Rodin believes these numbers represent a vector from the 3rd and 4th dimension, which he calls a flux field. This field is supposed to be a higher dimensional energy that influences the energy circuit of the other 6 points. Randy Powell, a student of Marco Rodin, says that this is the secret key to free energy, something we all know Tesla mastered. Let me explain. Let's start from 1. Doubled it is 2. 2 doubled it is 4. 4 doubled is 8. 8 doubled is 16, which means 1 plus 6, that equals to 7. 16 doubled is 32, resulting in 3 plus 2 equals 5. You can do 7 doubled if you want, to which you would get 14, resulting in 5. 32 doubled is 64, resulting in total of 1. So if we continue, we will keep following the same pattern: 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, etc. over and over. As you could see, there is no mention of 3, 6, and 9. It's like they are beyond this pattern, free from it. However, there is something strange once you start doubling them. 3 doubled is 6, 6 doubled is 12, which would result in 3. Add 1 and 2 and you get 3. In this pattern, there is no mention of 9. It's like 9 is beyond, completely free from both patterns. But if you start doubling 9, it will always result in 9. This is called the symbol of enlightenment. If we go to the Great Pyramid of Giza, not only are there 3 larger pyramids at Giza, all side by side, mirroring the positions of the stars in Orion's belt, but we also see a group of 3 smaller pyramids, immediately away from the 3 larger pyramids. We find lots of evidence that nature uses 3-fold and 6-fold symmetry. These shapes are in nature, and the ancients emulated these shapes in the building of their sacred architecture. Is it possible that Tesla uncovered this profound secret and used this knowledge to push the boundaries of science and technology? The magnificence of the number 9. Let's say there are 2 opposites. Call them white and black if you want to. They are like the north and south poles of a magnet. One side is 1, 2, and 4. The other side is 8, 7, and 5. Just like electricity, everything in the universe is a stream between these 2 polar sides, like a swinging pendulum. And if you could imagine the movement, it's something like the symbol for infinity. However, these 2 sides are governed by 3 and 6. 3 governs 1, 2, and 4, while 6 governs 8, 7, and 5. And if you look at the pattern closely, it gets even more mind-boggling. 1 and 2 equals 3. 2 and 4 equals 6. 4 and 8 equals 3. 8 and 7 equals 6. 7 and 5 equals 3. 5 and 1 equals 6. And 1 and 2 equals 3. The same pattern on a higher scale is actually 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. But even these 2 sides, 3 and 6, are governed by 9, which shows something spectacular. Looking closely at the pattern of 3 and 6, you realize that 3 and 6 equals 9. 6 and 3 equals 9. All the numbers together equal 9, both ways, excluding and including 3 and 6. So 9 means the unity of the both sides. 9 is the universe itself, the vibration, the energy, and the frequency. 3, 6, and 9. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Nikola Tesla. There is a deeper philosophical truth in this. Just imagine what we could accomplish if we could apply this sacred knowledge in everyday science. The day science begins to study non-physical phenomena, it'll make more progress in 1 decade than in all the previous centuries of its existence. Nikola Tesla.
Nine Nifa.
Alhamdulillah.
So this is like all about sacred geometry and numbers. Mad. All 9, look. All these shapes.
But it's understandable, surely. Why should it not be understandable? If you can, like,
Who
what I
said it's
mean
not
is, if you
understandable?
consider like fractals, because fractals is something that, you know, you can infinitely kind of zoom into, right? So why would these shapes be why would there be any coincidence that the sign wouldn't be in these shapes as well?
Converging into a singularity. Okay.
Yeah. So
polygons build the exact opposite. The vectors communicate an outward divergence. It's both the singularity and the vacuum. No. What do we mean by that? Where's the sound one? Almost gone. The sum of all digits excluded 9 is 36. 369. Paradoxically, 9 plus any digit returns the same digits. So 9 quite literally equals all the digits. 36 and nothing. 360, 36 and 0. Why was 6 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9. I know that one. Don't try it. Because 7, 8, 9, you're so dead.
Secret behind the number.
It's sad, yeah, because I'm not really up on speed with maths like I should do. I think my brain has the capacity to take on complex equations, but I can't.
I think you unknowingly probably do complex equations in your life. However,
Right.
maybe similar to me, like numbers and like dates and stuff. Like I intentionally, like even like basic maths, like I intentionally try to not get into numerology in many facets of my life. You know, because there's also like a demonology attached to it, i.e., kind of the pursuit of it. So, like for example, a lot of my understanding comes from like the Quranic understanding. There's a surah called Surah Hashr, which is 59, 24, where Allah refers to himself as Al-Musawwir, which means the fashioner. So he fashions everything. So for me and for my understanding, like if you look at your palm, for example, that to me is a fractal. Yeah, and everyone's fractal is unique, right? So for me, it's always been a case of like knowing that um like I observe fractals. So you can get these kind of fractal softwares that you can kind of zoom into constantly. I see that in everything. I see that in the palm of my hand. I see that on the leaves. I see it everywhere. And for me, it's like Allah
Now, I don't know
creates
what
in
you
his,
mean by that. What do you mean by that?
like for example, if you observe like a tree from afar, let's say a tree that where the leaves are fallen, it looks like in many ways it resembles like the palm of your hand or like the brain. So there's fractals everywhere if you consider your veins. These are all forms of fractals.
Being what? Irregular shapes?
Not just irregular shapes, but there is a regularity that they're connected in a fractal form. So I believe, like, let's say if the world is a canvas, our last paint is fractal. If that makes sense. And I think that like he is the originator and the fashioner. So when I talk about numbers and stuff, like that's where mankind, I believe mankind can see and understand, but I think mankind has this kind of innate desire to follow through and try to understand more than they can, and that becomes demonology. I feel like because you're never going to understand it, because Allah creates these shapes and forms in His infinite wisdom. So the wisdom is infinite that He creates.
Yeah, but surely he's made some of his creation understandable to man.
You're right. So like, for example, that's why you have like people who read palms, for example, and connect it to certain things. So there is an understanding there, I believe. But you know, if you continually, like, I believe that there's a lot of people, especially in modern day life, like, you know, we're talking about pursuit of money, finance, happiness. You know, like there's people that go mad, bro, doing that. You know, like, you know, sharecropping and stuff like that. That's all like pursuing numbers and algorithms and stuff like that. So I think that's a form of trying to kind of understand numerology.
Wait, what? I don't know. There's something wrong with being mathematical, being mathematically minded.
No, not at all. But I think we innately are quite mathematical. Like, I think, like, in our daily life, you'll be surprised what you do that's
Wait,
quite mathematical.
what? How are you, raw? How are you warned off numerology?
I think when it becomes hard to kind of fathom. Like, I guess, like we it's like the depth of the like, it's like a sea, for example. If you use that analogy where you know that there's more wisdom than you can fathom, and you leave it. So like the sea, like we all can swim, right? But can we survive in the middle of the sea? You know. So again, that's why like I highlight certain things, which is Allah creates in His infinite wisdom. You know, the sea is vast.
Yeah.
You know, don't get me wrong. I think, like, for example, like I used to kind of do a lot of Photoshop. So I used to do, you know, like be in the kind of creative arts. I still am in many ways. But like one of the ways I used to teach people on how to do Photoshop is have a conversation with them about God. So there was a couple of sessions that I had with somebody who was wanting to learn. So he asked for my time, and I sat there and I turned off the screen, and I said, think about pixels, and think about, like, understand what pixels are, and then we kind of broke down what pixels are. It's actually, and how we perceive pixels optically. And then I said, like, think about that, and then think about fractals, and then, like, after a few kind of sessions of sitting with him, probably 2 sessions of an hour, speaking to him about God. And how, like, obviously this concept of Muwassil, for example, like Allah being in the fashioner, because that's one of His names. He's saying, I'm the fashioner. So kind of talking to him about that, like a few months later, this guy comes back to me and he's the most amazing kind of designer. So he's got a back catalogue of like amazing graphic designs. And I'm just like what happened, man? And he was like, it was what you said. Like, you just spoke about it and it just clicked for me. But you know, that's like my capacity. So I can't go beyond that because like I can't fathom beyond that. You see, at that time, he couldn't fathom beyond that because he showed me some of his work, and I said, "No, this is not good. This stuff is not good," and he couldn't understand why I was saying that. And then I gave him that kind of understanding and wisdom, and I consider it wisdom as opposed to me instructing him to like techniques and stuff. So he looked back and he was just saying, "You know, Mahib, I could see why you said that was rubbish." Because now I blend like this and I blend like that because I observe nature. Like, I look at the clouds, and that's why this effect looks better. Do you see? Because I see everything.
Hold on a minute, yo. Where's everyone? If you lot are about and you're listening, jump on the panel. Cause right now I got like multiple channels, obviously trying to feed off man's energy, innit? So I need some of you to jump on. Like, listen, I don't even know what you're talking about, Mohib. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro.
Yeah,
Especially
that's fine,
having
man. That's fine.
something else, because it just gets into just and I don't know. Like, I fight hard not to like dabble in too much fuckery and that. But
I'm
yeah,
trying to explain myself, but I'm also saying that there's
yeah.
like the wisdom is like I don't understand it either, you know. So we're watching these videos, for example, and a lot of it goes over my head, so I don't know. And he in that video is asking a lot of open questions, like, oh, look at these numbers, do they make sense? Do you see? They're open questions. They're not actually conclusive.
Yeah, man. Big up Rafu in the building. Big up Obasaxi. You lot stop your little dead beef, man, in the chat. It's annoying me, man. Come on. Louder like the dead bickering. Try to get on conversation. or help change the conversation so we can lift it up. Because right about now, you lot are deading out my vibe with just this long thing, man. Like, and yeah, Mohib, I hear you, bro. But like, how you feeling today, man? Are you like upbeat? You down? What are you doing? You tired?
I'm good, man. I'm good, man.
I need a boost
Yeah,
of energy.
yeah, I was just trying to engage, bro. So like when Raj
Yeah,
was,
nah,
I just,
I love it.
yeah, I just came on because like, you know, like people weren't talking, so I just thought I'd come in.
Yeah, they're just dead, bruv. I don't know what's going on because they're all listening to people diss me. You hear me? They're all listening to people diss me. Nah, people was just like one thing I don't like is if it's just a few people interacting in the comments and I see one person just writing and writing and writing and it's nonsensical, I just erase it. Or if I see two people trying to make the chat all about them bickering and it's some illogical thing, I'll just delete it because it's not pleasing to my eye. When I see people talking and bantering and engaging with what's being said, or even having their own conversation, but I can see it's fruitful and constructive, then yeah, by all means. But when just chatting shit to each other, and then like we're looking for feedback from the chat, and that's what you lot are focused on, I'll just delete it all, man. And you make the chat look messy, so I just delete it.
That's why I kind of see like trolling as a bit like I consider it haram because like you're trying to build and you're trying to have positive, fruitful discussions because you don't know like who learns from these things. Like there's a lot of things that I've learned from this channel, but it just seems like we just love pulling each other down in many ways. And I speak like that because like whether it's from my community being Muslim.
All right, sorry, someone said you was talking about the subject and it was actually interesting. Upside down. Will you jump on upside down? I didn't see any feedback from upside down while we was talking about this. Not to say that you lot have to be constantly typing, but I gauge from you guys what is interesting, right? Or what you're engaging with, what you like, and I gauge from the numbers. So if I'm not seeing you lot typing and I'm seeing numbers dropping off, I'm going to assume that the conversation is maybe niche and the listeners ain't really trying to hear it right now. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to read. So sometimes I might come across abrupt, but I have to do that. I mean,
Did you take your PO box? I sent you something to your PO box, bro.
Did you? I'm gonna go to my PO box. I'm gonna go in a bit.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go there.
I got a phone call coming in, bro.
Say that again.
I got a phone call coming in, so I'm going to take that because it's quite important.
All right, cool,
I'm
man.
with you, my bro, man. Like in a bit, bro. So.
Man said finally Afghan gone. Yeah, man. And like, look, we got Afghan, we got Raj jumping on, and people complaining about them jumping on, and it's like I can't even do nothing about it. It's like when I decide I don't want me to jump on, then I will decide, innit? But I think there's a trend for people to say, oh, well, if this person's on, I'm jumping off. And I don't think I can cater to that because then I'll end up with no one on the panel. Because there'll always be somebody that someone don't like and don't want to jump on with. So I just got to keep it moving and just have a show regardless. Do you know what I mean? 9 minutes in, 9 hours in. Please hit the like button if you haven't. 82 people watching. We're going to try to rebuild the vibe. I've been trying mad hard, like, got lots of videos. You're a rare man. I watch the video. Silent. Listen. Another thing. This ain't a couch. The panel's not a couch to fall asleep on, to sit there and fall asleep on. Right? When I become too available, when the panel becomes too available, people come and they just want to chill and hang out and then bare silence. And I can't take the bare silence because it doesn't help me. As you can see, when it's just me, I will just waffle and waffle and waffle. And then I'll just waffle. It will just be me chatting. I won't be sitting there waiting for a reaction from some fictitious panel member that's like, yeah, I'm here. Yo, you here? Yeah, I'm here. All right. I'm just going to mute. I'm just washing the car. I'm just flying to Singapore. Yeah, I'm on the line, but I'm just about to traverse the fucking globe. Like, I don't know, man. Like, jump on, innit? And all of you lot, you shy ones, like, oh, should I jump on? Should I not jump on? These are the moments where, yeah, Jeds needs you, man. You know? Jeds needs you. Big up man like Mohib, man. Much respect, man. I gotta keep it real. You definitely hold it down, especially when it comes to certain conversations, but I by no means meant to cut you up in ways of don't talk or don't be on there. I wanted you on there, but yeah, man. I won't lie, Jedi. When Afghan is on, I turn away and come back when he's gone. Big up yourself. Big up, man, Dawn Awaken. I hear you. Long 9 minutes. Spice it up. Bro, would like you to do a reaction to K Coke's new tune. If you've not heard it, it would be good. Yeah, I've heard it, man. I just don't... I've heard it, man. Of course, certain people can't keep your name out of their mouth. Don't watch them in it. We hear things we dislike every day, but it can be challenged. Right. API, you are optimistic. Get to 130. Who's talking about... What are we talking about? What's API saying? Let's get to 200 likes, man. Yeah, let's get to 130 first. Can we get to 130 likes? You lot got it in you? Hit that button if you haven't already. If you've been on the panel today, if you've enjoyed a show this week, hit that button, man. It might be worth looking at. What's this? This might be worth looking at. What's this? NBC News, former Israeli space service says, yeah, I know. I just saw the headline. They're saying that Trump was very close to talking about UFOs or whatever. And I think there was a time where Trump said he had a very big announcement or something like that, or I don't know. Or was it? No, it was NASA that said they had a big announcement. Then I think they said they found water. They found, I don't know. I can't keep up. That's another thing. I really can't keep up with like their side of information anymore or whatever, man. 1 second. Yeah, sorry, I'm back. I lost my train of thought. I can't remember what I was saying. Yeah, I thought people would be biting my arm off to hear this numerology shit and give me their perspectives, but wasn't yet. Maybe I'll look for something else. I'm quite enjoying playing random videos and seeing if it makes anyone think anything or want to join in. Let's get to this alcohol. There's something about alcohol. Let's see. Hold on. Boom. Big up Miss MG. Big up Upside Down, man. Like at the show. Let's get it to 130 likes, man. Fling some emojis in that, brighten up the page. What have I got? I got something still lurking. I've been killing them with the fire. You get me? But get some other emojis in there. Brighten up that chat. All right, let me press play on this video. I don't know about that. Art itself is the manifestation of light. Know specifically that ingesting alcohol depresses the nervous system. How many of you lot drink? Alcohol kills brain cells, weakens the immune system, and has many other harmful effects on the body. We are taught that long-term alcohol use can lead to unwanted weight gain, disease of the liver, lowered intelligence, radical hormone imbalances. Drinking alcohol while pregnant can also lead to birth defects. We know this. Teetotaler, yeah? We have to ask, why is alcohol legal throughout most of the modern world? Yet in many countries, it's the highest cause of death. And specifically the United States, psychedelics are illegal. The conscious and safe use of psychedelics or visionary medicines assist mind expansion. They initiate spiritual experiences while people have command with the divine, heal numerous people, increasing intelligence, physical, rewire their brain. Also assisting people in alignment with their soul's purpose, inspiring countless great musicians, works of art, and tech geniuses. There is a deep history behind this intoxicating substance. We encourage you to deeply consider the information we've shared. Didn't really give us information though. Look at the effect on your personal life. You didn't really give us too much information. You're exaggerating. I tried, and it's just warning us. Don't do alcohol, fam. Unless, moderation. I would say moderation. But definitely, maybe these new age distilled alcohols are just not the way alcohol is supposed to be consumed. Like, if it's just strictly fermented foods, fruit, veg, whatever, there's probably a way to do it that's kind of pure and the most healthiest. No one is the same drunk and sober. No one is the same. Facts. We say we, man. Feel like jumping on? Absent Queen, when you jumping on? Big up Rafu, man. Brand new member, Rafu. Big up your chest. So I love to see, man. Man like Rafu, man. Big up. You hear me? I know you're probably working it down or something. Your pattern's been a bit random. Evening times now. I don't really see you in the mornings like that. But yeah, much love, man. Do my little fucking big up salute. The mascots out there. You hear me? Yeah, no one's the same. Yeah, so I'm putting this out, man. I want someone to jump on, man. On a panel member. Take your shahada and suddenly everything gets better. Small print. After everyone is killed off to find the true believers. Okay. All right. Yeah, man. Big up the man. I'm not sure what you're talking about, G. Not sure what you're talking about at all. So yeah, Jungle Jesus left me, Maku left. It all fucked off. But I'm here, man. I'm holding it down. Said way. So tell me what you lot want, man. Kay, come jump on. Come have a chat. The link is pinned to the top and it's in the description and it's floating around in the chat too, man. Come jump on. I'll take the 101 people in the building. Much love. Thank you for choosing Trilluminati Live. Hit the like button. You done know. It's been a long day of streaming. 9 hours. We're definitely in the final furlong. I'm just holding on by a fingernail, but I'm hoping. No problem, man. Don't make me false promises. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that I can get a panelist to come on and have a chat with me. Whoever it is. Let's see, man. I'm throwing out the line. You know what I mean? Ladies, please jump on, says Jungle Jesus. Yeah. Who's this? It's Jungle Jesus. Ladies, please jump on. Welcome, Jungle.
Yeah,
You're back again, yeah? You're back again?
Yeah. Yes, fam. I needed a spliff and I needed a juice, man. I'm not gonna lie.
You're back again?
I'm ready.
Yeah, man. Jed,
So come on, couple people jump on, man. You can't do this. The man entertains us every day, bruv. And two people can't jump on.
Come on, man. So we want.
Come on.
Some participants. And I know that you don't like it, but I'm definitely getting hotter. So I get why there's no one on there. Because Jedi is yeah, if you're not talking, just like yeah, like you gotta go in it kind of thing. Yeah, you gotta rate that still because it's real. It's real life, like, and you gotta understand. Look, I'll just prove to you for the last 10 minutes why it's easier for me to talk to myself than to have people there, and I think that there's a conversation and there's not. Like, I'd rather just chat to myself. Then I'll just end up doing a madness. Like, get me? I end up looking at a madness, doing a madness, chatting to myself, and it is what it is. I think I might even start doing a couple more shows like that where there's no panel. So when the panel's open, you actually want to get on.
Yeah,
Maybe
they
the panel,
appreciate it.
yeah, maybe you like maybe it's just getting rinsed. Maybe like, yeah, I'm just gonna present a couple shows and done. The also thing, the other thing that I could do is just jump off and just jump back on later. I could jump back on in half an hour's time if I want. Do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like, yo,
yeah.
I'm gonna jump off and I'm gonna start a next show back up. I was doing that for a while, but I think to build up Trilluminati live to get it up to like the level I think it should be running at, I've just done shows like back to back to back, like whole days, back to back to back. But you know, there's
And
seasons.
if you say you're locking off like 4 Jets, yeah, watch how much people start moaning, no, no, but they're not gonna participate. So what's the point then, isn't it? Like,
No way it is. I'm not gonna lie. If you check, you can set your time, set your alarm. I always complain around this time, like around
yeah,
these
because
type
they
of
go
times.
quiet. I've realized, bro, everyone goes quiet. It's like
Yeah.
everyone rushes in early, cut each other when they're talking, and then by 5 o'clock, you can't even get 2 people to have a convo.
10 man fighting to say one thing, and they're all agreeing. They can't even hear they're agreeing. Oh, it's funny. And then another thing is, man, just picking fights. Like, bro, the picking fights thing is good, but like, if it's just gonna dead the room, then it ain't no good.
Yes, but you have a next set that do that as well, Jez. Like they'll see a nice convo going, man will jump on to interrupt it and then just cut.
Like,
what was the whole point of that?
I'm done.
I was like, all right, fuck it, hell, bro.
But big up to everybody that clicks that link and jumps on, man. I appreciate it, man. I know, like, it's not always easy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like Mohib, big up Mohib, because he just jumps on and talks, but no one's talking.
Yeah, he will. He'll just break some shit down, man. It's nice.
What's happened to Council?
What happened to Council? He was beefing with, like, they ran him out. They ran Council out, beefing. We had a couple of disagreements. I was chatting to him. He swore at me and dust out. But he was just getting bare pressure on the channel. And yeah, like, I don't know, like, bro, you got caught up in some things that you did. And you're going to have to, I don't know.
Yeah, you have to face the music, like they would say.
Yeah.
If you done it, you done it, man. It is what it is, man.
Doesn't it? Yo, I don't know. He arts in man for man. Stand dark. I don't know, G. I really don't know. Yeah.
Fuck, nah, that's the one for real, Jets. Jesus, Zulu, bro, come home, fam. What the fuck?
I don't know.
For real. He took it far now,
like this, yeah. Look, even now, man's been getting attacked for Shani and that, yeah. And obviously, wherever Shani is, she just moves. She's doing her thing, innit? And big ups to Shani. Like, but it's like almost like what they want me to not do is have Muslim friends.
Yeah.
That's the attack. I can't have Muslim friends. You get me? So any Muslim friend that I have, they're gonna try and squeeze them and bully them and persecute them to make them feel away or whatever. But like, I just think, man, I'm just gonna keep doing me and keeping my door open and being real and honest. And I can't shapeshift for no one. Like, you get me? I'm very, very respectful.
Are you going to put on a front? It's hard to keep up a persona that's not really you. That's hard work, man.
Wanna just do what you want, feel how you want about me. It is what it is, man. At the end of the day, if you don't put food on your table, well, it might put food on your table still, chatting shit about me. I'm not even gonna lie, it actually might put food on your table. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, for some of them it does, innit? Because once they start talking about you, they might have 100 viewers. If they say Jedi, then they get another 75 or 100. So it is working for them. That's why they do it, man. Because if
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
paid, they wouldn't talk about man. So come on.
it definitely works, man. Like I literally got 2 channels right now just dissing, man. Like
I've been ignoring it all day, bro. I just didn't want to say it to you because I know you see it.
I'm not going over.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
just
gonna.
ignore them because why are you coming over here to tell man whatever? Like we're doing our own thing, innit? Go
It's
back
cool.
over there.
So good. When
Like,
I'm ready
man.
to like raise my head and respond, I will. If I don't, then I don't. Like, who cares, man? Like real talk. It's very. Sometimes I think it's even better that they call people away from my channel because what they do is they help to clean it. But with every cycle, it grows. So once we get rid of, because to be honest, yeah, like if you ain't got tough skin and you can't stand on your own and have your own point of view, and there's a group of people that's gonna come and police you and make you feel bad for fucking with me, so you can't display loyalty, or you have to be on the fence or be friends with everybody, then maybe it's best that you get called away from me, innit? Because I kind of expect a more robust type of fucking relationship with the people I fuck with. I don't really want it to be one that's wishy-washy and based on who says it's cool to be my brethren or who said it's to be.
Yeah, no one can't tell me who to talk to. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's too much, man. It's too much. I can't operate like that.
If they start telling me that, I start looking at you funny because you should trust like my judgment as a person to know. How can someone tell me not to jack the jet?
When you're asked, when you're asked, why shouldn't I, like, whatever, go near this guy or whatever, then you say, oh, well, look at this. I saw this and I saw that and he said this and he said that. And then it's like, yo, hold on, but how did you get this information? How did you see this? Are you all the people watching the thing? Is that what it is?
Bro, they watch every day, man. Come on.
Please, man.
Remember, I'm not a panelist. I'm always in the chat, innit? So there's like 150 people watching, and I'm watching the chats. I know who the family is. They're always typing. Then you get the 1 or 2 people in and out.
Just make sure that you put a link to the original video or some shit. Let them know what the name of my. Because I see sometimes they say, "Oh, what's the name of the channel? What's your nice channel?" And then no one wants to answer. Yeah, what's the name of the channel? Oh, yeah. Don't worry, just watch Jedi channel secondhand through me. Don't go over there. Just watch it through me because I'm gonna do a show about your show. And all now I don't tell people don't go to no one's channel. Go wherever you want. Do what you like. If you go somewhere, then go there with honor in it. That don't go there and be booky and do weird things. Obviously, then I might have something to say if it's brought to my attention or something. Yo, Jungle Jesus was over there laughing with them and kikiing. Then I might have something to say. If you just go over there and you're observing or doing whatever you're doing, cool. But some people go one step up and past that and they start talking and giving their opinions and then coming and then being silent over this side. It's a bit dodgy. But yeah, man, big up all the fans of the channel, man. Regardless of how you display it, online, the online community is definitely growing. You know what I mean? Because you can have roughly the same amount of viewers as me while 2 channels are dissing me. We can split the viewers and still have decent amount of viewers. So I think that shows that the community is growing. Maybe your guys' community growing. Maybe the online Dawa or Muslim channels are growing, and that's why you're getting a better number than you normally get when you diss me. I don't know. Big up Daniel Sheikh. Come on.
Sorry,
videos have personal issues with Jedi, but try and make divisions and make it out that he is anti your peoples, not anti you. Yeah. I mean, I don't even want to answer the claim of whether I'm Islamophobe or whether I'm anti-Islam. I can't even be bothered. I don't even care if you think that. Like, if you got eyes and you want to use your eyes, then you won't have to ask me no questions. The only people asking me questions are those that don't know me, man, or ain't taking the time to look for themselves. So what can you do, man? Like, I wonder if they recognize the pattern of people growing and progressing, and them finding any reason to try and tear them down. Like, we got a whole internet of people that like literally hate Islam. I don't even know if you've done one show on them. You just mentioned them like they're above you, innit? Like, yeah, you can't reach them. So you try to pull man down because I'm near your level, is how you perceive it. I'm tangible. You hear me? I might say your name back in return. I might validate your existence and say your name back in return. But yeah, man, I'm gonna stop doing that still. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, it's time for you to starve for a little bit. It's gonna be a cold winter. No fuel for your engine. What are you gonna do? I don't know. You're definitely gonna eat each other. I promise you that. Dangerous game you're playing. Bloods and Crips. Bloods and Crips. Cops and robbers. Yeah. Kind of going like they got common enemies. Dangerous game. Because when that common enemy's ghost, what are you gonna do? You start arresting each other and gang banging on each other. You get me? Because that's who you lot are, like you little gangs and cliques and shit. And people always want to mix me up with next man. That's another thing. Me and my next man can fall out over them thing there. Like, you get me? When you know, man, like, stop saying stupid shit. Stop saying dumb shit, man. Get me? Or just let me, or at least let me clarify that dumb shit was. But you know what? Another thing I realized, man, I don't care. Man, I don't care. You could do a 10-hour stream breaking down what you mean and why you apologize and setting shit straight. Man, don't care. That's the end. Man actually don't care how you feel if you hate Islam or if you don't. It don't bother them. Man don't give a fuck whether you're Islamophobe or not. All that matters is their story that they're putting forward and their reason why they're live streaming right now, why they're sat in front of their phone or their laptop. They're trying to justify that, so they're going to use anything. They don't care. Man's like, what? But hold on. But Jedi doesn't block. but didn't Jedi? But that wasn't rinsed out. Rub them out immediately. Truth is not what they're focused on.
Oh. You can see from a man comes on your channel and says, "Oh, come and defend yourself, Jedi, because you're Islamophobe, bro. You want me to come bring you views? Yeah, just say that. Just say that. Just say, help me, gents. Can we just build together? Help me build. Like, be real in it, man.
Let's build.
Yeah, because if they want to build their channel, it's not hard, bro. Like, come on. You want to have discussions? I can come on your panel and bring some of my viewers with me.
Yeah, man.
You can come over here. Just stop acting like an idiot and be adults about it.
Acting dumb.
Yeah.
Get me? How come you all fucking do this? How come you all boycott each other and diss each other and then join forces to like, it's mad. You like, yeah, I'll tell you what, Jedi, it's not even you, but that some of these guys and this person, I won't even mention the name. Pig, she's alive, she's teeth, she's dead. You know, they're like, yeah, alhamdulillah, may Allah exalt you, brother. I'm like, what's going on? Huh? When this person the other day? Oh yeah, this or that one. Like, I got man like I tell you the jokes. Now, yeah, it's Jedi Let's Raj on his channel. You're proper watching me. Jedi Let's Raj on his channel. And Raj is like, hold on. Raj has been on each and every one of your panels.
I was about to say that, bro. This is the least place that this man comes to.
Way before he came anywhere near my channel or jumped on my panel, yeah, like this Trilluminati live, he's been on all of your panels. You lot interacting with him, having wars, having combos, rare. I got man like Ards chatting shit. Bro, Ards, you had the Ards and Raj show. You literally did a show with man. The Ards and Raj show.
I've gone on G Block and seen just him and Raj having big combos.
Come on, man. Like, so let's not lie. You lot been in contact with these people. You lot been like, now you want me to excommunicate everyone that you lot don't like. But I don't excommunicate you. So why would I excommunicate them? Get me? Raj is a man that'll come in and say, yeah, I hate Jedi. Oh, fair enough, man. Say what you need to say. Do your thing, innit? Like, whatever, innit? It's not a love thing. Do you know what I mean? It's love with certain man, isn't it? Or certain gal. It's love. Yeah, boom.
Yeah.
You don't have to be love for everyone. I've had bare people on the panel. They ain't got love for me, but they're on the panel and they're just doing their thing. Fuck it. Don't disrespect me. It's all good. Simple.
Straight.
You know what I mean? And even if you do disrespect me, I can probably take it to a certain degree, car. You know, it's probably, you know, I'll let you say what you need to say in it. It's not like a thingy, but don't violate is what I'm saying. I guess what I'm saying. Don't violate. You might you might disagree. You might have something to say. You might even want to diss me, but like when I say something like, yo, okay, let me speak, or let me mute let the other person talk, or can you stop talking? And you want to just blah, 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 blah. It's impossible to tolerate. I'm gonna get rid of you, but yeah, man. Apart from that, man, I'm gonna keep it fair. You will be back on the panel at some point, somewhere, wanting to give your point of view or wherever, and I'm just gonna laugh at you. I'm gonna let you on and laugh and remind you. You hear me? Like I've done 1,000,001 times, reminded you, lot, man, who your internet daddy is. Come on, man, it's Jeds. It's big fucking Jeds, man. Like, stop all that. And you mixing me up with man, and you're trying to be clever about it. And this is what's wrong with you, lot, man. Just be honest and be real, man. If Maku hurt your feelings, just say Maku hurt your feelings. If I you know me? Then you're playing 9E4. Then you're playing all the people that like I regularly like argue and disagree with. Yeah, Maku's my boy, innit? Like, but we regularly will disagree, or I just shut my mouth and just make it known, like, boy, that's Maku chatting. I know you lot are dumb, and like, cause we're both Nigerian and both black, we're both Kemits apparently, and you fucking idiots, man. Can't even differentiate between black brothers. This is why I can't even rate you. Because we just look like black blur to you. You don't know nothing. The names I hear you like adding me with, like, bruh, didn't I have friction with him? Didn't I have Can't you just see that we're not the same? We don't believe the same. Stop calling all black people Kemits. That's fucking racist, you dickhead. Very racist, man. Stop calling black people Kemits. Well, I'm K. Doberman, yeah?
What?
Yeah, that Doberman thing. Hey, silent Doberman just watching. Screw it.
But them dogs are bad boys, I'm not gonna lie.
I do like a Doberman.
I'll be with you in a second.
Alright, no problem. Yeah, I do like a Doberman, especially like I've seen the scrawny little estate Dobermans, and then I've seen like a big king Doberman. Like, raw! That's a Doberman.
Even the way they walk in it, Jeds, it's mad. It's like
bro.
he knows he's the boss.
Yeah, when you see them big ones, bruv, like they're serious. I'm like, okay, this is a pedigree thing. Like they look really nice. Have you seen like an albino one?
No.
Yeah, looks weird. You check out albino Doberman.
I've just seen this jet black one that this white guy has in my area, and this man never has this dog on a lead, bro. Do you think even the other dogs don't even look at him? I swear,
man.
They don't even look at him.
It's like they're not even interested. Like,
yeah, he carries a mad aura. It's crazy.
But I don't think that Dobermans, even so, I don't think that they're like, because they look like they got small mouths. It's like I don't feel like they're that rowdy if it comes down to rocking with other dogs or whatever. I don't know.
No, it seems like they're more on defending the owner, if anything.
Yeah. I know they're very intelligent. Very genuine one.
Yo, what's good? What's good?
I'm here, man. I'm here. Yeah, just been like pulling straws out my neck and my back all day, man. Yeah.
Hey, people sucking out that energy, yeah?
Yeah, trying to. Not even in the way I'd like it either. Like, just trying to just, you know. Just make a show, innit? Like, basically, it's anything. Just make a show. Just trying to find a reason to make a show, start a little movement. And like, it's very smart. Look, guys, this is the enemy. Look. I wish I had someone I could do that to. Like, who's my enemy? Who's the person I say, no, that's the enemy.
Is it smart though, Jed? Or just one-dimensional? Or they're just one-dimensional? They can't even get like a normal person to come on the stream and not talk about religion. So they're really one-dimensional, bro.
Yeah, I mean...
Welcome anyway.
You say?
fuck them anyway. Like when they're talking about you on their other streams and that, and then you
Yeah.
obviously start talking about it here. You're like, oh, they're talking about me on other channels, blah blah. That can make people in the chat then go check out the other channel. Like, just don't even talk about them.
I'm a wizard of this. Hold on, wait, 1 second, 1 second. I'm a wizard of this. When I'm aware of something, when some of these things pop up, I know that straight away. So if I'm talking like an hour into your stream or 2 hours into your stream or whatever, I might have confidence that like your stream's not really gonna get traction by me mentioning it. I might be strategically mentioning it at a time where listen. I might be strategically mentioning it, yeah, at a point where for some reason my stream was waning and going down, and all of a sudden my stream's going up. Like you have to read what's going. Yeah, I'm starting to read people innit, and understand that I do have a core fan, a core subscriber that actually fucks with the channel and me and what's going on. They're not interested in nothing else, and then the rest are just kind of just cruising back and forth, looking for a bit of juice and whatever, and that's normal for a TV station. That's normal for a TV station. But if Coronation Street does an advert slagging off EastEnders, EastEnders might take a sly shot in their Christmas special. That's what I'm saying, isn't it?
What is this I hear about a Christmas special, or what's happening on Christmas? Because you know, we need something to do.
Oh, Christmas? No, I don't know. I usually stream on Christmas.
Okay, anything special, like a bit of entertainment, showing us how to cook?
Nah, what we do? We listen to music. We just chatted. We all talked about not doing Christmas, and it was a really big stream. Like, just I don't know, just all the non-Christmas people were just on there, and even people doing Christmas, wishing us happy Christmas, showing us what they got. Like, unfortunately, around that time, we're forced into this vibration of like family and like niceness and generosity and being kind and being thoughtful for people that don't have their family. So everyone gets all warm and friendly. You know what I mean? Loads of our Muslim brothers and sisters go quiet because obviously they're setting up Christmas dinner. Oh my God! Bare Rastas disappear. But clearly, the stocking was stuffed with goodies. Do you know what I mean? All the atheists, they're all fucking. They can't
Putting up
talk.
their Christmas tree and that.
Yeah, they're under the Christmas tree singing carols. It's funny. Now, okay. Last week you telling me that Jesus is Nimrod and Mithra, and now you're Ghost for Christmas. It's funny, man. It is funny, but yeah, I do enjoy the Christmas period.
Do you celebrate it?
No, not at all. I don't have nothing to do with it. I've never.
Have you ever?
Never. Remember, I was raised for a little bit as a Jehovah's Witness. So, formative years and that we didn't celebrate nothing. Didn't celebrate my birthday. Didn't celebrate Nish.
Yeah. I've done that for a bit as well. I think we've all had a little experience of that, haven't we?
Oh, what, the JWs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it?
Knocking on doors and all that.
Jungle, have you had the JWs?
Yeah, come on, bro. They used to me back home then. They used to make me go to 2 churches, bro. I had to go to the Catholic church and the Christian one because half of my family is split.
Yeah. So what was the Christian one?
That was like my granny's one. My mom's. All right, babe. My mom's mum. But then my dad's mum used to go to the Catholic church.
Yeah. Don't make them hear you call them Christian. Yeah, no. No part of the world, my brother. No part of the world.
Just for clarity, for Upside Down in the chat, I'm not part of that anymore. Not part of any religion. He said, "Wait, are the panel JWs?"
It's a JW panel. JW special. Nah.
I just believe in God. I don't believe in religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe in religion, man. It's a division thing. You can see that already. It's long.
Yeah, 100%.
Long.
Big up for getting to
And-
130 likes, yeah? Now the next aim is 150. So let's push forward. All the new people, if you jumped on, if you've not hit the like button, let's get this up to 150. I know you can do it, but thanks for getting us to 130, man. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah. So what does it mean to believe in God but not be religious? Where did you get your belief from God from? From religion, though, isn't it? Your belief of God.
I wouldn't really say not for me still. It's like the stuff I've been through in life that's made me know there's 100% of God.
Right.
I don't think no one could have taught me that. Because I've been to churches and I've seen people getting in spirit and I'm thinking, yeah, okay, really? I don't know, it just seems so fake to me. And like, you know what Maku always says, it's my thing, so it's not something I need to share with everyone. My thing between me and the Almighty is personal, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I just see like everyone's doing it just for fame, like, acting like they're religious, but they're not. That's all I see. And a lot of hypocrites like go to church. I'm not gonna lie. So because you go on Sunday means you're more holy than me. I don't know about that. And they seem to be the most judgmental people. Like they're so holy, but they judge people the most. And there again, is that being religious?
So much judgment, man. So much judgment.
I don't see none of these religious people helping no one or trying to teach them or bring them to their religion or bring them towards God. If anything, you lot are just forcing everyone away from religion, just the way they behave.
Well, what does religion really do but cause like division in people right now? Like that's all I see from it. Hypocrisy and division all the time.
Yeah, it's just another gang, Mary, but they're not going to say it, but it is what it is, isn't it? You got the gang of Muslims, the gang of Christians. It's a gang.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Like, it's easy to get that viewpoint, especially when you spend a lot of time around social media or YouTube, things like this, where people are very polarized and very cliquey. In the real world, there's a lot more blurred edges. Yeah? In your day-to-day basis, you know people that live in a style and in a way that they cannot confess to their friends, to their family and whatnot. Yeah, they might only smoke when they're at work. Yeah, and no one knows I smoke. Where? How many times did that happen? Or they might only drink.
Not
Or they might bun a slide zoot, but don't tell no one. Or rare. But that there's so many people that are living double lives because they ain't got the confidence to just, take responsibility and just be like, yo, this is me, this is what I'm doing. But they are people who have come to religion and it's changed their lives for the better. Like, it's changed their life, or it's changed them for the better, or it's given them an anchor. So somebody like me that buns weed and does certain things, I can't turn around and say, oh, well, all religion's done is divided people, because there's people that are unified in religion as well, and there's people that are religious who are not divided. Let me put it that way. Then there's religious people that are not divided. There's religious people that will stand side by side with you regardless. They will fight for your rights and theirs. So I don't want to make it seem like everyone in the religion has been hypnotized to that degree.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. It's the fanatics.
Yeah. There's enough good religious people that are balanced and fair. There's a lot of them, so I don't want to. But yeah, Baba Dule says religion is division. I don't know, man. I mean,
I personally believe that religion is like a distraction from, like, I think I've said it before to you, that like the Bible is so that we look for God outside of ourselves, so that we're looking for this man to come and help us, which stops us from then we're looking within, because like people pray to God, oh, it's always about God, but if you talk to yourself and look within yourself, then you find the truth, and then you know everything, like you know the truth, like it's just there in you. Whereas if you're reading the Bible all the time, you're always looking outside yourself.
Facts.
And that's how I feel about religion. I'm sick of hearing about religion, to be honest. Like, it does my brain in.
I don't mind, but as soon as I can sense it going into arguments and it's long, I don't want to hear it. Like, if you're going to teach me things, I don't mind listening, but I don't want to hear arguments about the same thing, proving my religion's right, or my God is the real God, or your prophet ain't a prophet like mine. It's long. I thought they were all praising God. So in the end, is it not one God? As long as you're not praising statues and whatever and idolizing stuff, is it not one God?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's the argument
one
about?
creator, one source, I like to say, like one source of energy.
Yeah, one source. You can say it like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think of it as one creator.
Yeah. There's literally like, well, imagine if there wasn't one. There could be like, do you know what I mean? Because no one knows. And for you to all be like, oh, this is my religion, it's right. It's like, no, it's not. Like, you can't. There's so many different religions. They can't all be right. Like, I just don't know. Like, it's a joke.
Yeah, no, it's so true. It can't all be right. Exactly.
Yeah, unless they are all right and there's like 6 gods up there. You never know. Like, none of us know. That's the thing. Like, and everyone spends their life arguing over religion when no one actually knows the truth. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I'm glad I grew up with like religion. Like, obviously being Jehovah's Witness as a kid, like, because you learn like certain morals or whatever, like within the religion. But then after I found out like other things in like the truth spiritually, I'm like, it's bullshit. But I'm glad I still had that moral. Like, all the people in Jehovah's Witness people, like, they're really nice and they don't do nothing wrong. They're really strict. So being around that did actually like give me some type of level of moral to have.
Yeah, it made me check myself a few times, for real. Because I remember like being around their house and that when I was doing my little studies, and certain things that I was used to saying in my normal, like I was probably only about 9, but like especially back home, everyone's got a habit of saying Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. So I'm sitting in the house going, Jesus Christ, and they're like, you're what's it? You're taking the name of the Lord in vain. And I'm like, I just said Jesus Christ. They're like, you said it again. And I'm like, why? So things like that I wasn't taught in the Catholic, like growing up as a Catholic, they started to sort of like teach me these things. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, obviously you see it from their perspective, innit?
Yeah.
But I didn't like missing out on that Christmas. That one Christmas I had to miss out on. I was upset because I never had to miss out on a Christmas before then. And then I think after that, my mum got a bit upset. She's like, no, we're not doing the whole baptism thing. Allow it.
My mum was baptised. But it was weird, obviously, I've told you before, innit? My mum was Jehovah's Witness and my dad was a football hooligan. So it was a bit of a mixture in my household. Do you know what I mean? Like, but the baptism stuff, like, I don't think you should take it to them levels. And the whole disfellowship stuff as well. Like, you're supposed to be there to support and guide, but then if someone does something wrong, they're like, we're disfellowshipping you. No one's allowed to speak to you. Get away, go away. Like, and it's like, what the hell? Like, that's not like
that's a bit
religion to me. You know what I mean?
For real. Oh no, I thought Jungle said something.
Yeah, same.
No, I said that's a bit too much. I said that's they're going a bit too far.
No, that's what they do, don't they? When they disfellowship you, like, you're not supposed to speak. No one in the like the community or whatever, the congregation are allowed to speak to you. You're supposed to cut everybody off, cut them off and whatnot until they go to the elders and apologize. And I just don't agree with that. Like, I think, I don't know, it's like a control. It's all control, isn't it? Like, come and apologize to me. Like, who am I apologizing to? Because you're not like God. Like, do you know what I mean?
Oh, it's mad. I remember, like, when I was young, I used to question it so much. Like, you know, all these little, I used to have that book of children's Bible stories. Don't know if you've seen it, the yellow one with the red writing.
I think I've got that in the loft somewhere.
You know, like a lot of people had that book, and then they were talking about. So the one thing I remember questioning this and getting in trouble during Bible studies, because I was like, "But hold on a minute, if God could make," they called it manna, fall from the sky to feed the hungry people, why are we donating all this money to the hungry kids in Africa? Because, you know, we used to do them collections in school. So that was my question. Like, how come we got to send money to feed them? Why can't God just, like, let something fall from the sky to feed them? I don't understand. Like, why has he stopped helping people? And I got dashed out of Bible studies for questioning God.
Yeah.
And that's when I was like, but why can't I ask these questions? And that's when I really started to question the whole religion. Then, like, why are you telling me this, but I'm not allowed to ask? And I just, that's when my whole understanding started to go a bit flaky.
Yeah.
And when they started telling me Jesus was God, I couldn't take that one. That got me into a lot of problems with people, but they couldn't answer my question. You can't tell me the Son is God. That makes no sense.
Exactly. And where's the evidence that
hate me for
the angel
asking
came to Mary?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like all these things. But we were told this in school, like all the Bible stories were fables. And a fable is just like a story to kind of give you it's a story to give you an idea of something that happened, but it was put in like a more childish kind of way or a more child-friendly way. That's how it was described to us. So like that whole thing of Adam and Eve, and she bit the apple. The snake came along, got her to eat the apple. Like she didn't eat the apple. She apparently took the goods, innit? But they put it to us in this child-friendly version. So I don't know what's the truth, you know, but it's all these differences growing up that really like made me question, like, what are they actually telling me?
What do you think about the, like, you know, the Adam and Eve story and the snake and the tree and all that? Like with the snake being Satan, but then in like on the Egyptian walls and stuff, the snake is serpent energy. So it's like, because I feel like that whole story is some story to try and twist to make them think that the snake's evil, when really the truth is that the snake's not, because the snake's the serpent energy inside yourself.
It's interesting you say that. Like, why do we always see snakes as evil? Like, what is it? Is it just because they're slivery and slimy?
I think they've been portrayed that way.
On the Egyptian figures and stuff, the snake actually goes like, they twist, the two snakes twist around the spine, don't they?
Oh,
and that's serpent energy.
Really
like
that.
Energy.
Okay.
Yeah,
so what's serpent energy?
That's like your, I think it's like, I can't like say 100%, but I'm pretty sure it's like your Kundalini energy, like the energy within yourself, like, because you can raise it with meditation and stuff. I don't know the ins and outs. I like get little snippets, and then that's the only thing that stores in my brain. The rest will go.
I'm like that.
That's what makes me question that whole story. It's like another distraction. Like, oh, we'll tell in the story, we'll say the snake's evil, so that when we see the snakes on the Egyptian walls, we'll think that's an evil thing, or that's, oh, stay away from that. That's like satanic or whatever. When really the snake is the serpent energy within us. I wish I could show you the picture, like where the two snakes go up, like the spine.
Show you on your laptop.
Yeah. I don't know where to find it. I have to send it to your Instagram. I can't be doing all that screen share stuff.
Oh, I can't open Instagram like laptop.
I'm ill, allow me. I'll send you the picture and show you it because it's interesting. Yeah, it all confuses me. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh no, like I think I got to a point when I got older and I had my kids, and like we're still following the whole Catholic religions, got the kids baptized, and then it was choosing the godparents. That's what made me question things, because obviously I let the baby dad like choose a godparent or whatever, chose one each, and then one of the godparents was Seventh-day Adventist. I was like, okay, let me find out a bit more about this. I went to the Seventh-day Adventist church a few times. And then I was like, oh, let me look into like a few other religions and see what they're saying. And then I got overloaded with all this information. I was like, but at the end of the day, you're all doing the same thing. You're all praising like a god or a creator of some kind, or, you know, a higher power. But you just all do it in a different way, and you call that god something different. But you're all doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know? And then after, I don't know, probably a bit of a spiritual journey or something, I was just like, I can't follow a particular religion. Like, I've just, you know, I said I believe in a higher creator, but
yeah.
I start looking, as you said, like within myself for the questions and the answers of like, where am I going in life? And yeah,
I just think like when you ask for God's help or whatever, when you talk to God, the only person that's going to answer you back is yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like your inner self, like your brain. Like if you ask a question to yourself, you can speak to yourself within your head. Like that's who you should be asking, not like asking God like outside yourself. Like I don't know how to explain it all properly.
You know, when I was young, I remember people saying to me like, God is all around you. He can see everything. So obviously I was that child that was like, so can he see me when I'm on the toilet doing the poo?
Trust you.
I don't want no one
you watching me wipe my ass.
Well, that is private.
They also say we're made in his image and likeness, so I guess he is always around us then.
Well, that's it, and that's the sort of thing that I've held on to as well. Like in life, if I'm made in God's creation of God, then I am the best that there is. Like I am just the most amazing being that can be here, just like all of us are right now on this panel. Do you know what I mean? Like we're creations of the creator, so of course we're going to be amazing.
True.
In our own individual ways. Do you know what I mean? We don't know what, really and truly, we don't know what God looks like, if he's a man or a woman, or, do you know what I mean? So I feel we've all got a part of that within us.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we're all connected directly to the source. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And I think you have to just look like stop, be still, like do a bit of meditation or whatever it is that you enjoy to be able to actually like get to that point in life where you start thinking that way. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, I think like you have to have certain things happen to you, whatever, and then it puts you in a position where you start looking within yourself. Because sometimes life's so smooth, some people I know, they just live in life, like day to day, 9 to 5, don't really look within themselves. And then if I try to speak to them about stuff like this, they're like, what are you talking about, huh? Like,
they live in a bubble.
Yeah, I call them 9 to 5s, like just straight like 9 to 5 computers, like go to work, come home, go to work, come home, like
them people in the rat race.
I think they're just numb to life, really, like no real feelings.
Yeah,
anyway.
Just stuck in themselves, like them soulless people. That's what it is. And you know, some people are just, as I said, stuck in that life, and there's no life actually within them.
Yeah.
Like,
it's so dumb to what's really going on around you. Like, so dumb to what's going on around. I think it's funny, like so many people I knew used to be like, oh, you're so crazy. Like when I was talking about all these vaccinations and the chip, like from years ago, they were like, oh, you're a crazy person. Like she's losing the plot. She's being brainwashed. And now
I know how you feel, Kay. I know exactly how you feel.
Yeah, and then now I don't even speak to no one now. I just sit back and think, dickheads.
Yeah. And when they're coming to you trying to tell you, oh, did you see this? I'm like, bro, I don't even want to hear it. Because when I was telling you,
I'm
you were
like,
acting like I was mad. Like, go learn for yourself now. I already knew.
Yeah, and if you listened when I told you, like you'd be like forward, but no.
Thank you.
It's frustrating at times, isn't it? When they come back to you, you really want to just let them have it and be like, I fucking told you that. Like, but you get to a point where you get so humble within yourself, you just like, just let it go. Like, let them think they've learned that new, whatever.
Yeah. That's it. Same for me. I've been hearing these things for years and years, like going back probably 15, 16 years ago, hearing about the microchip and certain other things. And, you know, it's like as this information is now being revealed and coming to life, it's like, wow, okay, the people were right. I never thought they was mad. I just used to think that I don't know where they get their information from, but there must be some depth to it. And lo and behold, it's happening in front of our eyes. But yeah, I think I don't like getting too caught up in things too much in it, because It's like we still got to live our life. We still got to, you know, obviously bringing up kids, a family, having other responsibilities, etc. You know, you got other things to crack on. You can't sit down and concentrate on the conspiracies all day long, be it truth or not.
You do get sucked in, don't you? You start like, you do like one bit of conspiracy, then you're like, oh, you lead straight to another, straight to another, straight to another. Before you know it, you're like, oh shit, like it's 10 o'clock at night. I've sat here all day looking at conspiracies, and then you kind of get stuck in it, don't you? You have to pull yourself out a bit.
Yep.
Or you end up in London with your speakerphone, like shouting like that lady. What was it? Kate Shimarani, I think her name is.
Don't know.
She got on a mad one in Trafalgar Square, wasn't she?
One of my friends, he's gotten so tired of conspiracy theories, he's now labeled himself as an anti-conspiracy theorist. And he was showing me some information a few weeks ago about people who follow conspiracy theories too much. It's actually a mental health condition.
Yeah.
It's because of the fear that's being instilled by them that they then like hold on to these things. It's quite interesting to read. Look it up. So Jungle, did you eat?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't know what I want to eat.
It's all like 7:30 in the evening. Come on. To eat some
Do you know what? It is actually so cold. It is freezing. I'm not going to lie.
It is.
And even though I've been here a long time, I still can't. I can't take the cold.
But listen, I come from a cold.
Even though I'm sitting there.
I can't take the cold. Like, just because you never get used to it. Nobody's built for this. It's just not.
I can't get used to it. I've got my blanket on me right now.
That's what I was saying to Jen. Like my bones are cut like, every day. My bones are freezing. Like it's horrible. I hate the winter. Like I'm a complete different person in the winter. As soon as like it gets to spring and the sun starts coming out, I'm like, woo! I'm just all happy. Winter months, I'm just like, don't talk to me.
Yeah. And I'm a summer baby. So I love summer. Like, this winter thing, I can't take it.
Yeah. Exactly. I feel like I know it's coming. So like from when it starts going cold, I'm like, look, let me just stay indoors, stay away from people, like just stay in this little like miserable bubble for winter. And then wait for summer.
I've been doing social distancing before COVID.
In it? Honestly, that's like 4 years. I was just getting my life back. I literally just got my job back, just getting out there, and then they were like, yep, go back in your house.
Oh, God.
For real, I think everyone had that like big plans for 2020. For me, it was all about going to certain events. And then, this COVID happened. I was like, I'm just never going to plan to have a social life ever again because I do. And look what happened. Global pandemic.
Worst summer ever. It was a joke. It was a joke.
Yeah, it's like it never happened. And like, it's almost a year. This is what I can't believe. Like, I remember February times they were talking about this COVID thing, and I was joking with a friend of mine saying, oh, let's go buy some face masks and sanitizer and stand outside the tube station and sell them to people because, you know, they're all going to want face masks, in it. And then like a month later now, I see everyone rolling around with face masks. I'm like, I should have put my whole rent on buying face masks when I thought about
It's true though. I see people making their own designs. Everything turned into a business opportunity.
Oh, I don't. I literally made a couple of masks. Like, I done it by hand. I didn't do it on the sewing machine. But then I said to my sister, like, we should literally just get loads of it now and make them all. And then about a week later, because obviously, like, she was just like, yeah, I don't know. Like, so that kind of put me off. A week later, there were literally masks everywhere. I was just like, damn it! I knew I should have just done it.
And what makes it worse is I used to look at like the Asian people on the train when they got on their mask when I'm in central London. Why are they always wearing this mask? Like, what's wrong with you? And now everyone's wearing it, isn't it?
Down to the whole mask thing. Was it me and you that had the conversation about the filters? About how Snapchat had these mask filters for like 2 years.
Ages ago, the women been doing it for years.
Doing that? I think that was to get like your facial recognition with a mask on, like.
Yeah.
Yep.
More than likely.
I don't know, but it's just a bit weird because why mask filters? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just weird.
No,
like,
as you said that, they wouldn't let so much of the population be walking around in masks if they couldn't identify us. Come on.
Yeah, well, apparently they've got in like shops. I don't know which shops, but they've got cameras now put in that recognize your face. So if you haven't got a mask on, it reports your face.
And they got GPS tracking you. You can't go on the train. You can't go on the train unless you pay with your bank card.
No way.
Yeah, if you go to the train station and try to top off your Oyster or whatever with coins, the machines don't take coins or notes anymore. Has to be a card.
What?
Yeah, that
Cashless
was like a month
society.
ago, like 2 months ago.
Cashless.
Yeah.
society.
No, I swear I've
Yeah, I
got
started getting my cash rejected in a lot more shops now as well. Like no, cash only.
Yeah. Even
Card only.
I've
Card
gone
only.
like to buy a drink from the shop. The man's told me after 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock I can only take card. I was like, what? Since when?
What?
I can't
Maybe
even
it's
buy
just
it. I can only
cashed
take
up already.
card. Sorry?
Maybe he just done his cashing up already, and he just didn't want to have to recount the till.
No, it's on the wall. It says it on the wall in the shop. Like they don't take cash, just card.
No, it's a legal tender. This is the thing
And
that we have to
that's like
fight against this.
It's like a little off license. It's like a little store as well. You can buy your groceries as well. Crazy. But yeah, everything's gone to card. They're getting rid of the paper money, really.
Yeah,
they're trying.
I thought it was quite weird. You know, the £20 note they brought out on the 20th. Was it the 20th of the 2nd? And it was a £20 note. Why?
Careful. Because I got a video taken down and my channel struck. Yeah. I swear to God, because I put up a video about the £20 note and objects on the £20 that look like things, innit? Yeah. And because basically on one side they were saying it looks like the 5 gram towers, yeah. And on the other image it looked like it had the
green circle.
You get me? The convict.
Apparently that was actually that's the Tate.
Get me?
Tate,
18 plus
something
1.
stairs, and it actually is because I searched it all.
Yeah, and I looked it up. I did look it up. Yeah, I saw the Tate. Yeah, I saw all of that. I also saw.
Yeah.
I also saw 5 gram tower. Clearest day, and that virus looking thing.
Yeah.
Get me? I saw that too. And at the end of the day, how can you? What's the excuse behind that? Because they didn't give me no reasoning. Man, they're just off key. They're just bad. It's bad. It's very, very in your face.
Yeah, when I see that, I was literally sitting there with my friend, and I was like, I can't remember what we said, but I was like, oh, let me just go get a £20 note and have a look. So I had a look, and 1 second, I'll be back.
Yeah. Big up Mohib.
I saw that £20 thing on your channel first. You know that?
Yeah, and my she got deleted. I got a strike.
No way, is it?
Yeah.
Mad.
Yeah, they move. They literally are moving very, very mad. Like,
because the thing is, when I saw it on your channel, I went and I was telling a few people, and they were like, it's the first they had heard of it, and they were like, "What? This is mad." But surely the person who made that video would have had to like you would have been kind of violating their right, but obviously the person who did it was trying to promote the information. So why would they violate the video? Why would they take it down?
No, it wasn't. No, it weren't them. It was taken down by YouTube, saying, what did they say? Basically, they've got a really strong anti-19, get me, act or whatever. So
community guideline.
Sorry,
the community guideline.
Yeah, so they're saying it's against community guidelines because it might be. They didn't even have a leg to stand on because nobody said that the thing was fake. Like, no one was saying the virus was fake, and no one was saying that 5G caused any issues. And nothing was said about that. Yeah, it was just said. When I look at this note, I feel like I can see something that represents the 5G and the virus, and yeah, that was it. I got
when I presented to people, I said to them, obviously it was when initially they were kind of doing the lockdowns and talking about this virus, and obviously they had the death count kind of toll running. I remember saying to people, what does that look like? look at this note. What does that look like?
What's that look like?
They're going to let them cipher it themselves.
Yeah.
And yeah. So unanimously came back like, oh shit, that's like rays coming off a statue, isn't it? And I said, what does that little statue look like? And they're like, oh, COVID symbol. And I remember, like, because obviously, you know, graphic design and stuff, I remember, like, a lot of these websites that do stock images.
Yeah.
Bro, they like, stocked up on all the COVID images. You know that?
Yeah, it's crazy how they're monitoring stuff, because I put something on my Instagram about 2 weeks ago, which was just a screenshot from the TfL website telling people how to get the exemption badge. And it didn't mention the C thing at all.
Didn't even say it. And they're reading that. They're looking at actually what's on the post.
Right.
Like,
and then I got one of them corona, them things that they add on to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was just like, but I haven't mentioned it. I looked at it again. It wasn't there at all.
To me too.
And they've done that in 8 minutes of me putting that on my story, you know, 8 minutes.
See, stuff like that like makes you question what the agendas are. Like, if you're putting something up there, like that sort of video, and somebody's taking it down for like illegitimate reasons, for example, it feeds something like a paranoia, doesn't it? So like,
Definitely.
it's like you wonder like, what's going on here? And I think,
am I onto something then? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they try to feed that as well in many ways. Like, for example, I was going through a lot of like at that time I was going through a lot of problems, like in my personal life, that was, you know, causing me to feel like I felt like I was locked down for a year. Like, you know, kind of my health deteriorated. It's like I was kind of looking malnourished and stuff like that. I wasn't eating. I was going through a lot of problems, and you know that obviously was having its effect on me kind of psychologically. And I was just kind of seeing, like, I'm just looking at things from a certain perspective, and like, even when I was just traveling around, I could see, like, you know, a lot of these things are kind of they're kind of in tune to feed this paranoia of people. So you know, the other night we were talking about kind of the rise in suicides. I think, like, you know, when people are suffering, they start kind of looking at the world in a certain perspective, where it's like insular, or, you know, and a lot of the marketing out there that, you know, let's not lie, we can't go and just, you know, kind of buy up a billboard and stick something up. Like, they're controlled by big organizations, you know, because they have the kind of power and financial kind of way to do that. But, like, you know, I was just kind of looking around, and I could just see, like, a lot of, like, you know, kind of insignia and signs of it just made me turn to God, to be honest.
So I put something on Instagram. It was about how to legally decline a vaccine. It's like a list of things about, like, saying that there's abortion, like baby cells and stuff in it and whatnot. And it said it got blocked and said this is false news or whatever. And at the bottom it says more information. According to the US Supreme Court ruling, US citizens can be made to take the vaccination. I was just like, see, like, they're actually going to be made to take it. So my post was to try and say how to get out of it. And the information that came back from the fact check thing said that Americans can be made to take it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the reason why I jumped on the show, is because, you know, like, I feel that there's a new hysteria now, which is take the vaccine, don't take vaccine. Obviously, there's news reports that people started taking it. Like, you know, we have this kind of idea that, like, you know, the water may potentially be contaminated. Like, I filter my water and stuff, and I taste the difference, and I see the difference, like, in like improvement in my health as well with the type of water that I drink. But, like, I'm saying that they're able to kind of you know, contaminate food, for example. Why would they have to, like, why couldn't they, if they wanted to, like I'm saying, that they could give us the vaccine in many different ways, surely? But I wonder, like, is this hysteria something that's been created to divide people further? You know, like, what is this kind of vaccine doing really on a kind of social level? It's kind of pitting us against one another in many ways, right?
I think it's just to monitor everybody. There's too many people. They don't know who people are. People are in the country, like, without names and passports. They want to know where everyone is. And they've had enough. So they're literally like, we're going to put a chip in everybody, and then we're going to know everyone.
So you're saying,
we know
like,
where
it's
they are
another,
at all times.
Yeah.
We know how much money they spend. We literally know everything. You won't be able to do no cash work because they'll know where you are. Do you know what I mean? That's what they're doing. They want to know who everyone is on this planet and where exactly they are.
I think you're absolutely right, but especially with COVID that happened, like people are going back to their doctors and stuff like that. So you know the records have been updated, right? So you're right. I think in many ways it's a way to register, isn't it? So whether you take the vaccine or not, a lot of people will kind of register and take the vaccine. But I agree with that. I think that you're just updating records for people.
Like if you read the ID 2020 page that Bill Gates did, I think he posted like 4 years ago or something. It says ID 2020, and I read the whole thing, but the only thing I actually remember now is the part. If you read the terms and conditions, it has all the information about how shops are going to be labelled. Like, so the shops will have stickers in the windows, and if you're not part of it, you're not going to be allowed in. Like, it's all written in ID 2020, like everything. And there's a video that he posted 4 years ago as well that goes with that. And it's all literally, he's telling you everything. Like, he's on page telling you.
So what do you is he kind of saying that about suggestive thinking? So there'll be things like imagery that's up that kind of sways the way people think and perception. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Like, you're saying about ID 2020. What does that mean? What does that initially mean? Because I haven't read the document.
It's his plan of how to basically monitor everybody through a vaccination. Like the only way for him to do what he wants to do and monitor everybody is to do a global vaccination. And he says on there, the only way for us to be able to do that is to have a global pandemic. And it's all on there from 4 years ago. Like,
who's that? Bill Gates?
Like, it's literally all on
the
video.
You gotta be careful about saying this guy's name because it's very powerful, yeah. And the algorithms will chop you down.
What did you say? I don't think I said it. Did I?
There's another. Yeah, I was just wondering who.
Oh.
Apparently,
but the thing is that I like that's the thing.
Hold on. Apparently, he was recorded saying that was it that COVID was fake or that the vaccine was fake or something. So apparently, he's been recorded recently saying some shit.
This whole vaccination,
I heard about that, but then I heard that was fake as well.
Okay.
They're saying they've made it in like 6 months or whatever. It's bullshit. He's saying 4 years ago on a video that he's got a vaccination, like he's got the chip that he wants in a vaccination, but he needs to perform a global pandemic for him to get it out there.
Okay.
It's all. I'll have to try and find the video again.
But Sister K, what you're saying is very logical. So this is a man who, is a multi-billionaire. He owns a foundation in which, they kind of govern world health in many ways, or direct or give advice to. So it's very logical, and centralizing information, that's his thing. So obviously with a vaccine, people, you want to create an atmosphere where people run to him, so he can, again, file, document, and just, it's all about control, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%.
But here's my thing is like, why, like in life, I feel like people, like, this is my personal subjective opinion that, like, because I believe in God, there's nothing I fear. So, like, I think that the traps are set out there to make people fear different things, whether it's Bill Gates, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's things. But I believe that, like, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die, whether it's at the hands of Bill Gates or the hands. And I think that's kind of the strongest mentality to have, because that way.
Hold on. Doesn't that just like mean that doesn't that just mean, for me, somebody that's not of your faith and the atheist, you are not a team member?
No,
because the atheist is going to be fighting for his survival against the thing that he fears or that he whatever, and you're going to be like, have no fear, have no fear.
No, what I mean is, Jedi, you and I know that tomorrow we can walk outside and get run over by a bus, yeah? But there's now people out there that fear about going outside and getting run over by that bus. So there's an element we naturally do. And when I say like people of God, I don't mean Muslim or labeling it like Christian. What I mean is, and Allah says, the ones who are God conscious. I consider you very God conscious. Like whether people consider you Islamic or whatever, I consider you someone who's taqwa, like someone who's God conscious. And it looks different to other people. Like, for example, how I portray my faith and how it's very different. However, we're dealing with different things that, you know what I mean? Like you may have a family, you may have to deal with friends in a certain way, but it's always going to manifest differently. You see? I'm just saying that, like, there's that famous saying that, if you put your head down and bow to God, then you don't fall for any other man. And I feel like I see that every day. Like I see like people kind of bowing down to.
You think this is all just fear tactics, right?
100%, man. Allah talks about these things, right? He talks about it.
Go on, Kate.
Tactics, right? So
Yeah.
fear, like obviously they put fear into us because they will obviously want us to be scared and worried about things. But the main reason why they do that, I believe, is because when you're in fear, it causes you to be like
lower immune.
Disease. Like, so it causes you to be at disease, which
Yeah, it
causes
lowers your immune
disease.
system, they say, right?
Do you know what I mean? So the more you're scared, the more you get sick. The more you're sick, the more you're going to believe that corona's real. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, so it's all like a mind control of like.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I can hear that. Yeah.
Hence why a disbeliever can never understand this concept of fear of Allah. They can never understand it because they think it's another fear. But fear is the most powerful thing to control people.
Yeah.
Like whether it's a tyrant.
It's everything. Like, so the fact that they're putting this all out there, we're all talking, like even us now saying about the vaccine, all this stuff, we are making that come into existence. And that's what they know. They know if they put this story out there, we're going to do the talking. We're going to create it to happen. This is why it's all happening.
100%.
If we all just stopped, turned our TVs off, turned off all the bullshit stories and carried on living, no one would know no different.
But the thing is, Kate, like, you're absolutely agree.
How sure are you of that?
100% sure.
I 100% agree with her. And you know, like I'm simultaneously able to do that. Like I do switch things off and I live my life. And then I come online, for example, and I see the hysteria. Yeah.
Come online and you literally start getting sick. Like you start listening to the news again, and then all of a sudden you've got a cold. Like
it's
when
hysteria.
you're not looking at none of it, you're literally living life. And loving it. This is where we're stupid and we fall for it, and now we're all spreading the word and we're creating it to happen more and more.
Yo, Mag.
And you know, I don't blame people. I don't.
Yo, 1 sec. Yo, Mag, what's good? What's good? Mag.
Yo.
And you know,
what's good? You just feed back my own yo to me. Mag.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here.
Yeah, you gotta turn down your background. Feed back my own yo to me. You gotta turn down YouTube. Turn YouTube. Hold on 1 second, Mohi. Let me deal with this, please. You got to turn on your YouTube, Mag. Yo. Hello. Mag, what's going on? I can't hear from you. Alright, sir.
What about now?
Yo. Yeah, I can hear you now. What are you saying, bro?
Yeah, YouTube's gone.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Loud and clear. What's good, bro?
I'm alright. I just heard what you was chatting about, and I was just like, I was about to chime in, but I'll let you
Nah, chime in now. Chime in. What are you gonna say, bro?
It was just I just kind of seconding on the fear thing, innit? Like the fear, I feel like, especially just watching how this thing's played out, is it confirms it in everybody's head. It confirms it in everybody's behavior. Then you act accordingly, whether it's real or not. Now everyone's acting accordingly. It becomes pretty much real, doesn't it?
Holy triad.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely just fear mongering, and then people start to believe it.
I don't know whether you guys are aware, but like just before COVID happened, there became like this new kind of new form of marketing, which was disruptive marketing. So now, like you'll see that certain brands were deploying or adopting certain styles of marketing, which is kind of it's in line with this kind of thing what Donald Trump was talking about, like fake news. So these kind of they were doing things just to kind of exacerbate this paranoia that people may potentially have. And me, I genuinely think that people aren't malicious. People, like, generally deep down, it comes from somewhere. The reason why we do what we do, but I don't think it comes. Everything that we do, and especially like some people do negative things, it comes from that fear of like, oh shit, what am I going to do? Like, what happens if this becomes a reality? And they react out of that fear and causing that negative consequence all around them and negative reverberations. So again, like there is a huge consequence to fear.
Yeah. Definitely. See, my question is like, are they like? I keep thinking about the Brexit thing, particularly for this country. I know it's not global, but like, what's happening with all of that? Because we're not hearing about that anymore, whilst all of this vaccination, etc., is going on. Like, is this just a distraction so we don't find out what they're really doing?
I think what we're finding, especially on a
disseminate
political landscape,
propaganda
yeah.
to influence people's minds. And this is a major function of the CIA. And unfortunately, of course, it overlaps into the gathering of information. You have contact with a journalist. You will give him true stories. You'll get information from him. You'll also give him false stories.
Did you buy his confidence with true stories?
You buy his confidence and set him up. We've seen this happen recently with Jack Anderson, for example, who has his intelligence sources, and he has also admitted that he's been set up by them. Every fifth story just simply being false. You also work on their human vulnerabilities to recruit them in a classic sense, to make them your agent so that you can control what they do. So you don't have to set them up sort of, by putting one over on them. So you can say, here, plant this one next Tuesday.
Can you do this with responsible reporters?
Yes, the Church Committee brought it out in 1975, and then Woodward and Bernstein put an article in Rolling Stone a couple of years later. 400 journalists cooperating with the CIA, including some of the biggest names in the business, to consciously introduce the stories into the press.
Well, give me a concrete example of how you use the press this way, how a false story is planted and how you got it published.
Well, for example, in my war, the Angola War that I helped to manage, 1/3 of my staff was propaganda. Ironically, it's called covert action inside the CIA. Outside, that means the violent part. I had propagandists all over the world, principally in London, Kinshasa, and Zambia. We would take stories which we would write and put them in the Zambia Times, and then pull them out and send them to a journalist on our payroll in Europe. But his cover story, you see, would be that he'd gotten them from his stringer in Lusaka, who had gotten them from the Zambia Times. Another thing is...
Yeah, just play that just to say, like, how the media, small little games that the media plays. So, as you saw, they put a plant in Zambia, then they writ the story, then put it in the Zambian newspaper, then reported it from America saying, look, we've just seen this written in Zambia to confirm a story. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, big up to Mag and Jen and that going in on the COVID, we call it propaganda. That's what I want to call it, propaganda.
It's apt that what the guy was saying is very apt to what we're discussing. And these things have been in play for a long time. And even like the establishment of Facebook, for example, I remember when Facebook first came out, the first thing I did was posted an article of the fact that the CIA were kind of helping engineer Facebook. So we're kind of engrossed in it now in many ways.
Is that when it was owned by that Mark guy?
It was originally when I first joined. I think it was in 2007 or something.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, see how they're slowly taking over everything as well now, because Facebook own Twitter, and then they bought the rights to WhatsApp as well, didn't they? And I think they got a couple of other things. So I feel like they're possibly becoming like Google's competition in a way of collecting data.
I think that one of the dangers, and I always have this in my mind, is that, remember, like, there's going to come a time, and I think that time is here, that from the cradle to the grave, you're going to give you certain money to certain companies, and that's it. There's people that, especially like in some of the rural areas, not rural, kind of the kind of lesser populated areas in the UK, they only give their money to like co-op. Even when they die, they give it to the co-op funeral service. Do you see? So it's like only certain companies that get all the money from. So in itself, it's like it's like a vicious cycle that you can't escape from. That's why it's all about diversifying and giving charity.
Yeah, just got to try and do your best that you can, really, as individuals, because we don't have the power that the big people have.
But that's because we're kind of losing the power. So this kind of fear, kind of is causing us to buy into it and cause more fear. And I feel that that's how we lose the power. I think it's very important that we strengthen each other.
Yeah, definitely. I completely agree. You know, I just thought of something as well. We're due a census next year. You know, they do the national census every 10 years. And I just checked, and there's one due because they done the pre-census this year, I believe, or they start sending the letters around. So I'm thinking, like, how could they possibly tie this in now with the vaccination? Because, you know, like legislation says you have to be a part of that census thing. You have to give your information.
Was it yourself that just mentioned about Brexit? It was yourself, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like for me, like I was kind of reflecting on that, and then I just thought to myself, like, what's happened during this pandemic? Like you mentioned, it was a potential distraction, but look at it. I just think like what's happened is like the UK have isolated themselves again, and what's happening within the UK is that these kind of sovereign kind of countries are kind of vying for their own independence. So there are independent movements. So to me, it's just a case of history repeating itself.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the whole European Union being formed, and then
the Great Britain
going
itself.
from it, yeah, and then they're going back to now being their own entity, as you said.
Yeah, so it's like Britain, and there's power kind of in different parts of Britain. So it's just like history again, all over again.
Yep.
Because
Just
we were being
recycling itself.
yeah, we were being submerged into Europe, and obviously we're kind of free borders and trading. You know, we were just like any other European country, and in the long run, like we'd lose that kind of strength and power grip hold. But now I just think that we just separated ourselves and through kind of, you know, we're a service country. I think like there's a lot of people that make a lot of money off computers, you know, in computing, whether it's kind of banking or so. No, we're just maintaining power, I think. So I think it's good to live in like places like Wales and Scotland. Is good. You know? Because all of us.
What do you
like,
think about like? Sorry, go on.
No, sorry. It was a different point.
I was on something slightly different. I was going to say like it's interesting the fact that Scotland tried to get out of like being part of the UK. They had that referendum like a year or two ago, didn't they? And they wanted to not be a part of the UK so that they could remain in the EU, I believe.
To me, that just shows like Scotland's dominance. Like if you were to ask me, I think a lot of the power in the UK leads back to Scotland. So, you know, I think it's impossible for Scotland to be part of the Europe and not be a part of the UK. I think that's something that like I find difficult to appreciate and see happening.
I think from a couple of people that I know up there, you know, they were saying they want to happen because obviously they don't want to be controlled anymore by the UK, and they would prefer to be a part of for Scotland to be a part of the EU. And if Scotland was an independent country, then they could join the EU independently from the UK.
So to me, that's like two people squaring up with each other. That's what that looks like.
Yeah, because they don't want to be controlled by the entire UK government. You know,
because remember the UK, England, for example, specifically England, there's a multitude of cultures. It's not just white British. It's not just white English. It's like there's a lot of variety. Where Scotland's a bit more different. The demographic is predominantly white, like a larger percentage.
Yeah. Victoria in the chat was just saying Scotland has still this week tried to stay with the EU, and the EU have said they aren't big enough and don't have enough money. Oh, okay. It's interesting.
So what happens then? So like if that's the case, then the status quo remains, isn't it? That we have sorry.
Quick side note, I just found a documentary called Disfellowshipped on We'll watch it one day. I'll put it in my watch later. We'll watch it. Yeah, carry on.
What's that about?
Disfellowships from JW.
Yeah, ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, it was funny because there was a few ex-Jehovah's Witnesses on there. Yeah, but it weren't meant to stop you talking, bro. Go back to what you were saying.
But you're a Jehovah's Witness, bruv. What do you mean?
Say that again, bro.
Were you a Jehovah's Witness as well?
Yeah.
Or you were raised one? You were raised one.
I was raised one. Yeah, I was raised one, and I was never baptized, so never officially. But yeah, I was raised one, and knocking on doors and giving talks and stuff.
No way. That's interesting, man.
Yeah, man.
But you did say like when you came of age, when you could decide, that's something you kind of
yeah, bounced.
Interesting.
Giving talks as well, you know. It's on stage in front of the whole congregation. Like,
Yeah, proper in a suit. In the suit and all sorts. Yeah.
You have to wear a long skirt.
Nah, I wore a suit. Yeah, I wore a suit.
The best part about going there was when they used to have the little biscuit room. Like that was it. At the end, they used to be like, "Go and have a biscuit." I'm like, "All right, woo." Cake.
Oh, you talking about when you went to someone's house?
No, we used to have it at the Kingdom Hall. Like it was on a Sunday, like after the service, whatever. There'd be like a whole room, and everyone, like all the mums and that, would make homemade cakes and biscuits, and
crazy.
And then we're all just allowed to dive in there and just take what we want.
Crazy.
So all the kids were just in there. No, did you not have that? Okay.
No.
Yeah, no, we had a little room like that as well. Yeah, it was like a little kitchen thing to the side, and afterwards,
the little quiet room,
little sandwiches and stuff.
No, we had nothing.
I'm curious to ask, like, people of your background, for example, how do you get exposed to being a part of something like that? So how do you get into the church?
They came knocking on the door.
Yeah.
So it's something that like they were able to kind of talk to you and convince you into. Is that what you're saying?
Well, for me, it was my mum who got into it. And I remember my mum telling me years later, the only reason she allowed them in is she was so isolated and lonely at the time that she welcomed a few visitors in the house to have a chat, and then kind of got caught up in it to the point where she was like, actually, no, I'm not enjoying this. I'm not feeling it. I'm out. So, yeah, that's a strange one, actually, when you think about it.
I mean, I'm interested to know because, like, I wonder, like, if people, especially specifically of the Black community, are brought into it like through things like adoption and not something that, because it's not like, I don't believe Christianity is part of a lot of the Black community lineage in many ways, because we tend to cover African cultures and stuff. So I just wondered, like, how do we end up with like so many people that were part of like the church and stuff and are still in the church, for example? So how did that happen?
I suppose you're either born into it or it's just something that you pick up along life at some, like everyone with their religion, really, isn't it? It's either you're born into it or you become part of it by your own choice or through your parents.
But you mentioned that your parents were, or your mother was in isolation, and she felt that would be maybe good for whatever reason, whether it's sense of community or something. So I wonder, like, if they're kind of forced into it. So to me, when you say that, it's kind of like a trap's been created there, isn't it? Like the isolation, for example. And it's easy for society to isolate people, whether give them labels or whatever,
Being honest, my mum was isolated through possibly like her own mental health sort of thing. So we went in a community where she needed to be isolated or should have been isolated, but because of her own mental health, she was quite isolated.
Yo, Mag, talk to us, bro. Where you from and that, man? We never spoken to you before. Yo, Mag, you there? Yo. Yo, Mag. No?
What was you just about to say?
I'll let you rejoin when you get back connection or whatever. Maybe you've been cut off, so I'll let you rejoin and that. It's nice to see all the dogs on there. That's why I kicked.
I like my Heaps dog. My Heaps dog is cute.
Yeah, little fucker, man. That little. That's not cute, man. That's little fucker.
It's cute.
I want to kick him.
You want to kiss him? He's gonna bite you. You know he's gonna bite you as well.
Yeah, I was gonna kick it in the head.
See my dog? That's my dad's dog.
This is your what?
That's my dad's dog.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Big up Honey, man.
She's old now. You see, like all her greys and everything, and that was about 2 years ago. She's like 15 now.
Sorry, big up Honey, man. What do you lot think about dreams? Let's get into some dream talk and sleep talk and that.
Let's do that.
Got a little documentary. I about dreams and stuff. I don't know what it's saying. I'm just testing out now, watching different things or whatever. So let me know if it's dry. Just let me know. This is dry or whatever. But and also, if you want to raise a point, which I love, pause it. Tell me to pause it and make a point, please. Yeah.
I just want to know what you're gonna do if it's dry.
I'll just look it off. If it's dry, this is dry. I'll just turn it off. Ah, no shit.
Were you being rude, Jen?
Oh, sorry.
You
Spit on
dirty
it.
bitch. Spit on it.
Spit on it was the right answer. Sorry, my bad. All right, cool.
Genty did it. Anyway.
Sorry, can I change my answer to wake her up?
Do it now.
Jen, I'm literally creasing at you.
Okay, you know me too well.
Dreams are paranormal. They occur beyond the scope of scientific understanding. However, they differ from other paranormal experiences in the way that everyone can agree they actually exist. Yet, no one has been able to explain absolutely what they are. Some scientists argue that what happens in our dreams is meaningless and merely random images which fire from synapses as our brains perform routine system maintenance. Proponents of Freudian psychology state that they are a way for our unconscious mind to process emotions, and as such also serve as an outlet for our most repressed desires. Then there are those who view dreams through a more spiritual lens. Dreams, they suggest, can be precognitive, providing foreknowledge of a future event, or even as a way to communicate with the divine and those who have passed away. An example of this can be seen in an ancient Hebrew belief, which intertwined dreams with divine revelation. In the book of Genesis, the prophet Samuel would lie down and sleep in the temple and receive the word of the Lord. Dreams and their true nature have fascinated for millennia. In ancient times, the Sumerian kings of Mesopotamia studied dreams intensely, with literature on the subject having been found to date back to as early as 3100 BC. In such texts, they expressed a belief that when dreaming, the soul, or a part of it, leaves the body and travels to different places. With such a long history of studying and discussion, it is no great surprise then that there are a great many theories as to what dreams are. After all, dreams can be complex, both in content and how they are experienced. In this way, one of the most profound abilities to have in relation to dreaming is that of lucid dreaming, the ability to take control of and consciously direct a dream. Frederik van Eden, a Dutch writer and psychiatrist from the turn of the...
So first off, let me ask, has anyone ever had a lucid dream? I know I've asked this before. Anyone ever had a lucid dream?
You know me, Jedi. Like I when I was, as I mentioned, going through a lot of kind of mental health problems. Like I never knew this before, but you know, Islamically, you shouldn't say what your dreams are to people. So, like for me now, like I wouldn't discuss my dreams with anyone. But prior, I used
that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, before I was kind of more open with it, and I kind of used to talk about the type of dreams I used to have, and I found that in many ways, a lot of the things were being used against me, but also it was kind of taken away from the experience as well. So I didn't have to, for a while, I stopped dreaming, you know, and
you stopped recalling your dreams.
Yeah, I stopped recalling my dreams because I genuinely believe in what they were saying about, you know, the soul leaving the body. You know, there's bars that we say. One of the, I bought you a gift here. One of the things.
Your mic's gone funny.
I'd say one of the things that I sent to your PO box is a book called Fortress of a Muslim, and it's basically things that we recite like before bed, for example, is one of them, and it's basically talking about how, you know, when we go to sleep and when we wake up, we say another dua when we sleep. So it's like we believe that it's a form of death in a way. So your body, your soul is somewhere else. So I stopped having dreams, and then like I heard this advice about not kind of discussing dreams, and it's been really helpful. And since then, I haven't discussed my dreams. So before you even played the video, I was going to kind of interject and say, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Because you know we were just talking about the topic before about spy agents and stuff like that, and
it's all good. It's all good. Anyone else want to tell me about their lucid dreaming?
Well, I've had some dreams that have like really happened in real life, which is that lucid. I don't know what that's like, predictions or
Lucid
whatever.
dreaming is the art of being in a dream, being aware that you're dreaming, and then exercising your conscious decisions or thoughts, choices on your dream. So taking control of parts of the dream or the entirety of the dream.
Well, yeah, I guess so. But
I
don't
feel
know
when I was younger, I used to
always
be able
used to do that. Yeah, especially when you're a kid, like.
I
Or
used
like
to
you
force
like
myself back
go
to
back to
sleep to
sleep.
finish the dream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go back to sleep and you literally finish the whole dream.
That is so sick when you can do that.
Yeah, I can't do it now. I don't think. When I was a kid, I could.
What stops you from doing it now?
Because as soon as I wake up, I'm getting woken up with my daughter like in my face. I don't think I can. I don't even register my dreams anymore, really. Like because as soon as I wake up, I'm running around. Like you don't really get time to think about what you just dreamt about.
Right.
Yeah, I think there's a spiritual aspect to dreaming, but there's also a physical aspect that it's a time of repair. So your body goes into repair. So especially if you're like mothers, parents that have a lot of kind of chores and duties.
Your mic's funny again.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you're like, sleep being a physical thing as well, where your body's repairing. So the spiritual stuff aside, I think if you're a parent with a lot of responsibilities and stuff, you tend to find that, like, because you're tired throughout the day and your body tends to repair. So like, you don't really. I think that can contribute to not having dreams as well.
Right.
I can do I can sometimes say if I want to dream about something, I can kind of do that, like fall asleep thinking about something, and then I wake up like, whoa, I actually did that. It's
Miriam says it's only bad dreams you're not supposed to say.
Again, I think bad dreams specifically as well, but like I think I disagree with that point, and we can go into that. But have you guys like one of the questions I wanted to ask was like, have you guys ever see me? I need an alarm clock, so I'd go to sleep thinking about like what I need to do next day, what time I need to wake up, and for some reason I seem to wake up at that time.
5 minutes before I do.
Do you have that?
Yeah.
So it's like your body is like a timer in many ways. It's like
an
alarm clock.
You can feel your phone's about to go off, like the energy off the phone, maybe like just you feel it. Like you just wake up just before.
No, I think it's more because there's been times where I've turned off all the devices because it happens to me a lot. Like it happens to like you said, like 5 minutes before I'd wake up. Like even like this morning, for example, I didn't set the alarm clock, but it's like when you go to sleep, you're taking a risk. But then like you wake up.
Your subconscious is telling you it's time to wake up.
That's like when you're going to the airport at 3 o'clock in the morning or something. Like
that's horrible. That's scary. Like, don't sleep. Don't sleep.
Just don't sleep. Yeah.
I've overslept once before, and it's
not good, is it? Hi, Jupiter.
Welcome, Jupes.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah. You saying in the chats that you've done.
I lucid dream. I do. For instance, if I was to be having a dream that I'm falling from somewhere, I can control it so that I can land.
Right.
If I'm having a nightmare, I can control it, walk out of it. And if I'm looking for something, say, I'll go to bed and I'll make myself dream about that thing that I'm looking for, and I go looking for it in my dream. And most times I find it.
That's good. That's sick. Yeah, that's actually sick.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I know when I was young, I just used to play so many games with my dreams and do all kinds of experiments. When I got to a teenager and I went to prison, I had a lot of kind of like scary experiences when it came to dreams and vivid, lucid dreaming. And one time, like I was very like fascinated with dreams growing up, especially my dreams. And then I went to this jail, Onley, and I went on a wing, and it was like a brand new kind of cell. And I went in there, and there was a book, and it was a book about lucid dreaming. And I got so into this book, and lots of things in the books I kind of already did and knew. and the things that I tried, like they just work like clockwork. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like for
like
instance,
already got it in you. Like,
yeah, like
you're just reminding yourself, like
bang your head on the pillow. The amount of times that for the time that you want to wake up, like.
As you know, when you said when you were younger, you used to kind of do stuff with your dreams. I find that fascinating because I used to do the same, and I wonder, like, do we all share that? Like, as a young people,
well, it sounds like a lot of people always talk about their dreams in their younger days as being like they seem to be the more vivid, the more, I don't know, tangible. But
I used
then,
to have night terrors.
did you?
Yeah, like I'd wake up, but I wasn't actually awake. But like I would be awake, so I'd see things in the room with me, and my mum would be like, "There's nothing there," but I was actually still awake, still asleep. And then she would have to wake me. Well, you're not supposed to wake them up, are you? So I think she would wait for me to wake up. And then when I did wake up, I was literally like, "Oh!" I still remember it all. My mum was like, "Nothing was there."
Did you sleep
following? I used to just basically I was sleepwalking because I was asleep, telling my mum that there were scary things following me, and she was saying that there's nothing there. But then I would wake up, and then I'd know I'm awake then. But I'd still remember what I saw.
Right, yeah.
And that used to happen quite a lot.
Yeah,
that happened to me.
My daughter was the same. My daughter used to sleepwalk and try and open the wall with her pillow. She said she was putting the key in the door, and that happened quite a lot. It happened a few times.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason why I asked
in my
about
one, it wasn't sleepwalking. It was actually real. So when they're telling you that they can see the thing is actually there. It was real.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was definitely there.
Yeah, I ran out of the house. First, I woke up there and I saw like this big black shadow, and it took over the whole room, and it had wings as well.
So
I've got out of the bed now. I've got out of the bed and I've looked up and I've run into the bathroom and I've locked myself in the shower, but the black shadow's coming over the shower. I swear to God, I swear I was so scared. So I ran to the front door, opened up the door, and I ran out the house and ran straight across the motorway. And then I've like come back to reality and I've looked up in the sky and started vomiting, and the black shadow disappeared. And I looked around and I saw my stepmom and that chasing me.
So with my one, it was like it's quite funny really, because it was like a goblin thing. So I was telling Jen the other day, like basically I woke up, I was still asleep, went out of my room, and there's this big like purple goblin thing, like it was like some jelly monster thing. And it was like making that weird noise to me. It was like blah, 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 blah. I ran. So I've then gone into my mum and dad's room, and I'm like, "Mum, Dad," I'm trying to get them awake, and they're not listening. Like at the time, they're not listening to me. So I'm looking back, and then there's this like it was like a foggy skeleton with red eyes walking towards me. So I was like shaking my dad. He's woke up, and I'm like, "He's there. He's coming!" Like I'm screaming, like a proper screaming, and they're like, "There's nothing there," and I'm screaming. Then all of a sudden, I kind of like wake up. They put me back to bed with my book of Bible stories and turn the light on and tell me to go sleep. Like, and I was like, "But they're coming for me."
That's crazy. I was actually scared. I'm not gonna lie. I was really scared.
Shook.
And it's funny, no one else can't see it apart from you. So it makes it seem like, am I mad? Am I just seeing things?
I think my family did think I was mad, to be fair. Like, because obviously it happened quite a lot. They were like, "What is going on with her?"
The reason why I asked about kind of like nightmares or kind of dreams when you're younger is because I think that's a time when like when we talk and interact when we're awake, we have our prejudice and bias that we've been conditioned. So like we're kind of a form of ourselves. But I think when we sleep, we're at a vulnerable kind of state. So like we are ourselves, and I think that there's a vulnerability. That's why I say about not talking about it. Because like you can't convince anyone. Like if anything would happen in that state, you couldn't convince anyone about that. So I just wonder, like, do we understand like the state itself? So I mean, I'm very fascinated to understand about sleeping, and I think it's like Jenna, what you disclosed is interesting because I used to do that. I could go to sleep, and I could engineer my dream. You know what I mean? I could like you get in a car, and you go somewhere, you can navigate. And
when you was younger,
And it kind of set the path of your life, isn't it? So like if you had dreams and aspirations, you wanted to do this when you're bigger. Like my mum used to always say, Like whenever we wanted anything, oh, when you're bigger, when you're bigger, when you're bigger. That's all she used to say. So I used to dream think, oh, when I'm bigger, I'm gonna do this, and I used to dream like that.
Yeah.
You
know?
Has everyone had the falling dream?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you know what that's meant
Has
to be?
anyone ever actually hit the floor?
No.
No.
Apparently,
Okay,
wake up.
no, but I asked that because I saw someone said, "Oh, I die in my sleep all the time." So I was like, "Whoa!" If you had that, the way that falling dream feels so real to me. It's like if you hit the floor, are you not dead in real life?
I've learned to turn that falling into flying.
Yeah, I used to
Okay,
fly when I was
Vida.
a kid. I love that.
I just used to usually jump up. I would jump up with a little sweat, and I'm like, "Oh, fuck's sake, it's not real." Yeah, but yeah.
The jungle, you know that person who told you, the jungle, that person who told you that they die in their dreams all the time. What are they like as a person? Because that's
someone in the chat.
If someone in the chat said it, that's why I was asking you lot, because I've had that falling dream, so I was wondering, wow, I've never hit the floor, so has anyone else?
You know when you have that like when you're just falling asleep and then you kind of jump out, your whole body jumps.
Yeah. Like the little twitch.
Yeah, apparently that's like where you're so relaxed, your heart skips a beat, and that's why your body does that. It like reacts to skipping a beat of a heartbeat. Apparently,
Yeah,
I don't know how true it is. But
No, I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe that.
So your body like twitches to react to that.
Who's ever had where you wake up but you can't move?
Take control of and
Paralysis, isn't
consciously
it?
direct.
That's paralysis.
Yeah.
Frederick Van Eden, a Dutch writer and psychiatrist from the turn of the 20th century, was one of the early scientific pioneers of the idea of lucid dreams. He described lucid dreaming as the act of the dreamer reaching perfect awareness within the dream, and as such being able to act completely free. A lucid dreamer can take complete control of themselves in a dream and of the entire landscape around them. In a way, they become a god within their own mind. One experienced lifelong lucid dreamer from New Zealand, Peter Make, has described their experience of lucid dreaming as arriving fully formed in their dream and not having lost any awareness of who you are. Contrary to its seemingly esoteric nature, lucid dreaming is not necessarily a phenomenon that only occurs to people with paranormal dispositions. Far from being a minority experience, it is thought that 55% of adults will have experienced a lucid dream at least once in their life, with 23% experiencing them regularly. Most such dreams happen spontaneously and last for an estimated 14 minutes. Not only is it possible for most people to have a lucid dream, some believe that it is entirely possible to induce such a state of dreaming. One method is called reality testing. This involves someone pausing regularly in their daily waking life to consider whether or not they are dreaming. Such is thought to train the brain to constantly test the nature of their reality. A person can also test this by attempting to do something impossible, like levitating or walking through walls, or even something that is considered difficult to do in a dream, like reading. Such exercises, if considered regularly, may then be transferred to a dream to activate a lucid experience. Another method is the mnemonic induction of lucid dreaming, or MILD technique. By using the principles of rescript, rehearse, and remind, it is said that a person can learn to remember that they are dreaming. After 5 hours of sleep, the dreamer awakes and analyzes the dream they have just had, rescripting the events of the dream to include becoming lucid. By attaching memories to visual cues and then rehearsing the visualization, it is thought that the dreamer can later remind themselves that they are in fact dreaming and thereby seize control of the dream. Other methods of lucid induction include using devices such as headbands and masks that have lights in them which can help to trigger a lucid state. Despite such a broad literature, many are skeptical of the ability to lucid dream. However, scientific studies that observe people's rapid eye movements as they sleep strongly suggest that lucid dreaming is real. One of the methods scientists have successfully used to study this is forming an agreement with the sleeper for them to make pre-agreed eye movements when they enter a lucid state. Thus, the existence of lucid dreaming has become accepted science, if
Mad, isn't it? Yeah.
Got an echo.
Yeah. Arriving in the dream. Who's got the echo?
Oh, sorry. Is
You
it
know,
me?
through that lucid dreaming, isn't there a way to try and do it as well, where you're like, you have to try and, so you meditate to a point where you like go to sleep, but you're still awake in meditation? Like, someone tried to explain this to me before, but
Personally, that's not lucid dreaming.
right. So what's
But
that?
that's meditation. That's
No. It's like when you meditate to a level of where you go to sleep, so that you
you
control
actually
it.
sleep. I suppose so. I got a technique. Of taking control of my dreams, but I don't want to say it because Mohib's going to be paranoid. But who remembers Inception?
Yep.
They've got a device or a coin or something. You get me? And then you study the nature of that coin or how it moves or how it feels, and if it's different in the dream, if it's different, then you know you're in the dream. Basically, like the coin, I think that thing kept spinning, innit? it?
I think the video gave good advice as well.
Yeah.
Like people who question their reality as if they're dreaming. That's a kind of way of telling that, you know, like you're having those healthy lucid dreams, isn't it? Because I actually think it's quite a healthy state.
Does anyone here not dream?
Well, no, I dream.
I always dream.
No, because I mean, I dream every night, and I don't understand it when people say they don't have dreams.
No, everybody dreams. I think it's more about recollection and the vividness and the deepness of them. But I think it's more about recollection. When you can, do you know what I mean, remember them, then you're into a winner. But I do believe that with dreaming, remembering, and all of that, you can just train. You can train yourself and get better. Sorry. Hello. Yeah.
Here's something that I don't dream about. Like I haven't had this dream for many years, but I used to have it constantly. And I remember that throughout my young age, I used to have this dream that used to really reoccur all the time. And like I didn't understand it, but I was very kind of comfortable with it. But like I wonder if anyone kind of shares that or has had similar dreams. But it's a cross between the feel is like the Liberian Girl video, music video by Michael Jackson, and Cleopatra, and like the style of makeup that she wears, and like what she's kind of gowned in. Like I used to get like that kind of dream a lot, and it was a female, and it was very intimate. So I wonder if anyone else had that. So that's why when I see it, I always remember back to my dream. You know that?
Defense says he could never run fast in his dreams.
Not when someone's chasing you; they're running really fast and you're in slow motion.
They're stuck in the mud.
I hate that.
Yeah, that's a similar feeling to the sleep paralysis.
Yeah, I used
Do
to
you know
have
what I mean?
that.
Similar, like not being able to.
I was telling Jen, I had this psycho lady next door. Like she was actually like the real exorcist, like fully. She used to like float and shit, but she used to go back and forward like at the window and it's horrible. But anyway, we used to all the kids in the street used to have the same dream that we were running in our dream and she was chasing us. But she was running really fast and we were all in slow motion. And then we'd wake up just as she's about to grab us, we'd all wake up. But we all there was about 6 of us in the street and we all had them dreams throughout our childhood because she was so scary. Honestly, if I tell you the full story about this woman, in the end they took her away, and put her in some psychiatric ward. But she thought she was a Dalek and stuff.
I mean, obviously the contradiction me speaking about, but I've spoken about this dream many times. That's why I'm using it, because I used to always ask people, do you get this dream? Do you get this dream? I haven't come across anyone with the dream, but it's because I've spoken about it so many times. There's 2 types of dreams that I've spoken about, and I feel that,
The only dreams I ever remember are like, if I remember them fully, then I think I know they're like real and they're going to happen. So then I make sure I used to have them and not tell anybody, and then it'd happen. The people would be like, oh, whatever. So now I do tell people, but at the same time as telling people, I do think like, because I'm having these dreams and they actually happen, is it the dream that I'm predicting, or am I seeing it? And then because I talk about it, it then becomes reality.
So it's like a verification method, and I guess like you would do that with people that you trust, you know, and people that are like, you know,
I just tell the
close to
people
them.
that they're in the dream like now. So if I see like, basically I had a dream that 2 people got arrested once, and I saw one face but not the other. So I went out of my way to tell them like, you're going to get arrested, like you need to be careful, whatever. A month went past, and they both got arrested on the same day. So my dream, yeah. And then I had another one like quite recently, well, about a year ago. My brother, I was in bed, I heard screaming, I woke up, but obviously this is in my dream. I've gone to the window, but I thought it was real in my dream, if you know what I mean, because I woke up and went to the window. I was thinking it's real life. So I've looked out the window, and my brother was screaming in the distance, and he'd crashed his car into a tree, and 2 people trying to help him. So I've come outside and tried to speak to my next door neighbor. I'm shouting at her, but nothing's coming out. So I'm trying to tell her to look after my kid. Anyway, I've run across the road. As I'm running across the road, a car hit me. My body went the other way, and I was still standing there. So I've gone to my brother, and I'm like, you need to calm down. Like, you need to stop stressing because the blood's just going to keep coming out. So anyway, I then woke up. So I told my brother, I was actually like, don't go down that road, this, that, and the other. Told the girls at the school in the morning, because I was so shocked about it. I told the girls at the school. So about 3 weeks later, my friend sent me a picture, because she lives across the road from me, of the exact same tree in my dream, and a green car had smashed into it. But it obviously wasn't my brother.
How do you know that this isn't a dream and that you died at that time?
You what?
How do you know that wasn't a dream and you died at that time?
What do you mean?
Because I think there's a lot of people that, because you're talking about like this intuition that you
wasn't in the car. Was you in the car? Was you?
No, I wasn't in the
got run
car.
over.
I got hit by the car. As I went to go run to save my brother, I got hit by a car. My body went one way, and I was like, I looked at my body, literally like, what the fuck? And then I'm still standing there, and went to speak to my brother, and like I knew I was dead because my body went the other way. So I was then telling my brother he needs to stop being stressed because the blood's just going to come out, like it's going to keep coming out faster. I was like, slow down, stop. And then I woke up.
That's bad.
And then 3 weeks later, a green car smashed into that exact same tree. I don't know what happened to them because obviously I woke up in the morning and saw her message.
Yeah. But you know they say mothers have a certain intuition about their children. I believe in that. Like I believe like there's a connection there. Like, you know, like when something happens to their child, they know like, or they have this kind of, I don't know if it's common or what, but like there's a connection there between mothers and children.
Yeah, definitely.
Damn.
Right, I'm a bang some more of this one.
Not fully understood. Lucid dreaming is revered as a unique way to explore the subconscious, providing unparalleled imaginative exploration and personal enrichment. It has also been shown that lucid dreaming can be very beneficial to the human body. Studies suggest that it correlates to lowered anxiety, with the power experienced in a dream making the person feel more confident in waking life. Beyond enhanced emotional well-being, lucid dreaming can also give the opportunity to practice and improve motor function skills and problem solving. For example, it is thought that if one practices playing the piano during a lucid dream, the dreamer's skill would also increase in waking life. Some people even use lucid dreaming to help them find the answer to something they are seeking in real life. Peter Make, the experienced lucid dreamer, has stated that he had a dialogue in his lucid dream to come up with solutions as to how to deal with his divorce. He claims that he found the answers in his dreams and described the process as being quite powerful. Tibetan Buddhists also believe in the benefits of lucid dreaming and have developed techniques to induce it in the form of dream yoga. They do this in an attempt to comprehend the nature of all human experience. Thus, lucid dreaming, in the way that Tibetan Buddhists consider it, is a way of achieving spiritual enlightenment. Yet, being conscious in a dream state does not always result in enlightenment. There are dark avenues which one can traverse in the mind in a conscious state. one can have what is known as a waking nightmare, where the dreamer is aware that they are consciously immersed in a horrible dream but are unable to awake. One form of waking nightmare is known as sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis can generally be categorized as taking one of two forms. In one, the experiencer reports total paralysis, whilst being completely aware that there is a horrifying presence near them, but this state of fear does not evolve any further. In the second form of sleep paralysis, a more terrifying experience plays out, where the body is completely immobilized as a being jumps on top of the experiencer in a horrible attack, most usually by suffocating the dreamer. These types of experiences are sometimes referred to as old hag syndrome, as the terrible figure is often reported as taking the form of a haggard, witch-like creature pounding on the chest. That said, an old hag is but one of the forms that the nightmarish creature can take. Across the world there are reports of demons, jinn, spirits of the dead, and even mice attacking in an attempt to take the breath out of a person's lungs. Some even claim that these creatures leave bruises as evidence of the encounter. There are many reports of sleep paralysis, with many details appearing to be the same from one case to the next. One experiencer, who shared their story with the press under the pseudonym Denise, described how they saw the form of a person sitting on them, crushing them down with their hands. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but it was very clearly human. Even when they tried to scream, nothing came out. Denise could not even wiggle her toes. Dr. Hugh Mirolo, a neuropsychiatrist, was consulted on Denise's case and stated that these nighttime experiences are common. The explanation he provided was simple. Cold weather and a long winter season can disrupt sleeping schedules to the point where these sorts of experiences occur. Mirolo's explanation, of course, does not account for global prevalence of sleep paralysis.
So the explanation I've heard is that your body doesn't produce is it melatonin that paralyzes your muscles while you're sleeping to stop you reenacting your dreams. There's a chemical that you're supposed to produce when you sleep to stop you from basically getting up and bopping around, and they say this is what's deficient. There's too much of it, or you haven't flushed it out by the time you've woken up. So there's a delay in your you becoming conscious and alert, and you being able to move. That's one of the excuses. There's multiple.
Well, what is that thing that you're talking about? What is it specifically?
The what?
Sleep paralysis.
No. What is it specifically? The thing that gets produced to?
I don't know. You can look it up. I don't know. I think it might be. I was thinking it's whatever melatonin that's created to make you drowsy when the lights go down and that.
Have you ever had that?
What, sleep paralysis?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. See, I've only had that once. But I thought I was having like a mini stroke or something at the time.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, I get it. I know why you might feel like that.
I just literally just had my daughter.
I know why you.
It was napping from being knackered, because I'd literally just had a C-section and then I was at home. I'd gone home. I think I've been there for 2 days. I've been at home, but obviously I was on morphine and shit. Whatever they sent me home with. So I was laying on my bed and I had my daughter in my arms, and then I woke up. I don't even know if I was awake. I don't know what it was, to be honest. I was so out of it and tired. But I tried to get up. I felt like my chin just was stuck to my neck, and I couldn't move. And then I looked down, and my daughter was like a demon. So I was trying. Honestly, she was on my arm, but she was pulling on, she was like a little miniature demon pulling on my arm, and I was literally trying to get away, and then I just woke up.
That's crazy.
And I just put it down to the drugs they put me on, and being tired.
Yeah. Nah. Well, I would say because I've had that experience. Well, not
I think sleep deprivation also.
No.
Sorry. So sleep deprivation also. So obviously because you had your C-section and they put you on the drugs, like probably like there was a deprivation of sleep there as well, and that caused.
Yeah, because I hadn't slept for like cause I was in the hospital for like 3 days, and I weren't really sleeping because I couldn't really sleep in the night. So I just put it down to my body being run down and then just being affected by everything. I didn't really think it was sleep paralysis at the time. Like, but when I was just listening to that, I'm like, yeah, no, that's true. 'Cause the little demon on my arm. So she fully was like a little demon. That's what I could see in my whatever it was. Yeah, it was that was one of my scary times.
Chris One Lab says to get out of sleep paralysis, you need to move a small part of your body like a finger or toe. Then gradually you'll be able to move fully.
Yeah, I felt like I could move my left hand. I was trying to move my fingers. But other than that, I couldn't really move. I was just stuck. And my neck felt like it was stuck to my chin was stuck to my neck. That's why I thought I was having a stroke.
I mean, what I think like potentially helps, and it's definitely changed for me, and I follow this custom now. But when I was younger, like we used to have adults that used to say, "Don't have pictures in the house." I get feedback. But I used to have a wall with like where I used to put all my flyers. So when I was like a teenager, I used to put all these flyers on the wall, and like I turn the lights out, and I'll be able to, and I put posters on that wall. And it was basically a wall that was covered with stuff. And then like when the lights would go out, like I could still see like obviously through reflections and stuff, see eyes and stuff. And like what I started to do this many years ago was just remove kind of eyes away from like, especially where places of like sleep, and it's dramatically improved like the amount.
I used to draw eyes all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
I think like,
eyes everywhere.
they say people draw eyes because it's like a creative frustration. But I mean, like, look around your house. Like, but back in like when I was
draw eyes because what? You draw eyes because what?
It's a creative frustration.
Creative frustration.
I used to draw one eye because I could only draw one eye in the face.
Man, whose theory is that? Where did you get that theory from?
Because I used to draw eyes as well. I think a lot of people draw eyes because
I used to draw one eye.
Yeah,
it was always the right eye.
And did you always used to draw in like sometimes you draw in great detail as well, right?
Yeah, proper like everything.
So it's like I feel that like I've done research into it, and like I used to wonder why. Like for me, it's like it's a thing where like why am I doing this? Yeah. And eyes are very significant. They're very significant, even to like psychology and stuff like that. But like, I mean, try it for yourself. I mean, like when I remove, like even in my house now, like I'll never have a book that's got eyes on there. Like I'll just cover it up. I'll sellotape it or something.
Do you think that you might be a bit OCD though now?
Like, I'm a bit OCD like that with it, but only like within things that I can control. But you know, like that's what I mean. Like you know, earlier we were talking about society. Look outside now, bro. Eyes are everywhere. When we were growing up, yeah, like in our households, like my cousin's household, family's household, there was no eyes in the house. And when there was, like the elders would say, "Oh, move that. Like it's not good. You know, the angel won't come." You know. Now I've started practicing that. Like, so like
angels won't come if you got eyes in your wall and that. Yeah.
The angels won't come for various reasons. Like, for example, drinking alcohol, certain things that you do. Like, if you don't say
in your house.
Huh?
I wear an eye necklace. Like, you know, it was my nan's. She died. It's like a little gold heart with the eye in it. Like is it the evil eye, protective eye, whatever it is.
Yeah. So you see that as a protective eye, yeah. So so Islamically that would be shirk. So you're given that power. So as Muslims we wouldn't do that. So you could see it as a protective eye.
That's why we're the opposite. Because obviously I like to see eye, and you don't. So that would make sense.
No, it's not that I don't like to see eyes. I don't like to see a man created eye, as opposed to a nature created eye. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
So a reproduction of an eye that a man creates, that I see as un-Islamic.
Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, this is a dog. Okay, it's a dog zone, you know.
Wolf's the dog, innit?
Nah.
I have to be a lone wolf then, innit?
Yeah, we'll see for now, innit? We'll see. But yeah, Wagwan.
All good, bro. All good. I just heard the lovely lady saying that she's got a heart-shaped evil eye. I was going to say I've got the exact same one, and I've had it since the day I was born. I've had that, and obviously the Turkish moon and the crescent moon with the star. They're the two things that was given to me as a baby that I still have it.
Okay. But are you Muslim?
Yeah.
How are you
Alhamdulillah.
Muslim and you've got the eye and he's saying that it would be seen as wrong? Like, how does that work?
I mean,
Well,
there was a show like
I'm not saying it's a Muslim thing. I'm saying it's traditional where we come from, and maybe our parents were a little bit jahil. They were doing things like that because, like, for my kids, I didn't buy them I bought them proper Arabic writing with the dua on it. Do you know what I mean? And when they were born, I whispered in their ear like dua, pinned a little gold little dua on them. And their mum was like, it's gonna scratch him. I was like, shut up, man. It's a tradition, isn't it? So just put a little gold like, and then when like people go to Turkey or Cyprus and come back with a little bit of gold for them, so they all got their little collections of
what's
gold
funny?
now, innit?
I'm not really trying to get into it or none of that here, but are you not prohibited from wearing gold?
Well, pin it on babies, you mean?
Are you not prohibited from wearing gold?
What, as a man?
Who's prohibited? Who?
Men.
Not children.
Not sure, but gold's clean, innit? It's sterile, so.
No, yeah. I know. I just remember like there used to be a thing of like Muslims couldn't wear gold and that.
For my understanding,
women
men
can.
can't wear gold.
Women can.
Women can wear gold, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with gold. It's just like
men can't wear gold then.
Yeah, it's just vanity, innit? It's like, you know.
There's nothing wrong with gold then. If you're
No,
a man.
there's nothing wrong with men that wear gold.
Because men wearing silk is also kind of frowned upon. So maybe Khan's right. Like maybe it's a vanity thing. Because
I don't know, man. I can't speak on behalf of Islam. I'm just saying with our families, like our group of families that we call ourselves Turkish, that's our tradition, innit? We buy gold for babies, innit? And we start them off a little collection. And as you get older, you buy things and add them to your little collection, and people give you gifts. You might not wear it, but you stack it, innit? You have it. Like instead of money, you have your little gold stack.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be good luck. Back in the day, they used to say it was good luck to give a like a coin to the baby. So I remember my nan.
Yeah, exactly.
Coin.
What's your name? What's your name, my dear? I missed your name.
Gold, like fake gold. Didn't they used to have a thing called Turkish gold, but it like literally kind of wasn't gold?
I don't know about that, but I know about the coins. Like, you know, like sovereigns. There's some sovereigns that they're worth more than gold. So it's like you can never sell it as scrap value. The fact that it's a coin means that it's worth X amount. Like, you know, sovereigns, innit? Some of them are like that. Some of them probably ain't worth much, but some of them are worth a lot. Even though they're the same amount of gold and measured up the same, and you know what I mean. It's a coin, innit? So it's a standardized thing. So with Turkish, we have our coins as well, innit? And some of them, like, they hold their value in it better. So people buy gold rings with coins on it, like sovereigns sort of thing. And sometimes with kids, you just get a coin, a gold coin, like a fat gold coin, put a little loop on it, run it through a chain, and just, it's a present, innit? You just give it as a gift. But I don't think people wear them that much. I ain't seen people wearing them. I think it's something really to keep, like an asset. It's more like an asset. So for a rainy day, you might want to pawn them or something or whatever, innit?
Yeah, you don't want to be wearing your gold coin and lose it or get it stolen or something.
I'll wear 9-carat gold, like on road. Like when I was younger, when I wasn't Muslim as well, I used to wear gold. I used to have a chaps. I had the fat 1-ounce chain. I had everything, man. I used to wear it 9-carat. If I lost it, I didn't give a shit. But them
But do your
family heirlooms,
kind of pass down jewelry as a form of...
but yeah, them family heirlooms, like when they pass it down, you can't wear it, bruv, because if you lose it, it's gonna hurt you bad. Like, I remember my cousin had a ring, big fat square ring that took up half his finger. Like, why are you wearing that for, man? You can't wear that on road. He's like, fuck it, man, I'm gonna wear it. And then one day he lost it at some girl's yard. Gone forever. Gone forever, man.
It's actually a sunnah of the Prophet to basically, especially like during these times, we see it kind of more vividly that, you know, stacking like certain precious metals is very important.
Yeah.
You know, because
I think what's
it's
in
a
the
commodity.
Bible, like when the three wise men come to Jesus as a baby, the gifts that they gave was gold, frankincense, and myrrh, innit? So gold is something that traditionally they give to babies, innit? Like even, you know, going back to the Bible days.
All right, let me press play on this video. Stay here.
paralysis experiences that expand beyond this are common. They couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but it was very clearly human. Even when they tried to scream, nothing came out. Denise could not even wiggle her toes. Dr. Hugh Mirolo, a neuropsychiatrist, was consulted on Denise's case and stated that these nighttime experiences are common. The explanation he provided was simple. Cold weather and a long winter season can disrupt sleeping schedules to the point where these sorts of experiences occur. Mirolo's explanation, of course, does not account for global prevalence of sleep paralysis experiences that expand beyond northern wintertime climates. While superficially grounded in science, such an explanation is not grounded in reason, and is arguably reflective of the scientific community's more general lack of understanding of dreams, lucid dreaming, and sleep paralysis. Other attempts at explaining these experiences scientifically include lucid nightmares being a side effect of anxiety or post-traumatic stress. Once again, however, this does not account for all cases. For many then, more paranormal explanations for lucid dreaming and sleep paralysis are appealing. Some believe that the paranormal entity encountered in descriptions of sleep paralysis does actually attack, and is haunting or possessing the victim of sleep paralysis. One idea may be that one must enter a state of lucidity in order to be able to see or indeed interact with such beings, and that such creatures may exist in a different dimension to waking life. Just as some believe dreams can allow for communication with the divine, they may also allow for communication with malevolent beings. Experiences of sleep paralysis are what were originally termed nightmares, with the mare of the night being the old hag creature itself. Nightmares, in the wider sense of the word, are also deeply mysterious. Terrifying dreams where people may not have control, they tend to be vivid and memorable. Control can sometimes be there as well. It is just that the experiencer has not yet realized the lucid potential of the hellish dream they are stuck in. The experienced lucid dreamer Make stated that he began lucid dreaming with nightmares, describing how he didn't know he was in control and was just a fully aware victim. Far from merely being a bad dream, most nightmares then might be considered lucid experiences. Some believe that nightmares are linked to intense anxiety and trauma. Common themes include being chased, falling, drowning, being trapped, and living through a natural disaster. However, most of us will not have experienced such traumas in our lives, leading many to wonder how such terrifying manifestations can be linked to anxiety. One scientific theory has suggested that far from being reflective of our experiences in waking life, nightmares may be a way for our brain to rehearse potentially threatening scenarios that we might one day encounter. Yet, when this theory has been put to the test, it has been found lacking. People who live in high-crime neighborhoods, for example, were not found to have more nightmares than those living in lower-crime neighborhoods. In fact, such people reported experiencing fewer nightmares on average, suggesting that their brains were not running the expected training scenarios that the theory proposes.
SubhanAllah, that's deep.
Yes, interesting. I've never had that sleep paralysis thing before.
So you know, regarding sleep paralysis, they're talking about an increase that's been happening in the kind of Western Hemisphere. Yeah. So like, let me ask people to kind of try that, because it really helped me. Like, try and remove eyes if it's something that kind of disturbs you in any way. Like, I found that really helps. So
yeah, I agree, Mahir.
I don't have any images, any faces up at all, anywhere. Like,
what's your reason for that, Jeff?
Just design, fashion, whatever. So I think it's like a little bit of a dated kind of style of decorations. Don't know. Yeah, I always grew up with like picture albums and that, but not necessarily pictures on the wall. Like I've got art on the wall, but like even in the art, they're more like, you know, there's not really faces in them.
So like abstract sort of art, so it's not kind of depicting
Yeah,
anything.
majority of it. Yeah, I mean there is some with faces, but they're not in bedrooms and that. I don't. Yeah, and yeah, like what you was describing, looking up and making out like the shape of the eyes and that in at night. I don't really need that. I don't really. That's not really. I'm not looking for that still.
No, do you know what it is? I drew from my kind of cultural background for that. So I remember, like when I was at like late teenage age, like sleep would be a problem for me, which it is for most teenagers, yeah, and people kind of go early 20s. And I remember kind of, obviously my lifestyle plays a part, but I just remember like thinking back to like my family and what I was coming to say, and I took that whole wall off, and it was a lot because it was like a wallpaper, bro. There was so much kind of eyes there. Took it all off, and then thereafter, I carried on that tradition, and it's really like. And I noticed that when I stayed in an environment.
Guess what? What I know about dreams is, if you tell yourself something about your dreams before you go to sleep, then that's what it is. That's another thing what the book was telling me, which was basically like, I remember the book was called Lucid Dreaming. I think I will actually Google and see if I can find the book again. Let me actually do that now. I think I'm gonna.
You mentioned that at the start when you were a kid, like you used to be creative with your dreams.
Yeah,
is that the same thing, isn't it?
But what I was saying is, when you tell yourself, "Oh, these pictures are the problem. I'm gonna take these fucking pictures down, and I ain't gonna." And then you're literally telling yourself what you're gonna dream and what's gonna happen in your dream, which is another element of like dreaming is like having control. Like I used to be able to be doing something in a day and say, "Do you know what? I want to dream about this later." You know what I mean? Or you'd see something and I'd actually say, I want to dream. I want this to be part of my dream later or whatever. I'd be saying shit like that. Do you know what I mean? And while I'm going to sleep, I'd be preparing the type of things I'd want to see in my dream, and I'd go sleep. And then the best one was having a really good dream where everything's positive. You're winning, you're lucid, you're in control, and then you wake up or you're woken up for some reason, whatever. And you're like, yo, no, I want to go back to that dream. Because I remember having a series of dreams. So it was like 4 or 5 memorable dreams, and then even little dreamy segues in between the dreams, little interludes in between dreams, and then like another proper dream. And you'd wake up and you'd be able to recall like, yeah, first I dreamt about this, then I dreamt about that. And now it's usually just waking up with the one dream in your head or whatever, the nightmare or whatever it was. Yeah.
You know that they say THC can affect your dreams, how you remember the dreams as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then CBD. So THC can decrease the ability to remember the dreams, but then CBD can help to increase that ability.
When I was on CBD, I had them like mental dreams, like proper vivid. Like when I come off, and went on to CBD, it was like I literally had like a dream, like because I wasn't really having dreams before, and then I was having vivid dreams, like kind of when you're pregnant, you have like mad dreams.
Yep.
Like that's what I was like. Yeah, so it must work.
Yeah, they say CBD can help with lucid dreams and stuff like that. So, but yeah, THC apparently can stop it. And it's interesting because if anyone's ever taken a tolerance break, you might notice that your dreams increase as well.
So, Mary Jane, I didn't hear what you said. Did you say that THC reduces dreams or increases them? Did you say it stops them?
THC reduces them, and because it reduces the, what do they call it? The REM sleep, that 2-hour part of the sleep where you actually dream. So it lessens that, but CBD can help to increase it.
Do you know what I want to learn?
Oh, sorry, go on.
Do you know what I want to learn about? You know, like they say that your brain secretes DMT. I want to find out like how to increase that. It's got, you know what I mean? It's got to be.
Smoke the toad, bro. Smoke the toad.
No, I don't mean artificially. I mean the one that your
Naturally.
body creates. Yeah, the natural one. Because I think
Yeah.
my DMT was high before. Now it's just gone low. Because I just feel like a normal person now, and it's getting a bit boring. I used to prefer it when I used to have like mad dreams and things like that. And do you know what I mean? Like I used to have lots of like synchronicity. I don't know if you ever had that synchronicity where you feel like everything's kind of like connected.
So do you put like your lack of dreaming down to DMT then?
Yeah, I do.
That's interesting. But you say like I said the toad, you said artificial. It's not really artificial though, is it? Really? It's just like obviously you're kind of intaking it to kind of increase. So you're saying that if there was a decrease, you're kind of balancing it out.
I know what you mean. It's the same with steroids, isn't it? Like you could do things to increase your testosterone, or you could just jab yourself with a shot.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
it's debatable, isn't it? Like if it's natural or not. I like to do it without like let's not call it unnatural, but additives like so it can be like constant. You know what I mean? It can be natural, like it can be like a long term sort of health benefit.
I think in life we excrete enough so that we're constantly evolving in our. Like, I believe in Allah's decree, so I think
Yeah,
everything's perfect always.
that's the
But
thing,
like,
Mohib. Like if it's something that is like inbuilt to counteract your stress levels, and it's triggered by high stress levels, then yeah, it's never going to be the same, innit? You're never going to be able to get back there.
Yeah, but I just wonder, like, because you kind of referred to DMT being kind of the kind of thing that's lacking there. Like, to me, DMT is like it excels that kind of conversation with God in many ways. Like you kind of you get to that level of understanding, so it heightens your wisdom in many ways, or heightens your understanding of your environment around you, etc.
Yeah.
So like, I wonder, like, because you're attached to dreams.
I think we was having a conversation before, and Jedi was showing that I don't know. I think he used some sort of diagram or something to show that. I think someone was saying that you only use 10% of your brain or whatever, and then we say nah, you basically just are firing more like brain kind of like different parts of your brain's firing at the same time, so you're using more of your brain. And I think DMT and things like that like facilitate that sort of brain function.
Well, I mean, Jedi, if you're listening to this, yeah, like, if you saw the video that you just played, yeah, it showed the brain, but it showed the brain looking like a tree, if you saw it. So this is what I meant about, like, you spoke about sacred geometry, and I said sometimes you could be out in depth, and, that kind of puts people off, like, learning and stuff, but it's actually the wisdom of Allah. So in that sense, like, when you say 10%, I think we're just using the core of the tree as opposed to all the branches, So I'll link it back to fractals in many ways.
Interesting.
So what does DMT actually
man.
do when it's released in our sleep? What does it actually help with?
Travel. Travel. The consciousness to travel. It's called the spirit molecule. Yeah, man. I think it enables. I don't know what that noise is. Who is it? Hello? Who's got that noise? Okay, cool. Yo.
I don't know where that noise is coming from.
Yo.
Oh, it's Jungle Jesus. I think he's got his phone in his pocket.
Sounds like
I thought he was getting a football tune then.
Sounds like a combo. What's going on? Fighting game.
Sounds like a tiger uppercut.
Yeah. What was that?
My phone fell, bro. I nearly smashed the screen, bro. I'm trying to grab it as well. Like a dickhead. Oh, man. Sorry.
Is there any more of that video left, or is that it? There is more. You know, was there a bit where it said about surviving like something in your dream? Like, I'm pretty sure it said that at the end. What did it say? Like if you have like traumatic dreams where you nearly die but you survive in the dream, is that sleep paralysis then? I'm pretty sure it said that at the end. Oh, 11:11. Oh.
State of lucidity in order to be able to see or indeed interact with such beings, and that such creatures may exist in a different dimension to waking life. Just as some believe dreams can allow for communication with the divine, they may also allow for communication with malevolent beings. Experiences of sleep paralysis are what were originally termed nightmares, with the mare of the night being the old hag creature itself. Nightmares, in the wider sense of the word, are also deeply mysterious. Terrifying dreams where people may not have control, they tend to be vivid and memorable. Control can sometimes be there as well. It is just that the experiencer has not yet realized the lucid potential of the hellish dream they are stuck in. The experienced lucid dreamer Make stated that he began lucid dreaming with nightmares, describing how he didn't know he was in control and was just a fully aware victim. Far from merely being a bad dream, most nightmares then might be considered lucid experiences. Some believe that nightmares are linked to intense anxiety and trauma. Common themes include being chased, falling, drowning, being trapped, and living through a natural disaster. However, most of us will not have experienced such traumas in our lives, leading many to wonder how such terrifying manifestations can be linked to anxiety. One scientific theory has suggested that far from being reflective of our experiences in waking life, nightmares may be a way for our brain to rehearse potentially threatening scenarios that we might one day encounter. Yet, when this theory has been put to the test, it has been found lacking. People who live in high-crime neighborhoods, for example, were not found to have more nightmares than those living in lower-crime neighborhoods. In fact, such people reported experiencing fewer nightmares on average, suggesting that their brains were not running the expected training scenarios that the theory proposes.
There's one character that always stands out, and it begins.
People with recurring nightmares often turn to lucid dreaming as a way to find some peace. In 2006, a pilot study successfully showed that by training people with recurring nightmares to have lucid dreams, they were able to stop having them. However, just because science has applied the age-old technique of lucid dreaming to successfully treat nightmares, does not mean that science understands them. In fact, nightmares remain a largely understudied phenomenon, with many experts dreadfully uneducated about them. One study even reported that 78% of clinicians are uninformed about nightmares. This startling statistic indicates just how ignorant we are about the nature, meaning, and cause of dreams. People often state that they can interpret the meaning behind a dream, but such understanding is typically just conjecture. The world that everyone enters every night when we close our eyes is more mysterious to science than the planets in our solar system. Arguably, the most mysterious phenomenon which may occur during a dream state is an out-of-body experience. Some have described such experiences as akin to sleep paralysis, as they feel similar to those experiences at the start, but rather than be attacked by an entity, the person is able to leave their body. Many times these experiences are reported as being incredibly positive. One person described their OBE as being immersed in pure happiness. Another experience shared by an alleged physician claims that whilst they initially thought they were dead, the fear soon ebbed away and a great peace prevailed over them. These types of spontaneous out-of-body experiences tend to occur when someone is asleep or ill. However, such a definition does not apply to all cases. Astonishingly, some have described having an OBE during waking life, whilst in a relaxed state, such as when watching television. Someone who experienced just that described how they felt as though their soul was being pulled out of my body. Many times people can accurately verify objects and conversations that they had whilst being out of their body in a dream state. Thus, far from being a straightforward hallucination or an inability to differentiate between dream and reality, OBEs do seem to have something more to them. For example, one woman reported that while she had an out-of-body experience, she observed 5 letters arriving through her postbox. When she woke up, she stated that 5 letters were as I had observed and laid out the way I had seen them. If these reports are true, then it suggests that the ancient Sumerians may not have been too far off when suggesting that a part of ourselves can leave our body. Within the mystery of that part of ourselves lies the enigma of dreams, that great and too often taken for granted frontier of consciousness. Thank you for watching.
That's mad. That really made me
Mohit,
think about some of my nightmares.
Same.
what is it? Go on. What's the maddest dream? What's the maddest dream you've had?
I've got one particular, like what I would call nightmare that I had about 4 years ago. And like it was I was in a big like mansion house at a party or something. And then like me and my friend got raped, and it was so vivid. And like it's not something that's ever happened to me, so it's not a memory or anything like that. And then I remember running out of the house, but that was probably like the most dramatic bit. It was like 5 floors of big stairs, like, you know, in them big old houses you see in a movie. And then we ran across the road to this car park, and there was some police there. So we were like, oh, let's run, go to the police. They're going to help us. And then, like, I don't know, they just became evil. And then I ended like shortly after that. Like, obviously, it was more vivid and there was a lot more detail to what I just said. But
Mary,
I woke up crying and sweating.
Was the sex part sort of like real?
It felt real in the dream.
The explanation for that, yeah. Well, I've heard other people say these sort of things, and they're saying that there's certain entities or spirits that come to people and have sex with them. Do you know what I mean? And the dream is just that his way of convincing you to kind of play along. But like I knew a lady, she was a Jehovah's Witness, and she had lots of these dreams, like to the point where it was really bothering her, like she couldn't live her life, and it was just too much. Like when people hear it, they laugh and they think, oh, it might be pleasurable or whatever, but it's not. It's a serious issue.
The scariest dream I've ever
I agree.
had.
I agree with Khan. I agree with Khan. So I wanted to ask, like, Jen, like, who was the perpetrator of the rape?
I didn't know them. I didn't know anybody in that dream.
So the same way I was saying earlier on, like, you know, not attracting certain bad energies and saying Bismillah before we eat, and the angels come to the house. I think dark entities, you know, you kind of you restrict dark entities from entering like these things, and I think sometimes people are unaware that they are entertaining like dark energies and presences.
Isn't there like videos of like, I'm not sure if they were like staged, but I'm pretty sure there's like videos where people have had this experience and they've gone into these like labs where they're filmed, and then you can see
I think a lot of the if you look at Pornhub, yeah, like a lot of that, like especially like masturbation stuff, a lot of it is like demonic, bro. It's like, you know, it's like them playing with these entities and stuff. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'll go and have a look then. Yeah.
Let
me just download my app then.
This is Mohit's version of foreplay, getting you to watch some porn.
Yeah, I'm a professor of the subject. I've done like extensive research, you know what I mean? And I'm doing a PhD now in this subject. But I was going to say, like, Jen, you mentioned what DMT is. I don't know much about it, but like I think like it's become a new phenomenon, like a new wave thing that a lot of people kind of try, and it kind of heightens their senses, and they become like people who tend not to be kind of spiritual tend to become spiritual after their experience of like taking DMT, which you smoke. But my thing is like, and Carl, I wanted to ask you as well, like, but bro, like, you know, like in the video that we watched, like it talked about like the negative side, yeah. So how do you know that you're not kind of heightening that? Because it said that there's some people who are so scared that they're aware of the state, but they don't do anything about it. So how do you know that, like, you know, if your lack of dreams, if you were to kind of take some DMT,
to be honest, Mohib, it's like you said, yeah, with us, yeah, whatever we do, we always say Bismillah in front of it. And we kind of like do a lot of things that our parents taught us without even thinking. Like we avoid fitna, we don't call spirits, bad spirits to come around us, innit? So
but
like,
just looking at it on the surface,
because we're in that situation of not really being attractive to demonic entities, like they won't really come to us.
I disagree with you,
They
bro.
don't really
I
come
think,
to us that much.
I think we're more
Unless you're
attractive.
actively, I think if there's a subconscious part of you that's actively seeking to gain power through demonic entities, then it will happen, isn't it? Like, because
I disagree with you. I think that, like, why I suggest that we're more kind of attractive is because, you know, like these entities, like take for example a Muslim perspective on The Exorcist. Yeah, you know, at the end when the priest comes in and says, "In the power of Jesus, I condemn you." Yeah, like for me, it's like, look, the dark entity has made them commit shirk and be comfortable in the shirk. So I think that the dark entities would want people who are, like, let's say Muslims, for example, or people of, you know, on the straight path to come off that path.
Nah, that's bullshit. You got it wrong way around. Like attracts like, innit? Like attracts like. If there's no demonic spirit inside you, like if you're not harboring that, you won't attract it.
I think the devil will come down on a Friday night to any kind of high street and say, you know what, my job's pretty much done around here, mate. What do you mean? Do you see?
All right, so why does it happen more to women than men?
I don't know. I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman.
Giving out the evil eye. Oh,
but taking it back,
subconscious.
Taking it back, and I can't answer it because I'm not a woman, yeah. But taking it back to DMT, remember, DMT is an excretion of a poison from an animal.
No, DMT is excreted by your own brain.
But you know, you were talking about the synthetic one that people take. So you can't increase the DMT that you take because it's regulated by your natural hormones in your body. So you can't increase that or decrease that. That's natural.
What do you mean? You're telling me you can't change your hormones?
No, what I'm saying is that what your body excretes is natural, yeah. So anything else will be, as you put it, artificial. But I'm saying that a lot of people who have jumped on this wave are taking